Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we got another – oh, man, though we do have to give Dell his props that Florida actually won – the state of Florida actually won one game yesterday. They were 1-11 this weekend in football.
Dell, do you represent the entire state of Florida?
Yes,
no, I represent a certain section of Florida. I don't care about the entire state.
You went 1-1, didn't you?
That's your peeps.
Yeah.
No, that's your peeps, okay? And
no, they're not.
You're a Florida man.
Don't. No.
Yeah,
I represent all of Texas. Why would I root for every team in a state?
I represent all of Texas.
This is John's identity politics.
Yeah.
You represent all Florida. That's your identity. John's identity. Did you say all Italians?
All of Texas.
Oh,
all of Texas.
All of Texas. Yeah. Oh, your Longhorns. Yeah.
Yeah, my Longhorns.
You're up to the top three.
Bears, my Baylor Bears, my Horny.
Your Dallas Cowboys. Oh, okay. Now it's different.
But we had that win last night, and we had the Rockets.
Yeah.
They played the Wizards. You take that with a grain.
I watched pretty much all of that one. I was watching that in Miami. I had to pause between the receivers, and God, Washington sucks. I mean, it's just
terrible.
I was watching them just thinking, my God, it's like this would be the worst. This would be one of the worst losses I've ever seen because they had a big lead and it came back down to 5. But then the Rockets would just extend it, and you realize there's pretty much nothing the Wizards could do to win this game.
Yeah, no, they're bad. That's just a bad. Well, Kyle Kuzma is your best player. It's bad.
Yeah, and he's not a serious person.
He's not. No, he's not a serious person at all. They are not serious people. And that, how long does it take? How bad have you been for all of these years, and you can't put together a team? I understand the free agents aren't going to go there, but you would think like the Rockets, they're made just basically of draft picks. Right?
Yeah, but you look at what. So I've been really happy about. I've just been really happy about the way the Rockets have. It was very, very frustrating a couple of years ago when they kind of had. We didn't really sure what you had with Jalen. He's explosive and all that, but he seemed wildly immature, as you would expect for his age. But you had a really super soft coach. You had Alpe, who, showed some flashes, but for the most part, I mean, you just had that whole vibe thing going on where they weren't serious about winning. They didn't have any direction or leadership. And then you started adding, like, Alpe grew up. We started seeing that he's really, really good. Jalen still has his moments, but he's headed in the right direction. But KPJ out of here. But, you added two guys to the mix. Now, I'm going to keep mentioning them just because I think they're this important. Amin and Tari. And Jabari to a lesser extent. I think Jabari was important to get on the team because he's serious about ball. But those two guys, I saw on Twitter, Will from Will and Brado. Will said, "I can't wait for the day that Amin and Tari finally get 30 minutes a game each. They're finally starting these guys so you can see what they can do at 30 minutes." I'm kind of there too. Like Tari's really turning into, he's trending towards complete player. And then Amin Thompson is just a winner. And then you look over at Washington, and those are two guys that kind of change culture, and they're dogs, and they do this and that. And Alpe is talented. You looked at Washington. You had Bradley Beal, you had John Wall, injuries, whatever. Bradley Beal just that team became a bunch of nothings. And you look at them right now, and I kind of get the blues watching a team like Washington because I just think, man, that could be us if some things didn't go right with some drafts from, Rafael Stone didn't do a good job of drafting. That could have been us, right?
Well, that's it. But Rafael Stone did do it. And that's what I'm saying is, they got a lot of guys, homegrown guys, but they're not very good. I mean, I think we're a little bit spoiled with Rafael Stone. When you're grabbing a Tari Eason and an Alperen Şengün 15th and 17th or whatever they went
drafts, right?
I mean, those are you don't get your best player with the 15th overall.
Wait, hang on a second. Wait. So Alpe and Jalen were that draft. Was that a Morey draft, Tari Eason?
No. Tari Eason was drafted by, I'm almost positive, Rafael Stone drafted all those guys.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, who was that? With Tari was the second. Let me see. You had
He was
Jalen,
the
Alfred,
17th.
Tari.
He was,
Who was Tari? Tari was in which draft?
With Jabari.
Yeah, Tari and Jabari. And that was for Fellstone, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is all, yeah.
Core got 4 core guys in the first round, and 2 of them, as you mentioned, the 2 best, the 2 best weren't even picked inside the top 5.
And I'm not sure, I think he's still in limbo whether or not Jalen is going to be a cornerstone, right? And Jabari is Amen with the 4th pick, Reed Shepard with the 3rd pick.
God, Reed had a nice game yesterday. That's good.
Yeah, and oh my God, I listening to Craig Ackerman, when he pulled up, when they were on a break and he pulled up and he hit the 3, and I thought Craig Ackerman, they're really Calvin Murphy loves him some Reed Shepard. Calvin Murphy went through the Reed Shepard highlights at halftime and was like, and he said it before. He said, this young man, just get out there and shoot. Just shoot. Well, that was Calvin, right? Calvin was going to shoot anytime he possibly could. But people are really rooting for Reed Shepard to be that guy. And and when he hits the way that he hit yesterday, it's like, wow, you really got something.
Yeah, he's going to be good.
But it was,
he's going to be good. Just it's no reason to rush him though right now.
No,
that's what I kind of like about, like, you know how good he is. You know how anticipatory he is too defensively. Like, that's one of the crazy things that I don't know that a lot of people who didn't play a lot of, like, if you played a lot of basketball in your life, pick up basketball, and you watch Reed Shepard, you're like, I've seen that guy in games before, that weasel who always knows. He's watching your eyes. He knows where the ball's going. He's reading you. He's going to jump the passing lane. Reed is that, and he's pretty good on the ball as a defender too. He's just a little small. That's all.
Not like Amen.
Amen is
in a different world. Listen,
fastest player in the league, Amen Thompson.
Listen, I didn't mind. I hate to say, I didn't mind at all that Fred VanVleet didn't play last night. I did not mind at all that Amen got the start, and look what Amen did.
Create some minutes for other guys. That's
4
nice.
for 8, 4 steals, 4 blocks, 8 rebounds, 5 of 8 from the line. Amen Thompson is he's a stat. There is not a 0 on the board. There's not a 0.
Is he going to turn into sane Russell Westbrook?
Yeah, well, he was 0 for 1 from 3. He's not Russell Westbrook.
I love it. He doesn't take, what the 2 most impressive stats you had there were steals and blocks. He is a player who does a fantastic job. So Alpern's never going to be a shot blocker. He doesn't have that kind of springs. But Amen Thompson's ability to impact, so a block shot is erasing a possession, basically, erasing a shot. And then you have steals, which erase possessions. Like, these are winning plays. That's and offensive rebounding is what Tari Eason does so well. This creates additional possessions. You've got a legitimate 3-point shooter. I mean, he's a gunner now. Reed Shepard's got crazy range. He's got a mid-range game, and ability to go off the dribble and pull up as a mid-range guy. He's got that off-ball mentality to go get those steals, and he's pretty good on the ball. You got Alpern, who's highly skilled as it comes to, I mean, that spin move now, there's really not a lot guys can do against a spin move. It's just a matter of, can he get the separation to get it off, or will it get blocked? And if he continues to work on his 3-point, which I think is the next area of growth for him to become a much better 3-point shooter, I'm telling you, you're in the, it's once you get in you're in the game for a championship. There's a lot of things that have to happen, but they've got what it takes to be a championship caliber team. They're in that zone right now. I'm not sure the Texans. I'm not sure the Texans are in that zone. I thought they were.
Yeah,
I thought they were, but
well,
I know they're close.
Let's wait 3 weeks. Let's wait till Nico gets back. 3 weeks from now, they're going to be 9-4, and we're going to be all excited about them again. I don't know, though. I'm going to tell you this. What time is it? Okay, we still got a little time. I don't. Let's like you watch a Kansas City game. There is nothing but red in that crowd. You watch a Rams game. It's half and half. I mean, even Miami was represented, and they don't give a rat's ass about their football team. I mean,
that's not true.
Yes, yes.
The fans for the Dolphins
Miami
travel
don't
well.
care
You're
Well-
referencing hurricane stuff, but
Yeah.
Dolphins fans travel.
Well, you know that. I mean, the Rams and Chargers have a hard time just
Dolphins
maintaining
fans,
home.
No, well,
home
I'm going to tell
base.
you that. I'm going to tell you this, Lance. We're one of those cities.
No, they travel.
Every single team.
Wait,
that
we
comes in
travel
here-
well too, though. But our fans also travel.
No. Every single team that comes in here
Yeah.
has 30% of the stadium. At least 30% of the stadium.
30%.
30%.
Some of them.
Yeah,
I would
well,
say.
the Steelers, the Lions when they come in here.
See
the
that
Packers
when did
they
this
come in here.
Lion thing happen? And you know what's crazy?
Well, now because
when I
they
was
never made a Super Bowl.
So here's something historical that you may not know this, and there's a lot of people actually listening may not know this. So there was a heavy migration from Michigan to Texas and to Houston. Back in when I was in junior high, we had a coach, two of our coaches, Coach Liverance and Coach the cool one. Liverance was not the cool one. The other cool one.
Just move on.
But anyway, well, for me, it's tearing me up because now. But anyway, and they both came from Michigan, and they were coaches and history teachers or whatever. But there was a big influx because I don't know what was going on there. Obviously, some kind of financial, hardships, economic hardships, and a lot of people from Michigan moved down to Texas, and that's the case. I've run into multiple people over the years from Michigan. I think there's a lot of transplants here where maybe they came down when they were kids with their family. Maybe there's some who came down when they were younger. Of course, they'd be older now. That's one of those weird relocation things that happened in the 80s that a lot of people probably don't even know about. So I'll bet we have more people from specifically Michigan, and I can't tell you exactly what it was.
But listen, when Pittsburgh comes, they fill up.
Yeah,
the
but
stadium.
Pittsburgh, I get the Lions. Doesn't it seem weird to you? The Lions, they don't have this history.
Not how good they are.
Yeah, but they don't have. Where are they coming from? They don't have a history. We've got what I was saying was we may have people living here, but they don't have a history of being a good football team.
No, that's why now they're all on board with it because they finally got a good team. They got one of the best teams in the NFL. They're gonna travel more. Of course they are. Now that they're good, they're starving for a football team that gets to the
watching
Super Bowl.
them at your own
There's
place.
only 4 teams that never made a Super Bowl.
You don't need to
and the
come
Lions
here.
are one of them.
We're going to have to build a wall around NRG Stadium.
We don't know because we're going to sell the ladders to get them over the wall so that they can come to the game because that's what we do. We're selling all our tickets. We're not a serious football team.
Guys,
here.
let me tell you about Quick Assist. Quick Assist gives you a chance to sell your ticket. Oh, God, I hope I don't have Quick Assist right here.
Well, I hope you
when
do.
You're just
That'd be perfect.
Because I want everyone to get the most amount of money that they can, but from Texans fans.
No, but
from Texans fans.
How about Dell all grown up and speaking from Monument Chevy? How about that?
I know.
I mean, I'm so proud. Time for me to talk about Jim Fiume at Gulf Coast Windows.
It's not a prideful day.
It is. It's a prideful day. Oh, Lance hates it, Dell. I'm so proud
I
of you.
just
And look
pray
what he
on
does.
I just pray
Look
on his
what he
downfall.
does, Dell. And
I
look what
told
I do.
you he's an awful. Well, you're being disingenuous. He's just an awful
I'm
person.
He comes in the other day and goes,
very
"Hey,
genuine.
guess what? You're gonna hate this."
Yeah, I said it. I said exactly like that.
I mean,
Dell, I'm
same kind of
very
brat
ingenuous
energy
right now. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
You got yourself.
He's
Sure.
proud of you.
Yeah. No, I am. Yeah. You don't know. You don't know how proud I am.
Oh, I do know. You're not that proud.
I'm proud. Like our little Dell is all grown up.
Don't call me little.
He's
Little
all
Dell.
grown up, and he's doing commercials now. I love that. Live spots. Time for me to talk, though, about Jim Fiume. After 36 years, dude has just been doing it. He just does it. That's all he does. Jim Fiume sells the best window in the world. Well, I'm going a little farther. If you're not sure what type of door or windows, they got a professional staff that is going to help you pick the right window for you. Do you want the vinyl window, or do you want the aluminum window, or do you want the hurricane window? Are you worried about hurricane? Listen, this hurricane window, you want to talk about wood-clad windows. The installation will be perfect, be it aluminum, be it vinyl. They work with everything. There's no problem. You are going to get the best insulation you could possibly have. The window is going to be perfect. It is going to fit perfect. It is going to be perfect every single time. Same with the door. You're going to find, and the doors, the selection, the quality, second to none. So you're building a home, and your builder is putting in the windows. You don't even know what kind of windows he's putting in. Tell them you want Gulf Coast windows, and you pick the windows out because this is what you have to live with for the next however many years. And that house is going to be more secure. It's going to be more private. It's going to be more economical. It's going to be all of those things because GulfCoastWindows.com, 281-849-5454 at GulfCoastWindows.com.
John just said he was proud of me. You can believe that if you want, but don't question how proud I am to bring Monument Chevrolet to the ESPN 97.5 family. And I say family because that's what they're all about. I met Jeff and Chris out there last week, and I mentioned their names because they want you to know them by their first name, from the people who sell you the cars to the service department. They all want you to know that you are part of the Monument Chevrolet family. 50 years in business, which means they're doing a pretty good job out there in Pasadena. You don't stay in business for 50 years without serving the community the right way. And let's get to the cars. No hidden fees, no upcharges. The price is the actual price. So if you see something on the website, which is monumentchevrolet.com, that's the price you're going to see. If you go out there, it's at 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225. Don't question the service. I was out there. It's a sprawling campus. So you have the parts department, you have the service department, you have a fleet. So if you're in the business, you have a business and you need a car for that business, they have a wide selection of fleet vehicles that can pretty much service anything you're looking for. So the pre-owned is great, the new cars are great, and they have that commercial business elite services all at one location. Remember, they have this monthly offer right now at Monument Chevrolet. Get 1.9 financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine, or choose an all-new electric vehicle with 0% financing for 50 months or well-qualified buyers. So check them out. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website, and they're off of Beltway 8 and 225. Remember, Chevy, together let's drive.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. Did you watch that game? Did you not? Let's go. If you want to get in here and talk about it, you're more than welcome to do that.
Leftover text and stuff. We still got to get to that. There will be some people who maybe weren't listening yesterday, or maybe have opinions or thoughts, or maybe want to know what we thought. Yeah, we at one point late in the show yesterday, people were just jam-packed on the boards. Like out of nowhere, they just wanted to call in. Oh, we also found out Gilbert intentionally caused the Texans to lose because he didn't get a steak. And he said they're going to lose Monday if he still doesn't get his Chili's steak.
Yeah.
We learned that yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. And it will continue. And it will continue again this week.
You want to lose? You want to lose against the Cowboys? Yeah. Well, I better get my steak and corn on the cob and French fries from Chili's anyway. And then he'll later on, Dr. Pepper, he'll tell you.
Yeah. Anyway. So there. Hey, listen. There's a lot of blame to go around. I don't know if you agree. Maybe you agree or disagree. I read a story where the three people that are most to blame. Well, the three most to blame are CJ takes top because he could have made plays that would have won that game. And sometimes you got to score more than 23 points. And you know what? And sometimes you got to actually score in the second half. Sometimes the Texans here, they don't believe in that, but you know what? They need to start believing in scoring maybe a touchdown over a month-long period. A month-long period where you don't score a touchdown in the second half. There is something wrong. Now, you and I have poo-pooed the adjustments things, and, we've been in locker rooms. We've seen coaches. We talked to coaches. Your dad was a coach and all of this stuff. Adjustments are schmushments. Well, somebody's doing something right in the second half, and somebody's doing something wrong. And it's the Texans that are doing something wrong. So maybe DeMeco needs to look at the way that they're doing things at halftime and change things.
Maybe they just get tight. Maybe it's just not about a change. Maybe that because the way CJ played in the first half and the way he played in the second half were night and day.
Well, is the tightness coming from the field? Is it coming from the play calls? Is the tightness?
Is it coming from having a lead and trying to hang on to it? Like, oh, here we go again. That happens. I mean, we see sports psychology is a real thing. We see it with Ryan Presley, for example. There's no adjustments that are being made against Presley. He gets tight in certain situations. It's like, oh God, not this again. And I wonder if that's, if CJ has any of that. I think it's hard to. It kind of bothers me that everyone plays the blame game, like you said. Okay, so here's who's to blame for this.
Well, and wait a minute, just to go back to that, I would totally disagree with that. Presley doesn't get tight just because of the situation. Presley has been in the biggest situations in the World Series. His pitches are not as good right now.
But he does.
No, he's older. His ball is hanging over the strike zone. He's not hitting the same location.
You think that he's confident? You think he's a confident pitcher?
I don't know. It's not about confidence. I don't think he's confident because his pitching isn't as good.
That's what I mean by getting tight. I think he goes up there. I think when you're confident, it has a big. This from golf, for example, directly. I can tell you from basketball. It's the same way. When you go up with a level of confidence, your performance is better.
When you go up there
and your
swing is really good, then you feel confident. But if you don't have the stuff that he used to have, if you're not throwing the ball in the same locations that you used to, then you're not as good.
I mean, Lance McCullers would get tight at different times, and we've seen this. There's certain mental stuff, and I think when you play from a lead and you start to see it shrink away, I think that
Lance
it can
McCullers, that's a pretty small sample size. We saw him once in the World Series.
No. For example,
but the time before we saw him, he had threw 800 straight curveballs.
No. In that game 7 of that same series, he got tight, hit 3 batters, and Lance has had when Lance is going, Lance is really good. When things don't go his way, he could explode in a single inning. But I mean, I don't want to. I shouldn't have brought up baseball, but for football, I think the Texans get a little bit tight when they have a lead. I don't know. I think it's some of everything. I think just really thinking about Bobby Slowick because and this is pretty normal. You it usually goes get rid of the play. First, you either get rid of offensive line coach or your offense coordinator. This is the normal routine. Okay. Then it goes to get rid of head coach usually or quarterback, depending on who's more popular. And then the next guy is up. And then it turns into, of course, defensive coordinator can be the same guy that's under duress. Bobby Slowick, I think it's really, really quite ridiculous because unless you're willing to give him all the credit, if you want to give him all the blame, I would say an offense coordinator typically is going to share about 20 to 25% of the blame for how a quarterback's doing. Do you think that's accurate?
Okay. Well, offensive coordinator is always going to catch it with play
No, I know,
calling.
but do
People-
you think
people love
in
that.
reality, 20 to 25%? I think that no, I'm sorry. 20 to 25% of the success can be attributed, I think, to potentially a play caller. Quarterbacks still have to maybe higher.
Maybe higher.
But
I think
my
maybe
point
higher.
is, you never hear
No, because we
people
see-
say Bobby Slowick is killing it when it's really good. It's only not CJ's fault. Well, that's not true. A lot of people realize CJ's not playing as well. But if you can't keep the same, Bobby Slowick is responsible, I think, for not being creative enough to create opportunities at different moments. I completely agree with that. You got to keep people on their toes, and he's not keeping defenses on their toes. That's his job. When a passing play goes awry, to say it's play calling is stupid. It's just not how it works.
Especially when you saw the pass that he hung up there, the tank tail. That's the killer.
Or the first
that was the
interception.
killer. That was the play that lost the football game. Because if he makes that play, they're up 30. They're up big.
It's
and
that's execution.
Yeah. So that's execution. Is exactly okay. All right. Right now, because you said it. In what order do they have to go? I would say number one, Strausser, the offensive line coach.
I would say so too. Yeah, unfortunately.
Number two might be Slowick, or
I don't think they're getting rid of. I think they're getting rid of one guy. I think the line coach.
Well,
I think
no. But in what order? Okay, the second.
Are you saying who's at fault?
In what order would they have? No, what order? Because D'Amico ain't getting fired, right?
So you're saying a fire? You're saying firing?
Yeah. In what order? I don't think Strausser makes it after this.
No,
season.
D'Amico's not. No, and there's only one guy. There's Strausser. It's not Bobby Slowick is not getting fired. I think.
Well, but if you rank them, it would probably be
okay.
Slowick second.
Slowick second, D'Amico third. Yeah.
I don't. Well, or
you have to.
Or
if we're
what
gonna
about
rank him,
What about Caserio?
Yeah, get rid of him too.
No. In what order?
A 3.
You think he would be before D'Amico? I think Caserio would go before.
But once again, I want to say out loud, I'm uncomfortable with this because I don't think those guys should be fired.
No.
I think Strausser is the one guy that, as a line coach, you got some of the same issues happening, some of the same issues with picking up stunts. You know, we're really lucky the Lions didn't do it for whatever they just don't do it. And
I know
we're really lucky that because Aaron Glenn knew. He watched the tape. He knew. Little Birdie told me he was well aware of it, but I was like surprised he didn't throw that at the Texans at all. He's got a bunch of injuries, but he didn't try to twist or he didn't try to run a bunch of games against the Texans at all. I guess he just thought he could rush without having to do that. So I think they got lucky, but I think Strausser is likely to be gone. I think there will be a player maybe gone off the offensive line, maybe 2. Kenyon Green will be gone. I don't think Bobby Slowick is going anywhere unless he's a head coach somewhere. I still think he's a pretty good play caller, but right now I think there are issues that he's having with thinking. Here's my problem. I think Bobby Slowick thinks that because he was running the ball well with Joe Mixon, I think he's trying to be more traditional, like Gary Kubiak would be traditional, and he's taking a more traditional route. So you have traditional play callers in that kind of offense. You have Mike McDaniel, who's non-traditional. Kyle Shanahan is kind of a mix. LaFleur is more traditional. I think right now Bobby Slowick has got to get to he's going to have to get to something that's more creative. You don't always need creative. You just need execution, and you need to put your team in the best position to win relative to what they're doing well and what the other team doesn't do well. Right now, he's going to have to find creative ways. The other day, he should have found creative ways to get the ball to the perimeter and get the quote unquote running game reestablished out wide with the short passing game. Probably he didn't do it, and that's on him. And I think that a big problem I don't have a problem with Bobby Slowick in terms of how he schemes passing attacks up and all that. My big problem with him is that when he gets past, we talked about it yesterday, once he gets into the 40-yard range, the plus 40. Where you're, the opponent's 40 and you can kick a long field goal, it's like, God almighty, it just isn't working for them. They lead the league in 50-yard field goals. That's just not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
How about he set the record for 50-yard field goals in week 9?
In week 9, yeah.
Oh, my God. All right, we got a break. When we come back, is this the right offense for CJ? That's been put out there.
Okay.
And we will talk about it. But right now, I'm talking about Chastang Ford. I'm talking about you Jeep owners out there. You own a Jeep right now? You want to switch to the Ford Bronco or the Bronco Sport? How about an additional, with all the other stuff that they give off for the Bronco right now, an additional $2,000 off? Okay. Ram truck owners, you want to get into the F-150? An additional $2,000 off of all the other incentives. Check out the Ford Bronco Sport. I'm telling you, you are going to, it is a great, and it's crazy. You can get into that thing for $369 per month. That's how ridiculously low. $369 with zero down. You got finance offers of 2.9% for 72 months or 3.9% for 60 months. How about this? The Bronco, 5.9% for 60 months or 7.9% for 72 months. If you want the F-150, up to $6,000 cash back plus the $2,000 for Ram owners, and then 1.9% for 60 months, and the bonus Ram, $2,000. Look, there's all kinds of deals there. Chastang Ford is ready for you. Chastang Ford is going to find a way to get you into that car or truck at the price that you have to be at, with no add-ons and no markups. They want you to be the most comfortable you could possibly be with your payment. So they're going to make sure that you are pleased and you're walking out of there with the best vehicle for you. Right now at Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, or you can do it all online at chastangford.com.
Maestro Bell has a silver, which is their standard tequila. I call it standard, but it's really just the one you're going to use with your margaritas. They're frozen. They're on the rocks. I love margarita on the rocks. Margarita on the rocks. I'll also go with I haven't had it for a while. I haven't had the Humito for a while. It's their smoked silver. It's got a little bit of a smoky flavor to it. And I prefer that with a lot of my cocktails. So I will have a margarita on the rocks with the Humito, which gives you that smoky, that hint of just a little bit of smoke. And I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan. I'm also a big fan of the Añejo because it is a sipping tequila. Had some last Friday, and it gave me just the type of Friday afternoon I was hoping for. Had a little 3-ounce pour, sat and watched some football tape and listen to music, and it was just a good time all the way around. Maestro Dobel is always a good time. They're made in Maestro Dobel is made in Tequila, Mexico, and they're very, very unique. The flavor profiles of all the varieties of tequila that they have. So if you're looking for something done the right way, it's huge. They're huge in Mexico, and they're getting bigger and bigger in the States as they've decided to really come try and take over the tequila market here. And I'm telling you, it is a good tequila, and I think a very reasonable price for a high-end tequila with the quality that they offer. Maestro Dobel, wherever fine liquors are sold, it's Maestro Dobel.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We're promoting Paul's dating life content now? Okay.
Well, what we're doing, at least in Michael's eyes, is giving people a feel for what happens on that show sometimes, and they sometimes talk about Paul's dating life.
Okay. All right. It's a reason. Tune in, see who Paul's dating today.
It's more about Paul's failures, I think.
It's more
from what I can tell.
Oh, really? Because he's having a hard time with that dating life?
Well, I don't know if maybe he just is meeting women who don't fit what he's looking for, so he might comment on that, I think, and that's where that comes from.
All right, no jokes now, Twitter. Stop already. I know.
I wasn't kidding, by the way.
I know, but you know what Twitter's going to come up with. So please, no jokes. Apparently, there's a dilemma here. Jackie has a dilemma. I really appreciate JG not letting LZ ramble about a detail that doesn't affect the story, but I kind of want to know that second coach's name now.
Don't say that. I don't.
Somebody that played ball with you.
He had a beard and he had glasses.
Okay.
Is Mike Zerline listening? Coach Liverts was 7th grade and Coach.
I've been listening since 97.
Oh, I had an Adolf as an 8th grade. By the way, John, I had an Adolf as a coach.
Oh, awesome.
German guy named Adolf Acker.
Wow, you just don't see that anymore. I don't know why.
No, he had a flat top, and he also ran head first. He was showing you how to take on a block, and he ran his head into a kid with the helmet, and blood started gushing out of his head.
And bloodied himself, yeah. I really appreciate. I've been listening since 97. Today was the first time John ever hit LZ with a "Who cares? Just move on." Still breaking new ground after all these years. Incredible. Yep.
Speaking of that, did you see Jerome Solomon tweeted about the show yesterday?
No, what he said.
We played that clip from Michelle Beadle, and you told me during the break it was clean. Turns out it wasn't clean enough. Yeah. And he goes, "What Hall of Famers nearly made me." Actually said made me hit a curb because
we were talking about
because they had to dump that Michelle Beadle sound.
He said first it was the South Carolina ticket thing.
Yeah, when you said Gamecock tickets, but you didn't add the game to it.
And
come get your Gamecock tickets, but you said something else. Yeah. And then we went into Michelle Beadle's sound that wasn't clean, and we had to dump it.
It was clean. It was misunderstood.
Yeah, but still, but if we're going into it knowing it's a problem and we still do it, that's a problem for us.
But we also discussed how John is like a bear, and sometimes with bears you can't run from them, and you can't. Sometimes you have to, you make yourself big. You go, bear, and they'll run off. And so we were having to do that on several occasions yesterday when John started doing his bear stuff.
Well, I didn't do any bear stuff.
Where they walk in and you're like, oh no.
She didn't say the word. She just slipped up is all she did.
Okay.
And that's not unclean content.
You sure? I'm going to test it. Can you say the word she said?
No.
What? What's the problem?
But I like making Michelle Beadle look bad. That's all.
What? Because you don't like women.
Oh,
no.
Wow.
Do you like Mina Kimes?
No.
Do you like Megan Rapinoe?
Yeah, no, I do like Mina Kimes. Why?
You do? I didn't think you liked Mina Kimes.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Michelle Beadle or Jamel.
Is this all political?
Well, what do you think?
What do you think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care about people's politics. I care about if you're good.
Michelle Beadle quit ESPN.
I think
Michelle Beadle quit ESPN because they were talking about the NFL.
Well, she's a basketball person. I like
No, she was on that show and she said, "I refuse to talk about that league anymore because of the kneeling thing."
Well,
Wait.
that was-
She said she refused to talk about the NFL anymore.
Did they fire her or did she quit?
She quit.
Well, that's her right, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah. I mean, and now she's doing with Chandler Parsons and Sweet Lou, right?
Yeah, she does for...
Was that Chandler she was with?
Yes.
That was Chandler, yeah. Yeah. Chandler's doing that. I don't know why, but he's doing it. He's got plenty of money.
FanDuel TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, FanDuel TV. They must be paying him pretty well because Chandler's got a ton of money. He doesn't need that stuff in his life. All right, what about this offense? Here is someone said this.
It's Deontay Lee. He is a analyst for The Ringer, current football coach, I think, on the high school level, but he breaks down the NFL stuff for them, and he has comments on what would fit CJ as far as an offense.
So Billy M said not every quarterback needs to play in a Shanahan offense. That's why I don't feel like Stroud and Slowick are a good fit. If the offense was similar to the Commanders, even Bengals, where things are spread out, you'd see better maximizing of his talent. Deontay Lee said Stroud would be great in the Andy Reid tree of offense. Spread RPOs, more max and chip protections in the 5 to 7
Every
step
quarterback would be.
and allowing him to work through mesh and more college-wide concepts. I'm going to tell you this. He does. That offensive line needs more help. And if he doesn't start giving, you know what? I don't know. Did we see more chipping this time?
This is the dumbest thing in the world. Do we not watch last year? This offense is not the problem for him. This is a levels-based concept where he gets to make simpler reads. It's an extraordinarily quarterback-friendly offense. He doesn't have enough time to pass.
That's it.
That's the problem.
Well, this isn't about,
we need more mesh concept. Yeah, I'm fine with mesh concepts on the short crossers. I'm fine with, but a lot of the offense that and it's not even Slowick. It's the West Coast. It's the Shanahan version of it. It's going to allow for a lot of throws that play right into his strengths. This is a great offense for him. When I say this offense, it means the general offense, right? It means Miami. It's the Shanahan tree offense. McVay, LaFleur. It's that offense. That's not. I honestly, John. The offense is not the problem. The amount of time to throw is. It couldn't have been the good offense for him last year, and it's bad this year. Now, I will say that CJ. I don't always love the fact that they have to try to run out of the gun. I don't think that's super beneficial for.
Well, they did more. No, he was under.
He's under center a lot more because you have to.
He did a lot more play action boot stuff.
But the Lions were kind of on that. The Lions were kind of on that boot, but he did a good job of buying time and completing passes.
He bought himself more time. One time he
wiggled a little bit and and bought himself time. But I don't think the problem is not this offensive style. It's really now. I do think he could operate in more spread based, traditional spread based offense, but I don't think he'd hit the same amount of long plays. I think what makes CJ, if you do that, you kind of take away some of the elements that make Nico Collins dangerous. Nico is specifically dangerous in the West Coast offense with a lot of where he's going to be running a lot of deep digs, a lot of posts, over routes. And go routes. This is what Nico is going to thrive in. So let's see what happens when he gets back and somebody does their freaking job up front protecting him.
Well, to his point, I mean, okay, yes, you're right. Everyone would succeed in the Chiefs' offense. But the Bengals' offense, I guess Jamar Chase is doing pretty good with those same things that Nico does. He's down the field. He's running deep posts. He's running digs.
Jamar's an elite receiver.
Well, so is Nico.
Yeah, Joe Burrow was the first. What? Yeah, they're both. But Nico was a second-round pick.
It's funny how
with 1 year of college.
It's funny how CJ struggles are coincide with Nico not being there.
I know, and we're trying to literally change his offensive. Like he's in the wrong offense. No, I actually think CJ could operate in multiple offenses. That's the fact. I think CJ could operate in multiple offenses. I don't think this is an issue. Pretty much, this type of offense is beneficial to almost every quarterback in the league. Jordan Love, you had the
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy he would not succeed in a lot of offenses. Of course, Sam Darnold is starting to come back down to earth, but it helps Sam Darnold. It's just a quarterback friendly offense. It just is. I don't think this is the issue. Protection is the issue. It's that simple, John. It's the economy, stupid. It's the protection, stupid. That's what it is. That's what it is. He didn't have the running game. He had injuries. He had better protection last year. Tank Dell was a bigger factor last year, and nobody complained about. No one was saying, "Boy, the Slowick is terrible. Boy, this offense isn't good." I think Slowick he's got to tighten his game up. There's no question about it. CJ's not the same, and CJ's got to play better. And Sarge, who does local media stuff, said something that I was happy for him to say it. It's an accountability thing. I don't want people who are in locker rooms to just be best friends with the players, and I don't want that. You don't get a true assessment. If you're going to be a media member, you got to be able to say some things that are the facts that maybe people aren't going to like all the time. And he said something about CJ is going to have to, that second half, CJ is going to have to be accountable for that second half. Something to
he
that.
is, though. He's being
something to
accountable.
that extent.
He's
No, and
being
he is accountable.
Yeah,
he is accountable. And CJ's mom retweeted it and said, "Really?" And then people jumped on Sarge like, "He doesn't know anything." Like her own son said, "Yeah, I got to play better." Because you know why? Because he's always been accountable. He's a good leader. He's accountable.
No, he did have
but
to
the
play.
mom is
Sorry.
like, "What?
Mom didn't think it was CJ's fault,
No.
really? Okay.
No.
Of course she didn't. She's his mom.
Yeah, I know, and that's true. I don't worry that much about her. If some of the other Texans fans just jumping like, how in the world do you not look and say, okay, some of this is super conservative play calling, especially certain areas of the field, no question. Yeah. And some of it's CJ. How do you not say it's both? Yeah, I don't get it.
Okay, all right.
And D'Amico did not have his finest game either.
No. 713-780-3776. If you guys want to get in here, you had calls yesterday. Let's go. You probably got some thoughts. If you didn't get in yesterday, you're more than welcome to get in today. Right now, though, we got givemethevin.com. That's givemethevin.com. I'm looking for a way for you to get rid of that car. I'm telling you here and now, right now, givemethevin.com is the way to go. If you're looking for the best way to sell that vehicle, givemethevin.com. Okay? I've talked about this. Now, I love how we say, I told you to do this. And then, no, listen, there is one thing, okay, two things. If you've got prostate issues, you got to see Dr. Manavis. But if you're going to sell your car, you have to go to givemethevin.com because you have to establish what that vehicle is worth. They will establish it. You go to CarMax, you go to your dealer, you go to your brother-in-law, whoever you're selling this car to, you put it in the paper, whatever you do, I don't know, put it on a website. And you say, here's the vehicle. What do you want to pay for it? And they don't meet givemethevin.com. Then you go, wow, givemethevin.com. They're going to give me the most for my car. But if you go and CarMax says, hey, we're going to give you more for that vehicle, then you go back to givemethevin.com and you say, look, CarMax says they'll give me more. And then John Clay Wolf will either say, I'll give you more than that, or here's $100. Okay? So there's one place that you have to go. If you're ever selling a vehicle, the first place that you go, givemethevin.com. That's givemethevin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right.
This is a
welcome back.
request, John. I requested this from Paramore.
You did? This is Dell's band, right?
Don't blame me for this. He asked for this specifically.
No,
Run
but
Jesus Run. What is that group you like?
This is
Yes, it's
Paramore.
Run Jesus Run.
No, this is Paramore. What's
He
her
loves
name?
Paramore.
The lead singer?
Haley Williams.
Yeah.
He's the one who requested. Listen to him.
Listen to it. See, we're just a little up tempo now.
Yeah, I like it.
That's right. It just feels like the Rockets beat the Wizards. It feels like I won
It
my
does
fantasy
feel like
football
that.
league this year, and this week my game, and John lost his. It just feels like good vibes right now.
You're still 3 games behind me.
It's here I come. I remember when the Lions were losing by 16 with 5 interceptions. And what happened?
And they won. You're right.
Josh Allen can't cover up for you forever.
Josh
You
Allen.
do have a juggernaut. I think.
Listen, sometimes I got to start Bo Nix. That's how good. I mean, what kind of world is it that we're living in?
Bo Nix has not been a bad quarterback.
No, yeah.
Bo was, every year draft people find a guy that they want to hate, just random white quarterback that they're like, if this guy plays a down in football, I'm done with this whole sport. He sucks. And Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels, the 2 most accomplished college, the most starts. I shouldn't say most accomplished. The most starts in college football. They're the 2 best. Jaden.
Yeah.
Now, I also think that Bo Nix got with the perfect head coach and the perfect offense. That's an example of
Yes. Yes.
Bo Nix
Yes.
would not be great in this offense for the Texans.
Well, I'll pat myself on. I said that on draft night.
Yeah.
This is the perfect. Sean Payton.
As did I,
with
because it was
he needs
obvious, wasn't it?
a guy who's going to dink and dunk.
Yeah.
Like Drew Brees throwing for 80%. Hey, are you kidding me?
It was perfect.
This is perfect.
And it would keep him in a positive mindset. Sean Payton knows how to keep the offense on schedule and on track. It was great. Jaden Daniels is just a special talent. He's just really good. He was great on tape. You didn't know 1 year being really, really good. Does this translate? Yeah, it did for Joe Burrow. I mean, yeah, it can, but he had 5 years of starting experience. Then you get Caleb Williams, who had, frankly, average tape his last year. A lot of hero ball stuff, just a lot of things that weren't great. And he played a good amount of football. I mean, Caleb played a good amount of football. I mean, he's a mess right now. The Bears are getting ready to change play callers again. This is going to be, I mean, Eberflus, I don't know if Ryan Poles is going to stick with him or not, but, I would go with Ben Johnson. I would try to get Ben Johnson away from the Lions and their offensive play caller. I'd get him away from the Lions. I'd tie him up with Caleb Williams. Because let's face it, if you're Ryan Poles, your job is going to, everyone's job depends on the quarterback you draft. And I would do that. But Bobby Slowick is going to, he's going to get some interviews if the Texans get back on track, which I think they will. And I think the offense will get back on track. And I think some of this will quiet down a little bit. He's going to get some interviews, but this is it's always an interesting look for coaches at, there's always an assumption that everything will be good all the time. And you can just go pick and choose your job whenever you want to. Football is a fickle sport, especially pro football. Actually, especially college football. Look at Jay Norvell in Florida State. But, Bobby is not going to be right now. He would not be the hot candidate. Aaron Glenn would be a much hotter candidate than Bobby Slowick.
Yeah. All right. We got callers. Let's get them in here.
Yep.
713-780-3776. Chris, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. I was actually going to call in about getting tight because I definitely agree with that, Lance. I think you're right there. But, John, did you play golf yesterday?
I did not.
Okay, because I just wondered if you had to get on the show kind of quick and not spend hours and hours show prepping like Lance and Dell do for their shows. Because talking about Texans coach getting fired while we're first place and having some struggles with 99
No, I didn't say that the Texans coach. I didn't, Chris. I didn't say that the Texans coach should get fired. I said I asked in what order would they go, and I said D'Amico would be last. That's what I said.
Yeah,
Chris Strausser is probably the only. Now, Chris, don't, Chris. Chris Strausser is probably the guy is not going to last. He's not going to have any. But I just said, in what order would they? And Bobby Slowick would be the second to have to go if and you know what? There's a chance after this season maybe they don't stick with Bobby Slowick. We'll see if this thing continues.
2 months ago, you were for Clint about Bobby Slowick getting poached, and now we're second on the list. Here's my thought.
Absolutely.
We need to be talking about how we're going to.
Well, we just said though, Chris. We just said that Aaron Glenn is probably ahead of him now. You know, sometimes you move up, Chris, and sometimes you move down on the ladder. And you know what? Bobby Slowick has moved down on the ladder this season.
Is there any? If we continue to struggle, finish 11-6, 10-7. Do you honestly think Slowick has a chance of getting fired? And I think it's 0%.
I think it's 0 also.
I
don't see any
there would be a
scenario.
chance. No, I don't think it's 0. I don't think it's 0 at all. And especially if
they finish 10-7,
if they continue to struggle in the second half, absolutely, I do think. I don't think it's 0.
1 year. So last year was Offensive Rookie of the Year and MVP talk, and they came out of nowhere. Did it with beat up offensive line, no running game, and so this year we're ready to. I'm not saying you're
guys,
calling for.
Hold on a second. I'm not advocating for.
I know
you guys. Why don't you take it to the freaking extreme?
Well, but you brought up
Chris. Why don't you just go? I'm calling for D'Amico to get fired, Chris. According to you. So stop already. That's not that's nothing like I said.
Well, you didn't ask the question like, do you think any of these guys? Do you think there's a chance anyone would be gone?
No, I didn't ask that.
You said in what order
is probably going to
would
go
they get fired?
Season.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any. Like, I think it's a totally different conversation. I think Strausser's the only guy you're talking about. Yeah, and I don't think one quote unquote bad year is going to get him fired. Is going to get where they win 10 games is going to get. That's outlandish. That's not going to happen after the year they had last year.
No one said it's going to happen, but it's not 0. Not the way that the offense is going now. It's certainly not 0. It's not 0. So, especially if they finish 10-7 and don't do anything and lose their first playoff game, I could absolutely see that they might make a change.
You're saying the way the offense is going. This is not the Chicago Bears. You're talking about the second half of games.
No, you're talking about your franchise quarterback getting killed week in and week out.
That's a lot of that's a protection issue. We just talked about that. That's why I don't.
Well, Bobby Slowick, I don't know if you know this, but Bobby Slowick is in charge of that too.
I would be willing to bet. Well, to an extent, yeah, to an extent.
Yes.
And so is CJ. CJ's supposed to be able to
absolutely
make calls and get himself protected. And I'm not sure he's doing it properly all those times. However, I would just say, I just think for people waiting for them to get rid of in the second year of Bobby Slowick, the second year, if they're waiting for him to get fired, and if what happens now, I'm working off of what Chris said. If it's a 10-7 season or 11-6 season, there's no chance. And I think the offense has moved the ball. They break down in the second half. There's an inconsistency. It's got to be addressed. Same things were true with Gary Kubiak. You know that, John. They were a one-half team. I don't know why, but for a couple of years, they just barely scored either in the first half or the second half. They just couldn't put it together 2 halves in a row. But you're not going to go from having offensive rookie of the year with MVP conversations and the injuries he's had.
He's getting fired.
I'm pointing out in a general
Chris
sense.
Jr. No one
I'm
said
pointing out in a general sense. Maybe you didn't know.
Certainly not.
You're not the only one talking about Bobby Slowick, John. Bobby Slowick is the conversation for Texans fans. I'm making a general conversation point. I'm not talking about, I don't know why you brought up, okay, giving the order you're firing these guys. That's what made it, I think that's what bothered Chris. And I told you right away, well, I don't think there's any chance. I think Strausser's the one. I don't think there's any chance, you line it up. Now, if you want to say whose fault is this or whatever.
Now, the blame game? Now, the blame
game, I would have played it differently. That's probably a better way to say it.
That's probably a better way to say it. The blame game right now is Strausser. And Bobby Slowick is second.
Yeah, I'd say CJ. We're only doing coaches, though. Then I guess D'Amico third. Yeah, I mean, how many other coaches can you have?
CJ, absolutely. Because you know what? Teams change quarterbacks too. There is 0 chance they will change quarterbacks with CJ Stroud.
Right.
There's 0 chance. However, as far as the blame game goes, CJ's got to take his share too. Absolutely, he's got to take his share, and D'Amico too. Like you said, D'Amico didn't have his best game either.
Yeah. And he hasn't for a couple games. Like you gotta, you gotta sift through. See, it's driving our fan base. It's driving this is what happens with adversity. How are we handling adversity right now on this show? How are we handling adversity? This is what they say defines your character. How you handle the tough times, like CJ not having good games back to back. How are we handling it right now in this show?
Right.
I'm handling it fine, but the rest of you are struggling.
Okay. I'm handling this fun. I'm handling your need for a basketball goal. Your need for a basketball goal is great, probably. I don't know what your kids are doing every day. Are they sitting in the house every day? Are they outside? Do they want a basketball goal? Because if they want a basketball goal, Dad, there's only one goal to get them, especially if they're little. You got 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th graders even. No, listen, it's a tough deal reaching that 10-foot rim, okay? If you got younger kids, the best way to go about this is to lower the goal. Now they get a shooting eye. And granted, it's not 10 feet, but they get a shooting eye. And they start to make baskets, and they feel good, and they want to be out there, and they want to dribble more, and they want to make more baskets, and they want to make more baskets. You put a 10-foot goal out there for a 3rd grader, he ain't going to be able to make no baskets. Come on. So lower that goal. Let them get a shooting eye. And as they grow, you raise and lower the goal. The big kids come over. They want to play in the 10-foot goal. The big kids love playing on an 8-foot or 7-foot goal too. You raise and lower the goal. The hoops goal is the best. Mom will love it because of its curb appeal. You'll love it. The kids are outside. Everybody's enjoying it. You didn't waste your money on some crappy box store goal. You've got a goal that the kids want to play on. Hoops. ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com. Best goal ever. ProDunk.com. All right, welcome back. News and notes, some things that have happened. Nice job, Texas. Now you got everybody throwing trash on the field. LSU just got fined $250,000 for throwing trash on the field because if Texas can do it, then we can do it. Nice job. Ole Miss was fine. 350. There was 16 seconds left in the game, and they rushed the field. 16 seconds. Georgia could have come back and won that football game. But no. Because
that
Ole
was
Miss.
ass kicking, by the way. Kirby's got to look at his team. It hadn't felt like the same Georgia team. Honestly, nobody feels like a national champ this year. Nobody. I don't know one team that stands out. Maybe you say Dan Lanning. I'm not sure I'm believing in Will Howard. I don't know if a Will Howard team can win a national championship, but I do like their weapons. But they've got a real problem at left tackle. Ohio State does. They lost their starting left tackle for the season to injury, and they are really struggling right now to figure it out. Oregon, I guess, would be the team. I guess Oregon would be the team, but Texas, I mean, I like Texas too. I just worry. I don't know if Quinn, is there a glass ceiling on Texas upward mobility? Their offensive line, it's going to be out today. Well, I can't say it. There will be a press release, but we had to decide on Texas getting into the Joe Moore Award semifinalists. But the offensive line, they're not running the ball all that great. Like, they don't dominate as a run blocking unit. And ultimately, do you trust Quinn Ewers to be able to beat a Dan Lanning team,
not a good
or
team.
or a Kirby Smart team? Do you trust?
I don't know. I don't know about that. Right now, Georgia is of the 11th seed, and they're outside looking in, because there has to be a group of 6 team in it, and there is none in the top 12. And Miami is 12th. How about they dropped from 3rd to 12th? I mean, that was a hell of a fall.
Frauds.
Well, they were 3rd seeded, but 4th in the rankings, and we haven't had the CFP rankings out. We just had the AP. So they were 4th in the AP, dropped to 12th. But as the likely still top ACC power conference team, they would still be the 3rd seed at this point.
Yeah, right, because they're still as probably the 12th ranked team.
Yes.
Or whatever whatever the college football playoff poll is going to put them.
Yes, they unless they put SMU ahead of them, which I guess they could, but SMU didn't play, so there is no data point for them right now. They would still be, so they would be seeded 3rd, ranked 11th, 12th, whatever it might be.
Right. So it's Georgia that's actually, after their loss, if the college football playoff, which is tonight, the rankings will come out. If it's anything like the AP, Georgia's outside looking in, because you've got to have a team from the group of 5 in there, and they don't. Miami or SMU will be the one ACC team, and the one Big 12 team is BYU, and then Notre Dame. So you've got 4 teams other than SEC and Big 10 that are in it right now, and Georgia, with their second loss, is – well, now, it's recency bias as far as, I guess, if they go the same – but you can't have Georgia ahead of Ole Miss after Ole Miss just beat them, right? You can't have them ahead of Alabama after Alabama just went to LSU and won.
And they
certainly not ahead of Tennessee.
Yeah, and Alabama beat Georgia, and they both have 2 losses. So you would think Georgia would be behind those teams. And you look, Georgia plays Tennessee this week. They beat Tennessee, then things flip back their way, and Tennessee goes away. So they still have another game to get themselves back in the race, and that's kind of what the dream was for people who like the 12, that Georgia lost to Ole Miss, they would be done. Instead, they can go beat Tennessee and be right back in it.
What kind of chaos will there be if Texas A&M beats Texas?
Well, chaos is a ladder, they say. That's what they said.
And A&M would rise up that ladder.
It would be chaos, and that's why there are signs of chaos. Georgia getting beat by Ole Miss, Alabama, A&M getting beat by South Carolina, which, by the way, South Carolina is a sneaky, dangerous team right now. They got a new quarterback in. They got an offensive line that's playing well, and their defensive front about it is like, you do not want to see South Carolina right now. But it is a little bit of chaos.
There's a lot of chaos.
What happens if Georgia? Well, Georgia won't lose to Georgia Tech, but they better not, because then they wouldn't make the playoffs. They're going to make it with 2 losses.
Well, they play Tennessee. They may not make the playoffs.
Oh, that's right. They got Tennessee.
So
Tennessee's got a good defense. Good running game.
That's a playoff game right there. It's actually another play. LSU Alabama was a playoff game, and we got Tennessee and Georgia as a playoff game this week. That is
you're right. LSU
because the loser
Alabama was.
If Tennessee loses, they could be out.
Does LSU have 3 losses?
Yeah, LSU's out.
Yeah, they're out.
LSU's done.
Georgia with 3 is out. Tennessee has 1 though, right?
Tennessee has 1 loss, but
One
they'll
loss.
have 2, and Georgia will have 2, and Georgia just beat them. So
yeah, it'll be. But you're getting 3. Well, Ole Miss will be in there. I mean, unless they get beat Mississippi State, but Ole Miss will be in there, right? I mean, you're going to have Alabama, probably Ole Miss, maybe Texas A&M,
Yep.
maybe Tennessee, maybe Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
You guys think 4 teams?
There's 4 and 4. It'll be 4 Big Ten, 4 Big.
Yeah,
4
I
SEC.
think Miami's lost to Georgia Tech, eliminated the ACC getting 2.
Yes.
So that's a win in your in scenario for at this point SMU and Miami. I think Miami still controls their own fate because they beat Louisville, and their tiebreaker with Clemson is common opponent. That's their only common opponent, and they beat Louisville, and Clemson didn't. So Miami wins their next 2 regular season games. They're in. Obviously, SMU wins out. They're in, and that game will be for a spot, and the ACC is not getting another one.
No, ACC is only getting 1. The Big 12's only getting 1 if Colorado beats BYU. They're in. If
BYU wins, and still
BYU
only 1,
wins,
right?
they're in. But they're not getting in with a loss to Colorado in the championship game.
No, there's only 1 team in the Big 12 that'll
Big
make
12 has only got 1. Notre Dame is going to get 1.
Yep.
And then the group of 5, group of 6 is going to get 1.
SMU. Group of 6.
It's Army or Boise.
Probably Boise.
Well, Boise loses again. Army's undefeated still.
Let me tell you this, boys. The Joe Moore Award loves Army. They are wrecking people up front. They are really, really a tough offensive line unit. We know Army's the same that they always are in terms of the offense they run. Nothing ever changes. They're just way better at it this year. Like Army is a team you don't love seeing. Now, they would really it will be fun to see them in the playoffs. So if they get in the playoffs and they've got to play one of these other, top 10 caliber teams, it'll be really fun to see that, because preparing for Army is unlike anything you've done. You won't have done it at all this year. There's no chance you will have. Highly unlikely you would have prepared for a triple option. So it'll be fun to see how teams prepare for what Army does. Really fun.
Yeah. No, Ricky. There's zero chance that Mississippi State beats Ole Miss. My goodness, Mississippi State blows. They're terrible. It's time to talk about. Listen, let's get back. Who? I love this quote. We'll hear from Alperen Şengün on the other side. Alpy just very casually talks about himself. Okay, he didn't go third person, but he did go. I'm pretty good. Just so you know, I'm kind of a big deal.
He is pretty good.
He is pretty good.
He is pretty good.
Time to talk about mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. If you're looking for the best way to bet, win, and get paid, and bet anything, anytime, anywhere, all I need you to do is go to MyBookie. MyBookie.ag will double your deposit. They've been doing this the whole football season, okay? Whatever deposit you make, if you're a player, if you're just brand new, you got to put in promo code BET975, and they'll double that deposit. So MyBookie, I mean, what bookie have you ever heard of that's going to give you twice as much as you put in, right? I mean, it's really ridiculous. And MyBookie does, but yet MyBookie does it. MyBookie says, yeah, we can do it, and we will do it, and we love to do it. And you just come bring it. See if you can beat us. And here's the deal: they're tough. It's obviously it's gambling, but here's the deal: you get all the lines, you get live in-game betting, you got all the props you could possibly want. It's incredible. And all of the different sports or entertainment or politics that you could possibly bet, or casino gambling that you could possibly bet. You've got it all with live dealers as well. It is the best play to play, win, and get paid. You're looking for a place to play, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, but you've got to put in promo code BET975.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Rockets win at 107-92. It was the Wiz. They got the Clippers coming up for 2 games, okay? 2 straight games. And Justin doesn't have to give away tickets. Well, he already did give away tickets for this one, I think. But Justin won this week, so he doesn't have to give away. Yeah. Last night, he
won the double banger last night.
Yeah, he had the Rams, and it was the Dolphins won that one. So he had that, and he had the Rams over, which was a bad call as well.
So Justin won the round, is what you're saying.
Justin won that round
because
right.
I got Justin. Yeah, because Cody had the Rams -1, the over Rams Dolphins.
Yeah, it was both losers.
Yeah, Cody won Pittsburgh +2.5 and Broncos +8.
That was it.
Justin
had Miami and the Texans, so that was 2. They both had 2 wins. So
yeah,
I mean, Cody, terrible.
I mean, Justin wasn't good, but he did win.
No, but you got the LA Clippers coming in for 2 straight. I like it because it's smart. It's really good for the players. I don't know that's great for the fans to see the same team in town 2 straight games, but it is what it is. But I'll tell you this, ain't nobody could dominate the paint like Alpy. Just ask him.
Were you able to tell early that you would be able to take their young center and score on him?
I mean, yeah, that's what I do. Just dominating the paint, and then I was just, playing hard.
So you come out of the timeout, about 7-8 minutes left. Did you just want the ball on every possession after that?
No, I was just, trying to do what the game plan is and whatever coach calls. I was trying to do that, and then, I was just scoring, and then Ime just called the play for me.
Mm-hmm. He calls him Ime.
Yeah, that's what his name is. They're all grown men.
Well, yeah, I guess I could see CJ saying Miko instead of coach or whatever. Yeah, I guess I could see that.
Yeah.
Ime. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I felt like that was
disrespectful.
Coach Bowden, like in college, I don't think you'd say.
Coach at college is different.
Well, no, I think the players probably say Sark because that's kind of like a nickname.
I think they probably say coach.
Do you think they say Willie at Houston?
No.
Why not?
Because they say coach.
Because Willie's his first name.
Ime.
I mean,
why can't they say
everyone
Willie?
Says Spo.
Willie.
They don't. No one says Eric.
But I bet they say Sark.
Everyone says Spo.
You say coach or Sark. I bet they might say
Pop.
Sark.
Pop's a nickname.
Elk
that everyone calls.
Well, but see, you're staying basketball.
Yeah,
that's where people make a lot
this
of
is
money.
basketball.
That's pros.
Yeah.
You think Alabama players were calling him, "Hey Nick"?
Well, no, that's my whole point. That's why at first I was taken aback by the Ime thing, but then I realized, what would you call him?
That's pros. It's different.
Or you have a really long last name that no one can say.
19
Coach
and 20-year-olds
K,
are
Coach
really.
L.
Well, it's so different because 20-year-olds are very respectful nowadays, John. It's a good point.
Things are different. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing says respect.
But if you are an older basketball coach, particularly in the college level, you'll get the last name. They'll call you Coach L, Coach K, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Coach.
Yeah.
I don't think. Do you think they say Kelvin?
There's no chance they're saying Kelvin.
They say Coach. You don't say Kelvin to Kelvin Sampson. I don't even say Kelvin. I say Coach. That's a sign of respect. I've always believed that. You say Coach to somebody is a sign of respect.
And should they garner
like
respect?
I told when Laura Beavers is here, and
do you call her coach?
Yes, because our paychecks don't get where we need to have them. Like she's got to do her job with HR&P.
You don't have a nickname.
I say Coach.
You don't have a nickname for her?
No, I just call Coach.
Never happened.
Coach Beavers.
Coach Beavers.
Yeah.
Coach Beavers. Micah Parsons. Mike McCarthy had to address after the game the other day. Micah Parsons is in the locker room, and he doubled down on his podcast, as a matter of fact. But here's Micah Parsons in the locker room talking about Mike McCarthy and his job.
Mike, I'm Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's, of course, going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether Mike will be your coach next year?
You know, that's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, you know, all coaching aside, coaching, you know, Mike can lead and go wherever he wants. But guys, I kind of feel bad for his guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out, you know, because that's what I wanted to hold the trophy for. You know, you want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
You guys were 2-2.
Okay. Now, I think he might have gone too far at the end there.
Yeah, the first part has been kind of misconstrued. People got headline. They got clickbaited into that. All he was saying is he can go wherever, meaning he can go coach still. These guys are at the end of their career. Yeah, I thought that was. I think people intentionally. I noticed this is happening a lot more. People will willfully take something because they just say, you know what, it's a better narrative if we run with this.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to run with this. And
it's not new. That's been going on.
But
a long time.
That's misconstrued. It was what he said was misconstrued until
the end, where he said that guys
he's put in more time and more effort than Mike McCarthy. Like, dude, coaches
ever will.
Well, lifting weights is tough. Staying in conditioning is tough. Mike McCarthy's not doing that.
No.
Well, look at him.
He's got a coach. Coaches are going to be up there anywhere from 16 to 18 hours a day. A lot of times. Minimum of 4 days.
Tell it to Sean McVay.
5 days a week.
Well, and here he is doing it again on his podcast, and it just kills me. I just don't get this. I'm doing a podcast during the regular season. I just don't get it. It is just so unprofessional sports, the most unprofessional that I've seen. I mean, guys try to avoid.
Unusual.
Guys try to avoid any controversy, saying anything about their team, saying anything. They don't want, they want as little
that's
time
over,
with
John.
the media
Brand,
as possible.
Because they want to be their own brand.
Yeah, well, I guess now
it
that's
works.
a different world.
Yeah.
It's a totally different world than it has ever been as far as that goes. And look at the stuff that's already come up because of it. Well, Mike McCarthy answered the Micah Parsons, you don't work at all, yesterday.
Any comment?
Not today. I just couldn't help. Like anything with post-game remarks and really any remarks, when it does create questions for others in the locker room, something that I've always done, conversation has to happen. So, Mike and I had a conversation this morning about it and, handle those things as men should handle it. That wasn't his intent. And, so that's something he can talk on. But, the other part of it too is what comes out of this too, all the way around, questions for others. And also, I don't want to see my players get attacked also from the other side of this too. So we have so much more that we need to focus on. And that's really what we talk about pretty much, throughout the day today is just, we just got to keep it about football, bear down on the things we know we need to improve on, build off of some of the things that we did, felt like we got better, throughout these games coming out.
So that's the thing. That's the thing that coaches always, and players want to avoid. I have to answer questions because of something that you said.
Mm-hmm.
That has been, in the locker room, that has been a priority of something never to happen. You said something, and I have to answer for it. And because then other guys get, hey, did you hear what he said? Did you hear that Dak Prescott isn't in his top 10 quarterbacks?
Coach,
in the
can
league?
you comment on something that was said on Micah's podcast with Trevon Diggs?
Exactly. And not only him, I got to go to Dak Prescott and say, hey, Micah didn't put you in his top 6 quarterbacks in the league. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Micah, it's a different time, John. But this is, talk about keeping the main thing. this doesn't feel like the main thing anymore.
It's not.
It's one thing to want to have your voice heard and not let the media control your narrative and all that stuff. I get it. I get it. But
would you want one of your Texans having a podcast?
No, not really. No. Not in season, just because it leads to. I'm a big believer in keeping your family stuff in house. You don't put your dirty laundry out there. I think everyone. I think there used to be a code with NFL players and athletes in general that, man, it stays here, right? The no snitching policy. And now you got guys who just really love to gossip and they just love to sit around and gossip and sip tea with each other, just telling on all kinds of stuff. It's crazy. Like, it's not, I guess it's a generational thing, but man, the family stuff stays family. And now you put all that out there publicly, and I'm not saying you're telling all the business. That's not really the case. I'm not saying you're telling this guy got no fight with that guy or whatever. So that's actually not happening. I don't want to overstate that, but it does, as you just mentioned, John, little segments and things like this turn into opportunities for either things to be misconstrued or for you to misspeak on something you shouldn't. And just the little thing like that Dak thing, it just looks so bad on the team when two of his own teammates, and I don't care if they're keeping it real or they're, this is like a barbershop thing where they're just being honest. And I want guys to speak facts. It's not good for the family. It's not good for the family when that's out there, because it shows it represents dissension between players and quarterback if they don't have their guys back. Remember what Jeff Van Gundy would tell us? Like, Jeff Van Gundy, anybody in the media, you came after Kelvin Cato or Steve Francis when he didn't go to practice because he went to the Super Bowl or whatever. And this is years ago. A lot of you won't probably even know this happened. Kelvin Cato, we would all go after Kelvin Cato. Van Gundy would have his guys back. Like, you couldn't bring that up to him in a media setting because he was going to have their back no matter what. Like, he disciplined Steve Francis, but when the media talked to him, if you were expecting him to have a soundbite where he was going to talk bad about Steve Francis, even though you knew he was pissed about that stuff, you were never getting it. Never, never, never. And maybe I'm old school in this regard, but I liked it. I think you keep team stuff inside the team. I really do. And I think podcasts do nothing. In-season podcasts do nothing. I don't like it with the Kelseys. I don't like, some can be, the Kelseys do. I don't know how much football stuff. I don't listen to them, frankly, but I know that what they say isn't popping up that much it must be pretty innocuous because it's not really popping up that much in my mentions about something that Travis Kelce said that was controversial. Michael's showing up every 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
And that team sucks, and the organization
and
is
he's not even playing.
And Jerry is completely like, CeeDee Lamb said, "Can we get some curtains up here to block out that light?" And Jerry is just,
Jerry went off.
Got curtains. He lost his mind.
He did.
Like, what is going on with Jerry? This is Jerry right now. I've never seen him this unhinged.
Yeah. No, Jerry is. He's out of control. He is pissed.
So I'm supposed to get curtains. You want me to knock the whole damn stadium down and build a new one with some curtains? But Jerry, just saying, your wide receivers have a light right in their eyes. I like, whoa, is it really this crazy that they're trying to say, hey,
CD knew, out of there? Like Jerry said, CD knew a year beforehand this might happen. That's what he said. Hey, everyone, a year, the schedule comes out, and a year beforehand. I was like, Jerry,
we know where the sun is. We know where the sun is.
Look, it's hubris, man. He built the stadium in a way that no other stadium is built. Specifically because he wanted sun to come in, and now it's been a problem for years, and he's not going to be questioned.
You know who that was? That's Brian Schottenheimer. He called that play. It's the play caller.
Well,
he called a play into the sun.
He's
got to go.
How do you not call a play into the sun when you're trying to score a touchdown there?
You run it towards the sun.
How about going to the corner of the end zone?
Right.
That's what sun wasn't
there.
Run
the ball with the sun to your back.
Well, at some point, I have to go in the opposite direction. I can't go in the direction where the sun isn't all the time.
Well, maybe you should have taken the ball and gone that way and during that quarter. But you knew where the sun was going to
be. Okay, Jerry.
Slowick would have called one of those sack plays where he goes, all right, let me get a jet 22 YX sack on 3. Wait, And then
Wait.
he calls for it to be a sack, so the field goes longer.
You keep dancing around it, but it sounds like you just called for Bobby Sloak to be fired.
Yeah, you did.
I said he calls the sack play.
I don't know.
That's what I've heard the fans say.
Sounds
He
like it to me.
calls for plays where they get sacks. I've
Time
heard
for
that's
me
on,
to talk.
I've heard
Here's
that's
a
on
play.
him.
I got a play for you. It's go to the Nico's app. It's called OPA, O-P-A. It's the OPA app. Download it. Get 100 free points just for joining. Then every bite you take at Nico's earns you points for free food, drinks, desserts, even free meals. What's better than that? Nothing. Opa. Opa. That's right. And listen, you're gonna tailgate or you got an event. What the catering at Nico's is totally sweet. Okay, what are you looking for? How about Greek food for a change? It is delicious. You get that Greek salad. Their Greek salad is fantastic with the Kalamata olives. What? Okay, you want Greek fried meatballs. You want gyros. You want spinach cheese pies. You want chicken or gyro skewers. I'm telling you, you will love it's a great way. How about this? We don't think about this. Greek food for my event, your Christmas, your turkey, your tailgate, whatever it is. Catering at NicoNicos.com. 3 locations now. They got a new one at 922 Lakefront Circle in the Woodlands, I-45 near Research Forest, Montrose and Westheimer, and I-10 and the Beltway. You're looking for a great way, and get the app so that you get free stuff. Opa! It's Nico's, baby.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. How about, did you guys see Jake Pope, the Georgia player?
Yes.
Who was celebrating?
So here's the scene. So Ole Miss has just beaten Georgia, huge upset. Well, wasn't really a huge upset. I mean, they were a 2-point dog at home.
Oh.
But so all the fans, stormed the field. And there's a video, and people are somebody who with the video, it's a camera phone. They're just kind of walking past this group. And all of a sudden you notice a player in a white jersey with gray pants jumping up and down with these Ole Miss fans. And it turns out it's this guy, Jake Pope. He's an Alabama transfer to Georgia. Running back, wide receiver, I don't know. White guy. So either way, he didn't look like a slot possession receiver to me. I think he's actually a running back, but he's jumping up and down.
No, he's number 82.
You sure he's 22? I'm pretty
sure. Oh, no, he's 22. You're right.
Yeah. And so he's jumping up and down. And here's the story. The story is
who he's jumping up and down with.
Family friends that
surprised him at the game.
They surprised him at the game.
Yeah.
With that, yes, and that's what it was. But it looks terrible.
It looks terrible
because Kirby Smart was asked, "Do you have Kirby?"
Yeah.
He was asked about it. Do you have it, Dell? The Kirby sound? I don't know if Dell can hear me right now.
Oh, well.
Do you have the Kirby Smart sound where he called the kid an idiot? You do? Oh, here. Let's listen to Kirby, because Kirby's usually a guy who's just very calm and nothing really bothers him too much. And they asked, Coach, did you happen to see Jake Pope jumping up and down with Ole Miss fans after the game? I don't know if you saw that. What'd you think about that,
Kirby, there's a video on social media of Jake Pope seemingly celebrating with some Ole Miss fans on the field after the game. Just wanted to see if you had seen that and what your reaction to it was.
Yeah, what an idiot. Just stupid. I didn't see it till today, but he's embarrassed about it. He's upset about it. That's obviously a childhood friend of his. He grew up and played with there at Buford and knows him, hadn't seen him in forever, but just not real smart. But to be honest with you, I don't have time to waste energy on that. You know what I'm saying? Like my focus is on Tennessee. I'm not worried about that.
It's funny. You can tell the guy who asked the question is a younger guy, right? You can tell that in his voice, right? That is so a question like the 57-year-old beat writer who's been at the Tennessee or who's been at the Macon County Register or whatever for the last 22 years covering the Dogs. He's not going to ask. He doesn't know about it. He's not going to ask that question. He's like, that's the younger guy's asking, did you see that video, that viral video where that guy was jumping? Your player was just like, that's a great example of how old media is not going to care about all that. But you knew that kid was not going to let that go. Like, oh, I'm asking Kirby about this one. And I also like the fact that when you're from the South, sometimes you say stupid. You don't say stupid. You say idiot. I was so stupid.
Dude, so stupid.
Stupid.
Idiot.
Stupid idiot. What do you think? I know he ain't seen his friend, but that was some dumb, stupid ass, dumb idiot. I got Kirby. Sometimes I have my own Kirby Smart moments where I just see things and I go, stupid.
Okay, so just an FYI, Lance, I know you're going to be heartbroken about this, but Reggie Jackson no longer part of the Astros advisors.
It came out last week. It was a sad, it's sad to see part of a real dynasty. The Reggie Jackson years were just very historical. He's actually been with the team longer than you probably think.
Yeah, no,
he was here for World Series, but I'm sad to see. That's a baseball guy. He with his baseball eyes, he was able to make great baseball decisions and really, got away from the dumb numbers guys that were busy building championships.
Idiots,
but he's
idiots.
One of the just stupid idiot stupids. And instead we got in him and Baggy. And I thought I read the comments online, and I noticed Jeff Bagwell got mentioned by a lot of fans also. I'm not going to tell you what they said, but they
how
mentioned
happy
him.
they are that he's still here.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're like, don't take our Jeff. If it has to be somebody, let it be Reggie. Don't take our Jeff, is what they were mostly saying. It was mostly peaceful on Twitter.
Mostly people just promoting, hey, good, that's more decisions for Jeff.
Yeah, that's right. It's like, how'd you know? Oh, you must have read the same thread I did. Like, good, Jeff can finally work unencumbered. Let Jeff cook. I saw a lot of things that said, let Baggy cook.
Let Baggy cook.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm excited. I think good things are on the way.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. We got John Daspit to talk about right now.
Yeah, the personal injury lawyer that has taken on cases. He had a big case. I say it was a big case. It was an important case for him, for people he knew, and he helped them with. They had a lot of things stolen during Hurricane Beryl. All the security stuff went down, and this place was ransacked. It was just a complete disaster. And I didn't even realize that John stood up for the people he knew there and fought for, I don't know, I think there was 8 to 10 of them. And he filed these lawsuits, and I didn't even realize that was a lawsuit he practiced, but they lost because of the incompetence of the security system and the security officers there. There was a loss of property and much, much more. And John Daspit was there to fight for them. Personal injury loss is going to be one thing, and that's going to be his primary focus, but there's a lot of different ways that takes place. And if you go to the website, you'll have the best idea of understanding what it is that John Daspit and his law firm, who they represent, and what type of law that they practice inside that personal injury bubble. And the thing you need to know is they're the biggest in Houston. They file the most cases, but not only that, they have the most lawyers. And it's important because you get the attention you deserve. You are not a number to them. They're going to make sure and fight for every dollar you have coming, and they're going to win big. Winning big's not even enough for John Daspit. He's going to blow out the other side because he's tired of what they've been doing to regular people just like us. John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
I got talk about Doc Linville right now, and I want to address all of you that are starting to bald. Your hairline is receding. Your bald spot in the back is getting bigger. But you got male pattern balding or just regular balding. Now is the time to act. Don't wait. Don't wait. Now is the time to get the PRP, which will stimulate your own growth, or get the neografting, which takes the hair from the side and back and puts it on the top. And it's the best process. He's got a 3-day anesthetic, but you really don't need that. I got the 1 day while I was doing it anesthetic, and that was perfect. It's not painful. It's just a great process, and it works. So if you're somebody that is looking for the great way to get hair, he also works with skin. He works with flab. Okay, he's going to help you just look better, feel better. So Doc Linville is here for you. Guys, we need a place. Doc Linville has provided that spot for us as well. Women have spas all over in which they do things. Doc Linville is here for us as well. 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. One thing we haven't mentioned this week yet, the women's 3-on-3 just got a lot better. Caitlin Clark joined the women's 3-on-3. So
this is a thing, women's 3-on-3 league?
It was started by Brianna Stewart for an off-season way for basketball players to make money. They're all guaranteed over $100,000. They're all guaranteed six figures. And she needed to have Caitlin Clark in, and Caitlin Clark said she's going to play. So
making a lot of people the sentiment on her is going to turn a lot when she starts making the other women money. It's going to really turn a lot, because whoever wanted her in, if it was, I don't know who spearheaded this. Was it Brianna Stewart who spearheaded it this year too? Okay. That's, she knows that's where the money is. That's where the money is. So yeah, good. People want to see it. Good for them to make more money. They don't have great deals right now relative to the sudden explosion of their league. So yeah, good for them.
So did you guys see also, because we're equal opportunity and I'm an ally, but
you are, yeah.
Dell, the women's national team signed Lily Johannes?
I didn't see that. Why is that a thing?
Because she's like a superstar. She's 17, and she could have signed with the Netherlands.
Oh, she's a dual national, and she chose the U.S. team? Oh.
She chose the U.S. team.
That is something that continues to be really an issue on the men's side. Sometimes they lose out on guys who have dual national, who can be dual nationals, and that's hurt them recently. We'll see with Pochettino if that can change a little bit. So congratulations to the U.S. We stay winning when it comes to women's soccer.
Well, it's different signing with the men and different with the women. But listen, if you're somebody that's going to turn around the men's team, wouldn't that be advantageous to be, turn around America?
Well, it depends. Well, if your grandma is from, let's say, Italy, maybe you side with that. You grew up and you want to represent that country. That's kind of the battle. They do stories about this all the time when there's a kid from Mexico or his family's from Mexico. He has to pick between the two, and he's like, what's his name? Pepe. He is a guy who has Mexican. He's a Mexican and also an American. So he had to pick, and they talk about the back and forth between choosing to play for which.
Choose wisely.
What?
Choose wisely.
What do you mean?
Well, you want people to go to Eltree? Okay.
Well,
good.
I'm telling you, that is their dilemma, not my dilemma. It's their dilemma, and they have to choose. And he chose America. Others have chosen Mexico, and it just goes back and forth.
Mexico now.
Does it? When I just explained the conflict between for a kid who has to choose between Mexico and the U.S., and I sound pro Mexico because I just explained what he has to go through.
Yep.
Huh. That's okay. Exactly well, like. You sound pro Italian all the time. You pick Italy over U.S. all the time. I never hear you talk about U.S. food. It's always now you're talking about Greek food or Italian food. It's always one of the two. You ain't talk. When's the last time you talked about American food?
Yeah. When is the last time you talked about American food instead of
like chicken wings? You never talk about chicken wings. It's always
no.
It's Greek wings. Greek wings. It's Greek wings.
You take our American,
not
food,
traditional American wings.
You take our American food and you put your little Greek twist on.
Now he's talking about Nikos all the time. Are you Greek or are you American?
Yeah, which one?
Make a choice.
Pick a nationality, John.
I'm Italian American.
Pick one.
Italian American.
Sounds like you're Italian.
No, I'm Italian.
Sounds like you put it first. You put Italian first.
I love America. Okay.
Sounds like a traitor to me. I'm an Italian American. How come you're just not an American?
Yeah, why is that?
Oh, but it's okay to be African American.
No, we had black callers calling and say, "Hey, how come I can't just be an American?" So how come you just want to be an Italian American? Why aren't you just an American?
Why don't you latch into this country? Well, wait a minute. What are you talking about, Dell? You're trying to push people to Eltree.
No, I'm not. I just gave you. I gave
I'm
you an
the only
example.
true American
I'm
in this
trying
whole
to wait.
show.
I'm trying to push people to Eltree.
My family's from Kansas.
Some woman.
It's the heartland.
Some woman called me a racist son of a bitch because I told her I didn't like Eltree.
That's right.
And I'm the one pushing people to
I
Eltree.
forgot we used to have that. Yeah, Dale, you racist
He's
son of a bitch.
Because he's a racist son of a bitch.
Dale's a racist son of a bitch. I forgot that was just because you said you didn't like Eltree.
The team, not the country, just the team.
You're a racist son of a bitch. Is right. You're absolutely right.
Finally,
about
somebody
that.
called you on that.
All right. We'll play this on the other side, too, because we got Frank Ross talking about attempting a 50-yard field goal instead of letting CJ go for it on fourth down. But that's not Frank Ross's decision. That's not Frank Ross's decision. But there was apparently he was asked about that same thing last week. And so maybe we'll hear from that. I'll get you that, Del. The Rockets win last night, 107-92. Did you see, man, Amen Thompson on a fast break was like, I don't know, about 10 feet behind this guy, and this guy's dribbling up.
Like a rocket, he was shot out.
He shot out of there.
God,
and
he's so fast.
And he got the guy from behind and stripped the ball from behind. Oh, my goodness.
By the way, did you see one of the smoothest moves that Jalen – I had to go back and watch it over and over. That move Jalen had where he was down well, you may not have been watching it because you had Miami on, Dell, but he went and he's driving, and there's a defender right next to him, and he kind of slows down, cuffs it in his right hand, puts a long Euro step to the side, switches it to the left hand and lays it up. Oh, my God, it was beautiful.
I'm watching it right now.
Beautiful.
It's incredible. Yeah. I love a layup more than I love a dunk.
You are a big layup guy, yeah.
I'm a big
You're a big anti-dunk guy, but you want to make layups great again. I can notice that.
I'm trying to make layups great again.
Yeah,
I am.
I've noticed that about you.
And Tari did the same thing. How about Tari's? He had a couple of sweet layups where he went left and then right and then left. I mean, I'm a layup kind of guy.
You are a layup guy.
Yeah. I'm old school.
Mm-hmm.
Back when you couldn't even dunk in college. It was illegal. Those are the good old days.
It's not good old days.
Yeah.
That wasn't good old days when you couldn't dunk.
Yeah, it was great. It was awesome.
And then people complain about the women's game because they can't dunk.
Who complains about that? That's old school basketball. Women are playing old school Bob Cousy basketball.
Well,
right
not through choice.
They can't dribble with their left. Is that what you just said?
No. The dunking.
Yeah.
I said the dunking part.
Oh, okay.
The women are good better dribblers than many of the men are.
Uh,
All I hear about from my kids, Jaylen Brown can't go to his left. He'll never be one of the all-time greats. Jordan can go to his left. That immediately, you'll notice that there's whole videos on Jordan not being able to go to his left. I say, y'all ever worry about the dumbest stuff. Dumbest stuff.
And that's crazy, too. Because I saw him switch the ball to his left hand.
And then lay it up.
And lay it up
there when no one was jumping.
Yeah.
And they're like, what are you
No,
doing? We're all down here. Just throw it in. We're not
he had to
trying to block it. Just
had to do it. He didn't showboat that one. Okay. That's iconic. Don't be talking about that one. All right. Time to talk about the Hogues. HogueLS.com. HOGUELELS.com. HOGUELS.com. That's where you make your backyard great again. I don't think I should put that on there, but I think you should make your backyard great. And if you want to make your backyard great, there's one way to do it, and that's Matt Hogue. Matt Hogue is going to come and he will on his computer, he is going to show you a simulation of what your backyard is going to look like. You want a basketball court? You want a pickleball court? You want a bocce ball court? You want a pool? Do you want a fireplace? Do you want an outdoor kitchen? Do you want an outdoor lounge where you watch your games, multiple TVs? Oh, my goodness. I mean, it doesn't get any better. These are not just landscapers. They're not going to come and just cut your yard. These are exterior designers. These are people that are so good at making backyards. Go to their website. I'm telling you, go to Hogue, HOGUELS.com, and see what they're doing, because it's not like anybody else. It's just not. So you want the backyard, you want to be your best backyard? Yes, you got it. They're awesome. Commercial, residential, neighborhood, community. It's everything. They're just so good. Hogue, HOGUELS.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance here with you for just one more hour. And then Dell, and then Paul and, well, Dell and Sean, and Paul and George, and then the Killer Bees with you right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What an enthuse.
Wait, Paul and George.
Joe and Paul. Gallant and George.
George.
Okay.
What an
George, I went last name.
What an enthused preview of the lineup that you just gave.
I did. I was awesome.
Yeah, you were very complimentary. Everyone could feel how much joy you have for the people coming up next.
I mentioned the guys. You know why I mentioned them? Because I care about them. Because I love them. I love our lineup. Okay.
Dell and Paul. I mean, no, Sean's there, and then there's George and Paul and the Killer Bees.
And the Killer Bees. Those are my guys.
That's what you sounded like.
No, and the Killer Bees.
What are their names?
I put a period on it. That's what I did.
What are their names?
Stop already. Joel and Jeremy, the double J's. Okay, those are my guys. Yeah. So last night, Rockets win, and it was the Washington is just so bad. It's just terrible. The Dolphins win, saving the state of Florida because they were 0-11 between FCS, FBS, and pros.
I know how much that hurt you that it wasn't 0-12. Sorry about that.
It would have been totally sweet. Well, anytime the Dolphins lose, I feel good about it.
Well, sorry. You don't get that joy today.
I don't get that joy. But yet most of the talk has been about our Houston Texans and their loss. What about this Cowboys game? Trey Lance, though? Trey Lance, going to start?
Yeah, I would. I mean, what the hell? F it.
Is that how coaches operate?
That's how I would.
What the hell?
That's how I would.
only want Trey Lance to play because I don't want to sit through Cooper Rush playing football.
He has a ragamuffin arm that he's going to give up an interception at Stingley. Or how about the fact that very quietly, should we be getting some defensive rookie of the year stuff going on for Caden
Bullock?
Caden Bullock?
Kamari Lassiter has 4 picks himself.
Kamari has 4. Caden Bullock has, how many does he have? 4? Is he up to 4 now? I mean,
well,
these two
Kamari
guys.
is Kamari still alive?
He probably has a concussion, I
He
believe.
lives.
He's alive, but
yeah. Well, guess what? What if he can't play this week because of Jimmy Ward?
He probably won't play this
Do
week.
you
if he
know
has a
that
concussion.
I gave a friend of mine two recommendations. Jared Verse for rookie of the year because he was my pick to win rookie of the year. He was plus 1,000, and also Kamari Lassiter because Kamari was plus 2,600. If Kamari Lassiter can keep playing well and rack up, you got to rack up a high interception count, but he's already had a high interception count.
They both have 4.
I think Verse is going to lock in, but
Bullock and Lassiter both have 4 picks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Bullock's going to win rookie of the year, though.
No, but I mean, he deserves more attention.
Yeah. Yeah. But like the other night, he didn't get nearly the plays because it was a running team. So, but Kamari Lassiter's on the field as long as he's healthy every second.
Right.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, Caden Bullock is a guy who is playing. I mean, hey,
he's been good.
I'm okay with him instead of. I mean, it's not a big. I don't want to say it's not a big loss. They're better with Jimmy Ward playing, but you lose Kamari Lassiter, and that's a big loss for that defensive backfield.
Yeah, it's a huge loss. Bullock, I really worried about Bullock because there was a lot of mistakes. Now, I never worried about his instincts and range and stuff like that to make plays. I worried about some of the tackling, some of the mistakes he would make, undercutting some stuff. But for the most part, he's been very good this year. Very good pickup, and very nice job. Kamari Lassiter has been just the kind of guy that D'Amico wanted. How they address the, what they're going to do with Petrie, Lassiter, and I don't think they're going to do anything. I think D'Amico's locked in on we're good. It's just Petrie's so much better against the run than he is covering down the field that I'm interested to see how they do. But you want to talk about your rookies. Last year you had offensive and defensive rookie of the year. This year you got 2 guys that have a chance to finish in the top 5 of defensive rookies of the year. You put up 4 or 5 interceptions. Those numbers, I've done all the research on it because I have to write an article every year for offensive and defensive rookie of the year, my predictions in top 10. You put up 5 interceptions. By the way, that's the number. 5 is kind of the minimum number until Sauce Gardner that you needed to have if you were going to win defensive rookie of the year as a defensive back. And both of those guys have a chance to hit that magic 5.
Yeah. No, they're playing really well. I mean, hell. That's what do you think of this rookie class? Fisher came in and did a nice job. The little plays that he had.
Incomplete on him. I don't really have a full,
no, but Bullock has been good.
Mm-hmm.
Kamari Lassiter has been good.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the other rookies in this class?
You named nobody on the offensive line, nobody at running back. No, well, you had the one guy from what's his name from Louisville, but he's a non-factor right now. No tight ends, no wide receivers. The safety you mentioned, the corner you mentioned, no linebackers. Defensive lineman? No, I think that's it. They traded away some picks too. So you hit on them. It's been up to this point, been pretty good draft.
Yeah.
Pretty good draft with Blake Fisher. I'm hopeful for Blake Fisher. I like him coming out.
Especially for a playoff team. I mean, even D'Amico said it's going to be hard for any of these rookies to, listen, CJ walked in last year. Will Anderson walked in last year. You had the guys that you had to have to help you win and get into the playoffs. Well, Kamari Lassiter, it turns out Kamari Lassiter was a pretty big piece to this team, and he didn't think that anybody would actually play this big. I don't think D'Amico thought anybody would play this big a role for this team. Any rookie would. And Kamari Lassiter's played a really big role.
Played a big role.
Yeah, absolutely. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, guys, on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I put in that Frank Ross, that soundbite. Dell, I don't know if you've seen it, but I put it in there, and he was talking last week about a 58-yard field goal. During his press conference last week, Frank Ross said this, after the Texans attempted a 58-yard field goal instead of letting CJ go for it on 4th down. Here was Frank Ross last week.
It's not uncharacteristic, in my opinion, to not be perfect from beyond 55 yards. We talked about this before, the percentage of kicks around the league. So it kind of came back down to planet Earth as an NFL on 50-yard kicks to start the first 3 weeks of the season, and everyone's losing their mind.
Yeah, and guess what? Guess what happened? They didn't make it. They lose the game. I don't know that it's. I did you even consider going for it at that point?
Yeah, I did. I did, but not long, because I already knew you're in the hot zone for. This guy's one of the best at making these kicks now, so yeah. I had no doubt that they would do that. But I thought about going for it just because if you really wanted to win, you get another first down and you take it away. If you don't, and you've already lost all that momentum, very short runway for them they just got to go get about 25 yards. And at most 25 yards, and they're ready to score on you and beat you again. So I didn't think it was an easy call. I didn't think it was an easy call, but I typically expect him to make that field goal. That's not too long for him. It's more like a 50-yarder. Like if it was a conversion scale to maybe 6 or 7 years ago, it would have been a 51-yarder for him. It's something that he makes all the time. So I understood it. I think my idea was, why play? Like, I hate when teams play to long field goals. I hate it. And I thought Slowick, that was my big problem I had with him the other day, was he just allowed that game to be played in a passive manner at the end of the game, with just defaulting to the long field goal. And it's not that I don't think he can make it. I just thought, give yourself a chance to win the game. Let your quarterback make a play. You can call something where the ball comes out early, where you don't take a sack. But, the other thing is, I don't know that he trusts. CJ takes so many bad sacks now. Like, not as bad as the one Tua took.
Cowboys owner Jerry Jones announced that Dak Prescott will undergo season-ending surgery on Wednesday on the partial avulsion of his hamstring.
I've been
Dak
on that.
Out for the year.
Yeah, why would he have to put? Why
for
he's
what?
Done. Yeah, I thought that was yesterday. They said that.
He did.
Anyway,
it's not breaking. Dell just wanted to play my Viking horn.
Yeah, yeah, he's done. I don't think it matters, even if Dak was there.
Somebody asked him, "Did you hear Jerry?" Jerry goes, "Well, we only won 3 with Dak there. We had only won 3 games, so it's not like it's making any difference."
He announced it today on the fan. It wasn't yesterday.
But it came out yesterday.
No, it came out yesterday.
Yeah, because I saw it on Underdog Fantasy's little stuff came out. He got scooped on it. He got scooped on his own stuff. That's how out of control Jerry is now.
Listen, it doesn't matter if Dak was there or not there. This is
Cade Stover. We also forgot Cade Stover was the other rookie draft pick.
Oh, yeah.
They get a lot of productivity out of this draft.
Yep. The Cowboys are a bad football team. That's just a bad football team. It's not well. After CeeDee Lamb, they have literally nothing. They don't have a running back. The offensive line is not good. The quarterback is not really good. The defense has sucked this year. This Cowboys team is a bad football team.
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting for them. Oh, they're the Jets. Oh, they're going to turn it around. No, they're bad football teams.
But you just lost to a bad football team.
I know you did. You did. No, you lost to the Texans. Lost to a bad football team. The week before, the Jets looked like crap. The week after, the Jets looked like crap.
Yeah.
The Texans lost to a bad team. And then they lost, and then they threw one away.
By the way, the Jets
really good team.
tried to give you that game, too. They did everything they could. The penalty on the field goal where you had a chance to go down and score a touchdown on that one. Like, the Jets didn't play good football, and you still lost. They just beat you on a couple plays. You had an unbelievable play by Garrett Wilson. Really, frankly, two very unbelievable catches. And then you had, Devontae just beating, who was it in the slot?
Petrie.
It was Jalen Petrie in the slot. I mean, that's the whole game. Aaron Rodgers wasn't even good. It bothers you. You lose to Dallas, and this is going to be. They could win 60-0, and the fans will have already fired Bobby Slowick.
Well,
I mean, they could lose 60-62, and it will really be on Slowick. But this is seriously, you cannot lose to this Dallas team. It's not an option.
You had Petrie on Devontae Adams, and and then the next week you had Al-Shaair on Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's not ideal.
No, that's not something that's real.
No, that's not something I was looking for. That was not something I was hoping for.
Well, that's what happens when you have a guy who's playing the nickel. He plays the slot. And so he plays the slot, so you just never know. You just never know who he's going to get matched up on. And that's my biggest concern with having what amounts to a box safety in that role is if you're going to play man-to-man, offense coordinators are going to go find them. They're going to go find them with matchups, and there's going to be certain teams where you don't like it too much. Like there's other teams that I don't worry as much about. The Titans, obviously, I don't care. You're not going to scare me. I really wasn't that scared by the Buffalo Bills. They don't have a dangerous down the field guy that you match them up with.
Well, you got 3 straight games against really bad football teams. You got the Cowboys, the Jags, and the Titans. The next 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be 9-4, and we're going to feel a lot different about this football team.
Are we going to feel different or just not as mad?
Well, if they play well, if they turn it around and play well, then you got your 10-day stretch of 3 really hard football teams, the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and the Ravens. Then we'll know what this team's about, because so far they've lost all the games against good football teams. The Vikings, the Packers.
They beat the Bills. That's the one.
They beat the Bills. They beat one good football team this year. So, and I don't think the Titans or the Jags are making the playoffs. That's just me.
You are out on the limb there, sir.
Yep.
So you've got the likelihood. I don't know if Will Levis will last. Who knows? So you got a Cooper Rush / Trey Lance, a Mason Rudolph / Will Levis, and also maybe a Mac Jones if Trevor Lawrence is out. This is what you get.
What a gauntlet.
Oh, my gosh.
What a gauntlet.
I mean, people called the Texans frauds 2 weeks ago, and even if they win out against some of these guys, there's still going to be questions lingering. All you can do is beat who's in front of you. I mean, you can't – there's nothing else you can do. But there's going to be questions. You're going to get to the playoffs. It would take – I mean, somebody in this division is going to have to play good football. I can't – honestly – like the AFC East is already a dead division, even though I know technically the Dolphins are still alive. The AFC South is dead. Do the Colts feel like they have any life at 4-6? They don't feel like they have any life at 4-6.
And the only thing saving the Dolphins is,
and they're 3 games back.
Yeah, they got that AFC East is dead as far as the division is concerned. But the Dolphins have the Raiders and the Patriots, which if they win those, they're still in the wild card race. But no, those divisions are dead as far as who's winning them. The South is over, and the East is over. The South shouldn't be over because the Texans are 6-4, but the Colts aren't doing anything.
No.
And they're 3 back because they have
the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
right.
It's insurmountable for them. I mean, it's dysfunctional over there. They can't get it done. I think Steichen has had a terrible year. So the Texans have a soft spot coming up. Yeah, I mean the Texans are huge betting favorites as you could expect. So how do you like my Rockets? I told everyone that I thought over 43.5 wins. I think it's going to be closer to a 50-win season. The more I watched it, probably close to. I think it'll be close to 45.
Well, let's talk about that on the other side. Right. But first, you need to talk about underdog fantasy.
Oh man, yesterday it was not a lot going. I played the underdog. I played the daily fantasy. It's prime time, so it basically you have. This is my daily fantasy. It's going to be you have Monday night, and then you have Thursday night, and then you have Sunday night. And so there was a pool of players, obviously, I could choose from there. So I did that for a little bit of fun. And then also took a look at football as well, went higher on touchdowns. I did the touchdown game. They got a touchdown, a red zone game. So I did that one, did not get the win there. Mostert did not score a touchdown, and Nakua did not score a touchdown. I went higher on I did win with yardage on Matthew Stafford. I went higher on Tyreek Hill on total yardage and did not get there with that. And that's okay. I've been on a hot streak. I just wanted to let them get a win yesterday. That's how that works. If you catch that hot streak, you can make real money. You can make good money at Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is the best place to go play your daily fantasy, but more importantly, your cash pick'ems. This is what everyone loves right now. And it's a chance for you to make 1,000 times your original play. They give you all these stats, right? They give you a stat for all these different sports, and then one player may have 13 stats available, and you go find the one that you think is soft, and you go higher or lower. You pick anywhere between 2 and usually up to about 7 or 8, and you got a chance to make a lot of money. And you do that with your sports knowledge while you're watching the game. You play along with it. All you have to do is download the app and use promo code Lance. You can then get up to $1,000 cash bonus, but you must use promo code Lance. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, but you got to be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
What are you doing today? You're going to watch something? You're going to watch your shows on TV? You're going to go play golf? You working? When you get off of work, you're going to stop at a bar? Or just when you get home, crack open a nice, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Doesn't matter what you're doing. It goes along with it. You're eating steak? Yeah. That Coors Light goes along nicely with that. Okay. Hamburger? Yeah. Throw me Coors Light. Crawfish? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Time for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. That's what I say. It's always time for a nice, cold, clean, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill. All right. You want it to stay chill? Okay. I don't know what the dew point is, but I know I lowered it with my Coors Lights. I want you to keep Texas chilled as well. Cold, clean, crisp, refresh. Doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're watching games, if you're not watching games, you're playing golf, whatever you're doing. You want to be refreshed. You don't want that beer that tastes like you just drank oil. No. Motor oil? No, I don't need that. What I need is cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. And Coors Light's the most refreshing beer. Climb out, brother.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Here are seven different insights into hindsights. 7 things that didn't happen. Why didn't the Texans fix their offensive line with a move? Lance, there were guys out. Now, I will say this. Evan Neal started this week. He started for the Giants.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. I was watching the game, and he was out there. He started for them this week. They had an injury. So maybe the depth, they wouldn't want to give up on that. Maybe that was the case. But there were some guys that maybe they could have picked up, right? Are you okay with Patterson at center and Juice at guard?
I am. I think that's a natural. I did not want to see Patterson at left guard, but I am okay. With that.
I think the second choice would be Titus and Blake Fisher.
That might be the better one. I think you will lose. Those 2 tackles are not great run blockers. I think Laramie's been a little bit better this year. Titus is not a good run blocker when he's at guard. It's not good. So I think you would really lose something there with the running game, but your pass pro would get better in theory.
Yeah. I feel like do you feel like the urgency is there? I mean, other teams made moves. Do you feel like I know they only had $5 million. They could have made moves they could have lowered their cap. There's always cap room. There's always cap. It can always happen. But do you feel like they have the urgency that I think this fan base has for this football team? Do you feel like
I don't know,
management
John.
is matching it?
No, I don't think it's the same as the fans because I think they understand this is not a closing window situation at all. I think there's a real danger to let urgency override smart decision making when you have a process. I was just having this conversation with somebody just this morning about process, and process is so important for building championships. Andy Reid had one. The fans, and they knew. I talked to Brett Veach after they had drafted Pat Mahomes, and he said, man, we are praying that Alex Smith doesn't get hurt because we're going with Tyler Bray as the number 2. We're not going to play. We just are not going to play Pat Mahomes. We've got an idea of a pathway for success for Patrick Mahomes. And that was having a good process. That's a one individual thing that we're talking about, one quarterback. But I think the Texans are on their way. They're in good shape. I'm not happy with everything right now. You're not. Nobody should be. But at the same time, I'm sure D'Amico's not. I'm sure nobody is. But I do think you look at the core, and it's a young core compared to the Astros when the Astros are successful. Young core, lots of room for growth. Don't do anything drastic. Don't panic. And I would say urgency is great, but be smart because this has a chance to be a long run that could be very fruitful. So I don't think you just make moves to make moves. You make moves to make yourself better. I don't know what else they can do. Like you're asking, are they urgent? The urgency. What? I don't know what they can do right now. I really don't. Not right now other than make the changes they made. You can fire an offensive line coach if you want to. It's a domino effect that is very, very difficult for coaching staffs to deal with as the season goes on. You probably talked to coaches that have talked about that because then everyone has to take on a bigger chunk of the workload. And offensive line coaches don't usually get fired in season because you may have one assistant O-line coach, and that's a lot to deal with.
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at a story. Well, since it's 9:27, we'll talk about win probabilities on that 4th down play. On the other side right here on ESPN.
Analytics. John, the numbers guy, coming up.
I'm a numbers guy. There's nothing I can do about it. And there's nothing I can do about this. I have been doing my peptides. I've been doing Samorelin. And I got to tell you, I am sleeping so much better than I was before. Samorelin is a drug, and it's not HGH, but it stimulates your HGH, which helps you sleep better, which helps you burn fat more, which helps you do your HGH if it's low. I mean, as you get older, your HGH is going. This is something that I'm really excited about, and I got it at Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health they broke down everything for me, everything that was going on. There's a lab right there. It took 15 minutes, not the next time I come in, okay, because all the other ones, they don't have labs right there where they can test your blood and see all of your numbers on all this stuff that's going on. Man, my numbers were really, really good, but I had been doing testosterone before. I switched to Game Day Men's Health. I switched because it's just different. It's just better. And these peptides are they're a game changer, people. I'm telling you, when you get older, it's harder to sleep. All of these things, Game Day Men's Health has an answer for your body. Guys, if you're not doing testosterone and you think you might need it, go. Guys, if you're getting testosterone somewhere else, go to Game Day. I'm telling you, it's just different. I'm loving it. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. They've got 4 new locations opening up soon, but it doesn't matter. Wherever you go, they can send you your shots. They can send it to your house. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how far it is. There's going to be one near you, though, because they're opening up all over the city. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, guys, I want to tell you about a new sponsor. Can't wait. Taquerias Arandas. We're talking about their new sports bars. Well, they're not new. They're taking their bars and turning them into sports bars with very specific bar-style food waiting for you, including all of the classic Mexican dishes that you absolutely love. But this is something that's really important because they've got all these TVs, and I was talking to their main guy over there the other day, and we were talking about the fact that, he's a huge sports fan. He listens to the show. And he's like, hey, I want to start bringing in all the sports fans. That's why we did stuff with the Astros. That's why we did stuff with Jeremy Pena. We know we've got great food. We've got great drink specials going on all the time. And we've got a really great atmosphere to start watching your local sports. And so they want you to consider them for your sports bar. Head on over to your local Taquerias Arandas. You're going to find it. There's tons of them throughout the city, but make sure they've got the sports bar in there, and you can go take advantage of a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions, authentic Mexican bites. They are open late, and we're talking about sabor. We've got the flavor, not just the food, but also the fun and the sports. Check them out for yourself and enjoy the ambiance and the unbeatable game day experience at the new sports bar, the Arandas Sports Bar with Taquerias Arandas.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Next Gen Stats said the Texans were minus 10.9% win probability because they tried to kick the field goal. Now,
minus 10.9 win probability.
Yes.
So they hurt themselves.
They hurt themselves by trying that.
Okay.
They're a field goal attempt or a punt The Lions had their 3 timeouts left, 1:56 left. The ball was on the 40. Punting was potentially a good option. Houston would have forced the Lions to drive about 50 yards to get in the field goal range, which with a minute 56 left and 3 timeouts, that's nothing.
Yeah, big deal anyway. Except that Goff hadn't been playing well, but so they're saying the move was either to punt. It was to punt.
Well, they got another move too. Had the Texans punted, Next Gen Stats had their win probability at 41%, which the Lions would have been 59%.
So that didn't sound like the play either.
But missing that field goal gave the Lions a huge advantage. Right? And that field goal of 58 yards is only what percentage? Now, you do have Kaimi Fairbairn, one of the greats, and John Weeks, one of the great snappers of all time. But it's still...
I'd say probably realistically that is a 68 to 69%.
They had the likelihood
of
hitting a field goal at 58 yards only 27.7%.
That's not accurate. And see, and this is the problem I have with garden variety analytics. You have to look at his actual success rate. It's not the
but there's also the
rate
pressure of a game winner.
The pressure of a game winner, but there's not a weather. I know that the roof is open. There's not a weather consideration. And Kaimi Fairbairn, by the way, has hit game winners late. He's not choked late in games.
Well, they did give him now they did give him a higher. Okay. So here's the deal though. Going for it. They had the Texans at 45.9% chance of converting. This season, exactly 50% of 4th and 4 attempts outside the red zone have been successful, 11 to 22. In the past 5 years, it's 49.7. It's basically 50-50 shot. So they had a better chance of going for it, of winning, had they gone for it instead of kicking the field goal or punting.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would agree. I guess.
Now, if you miss, once again, I think a lot of analytics, they explore the percentages and it stops right there. What they don't do, and this has been told to me by analytics directors, is that people that love to run these models and talk about these models from a decision-making standpoint, that they do not factor in consequence. It's not a consequence-based model. So the consequence of going for it and missing it is the same consequence as trying to kick a field goal and miss it. There's no different consequence, obviously, except one is going to potentially give you points, and then you reset the field position. You get to reset the field position with a kickoff, which will go out of the end zone, and they start where they start, but then they have to score to tie it. So if you go for it and you don't get it, and the Texans had not been good in the second half, the flow of the game was such that they were not good offensively in the second half. That may have played into the decision-making a little bit.
Yeah.
I remember talking to Craddock, who is the analytics director at A&M, who I think is one of the smartest data scientists in the world and tremendous with analytics. And he just said, Lance, what drives me crazy about the PFF types and people who are their sycophants on social media is they don't factor in, they only factor numbers that are not, they don't factor in flow of offense, matchups, injuries. Like they don't factor in real world. And he's a numbers guy. He's a real numbers guy. And he said, once you do it for a team, once your job is on the line, you tend to factor in more things that you factor in consequences. You factor in everything does not exist in a bubble, in a vacuum. And I would say the Texans offense sucked in the second half. Because of that, I would say maybe your normal percentages of converting a 4th and 4 were lower in the second half than they might be at some other given time. And it's not
I don't think they could have.
Bobby wasn't exactly dialing up sneaky plays.
No. And it'll tell you, if you believe that you're going to go for it on 4th down, then run the ball on 3rd down.
Third down. Yeah, Ben Johnson does that a lot with the Lions.
But I don't believe they were ever going for it. Once they hit the 40-yard line, that was it. They were going to kick the field goal.
Yeah.
Once they hit the 40-yard line. And so that's why they threw on third and 4 and it was incomplete because they were going to kick the field goal. Once they got to the 40-yard line, they were putting it on Kaimi. Now, they did try to pick up the first down with a pass on 3rd and 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, but they were – now, and if they would have run the ball on 3rd and 4 just because they were going to go for it on 4th down, man, everybody's head would have exploded.
Well, because he had done it, but they just weren't – they weren't getting
they weren't
any
running
yards.
the football.
They weren't getting any yards.
Yeah.
That's why a little jet sweep to the tanker might have been nice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's got plays for 3rd and 4th and 4.
Well, where were they? I mean, I'm sure he does too. You have those winning plays, but I mean, you could have used one.
You didn't really have one.
Did you have one? Does he have them right now?
I don't know.
Why didn't he cut him loose?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That one's gonna haunt for a while. That loss is gonna haunt this team. Well, as soon as they get to 9-4, they go, oh yeah, well, guess what? We played with the Lions. We showed the Lions that we can play with them. We showed good football teams we can play with them. You know what? They need. It's exactly what D'Amico has been saying. We need to close. We need to finish. They need to finish games.
Mm-hmm.
They are doing nothing. That is, and especially in the postseason. This is a postseason team. You've got to close. You've got to be better in the second half. And there is
they
nothing.
Suck. They suck in the second half. They suck in the winning section of the field, in the red zone, in the money area. They suck at executing and getting touchdowns. Like, they're not finishers. The Texans are not finishers this year. They didn't finish off the Bears the way they should have. They didn't finish off the Colts in the first game the way they should have. Like, they've got a chronic issue with finishing games right now and finishing drives.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No, it's not good. No, it's absolutely.
Okay, so you and I predicted they would lose to the Green Bay Packers. Dell, the consummate optimist, thought they would beat the Packers.
Yep.
We predicted they would lose to the Jets.
Yep.
We predicted they would lose to the Lions. Now, I guess we're haters or we're 3-0. One or the other. Either we're haters or we're 3-0.
We know our football.
We know our football. I thought they would beat the Minnesota Vikings, but that's when I thought.
Coming from someone who consistently gets called a hater, but has leaned to the positive side with the Texans, and they've disappointed me. You are clearly haters.
No,
we
know our team.
We just know the team. We know ball.
Oh, that's
okay.
We know ball.
That's what I would say, but I would get called a hater. So you're haters for this.
Del, we know ball.
I've heard.
I'm predicting they win.
John's
the next
a ball
games.
knower. You hear that?
Next 3 games.
That's a ball knower right there.
I know ball.
How confident are you that they go 3-0?
I'm confident that they go 4-0. They're going to beat the Dolphins too.
Yeah.
What's that noise? Ugh.
Yeah.
Could you both stop making that noise?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah. They're going to beat the Dolphins as well. 4 straight wins.
Okay.
And then we're going to be going, what? We're going to dance like Trump. That's what we're going to do.
I don't think you may dance like that, but I don't know if Lance will.
We're all going to dance like Trump then.
I'm not going to do it.
We're all going to. Me, you. If they win 4 straight games, we have to make a video, the 3 of us, dancing like Trump.
I'm not going to dance with my arms doing that move. Because then somebody's going to Photoshop wieners in there, and I'm not doing that.
No chance I'm doing that.
Forget it.
No, Del. It's exactly. That's going to be your punishment.
Punishment
for the
for
Texans
what?
beating the Dolphins.
I didn't bet anything. Why would my
John's
punishment?
already trying to punish you.
I didn't
No,
bet
it's a bet.
It's not a
okay?
bet. It's
if
not
the
a bet.
Texans beat the Dolphins, you have to do the Trump dance.
Why are you? Wait. Well, you do know that we've got cornerbacks that are going to have to guard Waddle. You know this team doesn't do great with speed, right? You got Tyreek, Waddle.
Oh, really? You do know that Tyreek hurt his neck last night doing the clothesline.
He hurt his back, not his neck.
Doing the what?
No, he said his neck.
What did he do?
He said during the presser, he heard his, or at least the post game.
Wait, what did he do?
He scored a touchdown for the first time since week 1. He did like a wrestling move, and Odell Beckham slammed his back on the ground. He said he
got hurt doing a.
Well, he jokingly said, "I'm going to miss practice on Wednesday," which he was probably going to do anyway because he's got a hand issue. That's his way of getting out of practice. We'll see. He was questionable all week, and then he wound up playing. So we'll see about that. But
and you know who's blaming on his wrist injury?
The cops.
The cops.
No, is he really?
Yeah, he said what he said was he had an issue before then, and then when they put him in handcuffs.
By the way, Miami
exacerbated it.
I've noticed Miami fans. You tell me if I'm wrong, but I've been reading some comments under Omar Kelly's article from it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago about poor leadership on the sideline, this, that, and the other. Sounds like Dolphins fans are not really feeling Tyreek right now.
Well, this what comes with not winning and not producing.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Like if Tyreek goes for 120 in their next game, Dolphin fans won't have a problem. That's just
Tyreek
fandom.
Tyreek hurt his neck he said he hurt his neck during his
We'll see if Tyreek is using that to get out of practice on Wednesday, which is what he said.
Well, he still wasn't going to practice anyway because of the wrist.
This is what I'm saying. He wasn't going to play. He wasn't going to practice anyway.
I can see. When they did it, I said that's stupid. When they did that, I said that's really stupid.
Well, I don't know if that was the plan for Tyreek, because if you watch the whole thing, Odell Beckham's the one who's counted out for 3. They counted him out at 3, and Tyreek won the match. So I'm not sure he was supposed to be one who got slammed.
Tyreek won the match
in their celebration. He won the match, so I'm not sure he was the one who was supposed to get slammed.
Well, because Tyreek caught the touchdown pass.
So
Odell Beckham with the shoot. What a surprise!
He was going to win. If Odell caught the touchdown pass, then then he was probably going to win.
Yes, I'm saying they had another wide receiver count Odell Beckham out 1, 2, 3. So I don't think Tyreek was the one supposed to get slammed.
It was just Odell doing a shoot.
No, it was a clothesline. They both did it.
I know, but if one of them is winning, the other one shouldn't be flat on their back while the other's getting counted out. I don't know. I wasn't there for the practice, John. I have no idea.
No. Well, it was a close. They both did where they go across the ring and they clothesline each other.
I'm aware of the celebration, but according to Tyreek, he wasn't supposed to be one to be who landing on his back like that. Or his neck. That was his issue with the whole thing. But like Lance said, maybe Odell decided, you know what, I'm going to improvise this, and now your star wide receiver may miss a practice.
Pretty sneaky, sis.
I thought it was stupid when I saw it. I was like,
targets.
That is, yeah,
more targets for Odell if Tyreek doesn't play. But you're talking about a game that's 4 weeks away. I don't think he broke his neck, so even if we
got to see,
he's a little banged up.
We don't know. You don't know right now if his neck is broken.
To be honest with you, there was a report for someone who covers the Dolphins that said if they had lost last night, a lot of guys were going to go on IR and shut it down, because at 2-7. It's like there's no chance, but at 3-6 they see a pathway. But if they would have lost,
a lot of guys are going to go on. They were just going to quit.
Like Tyreek has a ligament thing, so he might have gone on IR. Like Javon Holland's been dealing with the knee all year. If they had dropped to 2-7, that might have been time for some cleanup surgery.
Terrible football.
That's what he reported. That's what he reported. I don't know if it's true, but that's what he was reporting.
We would never do that in Houston.
Sign Laramie Tunsil.
Actually, Laramie does that. Well, former Dolphin. I learned it from watching you. Okay, that's what he is.
None of those guys.
He learned that from the Dolphins.
None of those guys were there when he was a Dolphin.
Maybe he's the originator.
Dad, I learned it from watching you.
Yeah, Laramie came over from the Dolphins and he just quits on thumb injury.
Now he's your problem.
He's my Pro Bowler, is what he is.
Does he feel
I'm back on the Laramie train
after giving up that sack he gave
up? I'm
up
back on the Laramie train
after the James Houston sack he gave up.
We all make. James made a play.
Have you talked to someone over there? Too. Why are you back on the train? Have you talked to someone over there who told you to quiet down?
No.
Yeah, probably Nick Casario.
Nick,
shut your face about our guy, Lance.
Nick doesn't know. I don't even know if I talked to Nick one time ever. It was at Senior Bowl. I don't
even know what you do.
Last
Lance.
year, he didn't say that. He was friendly enough, but I don't have his number. He doesn't have my number. He can't call me. He didn't tell me what to do. Nobody tells me what to do. Not even my own wife. Nobody tells me.
Lance is
the boss of Lance. Dirk's the boss of Dirk.
No one believes that part.
That's right. No one can.
All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk about Kent Jones. I got to talk about a guy who's done over 1,400 career closings. Your mortgage is kind of a big deal, okay? When you're making that payment every single month over the next 30 years, you're going to wish you had a guy like Kent Jones on your side, making sure that you got the best loan you could possibly get. And he will do that. He'll ask you all kinds of questions. He wants to know where you can fall in. Can you fall into a Fannie Mae, a Freddie Mac, an FHA, a VA loan? Were you in the military? There's all of this stuff that he can do that can save you money, save you thousands. Not only throughout the life of the loan, but on signing day. Are you kidding me? Literally, he can and has saved thousands and thousands of dollars for people. Look, this is one of the biggest, if not the biggest buy you'll ever make. Why would you do it by yourself? Let a professional help you get through this whole thing and save. You can get a scenario quote from him over the phone without a credit check right now. I've got this much down. The house costs this much. What will I be paying a month? Can I afford to do this? You can't afford to not call Kent Jones. You have to make this call if you are going to buy a house. Call him. He's going to work his ass off for you. It's what he does every single time. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
ESPN 97.5.
Find what you love, love what you find. Total wine and more. So much waiting for spirits and beer. Thousands of wines, guys in the know. Prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find. With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love. Only at Total Wine and More. With responsibility for more. This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. For instance, on September 21st, 2019, UCLA trailed Washington State 49-17 with under 7 minutes left in the third quarter. From that point forward, the Bruins erased that 32-point deficit, outscoring the Cougars 50-14 to win 67-63.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Listen up, Texas. You can now play Powerball, Mega Millions, and your favorite scratchers right on your phone. That's right. You can now buy and play the scratcher games you love, like 500X and Jackpot Millions, right on your phone with Jackpot.com. The top scratch ticket prize is up to $20 million, so don't wait. Play scratchers right on your phone with Jackpot.com.
I just won $5,000 from all the scratchers. It's your chance to win real cash prizes.
I love playing scratchers, and Jackpot.com makes it so easy because you can buy your scratchers and play them right on your phone.
Jackpot.com is the greatest thing ever. I can buy scratchers.
Hey, let's talk about making sure that your home is draining and things are running the way they're supposed to. I want to take you to all your shower spigots, your I think that's what they're called. Your your bathtubs. Like, do you have any water dripping out of the drain that just continues to drip? Do you have any water leaking from where you're turning the mixers on, the hot and the cold water? Do you have an issue with your toilet running too long, or maybe even the water seems unusually low? It could be a sign of a leaky pipe underneath. Maybe something's going on there. You can get hydrostatic tests done. They can fix all those shower issues where you have the leaking water. They can even work on issues with your hot water. It just doesn't last. Well, that's because you need a tankless water heater, and they can get that installed for you as well. Our friends over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company, Billy Brown and his crew, they solve the major issues. They solve the minor issues. They're transparent. They offer great prices. And John and I highly recommend them. They're one of us. They're one of you. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Landon Sim. You guys don't know who he is. He's a hockey player in the Ontario Hockey League. He's been suspended 5 games for calling another player a Mennonite. Is that some kind
Hold
of a
on.
slur?
Isn't that a religious?
Yes. It's Menno,
a Christian denomination that originated in the 16th century.
Yes.
Anabaptist Reform movement. He called them Mennonites are named after Menno Simmons, a Dutch priest who consolidated the work. The Anabaptists or whatever were a radical reform group that separate. What? He got in trouble for calling somebody a Mennonite? That sounds like
5 games.
That sounds like one of the most awesome things you get, because you can't really get in trouble for calling somebody a Mennonite, I would think.
Well, yeah, apparently you can.
Mennonite is a slur.
A Mennonite is a slur.
Depends on who you are. Maybe you don't want to be called a Mennonite.
Well, if you are, you are. If
Wait,
somebody called you
what
a
if he's
Christian,
not a Mennonite?
would you be offended
I don't
by
know
it?
if you just said I cut you off. What if he's not a Mennonite?
Well, it's too bad. It was a sick burn.
That's not how it works, clearly.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Hey, he got 5 games. Clearly, that's not how it works.
By Menon. Listen.
It's not the same.
Not at all.
How about this? Evangelical group says it's easier for students to come out as gay than Christian.
Where?
In Northern Ireland.
Ooh.
That doesn't feel right.
That doesn't feel right. In Northern Ireland.
In Northern Ireland, it's easier. They say it's easier for kids to come out as LGBT.
The whole Irish Catholic movement, the whole issues with Protestants versus Catholics. Really?
Is it a proper? Is it proper phrasing to say you came out as Christian? Like,
well, to reveal
who comes out as Christian. It kind of, if you go to church, people just assume you're Christian. You don't have to make an announcement, do you?
Well,
if your family doesn't know you're going to church secretly,
you're sneaking out to go to church.
Is it to reveal to your peers, or to back the Christian faith? To have?
Oh, he means to like friends, like to young people.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see where it depends on.
It depends on your friend
Yeah,
group.
I could actually see that being the case.
I guess whatever your friend group is.
Now in Ireland, that's the case. That's apparently now in Ireland.
Ireland.
That's
Ireland.
In Ireland.
I'd say just generally speaking, that's probably not the case there.
So,
in a general sense,
yeah. Apparently, some guy named Sheehan. Okay. Oh, Danny Sheehan.
Are we still in Ireland?
Attorney Danny Sheehan. No, he's here. Apparently, he says that aliens are abducting humans, stealing eggs and sperm to create hybrid monsters. Do you think that aliens are stealing our eggs and our sperm?
No. Why would they take our DNA to create monsters?
Well, we got some pretty good monsters.
Infiltrate America. They need our sperm, and
so that's different. They're not taking us to become superior. They're taking us to sneak in. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, to get in and out, and to look like humans. You see, I mean, I'm with Danny on this one. I'm pretty sure that is.
I'm with Danny.
What are they attempting to do?
They're trying to take over our world, Del.
They're trying to take our jobs.
Aliens.
Yeah.
They have the ability to direct copy us and infiltrate, but they want to take our jobs.
They want to take our AI jobs.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but now that we got a new border czar, I don't think they're going to be able to.
That guy's aggressive.
He is really aggressive.
You either get on or you get out.
You got, all right, you're illegal, your whole family goes.
Hey, who wants to join me? Yesterday he goes, yeah, I got any volunteers here? Where's my volunteers? We're about to go whoop some ass. And I just said, this border's about to get raucous. It's about to get rowdy at the border. My man asked for volunteers yesterday. He was literally saying, I get some volunteers, unpaid, of course.
Well, that's what volunteer is.
I'm gonna send Mason. Just go do something. I
don't care. Go
work
hang
at
out
a
with that
border. Get a job at Cane's.
You won't be soft.
Just do something.
You won't be soft. You hang out with that guy for any amount of time.
That guy does not like to lose anything.
Spirit Airlines flight from Fort Lauderdale to Haiti.
It's my favorite story.
Was diverted to the Dominican Republic after being struck by gunfire. Holy crap. By gunfire.
The Haitians were firing guns at
you ain't let it here, Spirit.
At a Spirit airline flight.
We don't want you fighting in our country.
Yeah. We don't want you either, Spirit. The beat.
That is so funny.
I know.
That is hilarious. All right, we're done because
I don't know why that is my favorite story, that Spirit Airlines was headed to Haiti and gunfire erupted, not in the plane.
No.
Just
no, outside. No. Lighting up the plane trying to land.
Why is Spirit always involved in this kind of stuff? What is it about Spirit that is always involved in this kind of stuff?
Well, why did you want those Spirit people who are going to be fighting on the plane? They're going to be fighting in your country? No.
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 Not really.
You don't want that in your country. Let's break. We're done here. Dell and Sean are next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope y'all have a great day, and we will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. But in the meantime, Lance talks about Zadok Jewelers.
I'll talk about Zadok because at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, that's where I'm going to go for Christmas. I think it's a great chance for you to go get your Christmas gift from Zadok Jewelers. You can start right now. You know, there's all kinds of occasions, but let's just go good old-fashioned Christmas. Why don't you start working on a couple different things? Number one, finding those perfect earrings, finding that perfect bracelet or necklace, or maybe taking some old jewelry that you've had or that she's had and having it melted down and redone into a modern piece. They have designers right there in-house, and they do this all the time. They take old, and they take the loose diamond out, and they can do that for diamond rings as well. But they take your old pieces and they can melt it down and create something brand new, something that's contemporary, something that she's going to absolutely love, and something that you will have made just for her, a very unique piece. That's a great idea as well. Make sure that whatever the ideas you have, go run them by Zadok Jewelers because it's a home run every single time. Zadok.com. That's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadok.com.
Welcome to the show. And yesterday, Sean said something that I kept thinking about while watching the Wizards versus the Rockets. Man, is it nice to play a bad basketball team. Wow, the Wizards are bad. Like there's some teams that are bad, but you get what they're going for. Okay, they got a system they're running. They're a young team. Understood. This will be a pro. That's my laptop. This is a system. They're gonna get there, or maybe not, but we understand what they're doing. What the Wizards are doing now, it's a new project for them. They just got a lot of dudes who, if they're at the gym, they got a bunch of hoopers. Hoopers without a plan, though. They got a bunch of hoopers without a plan, from Jordan Poole to Kyle Kuzma to some of the younger guys like Koulibaly or Sarr or Keyshawn George. Just a bunch of guys getting shots up with no real plan in place. And they were annoying last night because every time the Rockets got some distance, they would go out and hoop. They would make a bucket. They would knock down a couple threes. They'd be hectic on the defensive end, get the Rockets scrambling a little bit, and they would come down and knock down a shot. And all of a sudden, what was a 9-point lead is down to 3, or what was a 12-point lead is back down to 6. But at the end, the plan fell apart, or their lack thereof. That the lack of a plan made that team fall apart, and Alperen Sengun took over. He had a nice stretch. I think he scored like 7 points in a row when the Rockets were up by maybe 2 possessions to put the game away. Alex Sarr gambled on a post up, and Sengun turned that into a layup. He knocked down a 3, made another 2, and that kind of put the distance between the Rockets and the Wizards. That was enough for the Rockets to come out with the win. 107-92 was that one. Really good game for Sengun. We have sound from him we'll get to, where he was very casual about his abilities, but he was very clear about what he thinks he's capable of. So we'll get to that. No Fred VanVleet. He was there, didn't play, which meant Amen Thompson was in the starting lineup. We did see more of Holiday and Reed Sheppard. Reed Sheppard had a nice first half, didn't do much in the second half. I think he scored all 7 of his points in the first half. But the lineup changed since it was really just a singular thing, we think. I don't think Fred VanVleet will be out for very long. He has, or at least the team has, the Clippers coming up in 2 games. They're not back-to-back, but they're 2 games at home against the Clippers, much like the Rockets did when they were in San Antonio against the Spurs. They played those 2 games. It's the start of the NBA Cup. Where will you be when the Rockets decide to take over the NBA and go win the NBA Cup? Are you going to be there? Are you going to be watching the games?
On Friday, I'll be probably either just arriving or driving to Lake Charles.
So that's a no for you.
Yeah.
You won't be.
I won't be there. No.
You won't be home watching the game as the Rockets start their path to an NBA Cup title.
No. I went to an NBA Cup game last year, and I got a free T-shirt out of it.
It wasn't called that.
I got an in-season tournament.
They've
T-shirt.
already rebranded. The in-season tournament is now the NBA Cup, presented by Emirates. The Emirates.
Please, Emirates.
The
NBA
Emirates.
Cup.
Yeah, sorry, Adam Silver, or his representative in this case. It is the Adam Silver presents Emirates NBA Cup. That will begin with a
LeBron James joint.
Yes, they are the defending champions. We'll see if the Lakers can defend their crown.
You're not an in-season champion until you defend it. I've always said that.
Yeah, do it again. Once is a fluke. If you can do it again, that means
they're
it was
the
real.
Celtics of NBA in-season tournaments.
Yes. Despite the Celtics being one of the more dominant champions in NBA history, we're going to treat last year like a fluke until they do it again. Hey, I saw who you went through.
Yeah, play somebody.
Yeah, how about you play teams who weren't completely decimated by injuries? How about you do that, Celtics?
Yeah.
Well, they did face the Mavericks, who were fine. But that was a 5 seed, remember? They weren't even a top seed in the playoffs. An easy road for the Celtics, despite how dominant they were. So the Rockets begin that against the Clippers. Jokes aside, it would be nice to see them put on good performances in games that mean a little more than regular season games. I don't know how they're going to approach them. It feels like with Ime Udoka, it'll probably be something they strive for, but I don't know. This is the guy who will, not this season, but this is the guy who will play Jeff Green over a younger player, who will play older, who will sit Sengun out of a closing lineup because he doesn't think it's the best matchup. That has changed recently. Sengun has been in closing lineups, but you would think Ime Udoka's attitude would be like, all right, let's see if we can go out and win this. Who wants a trip to Vegas?
Anybody? I mean, last year they were better than they had any business being in the in-season tournament.
That's true.
So that was actually kind of not the Rockets like actual coming out party, but a little bit of this team is like for like serious about being a little bit better because
Yeah.
they beat the Pelicans, they beat the Nuggets. I think they beat the Nuggets. What was it? 2 times in 3
They
games.
were pretty good against the Nuggets,
and
last
only
year.
one of them was an in-season tournament game. But they did kind of hold their own against the then defending champions. Yeah, postseason champions. Sorry, not in-season champions. So I expect the Rockets to have a little something. Probably need Fred VanVleet healthy for that because against the Wizards, who are a terrible defense, the Rockets had more turnovers than assists as a team.
This is what the Wizards tried to do. They tried to muck up that game. Not like the Rockets don't thrive in that scenario. In fact, when they play teams that
thank God, muck.
Yeah,
we live in the muck.
Yeah, playing in a strictly half court game where you have to execute isn't their best way to go about winning. But when they can muck up games against teams you would say are better than them, that's how they win ball games. And the Wizards tried to do the same thing, and they stayed in it for a little bit until really that Alfred Şengün moment.
Yeah, the
late
fourth
in the game.
quarter.
Yeah, they ran away with it.
It was like a classic, like, oh, this team is way better than this other NBA team, where they're in control for most of the time. The Wizards, like you said, keep making little runs to make it more competitive and kind of keep the Rockets from emptying the rotation out and bring in Jack McVay and Jayshawn Tate.
At least,
but
not midway through the
yeah,
fourth.
yeah,
That eventually happened. But yeah, the Wizards
with like
the Wizards hung
3
around
minutes
enough.
left. Yeah,
where you played Jalen Green 37 minutes when you probably didn't think you would have needed to.
Yeah, so
it was like that.
You just they ended up being pretty competitive, but yeah, towards the end they found the matchup they like, which was Alperen Şengün. Go stand by the basket with Sarr next to you and
bully the hell out of him.
You'll have 2 points every single time.
Yeah.
Alexander Sarr, let me say, wasn't impressed.
No, he had a couple blocks. He's had better game. He has had games where he's blocked more, but not impressed by him. He's thin, and you're putting him up against one of the more talented big men in the game. You're gonna look bad.
Also, his offensive game.
Yeah, he made like one tough jumper over Şengün, but that's the other thing
2
about
for 9.
That's the other thing about the Wizards. They take shots where what are you doing? There's no chance of going in, and even if it does, that's not a good shot.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
I'll live with that.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about the Paul Pierce, Damian Lillard, whatever. It's not a good shot thing. I'm talking. Why are you taking a 19-footer on an angle that no one ever takes? Why
Turn around Kuzma jump shots.
Yeah, what
like
are we
Kobe.
doing?
Like
no one ever takes those shots, and the Wizards are taking them. And of course, sometimes they go in, but they didn't go in enough. Obviously, they scored 92 points, and the Rockets win. The Rockets just casually won every quarter. I mean, there was no big dominant quarter for them, but when you stack them together, you wind up with a 15-point win and a comfortable one. And we talked yesterday about who would start, and the minutes distribution was Amen Thompson got 28, Tari Eason another 26, and then the guys like Reed Shepard and Aaron Holiday split 34. Yeah. They got 17 apiece. So
it's like basically what we said.
What we thought would happen. But
like the Holiday and Shepard would kind of split, and they had very similar games.
Yeah, 3 of 5. Holiday got
made 3.
Holiday got to the free throw line though. Reed Shepard needs you to bulk up, man. Get to the line some
ethical
more.
Hooper, Reed Shepard.
You think Aaron Holiday's a foul grifter? That's why he got to the line 4 times. You think he's getting that type of respect? He's gonna get to the line 4 times.
Pure hoops from Reed Shepard.
Yeah, we do love an ethical hooper here. We're gonna hear from one. Actually, I take that back because even Alfred Şengün said he's got some foul baiting moves that he'll be using. He said that before the season. We'll get to him when we come back. As I said, he had a quote that's very interesting. And look, he was set up for it because I think it was maybe Jonathan Fagan who asked him. He asked him about going up against Sarr and what he thought his advantage was. So he talked about that. So we'll hear from Alfred Şengün. We'll talk about the college football weekend. We didn't get into much of that yesterday. It was a big weekend for maybe some separation, or maybe things just got more jumbled up. We'll do the misery index as well. We know here in town, people are calling for guys to get fired. I know this because when the Bears OC got fired, someone said, good, now Bobby Slowick next. I was like, whoa. So what happened, Mr. Positivity? All year long was about how the Texans in this offense was going to thrive, and now evidence has made you think otherwise. people calling for Bobby Slowick's head. I think it's a little early for that. Not every year is going to be great, and that just comes with expectations. You got your young quarterback who you think is great, and if someone has to be blamed, it has to be the OC, right? We'll talk about that, and we'll also get to some things around sports, like Kirby Smart. I mean, calling one of your own players an idiot, cool. I think some people are rightly pointing out other things he's ignoring and hasn't come out as strongly against, namely all the driving, the illegal driving that your team is doing. He hadn't come out that strong against those players there, so I'll get into that. But wow, celebrate with your lifelong friend. Get called an idiot by your head coach. So we'll hear from Kirby Smart. We're just getting started here. But first, let's hear about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And we're talking about the Rockets. The in-season tournament starts this week. You're going to get 2 looks at the Rockets against the Clippers. So maybe that's a little bit of opportunity for you to make some money on Prize Picks. You're going to see how they match up in that first game. And then the second one, for not all the marbles, but for a lot of marbles in the in-season tournament or NBA Cup presented by Emirates. Sorry. But you'll see that matchup, and then you can decide whether you think you're going to go higher or more or less on Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green, or maybe more or less on James Harden or Kevin Porter Jr. A couple familiar faces that the Rockets going to have to face. Maybe you don't want to get in on that at all. Maybe you're more of a college basketball person. Well, good news. They have college basketball. They have tennis. They have everything that you can want. Darts is normally up there. Hockey, of course, soccer, MMA, boxing. They have it all on Prize Picks. What you're going to do is you're going to go to the App Store. You're going to download the app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
While we jokingly talk about Adam Silver presents the Emirates NBA Cup and where the Rockets stand and as far as their likelihood to advance, they are the second favorite in their group behind the Timberwolves. And a guy who will help them win that tournament is Alperen Sengun. If they can get it done, it'll probably be through him. He had a really good night last night. He talked about his performance and, well, how he dominates in the paint.
Were you able to tell early that you would be able to take their young center and score on him?
I mean, yeah, that's what I do. Just dominating the paint, and then I was just, playing hard.
So you come out of the timeout, about 7-8 minutes left. Did you just want the ball in every possession after that?
No, I was just trying to do what the game plan is and whatever coach calls. I was trying to do that, and then, I would just score, and then Ime just called the play for me.
Alperen Sengun. So this brings up a question for me. Now we have a certain way we close out this show. We close out the show with Jason Tatum's We Did It. Mostly I do it because it's funny that he decided to use every meme possible to celebrate his title over the last 15 years. He did all the things NBA stars did over the last decade plus that became memeable. And that's the thing I pulled from it. But do we need to change it to, what do we do, Sean? We dominated in the paint. Do we switch it to Alfred because what do? I dominate in the paint. Is that something that needs to close out the show, or do we stick with Tatum's We Did It?
I'm open to rotating it to where, Tatum's had what? 5 months, almost 6 months on the show.
The thing is, We Did It just suggests that we finished the show.
Mm-hmm.
If you think we had a particularly good show,
we dominated
in the paint. So I guess I'll leave that up to you, although it is a signal that Sean's like, oh, the show wasn't that great because he doesn't play dominating the paint. Let's not use that as a reason why you play.
I don't want to have to be the bad guy. Make snap grades.
Just surprise people.
And then you hear it, and then
when I walk out for the day,
over, you're like, I thought that was good. What?
Trust me, I never think it's good. Don't worry about that. But still, I'll allow Sean at his own discretion to play whatever, or maybe he just sticks with We Did It. It might be his favorite. The real tragedy is because of CJ's underperformances.
It's right.
We can't play Shred 'em Stroud because he's not shredding.
Shred 'em Stroud.
There's been no reason to play it.
I think basically since I pulled it, there's no reason.
You've actually are the mush. Since
right next to We Did It too.
Since we decided to make that a thing when CJ plays well, he has not played well. I still think that should be used more. That particular part of it. I think at some points it closes out the show. It might be the final thing you hear before we wrap it up for the day.
Just when I remember.
Whenever you remember, yeah. It used to be you remembered it for a little bit and then you stopped remembering.
Once Stroud stopped shredding,
we need Stroud. Thank you. We need Stroud to start shredding again. Then we can hear from the great John Gruden about Shred 'em Stroud. It's been rough, and a lot of people are blaming his OC for that. I'm not blaming Bobby Sloik. I think it's a failure from the top down. The roster built as far as the offensive line is a problem. We are a show that questioned the interior, and that has been a big deal. Unfortunately, the tackles have not performed up to what we expected. Larry Tunsil has not played up to the standard. Remove all the penalties from the equation, which you really can't. But even if you just go after the whistle's blown, or excuse me, after the play starts, the snap, how has he played? He has not played well. Not to the level of a Pro Bowl or one of the best left tackles in the game. The PFF numbers will tell you, our human eyes will tell you, he's not been the same caliber of player. Titus Howard, he's been average, which is what I expected, and of course the interior has had all the problems. They've made the change. Jared Patterson into center, Drew Scruggs to guard, and while they were better, they weren't great on offense as far as the offensive line is concerned, and we saw it in their running game. and then eventually CJ got hit in the second half. So Slowick, a problem. The offensive line, a problem. Strasser, a giant issue. And, of course, leaning on those three interior guys and believing they were the answer is a Caserio problem. You can try to fix that in the draft. I don't believe in paying big money to guards unless they're all pros, and don't believe in all pros available. But that needs to get corrected. Unfortunately, we have, at this point, at a minimum, 8 more games to go. And I say 8 because I expect them to make the playoffs. Whether they would win a game in the playoffs, that's all matchup dependent. I don't feel good about it right now, considering if the season ended today, who would they play? I believe that's the Ravens. I don't like it. That's the level. That's the level that you're looking at. You may get fortunate because the Steelers haven't played a divisional game yet. It might be them, and then you might feel better about your opportunity. But right now, I think, despite the expectations and despite what they did to bolster the weapons, whether you want to call a defensive end a weapon like Danielle Hunter or Stephon Diggs one, those splash players, let's call them that, the splash players that they acquired, throw Joe Mixon in there as well, they did a great job there. But they've got a weak center, and I'm not specifically talking about Patterson or Scruggs. I'm just talking about the center of their offensive line is weak, and the edges haven't helped the cause either. So, yeah, blame Slowick for his share. But that's the Caserio, DeMeco Ryan, Slowick, Stroud thing. All of them you can put a little bit on. I don't do the blame pie thing, but they all get a piece. Who gets the largest piece, though? That's up for you guys. You can talk about who you want to get fired. I don't care about that so much because I have nothing to do with it. I can't go, hey, get rid of Strasser, and it happens.
Because it would have already happened.
Because if I had my way.
Honestly, the second we saw, or the second he was available to speak, and apparently no one could film his face, that's when I was like, get this guy out of here. Get this guy out of here.
I don't think he said, keep that camera out of my face. I think Aaron Wilson just did a poor job.
But
or was he hiding his camera?
Because Sarge also
so no one was allowed?
Yeah, Sarge also had audio but didn't have video.
Were they recording a Zoom?
No, I mean,
was he available face to face?
It sounded like he was in person.
So why can't you point your phone at him? He said no.
I don't know.
I know what he looks like already,
but no one
there's
did
a picture on the website.
None of the people that were there got any video of him actually speaking.
That's weird. I thought Aaron Wilson just screwed up. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
That you can't show my face.
Again, that's get out of here. Can't show our face.
Is he a source that doesn't want his face to be revealed because of sensitive information?
Exactly.
But they announced him as
Texans throat offensive.
But they announced him as Texans offensive lineman Chris Strauser. That's on all the captions for the clip. So it's not like we don't know who he is. That's a weird thing. I didn't know that was what was going on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to dive deeper into this because that's odd.
Yeah, I forgot who it was, but they had like the full media availability, or at least a good part of the media availability with Strasser on their YouTube, and the video was just of a still picture.
Yeah, that's Sarge's, I think.
That's Sarge.
I just typed in Strasser, and it's just a clip from what you're talking about with the link to the YouTube.
Yeah,
and it's just a still shot, a screen, picture from the Texans official site.
The offensive line coach is in witness protection.
Rightfully so. Except we know what he looks like anyway. No, he shouldn't be out and about because people would have some issues with him if they knew who he was.
So this is probably good.
Yeah,
that people don't know who he is, so he can still go to he can still go to Starbucks without people
in HEB.
Yeah, without people accosting him. That reminds me, I need to go to HEB and accost someone.
Oh, I thought you needed to get a croissant or some HE branded wings, but you just want to cost someone.
Yeah, well, I'll pick up a rotisserie chicken while I'm there.
Yeah, of course. Maybe a burrito. Who knows? I didn't even know they put the burritos under the lights until because I'm never there in the mid afternoon. I usually go at night because I don't want to deal with people. I don't want anyone actually. So I went there a couple weeks ago. Hey, you got burritos here?
Yeah,
look at that.
Yeah,
was unaware.
I ate meals to go.
Yeah, I knew about the chicken. I've seen
it's
the
right.
rotisserie.
I mean, and the one by my house was right in the front.
Yeah, it's the same for everyone, I think. But I just didn't know if you look a little closer, you want a bean and cheese burrito? We got one for you. I passed.
It's good being a day walker, Dell. Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe try it sometime.
I don't know. That's Blade's a traitor, so I'm not sure I want to be a day walker. Speaking of a Marvel, Denzel Washington going to be in the new Black Panther 3. He has announced that. It'll be one of the final couple movies he does. He's going to be in a Hannibal movie, not Lecter, a Hannibal, the historic figure, and then Black Panther 3, and there's one more, and then he's out. That's what he says. Is he?
He's never out.
I don't believe it either. We have Harrison Ford in a new Marvel movie.
Is Denzel Washington the best actor ever to be in one of these movies?
Or most accomplished? Best is up for debate. Whoever you think is better. But you got Cate Blanchett's been in a Marvel movie. We've had Robert Redford in a Marvel movie. I never would have believed. Now, if you're going to tell me which one it would be, Black Panther would be the one I would assume, because Ryan Coogler's an accomplished, established, respected director. But if you were going to ask me, would Denzel Washington ever appear in a Marvel movie? My first thing would have been, how big's the bag? Not no. The question for this is, how big is that bag?
Yeah, I mean, also it's like, who's he going to play?
Yeah, because obviously he can't be an older Black Panther because that was T'Challa's dad and he's dead.
Yeah.
We know the origins, unless is he a
next generation
Force
down?
Ghost Black Panther?
Yeah.
What is he? I don't know.
They do basically have Force Ghosts.
Yeah. So is that what he is? A Black Panther from way back?
No.
Is that what he's going to be?
No.
They can't have Denzel as a ghost, right?
Yeah, you can't have him just talking in the afterlife. He has to be in the mix.
Doing what?
Equalizing.
So we assume he's going to be a Wakandan. Would he be,
I'm not assuming.
Would he be a part of the American government?
Like an ambassador?
Yeah, because he's not going to have superpowers, is he?
We said the same thing about Harrison Ford. I don't know if we did say the same thing.
No, we did not. We have not said that about Harrison Ford. I think we all knew because of his character what he would become.
The second he was
in
the role.
When he was recast, when that role was recast, we knew what he was going to become. This, I don't know. That's the biggest news for me. Forget about what happened on Monday night. Forget the football game, the Rockets. We got Denzel in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Gladiator 2 is apparently like one of the greatest movies of all time.
According to one of his best performances ever. Gladiator 2.
Okay, getting my ticket.
Yeah, I was in already. You ain't got to lie to me.
Right? Honestly, they could be like,
Denzel's pretty average, actually.
Yeah, or just I mean that I just would not believe.
I wouldn't believe it either. No,
but they could say like, story's a mess, whatever. Way too much of the twin emperors for my book, and I'm like, okay, but
yeah, it's not.
They're still gonna fill up the Coliseum and fight boats on it, right? I'm in.
Exactly.
Like,
aren't there sharks in this one? Yeah. I'm watching that. Not Rotten Tomatoes at 76, whatever you take that for.
Greatest movie of all time.
So it's not being lauded with praise, but it's good enough. It's still deemed fresh, I guess, by Rotten Tomatoes. So I'm in. I was always going to watch it. The convoluted storyline of the kid from the first one now being the main character in this, and he doesn't know his mom according to the trailers. I don't know what that means. I'm just going to watch and see.
Yeah.
I'm in.
The last movie I saw in theater was Venom 3. All right.
Sean's standards, he may tell you they're high, but the evidence suggests they're not.
The
that
one
high.
before that was Megalopolis. The one before that was Joker.
Well,
2.
at least Megalopolis was supposed to, although we found out pretty quickly it wasn't good. But it had all the acclaim of it supposed to. It was supposed to be good. What you thought about Joker 2 and Venom is just Sean being, hey, it's out there. I'm going to watch.
Yeah.
You can't wave Venom in front of my face and expect me not to watch it. That's what that's about.
There's only going to be so many Venom movies in our lifetime.
We can only hope, right? There's already 3. You think there won't be more? As long as Tom Hardy...
There wasn't 3 before Tom Hardy.
That's true, but as long as Tom Hardy decides he wants to keep doing Venom, they will keep doing Venom movies. Yeah. Tom Hardy. Where's Taboo season 2? Huh?
Oh, as far as great actors in Marvel movies, Tom Hardy.
There's another one. Stop making Venom, despite what Sean loves. Make Taboo 2. That was a great first season, like 7 years ago now.
Venom 4.
No, do something. I think
Do it, Tom.
They're fish. Just make. You can do season 2 of Taboo, then make as many Venom movies as you want.
Is Taboo the one where he's twins?
No, Taboo's the one where he's like some swarthy, like trying to be a shipping magnet where he's just starting this business. It's very confusing to explain.
That's right. I just wanted. There's one where he was twins.
No, that's a movie. This is a
Oh,
series from FX that's I've been waiting on for years now. We'll see if he ever gets to it. It's his thing. He's the executive producer.
Oh.
He's in it, so it's up to him when he wants to do it. So he's too busy last dancing.
Yeah.
For my taste, unfortunately. So we'll see. But big news: Denzel Washington in a Marvel movie, Black Panther 3, whenever that comes out.
Should I have hit the?
No, it's not. They it was breaking news yesterday. I think there's no need, but I do appreciate the fanfare. It is Denzel in a Marvel movie. It does deserve. And you know what you guys deserve? A great car dealership. And that's why you should go to Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is in Pasadena. They've been doing business for 50 years. And you know what that means? That means they do right by their customers. You can't be in business that long and not do that. They are a family-owned company. And I mentioned family because that's what they want the feel to be. I met Chris and Jeff out there last week, and their names, we're on first name basis because they want you to be that too, from whether you're in the parts department, service, or trying to get a new car. They're going to learn your name. They want you to learn their name. And when we're talking about these cars, there are no hidden fees. There are no upcharges. So the price is the price. If you go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out what they have, whether it be a new truck or a used vehicle, maybe you want a Colorado or a Silverado 1500, or you can get to the Silverado 2500 HD. Those are in stock. They're ready for you. And once you look at the website and see that price, it's the same price you're going to get when you go out there, which is 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 at 225. They're friendly. And understand this. They understand you don't want to be in a car dealership that long. You want to get your car and go. So their goal is to get you into a car and get you out as quickly as possible. And if you're a business owner, they have the 6th largest fleet dealership in the country. So if you need a truck for your new business or a new one for a business that's currently going, go to Monument Chevrolet. And remember, their monthly offer right now at Monument is a 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine, or you can choose an all-new electric vehicle with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out the inventory, and then go out there. 3940 Pasadena Freeway off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So the USA Today put a panel of their sports writers together to make predictions on where a lot of the impending free agents, well, they're currently free agents, to be honest with you, in Major League Baseball will go. It's just that Major League Baseball free agency is so slow, you kind of forget that it's going on. It's very unique when you compare it to all the other sports, even hockey. Not a lot of attention being paid to hockey as far as free agency is concerned in this city, but they make moves. Baseball, let's drag this entire thing out.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower pace here.
Just
Whoa.
just like the season, right?
Whoa,
Can we
whoa.
get a pitch clock on free agency? Can Manfred invoke something like that for baseball free agency where you have to make a move within the first 3 weeks of it starting, or you lose a turn? I don't know what you would do. But let's speed this thing up.
I honestly, I have no idea why it takes so long to get these deals done.
No idea. I imagine they have a reason for it, but it probably won't make much sense to us.
Because
why are you all so different from the other sports?
The answer can't be, well, they don't tamper.
There's no chance.
Because that's dumb.
It's stupid to even believe that that's true.
Like there's some weird, they're more honorable than football GMs.
Yeah, or basketball GMs.
Yeah.
One of the most, I was going to cheatingest sport, as if that's a word. One of the sport that has the most cheating in its history is the one that, in this case, decides.
Whoa!
We're gonna tamper. We're not gonna tamper. We're gonna hold back on this.
We want every team to have a fair shot at Juan Soto.
Yeah.
And 25 teams are like, we cannot afford.
Yeah. If the Pirates want him, they should get their shot. They shouldn't be outflanked by the Yankees to keep him.
No.
So the panel is a bunch of guys you probably haven't heard of, unless his name is Bob Nightingale. There's a bunch of guys you probably haven't heard of, but Bob Nightingale is among them. And
Bob Nightingale, big me.
Unless you know who Steve Gardner is, or Gabe Lackus. I can't even pronounce his name. It's Lacques. However you want to pronounce that, that's one of the guys. Lackus, Jesse Yomtov, bunch of guys.
Okay, so Bob Nightingale.
Exactly. My point remains.
And
Bob
Pips.
Nightingale is the one guy. Bob Nightingale and the Pips. It's Mike and the rest of the Jackson Five. Although we know those guys' names. He mentions, amongst other names, that he believes Alex Bregman will be a Yankee. Now, there are two guys we've never heard of who say he's going to be an Astro. They're going to retain him.
There we go.
Thanks, Steve Gardner. He says he'll be an Astro. And so does Steve Buck. Or Beck, Boeck. Those two guys think he's an Astro. But the most famous of them all thinks he's going to become a New York Yankee. And his reasoning is, Bregman has always loved the spotlight. Dreamed of playing on the big stage. He's played in multiple World Series here. What's that about? And what's bigger than New York? He'll have both New York teams bidding for him, but the Yankees will be the ultimate winner. So this is much. They're going to feed Bregman's ego, and the ego is playing in New York. I don't know that Bregman thinks about playing in New York, but apparently Bob Nightingale does. I feel like playing in a World Series in 17 and 19 and 21 and 22 is the biggest spotlight. And the Yankees just got back because the Astros weren't around to ruin their year. So I'm not sure that'll play a part. Will Bregman hold anything against the Yankees and use that as a reason not to? I don't think so. Once again, much like Denzel, how big is that bag?
No, but Yankees fans called him cheater. There's no way that they would sign him.
Yeah, sure.
No, Brian Cashman said
he did say that. Stop saying there's been a drought when some team got in our way and they were using illegal ways to do it. All right, good luck, Brian Cashman.
Yeah, Brian Cashman, stand on business. Don't resign or don't sign him.
Exactly, he's one of the cheaters, right? If Brian Cashman signs Alex Bregman, no more talk of cheating. You weren't heard that bad about it. You just signed one of the guys from that team that you can't stand because they kept you, hypothetically speaking, from winning a title. You don't ever trust a baseball person to really stand on business when it comes to this.
But they also don't tamper.
Particularly executives. A player may stand on it. Like, I feel like Yasiel Puig stood on business.
In a lot of ways.
In a lot of ways. I felt like he stood on business. But when it comes down to it, Brian Cashman's job is to make his team as good as possible.
And if Bregman wants to come or go to New York, it'll be his directive to go make that happen. Brian Cashman. I don't want to see it. And trust me, I don't know if I have no reason to believe Bob Nightingale knows anything. He's just the most famous guy on this panel.
Yeah.
And we lean towards fame as a form of credibility more than anything else on this show. If we've heard of you, we believe you.
That's 100% right.
Yeah.
So I don't want Alex Bregman to play for the Yankees.
What's an exception?
But I do want Yankees fans to have to root for Alex Bregman.
I do want them to be hypocrites.
I do want them to be hypocrites.
That is not a bad angle to look. That's not a bad angle to take. I want that franchise to be hypocrites. Now they will conveniently forget, just like every team does, that once the guy's on their team, you'll still boo the Astros, but Bregman's on the team. But he's one of us. He's been cleansed by the Yankee pinstripe, so you don't have to. You don't have to boo him anymore. Yes, never cheated before. Nothing. Never had a steroid guy. Never used electronic devices. They've done none of that.
No, never.
I was trying to think. We've talked about this before. Go to Toronto wouldn't bother me, but if Toronto or go to the National League, and if you're not a Dodger, I don't have the same hate that other people have for the Dodgers, but I understand it. If he wants to go play for a National League team like the Mets, whatever, go get your bag. If you want to be in a big market, so be it. Just stay off my corner. I don't need you joining an AL West team specifically.
Yeah. Don't join the A's.
Don't become the Sacramento A.
Don't join the Mariners. The Mariners.
What's
the Angels.
Yeah, I don't think that. Well, the Angels
they got a third baseman.
Yeah, they don't need one. He doesn't like baseball, but they've got one. They don't need him. They don't need Bregman. Look, the man's asking for a lot of money, so there's a limited pool. But I'm just glad baseball has removed tampering, so everyone who thinks they have a shot will be able to talk to him fairly.
So that maybe we find out where Bregman goes before Thanksgiving.
That's optimistic.
I was about to ask, when do we think Alex Bregman signs?
Unless Alex Bregman's like a recruit in football where he has an announcement date set, I don't think Thanksgiving is a reasonable timeline. Mostly, it's silly to even put a timeline on it because it could pop up at any moment. We just feel like the way baseball moves, how slowly they do, that whenever he signs, it'll be unexpected, but it also feels like it'll be something that happens in the new year for me.
Okay. I was going to ask December 4th, which is college football's early signing day. Do you think
he mimics that?
College football, who's still in their season for another 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Do you think that
and their postseason won't have officially started for like a couple weeks?
Okay. Do you think he signs before
the college football playoff final?
Yes. January 20th, I want to say.
I did put it after the new year. I think you throw in the Boris part of it, you throw in how much money and the suitors and the way baseball moves. I'm going to go Alex Bregman wants a day to himself. So because he likes the spotlight, according to Bob Nightingale. He loves the spotlight. So I'm going to say he makes his announcement official the week between the semifinals and the title game, but like in the middle of it, like a Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay. So like the January 16th.
Sure. January 16th is when Alex Bregman.
Is that inauguration day?
Isn't it either the 20th or the 21st? Isn't that generally when that is? He wouldn't do it on inauguration day. He wants a day to himself.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Inauguration day is the 20th. It's the same day as the college football final.
That's a mistake. Well, I mean, one happens in the morning or in the afternoon, depending on where you are in the games at night. I could see someone asking, hey, they need to move this. This is my day. I could see a certain someone be like,
Kirby Smart?
He wishes. He better beat Tennessee. Kirby's not going to be able to ask for it to be moved. He doesn't beat Tennessee this week. And that'll lead us into the misery index when we come back. It was a big week. We had a team fined twice, and they were happy. They got hit with $300K in fines because of 2 field storming. So we'll talk about what happened over the weekend in college football. You've got top 4 teams going down. You've got the field kind of outside of like Oregon and Ohio State. The field's all jumbled up. mean, Florida got their ass kicked by Texas, so Texas will remain where they are and rise up a couple spots probably as well. But the rest of the field, everybody can be in or out, just depending on their next game. That's where we are, and I think that's what anyone who was a proponent for 12 teams wanted this last month of the year. And you can look across the schedule and go, elimination game, game that puts you into the playoff, game that knocks you out. It's all here for us. We'll talk about that when we come back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. And it's a Tuesday. Since we talked so much NFL yesterday, particularly the Texans, it's time to get into some college football. And that leads us into our misery index. We just talk about the teams and the fan bases who are miserable after what happened on Saturday. And let's go from highest ranked to lowest ranked in this, because we're going to spend a lot of time in the top 5, at least the former top 5. Let's go to Georgia. It started out great. They put pressure on Jackson Dart. He throws a pick that leads to a touchdown. And after that point, they score 3 points. They get blown out by Ole Miss. They get a field rush twice. And one of their players is seen celebrating with one of his lifelong friends who happened to be an Ole Miss student. And more importantly, he is seen celebrating while his team should be walking off the field, feeling pretty disgusted about getting blown out. So that's now 2 losses for Georgia. And they go from number 3 in the country out of the top 10 as far as the AP poll. We'll see what happens tonight when it comes to the CFP, which it's very weird because depending on where you stand in your conference, you could be a team that's 11th in the country or 12th and still be a number 3 or 4 seed because automatic bids, which is in play for the next team we're about to talk about. But there is some sound from the aftermath of the Georgia Ole Miss game. I mentioned the player celebrating with the lifelong friend on the field, hopping up and down, looked like a walk-on. Kirby Smart didn't see it at the time, obviously. He was trying to get off the field, but the videos did circulate. And here's Kirby Smart about his player celebrating while, well, he should have been miserable.
Kirby, there's a video on social media of Jake Pope seemingly celebrating with some Ole Miss fans on the field after the game. Just wanted to see if you had seen that and what your reaction to it was.
Yeah, what an idiot. I mean, just stupid. I didn't see it till today, but he's embarrassed about it. He's upset about it. That's obviously a childhood friend of his. He grew up and played with there at Buford and knows him, hadn't seen him in forever, but just not real smart. But to be honest with you, I don't have time to waste energy on that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like my focus is on Tennessee. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, he, I guess, was surprised by seeing his friends and started hopping up and down. The unfortunate thing for Jake Pope is he looked exactly like all the Ole Miss fans who are hopping up and down celebrating their win. Not a great look. Your head coach calls you an idiot, and now you got to go on social media and apologize, which he's done.
That's a tough one.
It's rough.
Portal?
Well, when you're the idiot on the team, you may want to consider it.
Portal. But you cannot go to Ole Miss.
Why not? It'd be fun if he did it. Lane Kiffin should welcome him in.
Lane Kiffin would. Lane Kiffin would. But then it's just that's how you make it even worse look.
And let me walk something back. Jake Pope is not a walk-on. He's a 4-star recruit. So
Boom.
Lane Kiffin might welcome him. He might need the help. Although he plays safety. He didn't need it on Saturday for Ole Miss. That defense handled Carson Beck and that Georgia offensive line, which is one of the worst offensive lines we've seen from Georgia really since Kirby Smart has gotten there. They've built their name on being able to block people and being able to defeat blocks. They can still defeat blocks, although they didn't do it very much against Ole Miss, not to the tune that they like. But they can't block people anymore, not to the level of a national title team. And that's why they have 2 losses. And also Carson Beck's not great. That's another reason they have 2 losses. Yeah. So Jake Pope, don't celebrate on the field just because you see lifelong friends. Or Kirby Smart will do what?
Yeah, don't celebrate. Like
he was, the problem for Jake Pope is he looked like
he looked exactly like the fans.
As I said, yes, he looked like those fans. And when a dog is separated from their owner for for months, and those videos get posted. That's what Jake Pope looked like. He wagging his tail, very excited. It was that type of thing, except there were 70,000 other people doing the same thing.
Yeah, no, not good.
So Jake Pope, Georgia,
also
the entire fan base on the misery index.
Also, dude, it's 2024. Like
you can go, FaceTime. How about
these
that?
People are that important to you. Like you don't go months and years without seeing.
He's not 50 years old.
Yeah, like we're also talking about
a 19 or 20-year-old. He's like a freshman or redshirt sophomore. So he's about 21 years old. Jake, FaceTime somebody.
Or like Oxford and Athens are not that far apart. Like, and you went to high school together, so
in Beaufort. So
theoretically, you'd see them.
So that's in Georgia. So
You
yeah,
would see them when you're both in your hometown. Like, again, there's
this
just
whole
so
story is
so
weird.
many ways
honestly,
to see.
now that
see
you start to
this
break it down,
lifelong friend. Like,
lifelong
what was he in
friends
the
you haven't-
war? Like, what are we talking about?
well, I mean, I know the SEC can be tough, but just call that man. Call your friend, FaceTime him.
See him before the game.
There are so many ways this
Like,
could have
hug him
gone
before the game. What are we
this-
talking?
There's so many ways this could have gone a way where Jake Pope doesn't get called an idiot by his head coach.
There are so many ways where we don't know Jake Pope's name, which
Yes.
is really all he should be shooting for. Because
The fact that he's a red
Kirby Smart's probably going to call him an idiot no matter what.
Well, yeah, Jake Pope's probably been called an idiot by Kirby Smart for blowing a coverage in practice. so.
Exactly. But the fact that we've said Jake Pope's name like 20 times this segment, that's bad.
This is not representative of who I am in any way. What?
Happiness?
It's not. It's not as if you hurt somebody, Jake. It's not as if you committed a crime. The rest of your teammates do that generally. It looks bad. The optics are awful. And then when your coach won't even just push it aside and go, you know what? It's not a big deal.
This is funny that this is the most. I mean, you brought it up earlier that this is the most
most
Kirby
demonstrative he's been about anything around that
Kirby
program.
Smart being like, God, these players. I need to get these players in control.
Has he? Yeah. The question is, has he ever used the word idiot when describing any of his players who have been arrested for illegally doing something behind the wheel?
No.
I don't think he's ever used the term
probably
idiot
not.
before, at least not publicly. He might have said, "Hey, idiot, what are you doing?" But he's never addressed it this way publicly.
Yeah. And we get a notes at apology
from the player in question.
This is the lowest moment of my life. I won't let this define me. Like, dude, again, what you did is stupid, and there's not really justification for it, even though Kirby Smart tried to give you some justification, childhood friend, whatever.
Well, Kirby Smart's justification doesn't jive with what Jake Pope wrote because we were making fun of him. He knows he's hung out with these people before recently.
Of course.
So it's all nonsense. It just looks bad.
Just don't jump up. Just get off the field. Like, what would you get off the field when someone storms the field against you?
Yeah, it feels like the easiest thing to do is walk back into the locker room.
Yeah, maybe give them somber dap, and then keep it moving.
So, because they've been to his games before, so this isn't
Christ. Like,
this isn't a thing where he hadn't seen them, but he was surprised to see them at the game. I guess he was surprised to see them on the field at the time. Oh, who would have thought? There's 65,000 people out here, and I see my friends, and that's why he jumped up like that.
You're not at the mall, dude. Like, of course your friends that go to Ole Miss are going to be on the field.
But he was surprised in the mass of humanity. He was surprised in the mass of humanity that saw them.
It's not that interesting. Again, somber dap. Keep it moving.
Appreciate you, buddy. Give him a hug.
Hug.
And keep it moving.
Pretend like you're upset.
I would agree. We move on to another field storming that involved a team in the state of Georgia. This time on the positive side for Georgia Tech. Somehow, some way, when they were declaring by who was in the game, whether they would run or pass, it did not matter. And it did not matter because Miami defense stinks. It was one of the worst two quarterback situations ever because it wasn't as if Haynes King could throw a ball more than 6 yards down the field. And that should have been pretty apparent early. Look, you have to get off blocks. We talk about Georgia being able to defeat blocks. Miami did not. And it cost them. They go down 20-23. Cam Ward has a shot, despite all the issues Miami's defense had because of Georgia Tech playing like they were Paul Johnson, Georgia Tech. They just did it from the shotgun. It felt like you were playing an option team where 4 yards at a time were fine because we'll probably just go for it on fourth down if we don't get it anyway. Or 3 yards in that case, if I'm doing the math correctly. But big win for Georgia Tech. They've done that 2 years in a row, and you can officially say Mario Cristobal has a Georgia Tech problem. That's the second time he's lost to them as a ranked favorite. And
Haynes King problem.
Particularly, well, the Haynes King wasn't a problem last year until the fumble, and then Haynes King
turned into John Elway.
Oh, yeah, out of the blue. This time, Haynes King was name a Navy Army quarterback who was any good from the last 15 years.
Reynolds?
Name one of those guys, and that's what he was. can't. And the only difference is there was no threat of him throwing it over your head. Like with Army and Navy, they suck you up the safeties, play and come down, and they run a receiver behind you for a touchdown. There was no threat of that because he can't throw the ball more than 10 yards down the field because of his shoulder. It did not matter. They could not contain him in the inside run game. And hell, they knocked out Georgia Tech's starting running back on the second drive of the game, where he had a big explosive run and set up Georgia Tech's first touchdown on the second drive after Miami tied it. He got knocked out on the first play, and it still didn't matter. Haynes King was great, tough, made all the plays needed, and then when they did have to throw it down the field, they brought in Philo, their backup, and he converted third downs, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 18, which was the biggest play of the game. Miami, I think, was down 21-16 at the time, would have got the ball back. Instead, they give up 3rd and 18. Georgia Tech goes down and scores. Miami can never recover. So they drop. And I mentioned that because of the playoff, that a team could be 11th or 12th in the rankings and still be a 3 or 4 seed. BYU will take that 3 seed if you expect Miami to fall like they did in the AP poll. Now, the question is, are they ahead of SMU? SMU did not play. SMU does have a loss. That loss is an early one to BYU. So you would say the better loss goes to SMU. The better win, with Pitt losing again to Virginia this time, you'd probably still say the better win belongs to Miami on the road against Louisville, as opposed to SMU's win over Pitt at home. So the question will be, where does the ACC projected leader fall, and who is it when we hear the rankings or see the rankings tonight? I still have a feeling it'll be Miami. They have just removed any possibility of a ACC team or the ACC getting 2 teams in, because with Pitt's loss, Miami controls their destiny still, because the ACC, because they don't have divisions anymore, and if you don't play each other, the next tiebreaker is I think it's win percentage against like opponents. And right now, Miami and Clemson, who are tied with 1 loss, they've only played the same opponent, one of the same opponent, and it's Louisville. Clemson lost, Miami won, so they control their destiny. SMU undefeated, controls their destiny. So right now, those 2 teams went out. They still make the title game. And unfortunately for the ACC, the winner is in, the loser is out. I think that's how it'll play out, which likely means the Big Ten is getting 4 and the SEC is getting 4.
Could the loser still make it? Or no, probably not.
Not at the moment, unless you have chaos above SMU, which is possible. Yeah. Or Miami probably will be ahead of them, so chaos could still reign. So maybe, but I feel like a 2-loss ACC team,
they just won't have a good win,
isn't getting in,
or they won't have a very good win.
Yeah, SMU's best win is the BYU loss.
Yeah.
So the Georgia Tech game, as far as the ACC and getting that second bid, is big because less money if you have less representatives. So that was a killer for the ACC.
Someone should sue the SEC or the ACC.
The team who did that is one of the worst teams in football.
Oh, what?
Yeah, imagine that. Oh. Could Sean have known that when he prompted me with that? Probably. And he's talking about Florida State.
Well, now we know speaking of the state of Florida, just misery index, the state of Florida.
Until last night. 0-11.
0-11.
The state of Florida in the NFL, FCS, FBS combined. They would have gone 0-12 except for the Dolphins beating the Rams last night.
And then Mike McDaniel's like, I hope everyone out there can see the trajectory of all the teams in Florida.
Yes, you win and you're 3-6. So the trajectory, not great. And if they had lost, it'll have been the first time in, I don't know, maybe ever, that the state of Florida went 0-3 for 3 straight weeks in the NFL. Because that was on the table.
That's hard. I guess the Dolphins were really good when the Bucs were really bad.
The 3 teams have never been good at the same time.
No, but at least one of them has been like all right.
Yes, but we were on the verge of that until the Dolphins went over the Rams.
Clutch win.
Yeah, still in playoff chase. Look at that. Only a game in the loss column back. Look at that.
I know that's true, but it is crazy when they show the records.
3-6 and you're still in it.
3-6 and then 4-5, and both teams are still like very much alive.
Yeah. The Bengals are 4-6 now. The Broncos are 5-5. And the Colts are there too at 4-6.
The Rams lost, and they still
Oh yeah,
they're probably not going to win the division, but they have a chance.
They have a chance. They're not out of it.
Yeah.
So let's just say the bottom of the AFC playoff picture, as far as the last seed, pretty soft. Pretty soft. That you could be 9-8 and get in. Who trusts the Broncos? Oh, I talked about it yesterday. The Broncos could have a 2-game lead, except for the Chiefs and their voodoo. Let's go back to the misery index. LSU, throw them on there.
Yeah.
So not being able to stop a running quarterback is not an unprepared thing. It's just who you are.
That's so bad. The fact that it was that bad, that it wasn't. If it was the reason they lost, but it was 38-35, back and forth, kind of a fair, and on a clutch drive, Milroe just did enough with his legs to beat you. That's one thing. To get blown out of the building the same way you're blown out of the building in the second half against A&M.
What are the numbers? The Milroe Marcel Reed combined score against LSU. The threat of the running quarterback and then the execution of that quarterback run game destroys LSU. Blake Baker, who had been given a lot of praise for helping turn around the defense after some early season issues, had some injuries. He may do, but he hasn't been able to solve the issue of athletic quarterbacks using the run game to hurt LSU's defense. Man, and that happens at home.
Yeah,
it's embarrassing. You had Kirk Herbstreit talking about their lack of recruiting, and you don't get to the heart of a program any more than talking about how they're not recruiting well.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about particularly the secondary. They don't have the athletes that they once had. DBU. That's their slogan. They don't have now. Other teams have tried to co-opt it. Ohio State would say that. Texas at one point said that. Florida said that. But LSU has looked at DBU, and they don't have an NFL caliber secondary right now. Not at all. They're not very fast. You saw now Jalen Milroe is one of the fastest players at any position, and him doing it at that size and from the quarterback position is tough to deal with. But he just kept running away from guys. They were not gaining on him. He was eating up angles, and that's not something LSU fans are going to take lightly. That our secondary is unathletic. No matter how athletic Jalen Milroe is, they think they should be able to compete at that level, and they're currently not doing it. So Brian Kelly has some issues. You're not going to fire your DC again. You're going to keep him, I imagine. You just gave him a lot of money to take him away from Missouri. But recruiting has to step up for them. They looked outmatched twice in the last couple weeks simply because the opposing team had a really athletic quarterback. I mean, you could be Miami and be outmatched when you have a somewhat athletic quarterback running the football. So it could be worse, I guess. And that quarterback had no threat of throwing it. So it was a tough beat for some of the glamour teams in the country.
70, I think it's 73-13.
That's Sean's math. If you've forgotten about what I prompted him to do, he did the Marcel Reed Jalen Milroe combo.
Yeah, 73-13.
So since Marcel Reed entered the game against
I just took
LSU,
it as second half of A&M. That was just the.
Well, I don't think they scored with Connor Wegman, so I think that's fine.
Okay.
In that second half,
it was 3 straight. On the scoring breakdown, it was 3 straight Marcel Reed touchdown runs.
Sure.
I thought that was a good.
That's not a bad point to start. So since the implementation of Marcel Reed into that game in the run game, quarterback run game, it's what's the number again? 70 to what?
73-13.
73-13. LSU has been outscored by quarterbacks who are dual threats.
Oh no, wait, that 13 was just the.
That was just the Alabama game. Did they score any points?
6.
So 73-19.
Yeah,
that's a big number. Yeah, Brian
Kelly.
That's
not good.
Yeah, Brian Kelly, you got problems.
Especially in front of Omar the Tiger.
They deserve what happened to them because of the Omar the Tiger thing. If you missed it, LSU, instead of having Mike the Tiger out there, I guess he's not fit to be on the grounds, at least in the building. They went and imported a Tiger from Florida, Omar, and Omar got to watch that beat down in person, I guess. Omar's coming.
Aren't you glad I let you know about
because
that
I was going to side with LSU until you told me that. I said,
Yeah.
okay, you're playing with fate. You're messing with those college football gods to have a imposter on the field as opposed to your real mascot. And they got what they deserved.
They really did. They really did, LSU. That USC loss week 1 is very bad for them right now.
Remember when
That's
we
a
were talking
brutal
about
loss.
LSU and USC and going, well, man, just two good teams who are going to be good all throughout the year. And what a win for USC. That defense stepped up. That's a program where we were questioning what they could and couldn't be. And Lincoln Riley decided to change his philosophy. And look what happened. And look what's happened since.
Yeah, not good.
Just more evidence to tell you early season games don't mean as much as you think, particularly when you already have questions about programs. Don't let two programs you already have questions about go against each other and then fool yourself into thinking it means anything.
Must-win game for USC this weekend against Nebraska to make a bowl game. They're 4-6. No, they're 4-5. They play Nebraska, UCLA, Notre Dame,
and
they're not winning that Notre Dame.
And UCLA is sporty now, man.
Yeah,
Deshaun Foster's found a way to make them competitive. So I wouldn't guarantee that. And this is the same LSU team who beat Ole Miss at home. So you just never know.
You never know. Also, Ole Miss did lose to Kentucky too.
More evidence.
You never know.
You never know. You never know what'll happen. Those are my top 4. I was trying to think of another team on the list, or maybe that's only 3. I'm trying to think of another. That's only 3. I like to throw on any team who has expectations that loses to Colorado because everyone hates losing to Colorado.
Yeah, that is one way to drive your fan base insane.
Yeah, Texas Tech. We're down for most of that game. Actually, they jumped out to like a 13-0 lead. I think.
They were leading.
They were leading.
The first half.
Yeah, they were leading in the first half, and then Colorado came back and took control of the game. But Texas Tech had a shot. They had the ball down by a touchdown. Shiloh Sanders gets a scoop and score, which has to be insulting. That kid making a play against you. Never want the coach's kid, unless he's unquestionably better than everyone. Yeah, like Shedeur Sanders, a top 10 pick in the draft. Okay, you understand. But when it's a coach's kid who you think is probably only starting for that team because he is the coach's kid, makes a play to end the ball game for you, it'll piss you off.
Yeah.
And the ball boy for Texas Tech tries to get the ball back. It's their ball. You want to grab the ball. I understand. It's his job to make sure all the balls they started the game with come back. But, of course, when you are the opponent and you score, it doesn't always happen, but a lot of opponents like to keep the ball. Maybe it's a trophy. I don't know. The ball boy tried to grab that ball out of Shiloh Sanders' hands. The problem for him is he didn't do it clean. If you could have snatched it and then walked away, you're good. Instead, it hits the ground. Shiloh Sanders picks it up. Shedeur Sanders comes over to yell at the ball boy, because Shedeur was congratulating his brother. And then Deion Sanders Jr., the filmographer, the guy who chronicles all the things they do for social media, comes over and starts barking at the ball boy. It's a tough beat for the ball boy. I don't blame him for trying to do his job. You just got to be better with the swipe.
Yeah, I have one more that I think is more. It's a little bit less traditional, the misery index, but it's one that we're going to see more and more.
Okay.
As we get later in the season, the Utah Utes.
How did I not put them on the list? Because the AD, I had the sound saved under Ship Talk. Let's play the AD sound. In fact, we'll do it coming back since Sean brought it up. I didn't get to them. They should have been on the list.
Yeah.
They lost to a rival in a controversial way. They blamed officials. That always makes a fan base miserable. When you lose a game, you think the officials stole it from you. We'll play that coming back. It's called the Holy War, and it gave Nick Saban an opportunity to take a shot at Paul Skeens. If you missed it on game day, Paul Skeens was there with Livy Dunn. Livy Dunn, the gymnast, the famous gymnast. They're both LSU royalty, the LSU power couple. Nick Saban, formerly LSU royalty, and game day was at LSU. So when Paul Skeens said, I had no idea Utah versus BYU was called the Holy War, I did my homework. Saban said, is that the first time you've done homework at LSU? And
got him.
And everyone would laugh at Nick. I don't know that the LSU crowd laughed. They have some feelings about Nick. Understandably.
It's a complicated relationship.
Complicated.
Actually, not that complicated.
It should be because he won your national title. But then he went on to become a legend at your biggest rival.
Yeah.
So that's the issue. After he left for the NFL and came back. So it's complicated.
What are you going to do?
But you got that title in your back pocket because of Nick. So take it.
And you got 2 more. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean,
the fact that LSU,
that guy had 5 more, but still.
And the fact that LSU won a national title with Les Miles and Ed Orgeron speaks to the power at LSU.
Also speaks to Brian Kelly What are you doing, dude?
I was gonna get there.
What are you doing?
The fact that those two guys could go win one, and you don't feel like you're on the path to winning one, says you are probably underachieving there. Okay, when we come back, we will hear from the Utah AD because he was miserable after the game. He had an impromptu presser, didn't last very long, but he wanted to take some shots at the referees and the Big 12. We'll hear from him when we come back. But first, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. You don't want to be miserable. You don't want to be upset with your plumbing. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. It's the place to go whether you have a small problem, and really nothing about plumbing is small, because if you don't know how to fix it and becomes a bigger issue, then it's not so small. So if you want someone to take care of it before it becomes something that maybe damages the value of your home, check out the guys at aqueductplumbingcompany.com, owned by Billy Brown. He's in the Clear Lake area. The contractors are excellent. They're local, and they understand the issues that a local customer may have. You can call them at 281-488-6238. So whether you need something giant like a repiping, and you need repiping because no one wants dirty, stinky water in their home. And if you have bad pipes, you're going to have bad water. And if it's coming out brown and smelly, that'll ruin your day. No one wants a shower that's with brown water. So take care of it at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. So that's a big job. But if you need a small job, like a leak that you can't take care of, or you need bigger jobs like a hydrostatic testing or a water heater replacement, they do it all for you at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
So the context for this is Utah has had a disappointing year, have had quarterback issues, but found a way to scrap and claw and had a lead against BYU and felt like on a couple of different opportunities they had gotten the stops they needed to win. There was a call that kept the drive alive, defensive holding pass interference call that was questionable. I mean, there's contact, but if you're a Utah fan, you're like, wait a minute, that's nonsense. Particularly in the situation where BYU was backed up. They thought they were going to win that football game. They did not. BYU goes down, wins it. They stay undefeated. And at this point in the driver's seat to play Colorado in the Big 12 title game. Colorado, BYU win the rest of their games. They're playing each other for the opportunity to go to the CFP. Well, the Utah AD wasn't having it. Decided he needed to let people know how unhappy he was and maybe how miserable he was. Here's their AD after the game discussing the refereeing and being in the Big 12 as a whole.
For 12 years, this game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight. Thank you.
I appreciate the thank you. That's AD Mark Harlan. The 12 years part was from a previous statement. He wasn't saying they had the game stolen from them for 12 years. The context is that was a team who made the move. The Pac-12 was falling apart. They went to the Big 12, and I guess they thought things would be better.
They thought they would begin the call.
Yeah, hey, we are the two-time defending Pac-12 champions. We are the prize here. You should be giving us the calls.
Kevin Marr was like the Big 12 official. I realized that was a deep cut. He was like, oh, I don't see Cam Rising out there. You guys don't look like Pac-12 champions to me. Normally, that's how this goes.
Is Britton Covey anywhere?
No, no.
Keithy, is he playing?
I think Keithy was playing.
He was playing.
But yeah, I mean, the call wasn't a bad call. That's
was a penalty.
The funniest part about the whole thing. It is a penalty.
It's just
it is a penalty
when it happened and what would have happened if the call had not been made.
Yeah, because I think it was like, was it on? I think it was a sack on fourth down.
Yeah,
when the BYU was like at the 2-yard line. And
it would have been game over.
It would have been game over. They get the 10 yards on the penalty, and then they go what 60 more yards to get the
that was a 44-yard game winner.
Yeah, so
you would say
at a certain point,
you got to get a stop,
make the play.
And they're now like their own 12.
They didn't give them the game.
No.
Like the way that people want the refs to have given the Texans the game on the pass interference.
Did we do that here where I said I'm a fan of ethical refereeing?
We didn't do that here. But yeah, I agree that like sure that the game would have just ended with the Texans taking knees and then kicking a field goal. But that wasn't the case in the BYU game. That like they still had to then have basically their most successful drive of the second half.
And you didn't get a stop. Maybe you're so crushed by the call that you couldn't get it together, but they went down the field and kicked the field goal. My thing about ethical refereeing is I'm not going to give you a bailout because you threw a ball you weren't supposed to throw. Like CJ Anzalone knocked that ball down. Yes, I saw the game just like everyone else did. I know that the corner, was it Arnold?
Yeah.
Got there early. But that ball wasn't getting through. That play wasn't going to be made. Anzalone knocked that ball down. Yes, letter of the law, that's pass interference. Understood. But in this case, he did not keep was it Hutchinson from catching the ball. He was never going to catch that ball.
Yeah.
Keep the flag in your pocket. I don't think that's their thought process, but that's how I'm rationalizing it. That play was never going to be made. So don't bail him out for that bad decision. If Anzalone doesn't overreact, maybe CJ's eyes took him in the place and then CJ darted back. He threw that ball right to a linebacker in the middle of the field. If Anzalone read it better, that's a pick. Instead, it's a knockdown. I understand. In a tight game, you want that call. I ain't gonna just like I don't like underthrows turning into pass interference calls. This is a little different, but not that much because the play was never going to be made.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think it says a lot that you have the kind of the ML footballs and the Dov Klymans and the kind of national, NFL fans. They're the ones pushing this. Where for out of the entire 24 hours,
I have
locally
heard very little about that call.
Yeah, locally, like no one brought it up or no one was like crying about it because we all watched the game. We know that Texans didn't deserve to win that game.
They were up. I don't have to do the autopsy. We know what happened. But
it's like that I was blown away that people were trying to make a big deal about this. And then for me, I do 5 hours of radio. It never came up. It didn't come up once yesterday.
No.
Meanwhile, you have Utah say, "Oh, we don't want to be in the Big 12 anymore."
Where are you gonna go? You want to go back to Oregon State and Washington State and the rest of the Mountain West and be you do have a history with the Mountain West.
Yeah.
Do you want to be Mountain West Pac-12 again? Is that what you want?
Yeah. Welcome back to the Mountain West.
Yeah. Just pipe down, buddy. A call didn't go your way. Go get a stop. Questioning the professionalism. What you did was professional. Call an impromptu presser to whine is what you did.
Yeah, I get it. Holy War. Big rivalry, bigger than football.
Issue a statement. Say you're going to talk to the officials, the Big 12, like you said you did, but don't say the game was stolen from you. Your team could have made other plays.
Yes. But this was a continuation of the misery index, just bonus misery index.
Sure, of course.
Their years they don't really fit. Their years are already miserable, but got a little bit more miserable.
But when the AD shows up after the game, we got to mention it.
Yeah.
We got to mention it.
Oklahoma deserves a shout out.
Eli Drinkwitz.
Losing the way you lost to Eli Drinkwitz.
The strip sack fumble when the game is tied to cost you a win. And Eli Drinkwitz comes out after the game and says, it's a big win for the team. Still in the playoff chase. Everyone's like, what?
He said, yeah. And then he
goes, I know what you're thinking. Yeah. Yeah. He anticipated the internet's response to what he said. What? Yeah, I said it.
The SEC playoff? Oh, the national play. Wow.
What?
Okay.
No, Eli Drinkwitz. No one. Like how much would have to happen for Missouri to make the playoff? What would have to happen?
Georgia beats Tennessee, but then loses to Georgia Tech. All these teams would have to be 3-loss teams. I don't think Mizzou.
And then Tennessee would have to lose another game.
They would then lose to Kentucky. They don't play Kentucky.
They beat Kentucky.
Yeah,
already.
they already played.
They'd have
Kentucky.
to lose to UTEP or Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's possible.
Boom.
It's on the road.
Get them out of here.
Yeah.
I mean, Mizzou just would not win a tiebreaker against any.
And A&M kicked your ass. And is there any way? I guess A&M would have to. Yeah, they could lose out. They could lose to Texas. They could lose another game.
But you kind of also need Texas to lose.
True. Like I said, how much would have to happen for that delusion that he threw out there to happen to be a real possibility?
There still is there's a million different permutations of how the SEC title game
there's
could
a
play
chance
out. There's
Missouri
a chance that
winds
they're
up there.
in the title game,
but they're not getting it at large.
No,
right?
No,
they have to win they have to make their way into the game and then win it.
Every other or so many other teams would have better at large cases. Yeah, they would need Texas to lose. Because then Texas also wouldn't have any good wins, just like Missouri.
Yeah, and will we have Missouri over any team that they would face in the SEC title game? Who could they beat? I'll give you the list before we go to break. Find a team you think Missouri could beat in a one-game situation, which makes it, I guess, more possible, particularly on a neutral site.
They could beat Tennessee, I guess. They'd be underdogs,
but that's not a great start.
Yeah, but Tennessee's they've messed around for a lot of these games.
Yes, but their defense is really good. I don't know if Missouri's scoring on Tennessee.
No, they would need Cook to be healthy because they played last week with Drew Pine.
We've seen them against. I'm just going by the standings.
Yeah,
that I have. I pulled up. Could they beat A&M?
No.
We know they already got their ass kicked by
No, I
Connor
mean
Wegman.
theoretically they could.
Yes,
but
because
no.
the game would happen, but we've seen that happen
I think
already.
if you lose by 35, I can say
You can't just give that to them.
Yeah.
Texas, I'm going to say no.
Probably not.
Georgia, bad offensive line, or at least not a great Georgia offensive line, but I think they would manhandle Missouri.
I would not like their chances.
No. Ole Miss, even that's coming off the Georgia win.
Beating Georgia.
But the way, and by the way, we gotta. I don't know if we apologize to Jackson Dart and Ole Miss, but we were very skeptical of them winning that game. We didn't mention that. So let's just say we didn't believe, and they proved us wrong there.
Yeah.
But I don't like their chances, which is the point. And then Alabama's next. The Alabama we saw against LSU would make Drinkwitz cry. So
I think they have to have one more game against one of these teams, right? Unless they have.
Maybe that's why he thinks he has a shot. They don't have to play.
I've looked at my schedule. Oh, God,
there's nothing left. They got to go to South Carolina, which is going to be tough.
Good luck.
Good luck with it's not at night, so we know how A&M fared against them at night.
Yeah,
but I don't like the chances in Columbia, no matter what time of day it is.
ESPN agrees with you. They're like FBI matchup predictor. When you click on the game on the app, gives South Carolina a 69.6% chance to win.
Pretty good.
That's decent.
So that was the college football weekend. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff we did not get to, but that's kind of some of the focus is with the playoff.
Florida announced they're bringing back their coach.
We talked about that, and he rewarded their faith by what happened at Texas, although no one thought that was going to go well with their third-string quarterback. But it's just, as we talked about last week, there's no hope that enough blowouts will get him out of there. Now if you're stuck with him. So there's no hope for this rest of the season for them unless beating Florida State comforts them.
Or Lagway gets healthy, runs all over LSU.
It is a running quarterback, but they don't do a lot of design stuff. Not the way Alabama and
saving it for
and LSU, Alabama, Texas A&M did. They're saving it for the LSU game.
Yeah,
they're going to break it out.
They're like, let's wait until we're 4-6,
and our guy has a hamstring problem,
and then do it. Yeah,
and see if it'll work out for him. It would be a major insult if the guy whose hamstring looked like it fell off his bone runs all over carted off field, runs all over LSU like all the other running.
Maybe Aiden Warner maybe he's a runner.
I saw him against Texas. Did it look like he was a runner?
He wasn't a thrower,
which is a big problem because he's not the other one either. He's not a runner either.
Definitely wasn't a thrower.
Yeah, we saw Texas that was a get right game for Texas. They got right. And firmly in the picture to be playing in the SEC title game. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. Got a couple more things to get to here, and then Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. The Longhorns had a get-right game against the Florida Gators. I think we're looking at the Texans versus the Cowboys as that. The Cowboys are a mess. Are they messier than the Gators? That's up for debate. Mike McCarthy probably won't get a vote of confidence like Billy Napier did, but the aftermath of the game was one where I think nationally people took what Micah Parsons said and ran with it for no other reason than they're the Cowboys, and there's a pullable quote that if you take it out of context makes it sound like he's saying Mike McCarthy doesn't really deserve to have his job. It was after the game, and he was asked about Mike McCarthy and his job status. And I credit Micah Parsons for turning it into something more about his teammates. But without context, it can sound pretty bad. Here's Micah Parsons after the game. We'll have it here. Micah Parsons has already said in his own form on his podcast that what is being said about his initial comments wasn't what he was trying to put out there. Mike McCarthy, in his presser yesterday, agreed with that sentiment, saying that's not what he was saying. He wasn't saying that I could go anywhere as if to say I don't need to be the Cowboys coach anymore. But they talked it out. He said, hey, it's always tough, and sometimes it's rough to have to answer questions about this. He pretty much said sometimes distractions pop up, and it's not good for the team, for him. And he also doesn't like his players getting ripped apart because of something they said. Here's Michael Parsons and his initial comments that got sports media ablaze.
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's of course going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are worried about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
You know, that's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, you know, all coaching aside, you know, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But guys, I kind of feel bad for guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out, you know, because that's what I wanted to hold the trophy for. You know, you want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
You guys were 2-2.
He was fine until that last statement. And funny enough, that's not the one people are furious about. I mean, Rex Ryan probably was a little upset. He was okay. All of that, what he said was good until he dropped. They put in much more work than Mike McCarthy ever has. There are levels. Those guys are players. It's a more difficult job to play football than to coach it. But I'm sure Mike McCarthy's put in his work. He did lie about watching all those games to get the job, though. He did lie about that. I don't know if that's what Micah's referencing, but when he was interviewed for the Dallas job, he lied about how much time he spent. And it fooled the Cowboys.
Hopefully that re-enters the public consciousness when Mike McCarthy gets fired sometime, probably soon, but maybe not. Mike McCarthy, like on the podium, was just like standing next to or sitting might have been sitting next to Jerry Jones, was like, yeah, I did lie about watching all the Cowboys games.
I need to confess. I told Jerry I watched every clip of the 2019 season. I want the job. You got to do what you got to do, right?
Like, I get it. Like, that's not like
but to say it
is the crazy
the chutzpah to admit it. Some things you just keep to yourself, Mike.
Not even with the like retribution from your boss or like anything Jerry Jones, because obviously Jerry let him coach for 4 more years. But the fact that we can make fun of you for this, like the fact that the media is all of a sudden like, wait, this guy just lied about getting the job.
Just keep it to yourself.
Or lied to get the job. Like it's a crazy way to.
Was he trying to ingratiate himself? Look, guys. I mean,
I keep it real.
Now all that matters is winning. He simply hasn't done enough of that in the postseason, and now his postseason failures, at least this year, have kind of drifted into the regular season. Yeah. The saving grace for him was the Cowboys won a lot of regular season games. They stunk. Yeah. They were disappointing in the postseason, but they always won like double-digit wins consistently, and that was enough for anyone, at least in that organization, to convince themselves that, hey, Mike's not the problem. We just have an issue we need to get over in the postseason.
Yeah.
Now you can't hide behind that anymore.
Yeah.
And now you got to deal with Cooper Rush or Trey Lance. And this show, or at least me, Sean can speak for himself. I don't want to see Cooper Rush for multiple reasons. Said it yesterday. I don't want to see him because I don't want to watch that brand of football. And if he starts to complete passes and drives down the field, that's even more frustrating because this should not be working. At some point, when is this Texans defense going to realize he can't throw a ball more than 15 yards down the field with any velocity or any accuracy? The man had started enough games to not have to drop that pistol snap. I don't know if he was scared. I don't know what that was. But his first snap of the game, he drops the snap.
Blinded by the light.
That's the CeeDee Lamb thing. He was, in fact, looking in the opposite way when he
Blinded
dropped
by
that
the
snap.
lack of light.
He expected light. So I got Trey Lance will be probably a bigger disaster for Dallas. But at least there's a lot of, I don't know what Trey Lance is going to do. I want to see what he's going to do. The Cooper Rush experience is going to be one where, because of the way the Texans have played, it's probably going to be something where it's 21-10, and it's a scuffling performance that you get a win, and you're like, okay, at least we won. I think
21-10. Add some more field goals to that. It's like 19-10.
You don't think they'll score 3 touchdowns? The Cowboys aren't good defensively.
The Texans, well, at the very least, you need to just add more field goals.
It is a road game.
And the Texans, like, they're going to have some drives stall out at the 35-yard line.
Micah Parsons is playing.
He's going to have to kick a 52-yarder.
Micah Parsons is playing, so you can probably guarantee he's going to beat someone on a stunt for a sack. That's going to end a drive.
Just
at least once. Just accept that that's going to happen.
Yesterday, Mike McCarthy said that Cooper Rush will start.
Okay, so
Monday night.
he's promised us to have the most boring game possible. Does Cooper Rush finish?
Probably.
That probably depends on the Texans.
Yeah.
How well they play. I think it's more insulting if you allow Cooper Rush to finish this game. Like, you need to be good enough where he benches him for Trey Lance for a second week in a row. That's my standard. I found it. I didn't know what my standard was going to be. My standard is Cooper Rush needs to be benched. You need to either have blown them out. Nah, I won't say injury. That's wrong. You either have to have blown them out, or he is so poor, Mike McCarthy thinks Trey Lance gives them a chance to win this game, and they're still in it. I don't know which one. I prefer the first option, but he can't finish this game. If he does, it's a failure for the Texans, even if they win. We got to hold them to a higher standard, Sean.
You know what? I appreciate that. We've been team low standards for the Texans.
But the Cowboys are so dead in the water.
Yeah.
Don't play down to your competition one more time.
That's fair. It's fair to say that, like, this should be the game.
This is a get right game, man. Go out there.
It's not quite Patriots level. Like, you have to do what you did.
No, the Cowboys are better. Probably. Maybe not with Cooper Rush, but you should go in there, put them down, and bury them. And Trey Lance should be handing off in the fourth quarter because they don't even trust him to complete a pass, and they just want to get the game over with.
And then after the game, they asked CJ Stroud about how he played, and he goes,
That's what I do. Dominate in the paint.
Well, not in the paint. Well, the painted part of the field.
It's what I do. Dominate. We need 2 for basketball and for other sports.
Okay, this is too much.
We are done for the day. That was Albert Goon dominating yesterday against the Wizards. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And what does that mean, Sean, since we're done?
We did it!
We did do it.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on a Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George, and he's a happy little panda today. You know why? Because someone lost their job. Joe George, happy about another man losing his gig. I mean, I'm saying this for you, Joe, before you even have a chance to speak, but I know you.
Yes.
For those who don't know, the Bears have fired offensive coordinator Shane Waldron today. Joe, congratulations.
And, it's a great day to be a Bears fan. It's a great day that the Bears have an OC who led now the Carolina Panthers to one of the worst offenses in the NFL next year. Such an improvement.
What, Thomas Brown?
Yeah, the Panthers were not good last year when he was calling plays.
But Thomas Brown was once a head coaching interview for our beloved Houston Texans.
That's true, he was. And you know what? I remember thinking, Sean McVay disciple must like this guy. Mm-hmm. We have to like all of them. Mm-hmm. They all work so well in the NFL. Have to like. No, this is the least surprising thing that could have happened. This is an organization where, like the Cowboys, the Bears are run by people who are very traditional and not firing people in the middle of a season in the way that they should in terms of the head coach. And it's always the coordinators who are the fall guys. But this was a bad hire from the beginning. Everyone knew it. It was pretty obvious that Shane Waldron was not good at his job. Jackson Smith and Jigba from the Seahawks last year did an interview at Radio Row in which he was asked about the hiring for the Bears, and he stared at the host blankly. Because he didn't want to say anything super negative. So it's a good day. I don't know how much it fixes things, but it's a good day.
It's so funny. This is what the loser organizations do. They move on from guys, and you're happy when they move on from the guy. Then they hire another guy, and you talk yourself into that guy. And then you probably find yourself here in a couple of years because of the people that are running the organization. And look, that's a place that we've been with the Houston Texans before.
Yes. But it's worse because that's where when people one thing I've learned in the last April will be 10 years I've lived in Houston, and I've heard all the complaints about the McNair family and what they've done, and I just always try to tell people it could be worse. You could be the Jets, you could be the Bears, you could be the Cowboys, who have these owners who are totally and utterly incompetent and shouldn't have ownership rights over a football team because of things like. Because for some of them, like this organization in Chicago, they care about morality. They care about censoring their players and their coaches on Hard Knocks.
Well, someone has to.
Not about winning football.
Someone has to be a pillar of morality.
You're right.
In Chirac.
Someone does. Someone does as they try to leave and go to the suburbs.
I mean,
which they can't do that either.
Makes sense. But look, it's messy in Chicago. I think all you need to know to echo what Joe is saying about the team he grew up rooting for is this is general manager Ryan Poles, who was asked about Matt Eberflus's future at a press conference yesterday. This is before they fired Shane Waldron today. Here is Ryan Poles.
Team has 10 wins in 2 years. And I apologize for the awkward nature of this question. What made you want to stay with Matt Eberflus and knowing that that's the direction you want to go at head coach?
Yeah, everything I talked about in the beginning, just in terms of his leadership and stability, I really think that the head coach needs to be able to captain the ship when the seas are when the seas have storms and really keep everything settled. When you go through hard times and you can keep everyone together, to me, that's like the critical piece in a big in a market like this. You have to be strong. I mean, if he's jumping off the boat and everyone else starts jumping off the boat, it's a hot mess.
Sometimes you got to throw people off the boat.
Oh my God!
When the Caesar storm with the Caesar salad, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to take the cheese off the Caesar salad, which is what Ryan Poles said there. But to bring it back to the Houston Texans, oh boy. But Bobby Slowick is really getting it over the last 24 hours. The grumbling is growing, and I am wondering if a rather hands-off ownership group, Joe, is sensitive to it. You got conspiracy theories abound. I saw both Landry Locker and Cody Stutes putting out polls asking if people still have faith in Bobby Slowick, the Texans offensive coordinator. Landry asks who would call plays if not Bobby Slowick. People are also talking about how, hey, remember when the Texans interviewed Cliff Kingsbury to be their offensive coordinator? Didn't pull the trigger on that. So I am curious, not about whether or not the Texans would make a move the rest of the way. I don't expect them to move on from Bobby Slowick before the end of the year. I'm just wondering if ownership, which seems to be listening to their fans more than they have in years past, are looking at what's being said about their offense and this team that continues to struggle in the second half. And if they think to themselves, this ain't good enough, we got to force Nick Caserio to do something, D'Amico Ryans to do something.
Yeah, I don't know if they're an organization similar to the ones that we just were kind of talking about that would do something like firing a coach when you have a good record. Because these are obviously extreme examples. Like of the firings that we've seen this season, the Bears are one of the worst teams in the NFL. They fired their OC. The Raiders are one of the worst teams in the NFL. They fired their OC. The Jets fired their coach, their head coach. So did the Saints. So you're seeing those are teams that are all at the bottom. But there's clearly a regression happening within the Texans offense. You haven't scored a touchdown in, 6 games or whatever it is in the second half. You have 82 points on the season, 27 of which in the second half came against the New England Patriots. So your offense is terrible. They keep talking about changing and just keep working on it and things are going to get better. And they just never do.
Offense terrible in the second half.
Yes. And that's why it's hard because it's like, how can this team be so good in the first half on offense and at least getting field goals? Because in the second half, like this weekend, you're not even getting the field goals. But this weekend, you give them a pass because you don't have Nico Collins. So you say, okay, at least one of those field goals, you can really easily argue would have been a touchdown if you had Nico Collins out there.
First touchdown drive after they picked off Jared Goff was a good drive. I thought Bobby Slowick made some good calls there. Second touchdown drive right before halftime, I thought Bobby Slowick made some good calls there. I thought CJ Stroud made some great passes on both of those. Second half, I felt like Bobby Slowick was still making decent calls. I know people don't want to hear that. I felt like CJ Stroud missed guys who were open. And the offense is struggling. It is a total team effort out there. It is partly Stroud. It is partly the offensive line. And at times, it is partly Bobby Slowick. I think the fact that this is happening in the second half, which is when you close out games, does have the chance to potentially raise the eyebrows of Cal McNair, Hannah McNair running the ship. I would hope that they will remain hands-off. I think that's been one of the better elements of the Texans ownership. Also the fact that they are never afraid to spend. But I do not know what will happen because I think they have been listening to their fans a little bit more of late. And while I think it's good in some ways, that's not always a good thing.
Yeah, you don't want to listen to the fans when it comes to football decisions. I mean, like you would have still had Deshaun Watson here. They would have dealt with the sexual assaults, and you would have had the worst quarterback in the NFL still on this team. And you wouldn't have Nick Caserio here as the GM. You'd have Omar Khan most likely from the Pittsburgh Steelers. But like, you don't want to listen to the fans about football decisions,
right? Or let's be honest, any decisions, because Bobby Slowick might be dead. I mean, Bobby Slowick might have his head on a spike if some of the people online got their wishes. Look, it's been rough, and I'm not expecting it to get better. I'm wondering if people actually believe it would get better if they just fired Slowick and made Gerard Johnson the guy. I mean, they'd still be running the same offense. They're not going to be doing something new if that were to happen. You know, it's a very convenient fix, but I feel like very often in human history, people will throw something to the side that they don't like, and they don't really think about what's next. That's not to say that whoever's after Bobby Slowick would be worse, but he could be.
100%. Like I think if you were to make this drastic decision to fire Bobby Slowick, in which if CJ Stroud just gets the ball to Tank Dell on time and doesn't throw that pick, we're probably not having this conversation right now. We're not seeing all these polls about the future of Bobby Slowick. So like I think we're really having this just because of CJ right now. It would be irresponsible, in my opinion, to then give the play calling to a guy in Gerard Johnson who's never been more than a quarterback coach. Now, you have Bill Lazor on the roster as a coach who has been an OC.
Damn, that sounds racist, dude.
Well, he's terrible. Here's the thing. Bill Lazor's terrible.
But he's experienced.
For the Bears. That was his last job in 2021.
That's why Joe doesn't like him. Okay, that makes
he was
sense.
the OC for the Bears for 2 years.
It's a great name. You'd think he'd be better.
I was gonna say such a great name. Such a great name for an offense coordinator.
It really
too.
is.
Jonathan Gannon going to hire him if he's open?
Oh.
Pew, pew, pew. Shots.
Good fit there.
Explosives.
Yeah, like he would be the more logical choice if you were going to do it.
I disagree. I mean, if you're going to
Really?
move on from Slowick, you're giving it to Gerard Johnson.
So
You
guys never call plays?
It doesn't matter. You got to give it to somebody. That doesn't mean that he can't do it. You know, some people can, some people can't. Obviously, there's going to be a learning curve, but hey, if it were to happen at any point in the year, it would be literally right now in this moment. I am not endorsing that, by the way, but I mean, take a look at who you're playing the next couple of games. I know that the Texans like to say that everybody on the schedule is the same thing, but Cowboys stink. Jaguars and Titans stink. Stink.
It's the preseason for the end of the season.
I mean, right, exactly.
So if you were going to do it, you're right.
If there were a time to do it, it would be now. I am not endorsing that they actually go do it, but I know that there's a lot of people out there that see Shane Waldron getting canned as Bears offensive coordinator, and you're wondering, well, why can't this be us? And I'm curious if ownership listens to that.
I think you would have to, and this would have been the week to do it because you have the extra day before the game on Monday Night Football. So you have the extra day. So if you're ever going to make a change, right now would be the time. I can't imagine they do it. They listen and do it now, but I don't think that this continues and Bobby Slowick's here next year, no matter what. I don't think Bobby Slowick is running this thing back after 2 years, in which year 2 was such a significant drop off. That to me is where the change really occurs. But if you're Nick Casario, even then, like you have to look at yourself in the mirror. You put together this offensive line, not Bobby.
Nick Casario might be a robot. Do you think he sees himself in the mirror?
Those are vampires.
Well, I mean, he would see that it's a reflection, but it's just an image. It's not actually anything.
Bernard in Westworld didn't see himself in the mirror.
See?
Shout out to Westworld.
Never seen it,
almost
so.
10 years later.
One
One detail from Westworld.
There were 2 good moments in season 1, but largely the show was, I felt, all over the place, and I did not return. Well, I did return for season 2, but I watched the first 2 episodes and I was like, okay, yeah, it's just back.
Season 2, it was like, what if all the criticisms of season 1, what if we did more?
More of it.
More
right.
convoluted.
And I mean, listen, Bobby Slowick next year, it could be the same thing in the eyes of some. I don't think it's definitive that he will be gone after this year. I really don't. Really? We'll see. Because I'm sure someone's going to look at Gerard Johnson and say, hey, man, that guy's good. So are you going to fire Bobby Slowick to keep Gerard Johnson? They've done things like this in the past where they promoted Mike Vrabel to defensive coordinator and made Romeo Crennel assistant head coach, which was such a strange way.
And they kept Mike Vrabel for the next 5 years. Oh, no, wait.
He went right to the Titans. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, that's what the Jets did.
It is.
Nathaniel Hackett was not fired by the New York Jets.
No, he's still there.
He just isn't calling the plays.
Stripped of play calling dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers needs his whoopee. I mean, Aaron Rodgers needs an offensive mind that he respects and believes in. Now, it's not as bad as it is in Chicago. There's more bad things happening in Chicago. I feel like this just needs to be played. So, Joe, you'd probably be a little more familiar with this than me, but Matt Eberflus, I guess, does a weekly radio hit.
Yes, on our friends at ESPN 1000.
ESPN 1000, okay. Well, while he was in this interview, an interview where his phone had crapped out twice already, he was asked whether or not he and the Bears are in crisis mode. And this was, again, before they fired Shane Waldron. Here is what happened.
You know, we're looking at this week and this week only. We do have evidence on tape that we played good football during the course of this year. We got to pull on those experiences.
Coach? Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
All right, we'll put them on hold and see if we can reestablish.
Damn.
You think you heard that?
Come on, man. This is 2024. Can we get a freaking landline? I mean, what are we doing?
That's not
Seriously. Get the man a phone that works, please.
No one has landlines anymore, though.
We'll try to reestablish with Matt Eberflus momentarily. Here on the
I'm serious.
Cap and J Hood Morning Show.
Yeah, Cap, you're not wrong. Communication issues prevalent all season for the football team.
I mean, his phone line's as bad as Waldron's play calling. I mean, what are we doing?
I feel like they're projecting a little bit.
I think they are. For a second, I thought that was going to be Brendan Riley's voice popping in, but it was not.
Our guy.
Yeah. David Kaplan, one of my favorite people I've ever worked with. He was the one who made the your phone line's as bad as the offense comment. Yeah, things are bad.
Was he the one suggesting that it's 2024?
Yes.
We need to get him a landline?
Here's the thing. I agree. As someone
that doesn't make any sense. Who's a landline?
I don't know.
But I don't want telemarketers.
But like, I've been I was a producer for 9 years. Like, phones suck. I mean, there's people who I want to have on radio shows who I know I can't call them. Bob Nightingale. Like, because his phone, no matter where he's at in the country, it sucks.
He's on that cricket plan.
I think so. Like, just get better phone lines. How are we still doing this?
I for one, listen, I was a Sprint customer for years. I was so happy when they merged with T-Mobile because it was rough.
Yeah.
I was right there with
If you ever left the city, you were screwed. Like, you had absolutely no chance. That's why everyone does. Verizon's as far as just availability, the best one, right? I wouldn't know. I've never had it.
According to their commercials with the maps.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I have AT&T and I'm happy with it, at least.
Okay.
Even though when I lived in Kingwood,
sounds like a man willing to sell for AT&T.
I know.
If I
Take
would
just this middle management joke.
when I lived in Kingwood, if I didn't have Wi-Fi, I couldn't actually send a text message.
Oh yeah, Kingwood's.
So that was tough.
Oh,
that was tough.
It is the livable forest.
Yes,
That's
the
my guy
trees
B-Strong.
get in the way of everything. But yeah, it could be worse, Texans fans.
It could be worse.
It could be doing that.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, already the line of questioning was very. These radio hosts are kind of through with the coach, and then
on the Bears flagship.
On the Bears flagship.
Yep.
Like, imagine like at 6'10", them getting this feisty with a coach.
I respect it.
With a coach on the line. Like,
Never.
Not,
and I love a lot of those guys.
Not when he's not on the line, just on the line.
Yeah.
I respect it, and I think they should do it on the line. I'm curious as to how the Bears would respond to that. Honestly, for all the criticism Jerry Jones gets, I never thought he was going to fire Sean and RJ on 105.3.
Yeah.
After those questions, but I wonder if the McCaskey family, Joe, the people who have provided you with football,
Dude, they're
your life.
The flagship is killing them, and this is year one of their partnership.
Oh, wow.
Like they are.
I didn't know that.
They are crucified.
Then they're golden. I mean,
like they are not scared at. I give up. They are not worried. I'll put it that way.
Couple of texts from the 409. In what world do you look at anything the Bears do and say, yeah, we should follow their lead? I feel that way.
Yes, good point. That's a very good point.
I want to be clear.
Give me some of that.
What I'm saying is Shane Waldron getting canned is giving a lot of Texans fans ideas.
I think it's why we're seeing, like what you said, it's why we're seeing all these poll questions today from all these people that talk Texans every day, because they're all like, well, if everyone else can do it, why can't we? Why can't Bobby Slowick be a guy that gets replaced? And it's to me, after this season, you're 6-4. Like, you're not changing your OC in the middle of a 6-4 season. It's not happening.
But hey, if you got to talk about the Texans every day, sometimes you got to localize it.
This is true.
It's a national story. What if we did that is such a great point of like the Bears do something and your reaction is let's do that.
Yeah.
Should not be the case.
Yeah, like anything.
Should not be the case.
Yeah, it's not.
Especially on offense. The Bears make an offensive decision.
When have they ever made a good one?
Yeah, like look what happened the last time you copied Chicago. You went 1 for 2. One got you a World Series, Dusty Baker. One got you C.J. Stroud, Lovie Smith. It's worked out great so far.
Okay.
50-50. Just keep following their lead. 50% chance it works.
I mean, no, that was their sloppy seconds. And there's nothing wrong with getting a sloppy second. Unless you get it from a Penn State fan. Then they'll pull a switchblade on you.
It's true.
I've heard that.
That's a real story that happened to me. For those who don't know, I've told the story a million times. The one interaction I've ever had with a Penn State football fan was after a Syracuse-Penn State game. One of my buddies made out with a random girl. This guy started yelling out in a Penn State jersey, sloppy seconds, sloppy seconds. We laughed, walked away. He pulled out a knife and said, I'm from Philly.
I love that story. Every time you tell
it makes me laugh. Still, it's like just forever in my mind.
Yeah. It's nice to know that guy eventually, I'm
sure he went on to do great things.
Yeah.
I feel like some famous attorney now. But
he defended Joe Paterno.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I mean, he definitely was a protester.
Yes. Yeah.
He definitely was.
He
definitely was one of the guys standing there for the statue.
I bet he got statue up, dude.
Yeah. But the teams who have all fired these coaches this year, you don't want to be any of them. So that's why don't watch what the Bears, Jets, Saints, or Raiders are doing and be like, that's a good idea. No, those are dumbass organizations. Don't follow them.
It seems like a very convenient thing to do right now, but you don't know what happens afterwards. And look, you do have some guys waiting in the rings that I actually do have confidence in. I'm a big believer that Gerard Johnson's going to be a very good offensive coordinator and potentially even head coach in the NFL these days. Maybe I'm a little biased because I know him, but you got to be smart here and realize that getting rid of an offensive coordinator is likely going to create more confusion and more work for the entirety of the coaching staff. These are the logistic things that you kind of forget about because you see something that you don't like and you just want to head on a spike. We are all tribal by nature. And yeah, every now and then we just say in our minds, whether we mean to or don't, it's just a subconscious urge of all people to say, F that guy, get him out of here.
Yeah. I think there's to continue connecting these two stories. This is what I grew up with watching. And this is where I'm curious to see if that's what's happening with Texans fans. It's typically for the Bears fans, they blame one person, the OC or the head coach, and it's a defense mechanism for the truth. For the truth is that your quarterback's not playing well. And I wonder if that's what's happening here in Houston. Is all this blame, all this focus is being put on Bobby Slowick. Because even though, like on this station, I think we've all been very fairly critical of CJ Stroud, the larger part of this fan base doesn't want to do that. They don't want to blame CJ Stroud for what's happening this season outside of the 2 interceptions in this last game. So it's easy to say Bobby Slowick is the guy who should be fired. It's easy to say Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor should be the guy, when in reality, they're probably 2 weeks away from starting to turn on CJ a little bit.
I don't know if it's going to be that quick. And you're experienced this with the Bears, not to rub it in or anything like that.
It's fair.
Like, the quarterback has always been the last person questioned over the last couple of years. They've pointed at the coaches, the offensive coordinators. I think this is a great text from the 281. Fire Bobby is the new fire Dusty. Everyone was praying for Bobby to stay last year. Now you want to kick him out. Maybe the line just sucks. It is more than the line just sucking. And Bobby has some blame. And Stroud has some blame. But I do agree that we are now in the midst of a team that is not in a perfect season. We are looking for things to get mad about, especially after a loss like on Sunday night. And I've been out on Bobby Slowick for a while, at least as a head coach after this season. I'm not the biggest fan of him. All I'm saying is, you see this happen? That does not mean that you should do it as well. But I'm curious about Texans ownership because they might feel differently.
Yeah, and this is uncharted territory for them to have this quarterback have that much success early on. Because even Deshaun, like as he was good, he got hurt. He tore his ACL after week 4. So like that even was limited. And then he had good success, but they were all in on Bill O'Brien and they gave him more power as this team got on. So now, if I almost also wonder what is CJ's voice in this? Because that's probably the one that matters the most, is that if CJ, because the reports today came out that veteran Bears players went to Matt Eberflus and said he should be fired and he should be replaced. If that at some point happens this season with CJ Stroud and veterans on the Texans, then that likely leads to the ultimate change if it were to happen midseason or even in the offseason.
And to what we were talking about yesterday, they've had at least 2 players-only meetings. I did confirm that afterwards. There might be a 3rd players-only meeting happening this week. What do you think happens in those players-only meetings? I'm sure people are pointing fingers at each other, but generally, when you're having a meeting like that, you're very likely to point fingers at people who are not in the room with you. That's just the way things go. Anyway, fun conversation. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glasses. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Up next, everything that went down in college football over the weekend. Quinn Ewers looked fantastic on the football field. And yet, he actually should be a little embarrassed by something. That and everything else in the college football six-pack, including, Charlie Herbstreit's cute. I'm sad about him. Stick around. let's get this one over with quickly. First off, most importantly, horns down gate with my friends.
Update.
Peace has been reached in our time.
All right.
Part of it had to do with the fact that their beloved Texas Longhorns skull bleeped my beloved Florida Gators 49-17. The state of Florida needed the Miami Dolphins to avoid the rare 0-14 weekend. Good God. But Quinn Ewers looked fantastic back under center for Texas. 333 passing yards, 5 touchdowns. It was so easy for them in the first half. I thought it was cool after the game. Arch Manning was asked about Ewers' performance, and he said, nah. Oh, he asked about himself, I think, and he said, like, nah, man, this day's all about Quinn Ewers. I'm not even going to speak. A lot more noble than when he was trying to stay out of the NCAA football video game.
Yeah, they've got a good thing going there. The fact that he's such a great prospect and he's all in on team. Like the relationship with him and Quinn, you can tell even for Quinn, he doesn't have to worry about Arch. Like they're just kind of all in the same, they're rowing in the same direction. The offense looks so good. I think they're the second best team in the country.
Number 2.
Maybe 3.
Do it against not Florida.
I know, but like I can't believe in Ohio State. So.
No offense. Don't do it against not Florida.
But like who else is there to buy into now that Georgia lost?
I'd say the 2 Big Ten teams. 2 Big Ten teams.
Indiana.
What?
Indiana.
And
yeah, exactly.
Oregon, right?
The 2 undefeated Big Ten teams.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still would like to see. I mean, you only have one more shot, one more opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted. It's going to be at the end of the season against A&M because the rest of their schedule, Arkansas, Kentucky before the A&M game. So to meet what I want to see before I call them, the best team or one of the best teams in the country, you have to do it against a good team. And so they'll get their chance.
An alleged DM exchange that Quinn Ewers was having with somebody went viral. Someone was recording the chat that someone, Quinn_Ewers on Instagram with a blue check mark, was supposedly happening.
It says business chat underneath it, which I enjoy.
With a girl who I'm guessing is named Audrey. I'm just going to read it. Guys, you can only get away with this if you're Quinn Ewers.
I don't think you can say that one word in the context that you're going to read it.
Oh, I can. Don't worry. Just one, please. Just a pic, not even a vid, because I want to see your. And today, Audrey, just one. Why? By the way, these are all different texts.
Yeah, different individual texts.
With no responses in between.
Why, though? Why can't you send one? Why, though? Just one. Fine, whatever. Booty. Okay. Photo sent. Quinn then says, take it off. And the conversation continued.
And then says, okay.
And then there's a photo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think this might be manipulated a little bit.
It could be.
It feels like there is some missing responses in here. You can do that on Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Audrey. Shout out to Quinn.
Audrey's
shout out to True Love.
You don't catch a lot of Audreys around.
No, that's true. That's very true. Continuing to go through the college football weekend, there were some upsets. Number 16, Ole Miss beat number 3, Georgia, 28-10. Fans stormed the field early for Ole Miss. That was a little bit awkward, but more awkward was when Georgia backup safety Jake Pope was caught on camera seemingly celebrating with Ole Miss fans. I guess he might have known them from time before college. Here's Kirby Smart when asked about that.
Kirby, there's a video on social media of Jake Pope seemingly celebrating with some Ole Miss fans on the field after the game. Just wanted to see if you had seen that and what your reaction to it was.
Yeah, what an idiot. Just stupid. I didn't see it till today, but he's embarrassed about it. He's upset about it. That's obviously a childhood friend of his. He grew up and played with there at Buford and knows him, hadn't seen him in forever, but just not real smart. But to be honest with you, I don't have time to waste energy on that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like my focus is on Tennessee. I'm not worried about that.
I'm sorry. I have questions about Kirby Smart. Has he called any of these guys who been arrested?
More important
Stupid.
to focus on things that are actually caught on camera, Joe.
But also, this was very stupid.
It was caught on camera.
Yeah. Jalen Carter was not caught. I guess he was on his way to the NFL.
Well, there's so many other ones, but I mean, were those high-speed, Fast and Furious impersonators caught on camera? Not that we know of.
Yeah, we haven't seen the police footage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Dell and I talked about this. I brought this up. It's 2024. He hasn't seen him in a while. He's a 20-year-old kid.
Yeah, like 2 months.
But he's probably Snapchats with them. Like,
Yeah, you're right.
why are we acting like he came home from war?
Yeah.
Like
This isn't 1940.
like
Great
oh,
point.
they went to high school together. They haven't seen each other. What are you talking about?
Great point.
That's so stupid. Like, yes, does Kirby Smart look like he's not taking the right thing seriously when he rips this kid and not the other guys? Yes. Also, this kid's an idiot.
Yeah, he has to know there's cameras everywhere. Another upset. Georgia Tech upset Miami. Number 4 Miami, 28-23. Miami at least did this. Someone was saying that the U is back. A Miami player got called for a face mask, and another Miami player got called for targeting on the same play. Look it up. That was what jacked up used to be, and that's what they took from us. The libs. The liberals took that from us. Also,
that
concussions.
hit was vicious.
Oh.
Also, that targeting, that was by the book.
It was.
That was a great tackle.
It was a great tackle.
That was how you coach him up. It just so happened to be immediately after the guy got his face mask ripped off, or his helmet ripped.
His helmet was ripped off by the face mask.
I do think, like, if the helmet's not popping off, I wonder if they call it.
They do not.
No,
if that's the only hit on the play, the targeting, like that, nothing gets.
But it's not the Matrix. You can't stop.
My biggest peeve with targeting is launching. The word launching. Because that's what how they start.
Launch into them.
Yeah, it's like, well, how else do you tackle someone?
Yeah, that's getting momentum.
Like, you just wait for them to come to you.
Yeah, let them come to you. Take them down like a bull. Number 11, Alabama smoked number 15, LSU. LSU did not show up, but the fans sure did. I don't know how many people were watching College Game Day. Pat McAfee knew entirely what he was doing. For those who haven't heard the infamous chant neck, here is a highly censored version of it, fit for your eardrums.
It's 8 a.m. I think they're ready to go. We thank you. Let's have a day down here. LSU, Alabama, Lee Davis. You didn't know that was coming. I didn't know. That was fairly aggressive. I thought they were going to say sick, like the humidity. I didn't know it was actually. Yeah, you can hear sick in there. You can hear that. Yeah. They love their ball here, and they love their Tigers. I can't.
They're ready to go. 8
He's
a.m.
so great for game day.
He's definitely good at getting the most out of the fans. I know some people aren't the biggest fan. I mean, moments like that happen on national TV, though, I am a huge fan of.
I think, but of all the stuff that McAfee does, I really think that that's the perfect place for him. Like in that environment, he has so much fun. He's good talking college football. Like it just kind of all works well together. That relationship with him and Saban, and then him and Kirk Herbstreit is really good. I think that I don't know how you replace Lee Corso, and then it feels like they've done it.
This is the closest thing you can do. That's a great point. By the way, also during the game, LSU fans threw bottles on the field.
Did it work?
Shameless.
I know. Isn't that incredible, Sean? Who else has thrown bottles on the field this year?
Oh, this year?
Yeah.
Because Georgia did it in the national championship game a couple years ago.
But who did it against
Tennessee did
Georgia?
A couple years ago.
Oh, UT did it. Tennessee.
Yeah.
And Texas did
and
it
then the
against
most
Georgia.
influential program in the SEC also.
Don't look now as we continue to go through the college football six-pack, everything that happened over the weekend. But Cover Auto, calling them that now. They're no longer Colorado. They are Cover Auto. They cover every single game.
And they win a lot.
7-2 after they beat Texas Tech. Do they have an outside shot at the college football playoff? They do not play number 9 BYU in the regular season. BYU barely beat Utah on a controversial call at the end. I do think it was the right call. It was a holding downfield.
Utah were being such babies.
They really were. The athletic director for Utah basically decided to do an impromptu press conference and say that was the worst call ever. I assumed it would be a lot worse than it was. I'm not playing that guy talking because it was really not that bad of a call. But they play BYU potentially in the Big 12 championship if the season were to end today, Colorado would play them. They are the only team in the conference with one loss. BYU, meanwhile, undefeated. They got Kansas, who's 3-6, Utah 4-5, and 3-7 Oklahoma State to wrap up the year.
Yeah, I think they're gonna make. I think they'll make the college football playoff because I think they're better than BYU. They've played they've really turned things around in a big way. And I know we're gonna talk later about Deion and his future at Colorado a little bit in regards to the Dallas Cowboys. But there's reports now that like he's stealing 5-star prospects at quarterback, and like so now. Okay, you're getting the replacement for Shedeur Sanders, and like they're building something. So all they gotta do is beat BYU in the Big 12 title game, and they're automatically in the playoff. So Deion in his second year in the playoff would be awesome.
It has been quite a ride from where things were last year to where things are this year, and Shedeur Sanders is still a part of it. Travis Hunter's still a part of it. Was pretty funny hearing Deion talk about the tortilla toss and seeing a Texas Tech ball boy getting a little chesty. We'll talk about that tomorrow in Soft Boys. Heisman watch. Travis Hunter's the favorite for Colorado. He had 9 catches for 99 and a touchdown. Dylan Gabriel's the all-time leader in FBS touchdowns.
Oh, did he pass Case this weekend?
With 3 touchdown passes. That surprised me. And Boise State's Ashton Jeanty had 209 yards and 3 touchdowns. So that's the 3 guys. I don't think anybody else is in there unless Quinn continues to throw 5 touchdowns every week.
Cam Ward losing.
Yeah, because they lost to Georgia Tech. That's out.
Yeah, and it's a situation where though next week you're gonna fall like a rock, but then if Oregon loses, then you'll be back up really through nothing that you did. It's just the other candidates get losses and fall down. So yeah, I think that's kind of the 4 that have a chance with the 3 you mentioned, and then Cam Ward, and then
you think there's any chance it's Shedeur is the other one? Like he's clearly in 4th place.
Oh, just like at the
he is in New York with Travis Hunter.
Yeah, there's a chance there.
Costing Travis Hunter the Heisman probably.
Maybe, yeah.
It should be Travis Hunter. He should win the Heisman this year.
I agree. I still wonder though. It's quarterback. One last thing to wrap up the college football 6-pack. I have made jokes often at the expense of one Ben Herbstreit. I often call him Charlie. Ben Herbstreit was a very cute dog. I get a little bit annoyed with how people bring dogs everywhere. A lot of the comments I made about Ben the dog and him being everywhere had to do with the fact that I did not know that he was dying. I don't know how anyone could not get emotional on College Game Day watching Kurt Herbstreit, first off, try to toss to this video package of this very cute Great Pyrenees, right? Golden Retriever, whatever. Adorable
I thought
dog.
it was a golden retriever.
Yeah, golden retriever.
One or the other. Maybe it was a mix. Here is Kirk Herbstreit. Sorry, you might cry.
I don't know if I want to listen to this.
No, you have to. Dogs are great, even as a cat man.
Dogs are known as man's best friend. But what do you call a dog that becomes a nation's best friend? You call him Ben. I'll be honest with you, when I first started bringing Ben on the road, it was for me. I needed a travel companion. Hotel rooms can sometimes feel like islands of solitude, and his warm presence became my anchor to home, making my journeys feel less like wandering and more like belonging. When I was working in a hotel room or a broadcast booth or on the College Game Day set, reaching down and feeling that fur at my feet, it made me feel like I was home. Ben wasn't out here to become a social media star, but he became one just by being himself. The Rose Bowl named him its chief happiness officer, and that's exactly what he did. He made everyone happy, and he did it without even trying. He just wagged that tail or nestled up against strangers like they were family, and that's what they became. On planes, in hotel lobbies, on the beach, in the mountains, it didn't matter if you were a college student, a movie star, a national championship quarterback, or even a state governor. Ben didn't care who you were. Everyone deserved his love. I think we can all learn from that. At a time when everything seems to be aimed at dividing us, our love of football unites us every weekend. What I experienced with Ben was that, and so much more. Dogs' only flaw as a species is they don't live long enough. But the warmth they give us, that never goes away. So neither will Ben. This man's best friend, who became America's best friend.
Oh God, that part at the end is brutal.
Oh, and then you try to talk about it on TV and you start crying.
Yeah, you
Oh
can't.
my gosh.
Seeing Lee Corso reach over and pat him on the back too. I mean, my God, the strongest man in America. I don't know how you couldn't tear up a little bit at that. I think for anyone who's had a dog, they're great. I had in high school, I had a dog named Grizzly. He was the best. This little goofy Yorkie poodle who was obsessed with jumping in the water wherever he could. Joe, I don't know if you ever had a dog. Joe, I don't know if you ever had a dog.
Yeah, I think I actually didn't really tell you on this, but I think we put down my dog about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Damn, dude. I'm sorry.
Well, no. So he had to go live with my brother she had to go live with my brother when the baby was born, when Joseph was born, because we lived in an apartment. So I couldn't walk the dog and have a baby.
Yeah, I feel
in the rain and stuff like that. So she went and lived with my brother, my parents for a while in Illinois, and then came back down here. So then, yeah, she got sick, and it's the worst. It is the absolute worst thing in the world.
Well, I mean,
honestly, if I was
hang on, there's worse things, but yeah.
for a dog owner,
yeah, it is tough though.
I cried more like then when we had to put her down than feels like a lot of the other funerals I've been to in my life. I'll be honest, like it's hard. It's hard.
The good ones give you unconditional love, and yeah. Anyway, let's just shift into something a little bit more uplifting. I do think it's pretty funny. Mr. Brostash said on Twitch, went from neck to a Hallmark moment. What a weird college game day show. Right, you are.
Yeah.
Right, you are.
The fact that those two clips happened, 90 minutes within each other?
Like, you honestly, like, at this point, like, you never know what you're going to get. Like we know we're going to get Lee Corso putting on a mascot head. You know, Pat McAfee is now going to lead a chant for whatever that school is, no matter what they say.
Yeah.
It's going to happen on television.
A college kid's going to kick a field goal for scholarship money at some point. And yeah, everything else, spin a wheel.
Yeah, just anything goes.
All right.
Where are they at next week? Or this weekend?
I forgot. I don't know that off the top of my head.
We'll figure it out. Hopefully, Lee Corso will still be there. All right, guys. Spring training. It's right around the corner. We are 91 days away from the Astros getting to West Palm Beach. Give me that bone. Let's go. This is a little concerning. Alex Bregman posted to his Instagram story on Sunday a picture of the Washington Commanders Stadium. The Commanders were playing the Steelers. And the caption in said Instagram post was, "Go Commanders." He's about to sign with the Washington Nationals. What's going on here?
Yeah, one of the offshore websites. I don't know.
How is he a Commanders fan? He's from Albuquerque.
Yeah. One of the offshore betting sites put out odds yesterday. I don't know if this was indirectly because of this video or because they know something, which a lot of the offshore sites seem to know. Alex Bregman odds if his next team is not the Houston Astros. Number 1, Washington Nationals.
Wow.
So I'm going to assuming I guess I don't know how the qualifying offer works now that I think about it, but I'm assuming he was meeting with the Nationals.
I think it's possible. Here are his DC ties. His grandfather was general counsel for the Washington Senators, who I believe are the Minnesota Twins now, in the late 1960s. Oh, wait, hang on. No, my bad. The Washington Senators are the Texas Rangers now. Forgot about that. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, get them confused a little bit. He was general counsel for the Washington Senators, his grandfather, and his great-grandfather immigrated from Russia to Washington, D.C. around 1900 to escape Russian anti-Jewish pogroms, which are essentially anti-Jewish rioting that took place in the late 1800s. So he does have some DC ties, but they're not very direct.
The text line points out he's an LSU guy, so he's probably just supporting Jaden Daniels.
That could be it too.
That does make sense, but seeing these odds come out right after, and where they're saying that if he's not an Astro, the number one team is the Washington Nationals.
The Nationals,
Like
they beat you in a World Series. Oh, that one would suck. Like, do we still hate the Nationals? Do we more hate just being reminded that Juan Soto's only 21?
I think we'd hate him now.
If they get, that would definitely get him back on the hate list.
I mean,
they stink now too. That's the worst part. We didn't even get a chance at vengeance.
Yeah,
the Astros will have a chance at vengeance against the Dodgers. Mark my words. I based on an absolutely nothing. In fact, actually, I based that off of them re-signing Alex Bregman.
Honestly, well, right now
I'll mark those words.
We need them to re-sign Alex Bregman because this is what the Texans are going to be doing. We need the Astros to still be good. Okay,
We need the pick me up in
like
November, December.
We need that carry, in the offseason in the NFL. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They've got a low payroll. They've got a lot of young talent.
Yeah, but wouldn't you want to win?
They're kind of on that young team trajectory where they're a little bit on the upswing now. They're kind of done losing 100 games a year.
It's kind of like they're Verlander.
They might have lost 100 games.
But they don't have to my knowledge, and again, I'm a baseball cash, but they don't have a Steven Strasburg or Bryce Harper like they did in the past, right?
There's CJ Abrams.
Okay.
But he's the kid who got sent to the minor leagues because when he was in Chicago, he was gambling at 3:00 in the morning.
As one does.
As one does.
What's wrong with gambling at 3 a.m?
They have the LSU guy, Dylan Cruz.
Yeah.
Okay.
They called it. It was a rookie.
Yeah, none of these names are doing anything for
Didn't
me.
Darren Baker make his debut for them this year?
Same thing. None of these.
You should know.
I should know Darren Baker.
Dusty Son.
Okay. How good is Darren Baker at baseball?
He's
Great
come a long
question.
way since he was getting picked up by JT Snow in the World Series.
Yeah. So that's nothing.
They're 71-91.
I'm sorry. I'll be pissed if Bregman goes to a non-contender. I won't be mad at Bregman. I'll be mad at the Astros.
Wait, so you would rather? Oh, okay, mad at the Astros.
I'd be mad at the Astros if
Got
he leaves for a non-contender. I mean, that means he looks at this as not a serious operation.
But if he goes to like Bob Nightingale, I don't know if he didn't report this. It was just a column where they predicted where these guys would go. Bob Nightingale predicted that Bregman would go to the Yankees.
Okay.
That would be not mad, less mad at the Astros, more mad at Alex Bregman? Paul?
If it's the Yankees, I mean, he did idolize Derek Jeter growing up. I understand the allure of the Yankees. I'd be mad about that too. I'd be madder at Bregman than the Astros for that.
That's where the blame game shifts.
That's where the blame game shifts. Yeah, I'd be a hypocrite. I hated when Johnny Damon left the Red Sox for the Yankees. So, and I mean, he was a World Series hero.
What about the Tigers?
I
think I'm mad at both.
No, I don't. No, I kind of like the Tigers.
Actually, I think I'm just mad at the Astros.
I think I might be a Tigers fan next year.
Gritty Kitties. You already have the hat.
Yeah, I have the hat because I dressed up like Tom Selleck for Halloween. Magnum PI. All right, that's the countdown. We are 91 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training. 3 months. Let's go. Up next, where do the Texans stand amongst NFL teams in our NFL power ranking tier system? This time, based on a TV show that returned to television Sunday night. Stick around.
Let's talk about O Athletic, oathletic.com, and O Athletic on Instagram. I was there this morning getting a workout in. Went with the upper body today, working out with my guy Cam, my personal trainer. Trying to still work off that weight, working towards getting below 200 pounds. We're right about there. First time I would be there since before I got married, so it's been like 5+ years since that happened. So we're on our way. And look, this is a great place to go to the gym because they have over 100 classes per week that you can partake in. You can sign up for that personal trainer. They've got everything you need for recovery from the steam room, sauna, endless pool. Even right there, there's a little shop inside O Athletic where you can get a coffee, which I have with me right now, and a protein shake as well. So it's the gym for me. It should be the gym for you. Don't wait till 2025 to start working on your goals. Do it now at O Athletic.
Big news in the NFL today is that the Chicago Bears fired offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. And I know there's a lot of people here in town who are wanting the Houston Texans to do that with offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. I think it's very unlikely that they do that. And I would also just caution so many people out there. You don't want to be doing your business the way the Chicago Bears do their business. Just something to consider. I think we're posting a video from that to our YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed at ESPN Houston, you can see what we said, or you can subscribe to the Gallant George podcast to hear that after the show. We have done this a couple of times. NFL power tiers. So basically, I group a bunch of teams across the NFL based off of some pop culture phenomenon. And at some point, we figure out who the Houston Texans are in this universe. Joe, have you seen the hit television show Yellowstone on Paramount and also sometimes shown on CBS and also, I guess, available on Peacock to stream?
Like 6 months later, yeah. Yes, and also illegal streams because that's how I had to
Whoa,
watch.
Joe, stop.
I'm sorry, I'm not paying for another service that I don't want.
Sean, dump that. We can't have him doing that. We can't have
I'll
you.
put it this way.
Joe, I don't want you going to jail.
Not happy.
Well,
I don't know who's watching, who hasn't. So all I'm gonna say
I'm not happy paying $1 million a month for Fubo TV.
Not thrilled with what happened.
Oh, okay. Damn. Was it worse than what happened in Penguin? Okay, I know what's happening already. Damn it!
No.
It
was
stop.
No,
I
it
know
has
what's
nothing to
happening
do
now.
with the show. It was poorly done.
Oh, okay.
The quality of show is.
It's not plot; it's quality.
Yes,
It's not. It's never been about the plot with Yellowstone. You guys, you don't understand.
I've never seen it.
It's all about the horses.
Okay.
I've never seen it, so I'll just smile and nod and assume everything Paul said.
So then, can you explain your tiers before?
Yes, I'm going. Give me the Yellowstone music, please, first. So we're going to go from the bottom to the top of the NFL, okay? And I'm going to use characters from the hit TV show Yellowstone to group teams. These are the teams that I never want to hear about again. They are uninteresting, they are boring, and I hate them, but I don't hate them because their characters are evil or because they're conniving. Nope, these characters just suck. Monica Dunn. Her son, Tate Dunn. Sorry, wish he never came back after he got kidnapped. Jimmy, who fell off his horse. Wish he died there. Sorry, I'm just saying how I feel. All three of those characters, boring, uninteresting. They should have killed them off. Stop showing me subplots involving these guys. Just keep them out. That's the Jaguars, Giants, Raiders, Titans, Browns, Panthers, Saints, Patriots, and Bears. Don't care. Get the bleep out.
That's a fair grouping of teams that you don't care about anymore. That at this point in the season, if they're never on national television again, it's better for all of us.
Hugh Dab does correctly point out Monica is hot, but yeah.
Yes.
I hate that little kid, Tate. He sucks. And I hate Jimmy. Jamie Dunn. Next tier up. Hateable because it's actually a good character. You can't help but look away. He's the worst. You're never rooting for him. Sometimes you can see little glimpses of yourself in him. The pettiness, the jealousy. But he is a rat bastard, and he deserves to die. That's the Dallas Cowboys and New York Jets.
Okay.
Because you can't get away from him, but you can't look away from the car crash.
I think that's fair. I think you could have gone a lot of ways with Jimmy. With Jamie. Because he's such a hateable character.
There's only one way. They should have killed Jimmy when he fell off the horse. Jimmy, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Stop. I hate Jimmy. Nothing against the actor who plays him.
But
just hate him.
With Jamie, that you could have put a bunch. Like, you could have used him as like the way you did, which I think is a good tier for him. Also a tier of like we all thought we were gonna like this guy at parts in the show, and then now he's just the worst.
For those who don't know, Jamie Dunn is the son of Kevin Costner's character John Dunn. Casey Dunn, he is another one of the sons of John Dutton. Casey Dunn should be a much more important character than he actually is. And yet, like, a lot of his subplots are, oh, wow, I went out into the spirit, into the wilderness, and I did drugs, like I'm Aaron Rodgers.
Yep. Yes, he did.
Wow. That was a 3-episode subplot. It did absolutely nothing. It was a complete waste of everybody's time. just like the Indianapolis Colts, Miami Dolphins, Seattle Seahawks, Los Angeles Rams, and Denver Broncos are. All of those teams should be probably a little bit better than they are, but they're also still at the same time a little bit uninteresting. There you go.
Okay, I like that one too.
So that's tier number 3. We're getting higher up, and I think some Texas fans aren't going to like to hear this because when you hear what tier they're in at first, you're going to get excited. Beth Dutton. Beth Dutton, when she is on her A game, is a force to be reckoned with. An absolute killer, a ball buster. And I would let that woman ruin my life. I am so attracted to her. I cannot control it. Paul, you're gay. Not anymore. Beth Dutton made a man out of me.
That makes so much sense.
Anyway, all of these teams, when they're on their best, are really good and can beat anybody. But unfortunately, sometimes they go out and get drunk and do dumb stuff, like Beth does once every 4 episodes or so. That's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Cincinnati Bengals, San Francisco 49ers, Atlanta Falcons, Arizona Cardinals, Green Bay Packers, Washington Commanders, Philadelphia Eagles, and Houston Texans. All of these teams are almost contenders, but I do not take any of them seriously because they're going to have that drunk moment one of those 3 playoff games.
I think that's a good description of this. That's a good group. There's one team in your next tier I want to move in to this grouping, I would say.
Okay.
But I think that tier fits very well.
One more thing, I love this group because it is almost split between teams that are excited to be in this group and then teams that are like, we wish we were a couple groups higher.
Yeah, like the Bucks are happy to be here. The Cardinals are happy to be here.
Cardinals, yeah.
Falcons,
Commanders.
Commanders.
Cardinals, Falcons, Commanders. They're excited to be in the Beth group.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bengals, 49ers, Texans,
Eagles,
Packers, Eagles all thought they should be a couple more as before the season started.
Take the record aside. How different are any of those teams?
Not that different. They're all
generally
pretty good
similar.
NFL teams.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, every single one of those teams has a pretty good quarterback.
Yeah.
Some are underachieving, some are not. Rip. This man is tough. That's all you need to know. He is tough, and you trust him, even if perhaps there's not a lot else going for him. The man literally has one shirt, one hat.
He's loyal.
One set of boots. But the guy's tough, and I trust tough. There's one team I can't believe I put in this category, but it's because they're tough. The Vikings, Chargers, Steelers, Bills, and Lions. Now, some of these teams have quarterback situations that I'm not sure they can overcome. I would specifically point to Sam Darnold. I would point to what we saw from Jared Goff on Sunday night. And I would also point to Russell Wilson, who has been fantastic. That Sunday game against the Commanders, I was blown away by what I saw. And again, a couple games. But all those teams I trust, they will be tough and they will be hard outs. They're going to play you for 60 minutes.
I would move the Vikings down personally into the tier with the Texans.
Is it because of Darnold?
The way they've looked the last couple weeks kind of feels like they're very quickly going to be in like the Casey Dutton even one where they're going to kind of keep falling apart. And they might still make the playoffs, but they're so defense focused. It feels like they're teetering on falling down these tiers quickly.
Not to be confused with Teeter, the character on Yellowstone.
Yeah, the one who talked. Where's she from?
She's from Texas.
She don't sound like she's from Texas.
That's racist.
I think she puts in bigger dips than I do.
That's why you can't understand if she's got a Texas accent or not.
Is she the next tier up? Yeah, she sounds great.
Honestly, she is a funny character.
She's a great character.
Pretty funny character. But minor character, but a funny character. And at the top, it's John Dutton, played by Kevin Costner. Still kicking it. I have no idea how he survived the way that he did. No spoilers. I am waiting for him to die this season. I feel like it's going to happen at some point, sooner rather than later, especially since if you're paying attention to like the news about the show, I don't think Kevin Costner is going to be around for the end of it. But John Dutton is the Kansas City Chiefs. He is a dynasty. He survives while others don't.
Is there an argument for the Lions to be on this tier?
There is an argument. I felt like it would be disrespectful to put them on the same tier as the Chiefs.
That's fair. That's fair.
But the Lions, after what they did on Sunday, totally fair argument to put them up there as John Dutton. It's more because it's
in this with these rankings with John Dutton as the top guy. The Chiefs are the only team that belongs on that list.
Yeah.
There are other weeks with depending on how your top tier is framed, like you can move it around a little bit, but in the context of the Yellowstone tiers, this is spot on.
If the Lions had won a Super Bowl or something like that before, we'd have a different conversation.
They've never been to a Super Bowl before. They've never done that.
That's true.
One of 4 teams.
Lion Pride 71 says Teeter would own Paul Gallant. ... LOL. If only. Your boy down bad. On a vow of celibacy.
Is she on the apps?
Is she on Raya?
What app is Teeter?
I can't get on Raya. Shut up, Joe. You know that. I can't get on.
Surely Jake Asman can refer you.
F you. F you. It makes me so angry that he's on and I'm not. Jake's never been canceled on national television like me. Unbelievable. It's supposed to be for VIP people. Some Jets fan.
Would your picture be?
And I like Jake, by the way. I'm just jealous that he's on this app. It's BS. I'm hot.
Your picture would be would be a picture of Tucker Carlson with you in the third.
Yes.
This is the time I got canceled.
I actually had it on my dating app for a little bit. But the problem was
combo starter.
The problem is that the picture does not look very much like me anymore. So yeah. Anyway, there you go, guys. Those are the week
10,
11 NFL power rankings. What? It was a long season.
No, I don't know if we're looking if it's week 10 because we're looking backwards or week 11 because we're looking forward.
No, we're looking forward. We're on to week 11. But the Texans are still 6-4. We have not reset the record yet. In fact, I don't know if we can do it tomorrow because they play a Monday night game.
Yeah, we're not reset until Friday, it feels like. Thursday?
Might be a drift situation. We will see. We'll be out of drift, by the way, on Friday. He is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Up next, a segment that I love to do entirely for the ratings. The Dallas Cowboys are an effing dumpster fire, much like Jamie Dutton. Let's laugh at them. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Big news in the NFL is the firing of Shane Waldron. I will once again say that unlike the Bears offensive coordinator, the Houston Texans probably shouldn't fire their offensive coordinator, and yet there is a groundswell of people that are calling for that, at least online. You want to weigh in on that, you can at 713-780-3776.
I think I'm surprised there's this much groundswell. I know things are going bad, but
I feel like it's because we've been here for such a long period of time. We have been here since early in the season.
I mean, I look, I was out on Bobby Sloak last year. I didn't think he was what he was crowned to be last season.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
Where it was, the big stuff was working, but like to me, there was clear issues in short yardage situations all last year. And if you can't convert 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and going for 2 and in the red zone, you're not a good offensive coordinator. And his play design was really the problem a lot of last year. But we kind of gave him a pass because it's Devin Singletary and Damian Pierce are your running backs. But then this year it's just gotten so much worse. But I really just didn't think it was going to be this much, where it seems like everybody is kind of on board with moving on from Bobby Sloak. I thought he would have some defenders still.
Well, I mean, don't score in the second half, and somebody will be the scapegoat. And Kenyon Green is now hurt. So who are you going to point at? Here's what's unfortunate. The Texans averaged 0.5 yards before contact per attempt on Sunday night. They broke 2 tackles on the ground the entire game. Brett Coleman, who used to cover the Texans for, I believe, some website locally, now he's working over at Underdog. If you want to know how they threw that game away, start there. They have always struggled to run the football, and Kenyon Green leaving should not be a huge setback, but at least Sunday night, it was, and it does feel like the Texans are right back to where they were, not being able to create a running game that Bobby Sloak wants this team to be a part of. We do this for ratings every single week. They are an absolute dumpster fire right now, and I enjoy sitting back and watching the fires. It's time to play with the Dallas Cowboys. So Dak Prescott is officially out for the year. He's going to get surgery tomorrow on his torn hamstring, which has been torn from the bone. But don't worry. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones says his prognosis is, quote, wonderful, end quote.
What is that? I guess that means he'll be back next year, week 1? Of course, he's fine. That's got to be one of the worst injuries, though, like pain-wise.
Anything
like torn off the bone.
Anything torn off the bone sounds awful.
Yeah, it sounds the worst.
I can't believe that there was even a potential of him returning, having heard that.
That was a strange one because it felt also like the reports early on, it was very clear he was going to be out for the season, but they took their sweet time.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was going to try to press through somehow and play.
Maybe if their record was like flipped, you could see them. Yeah, you could see a quarterback trying to rush back to make a playoff push, but I mean, with how this Cowboys season's going, take the year off.
Exactly.
Just rest up, buddy.
Rest up. You'll get them next year. Yeah. You and Coach
Belichick.
Coach Belichick, Coach Vrabel, Coach Prime, whoever it is.
Interesting you say Coach Prime, because Deion Sanders is the heavy favorite to be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys per Bovada. On top of that, you had on First Take Stephen A. Smith suggesting that the Cowboys tank so that they can draft Shedeur Sanders. Dak Prescott, you won't be getting your job back, and hiring Deion Sanders unless Dak Prescott starts while Shedeur learns from a true pro. I doubt that Deion would ever let that happen if he were the head coach of a team in the NFL with his son.
I think a lot of the, 2 quarterback thing, like the Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers thing, like all the media circuit where people go, it's a media circus to have a first round pick sit behind a veteran. I think a lot of times that's kind of like BS. I don't really buy that. except for this hypothetical scenario with the Sanders family and Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys involved, that actually would be a media circus.
I just don't think Dak's good enough to do that. I mean, Alex Smith, they threw for they threw like 5,000 yards and they made the playoffs the year that Mahomes sat on the bench.
I don't know if he threw for 5,000. That seems high.
He had. I mean, they were the number one offense in the NFL. That I remember.
With Alex Smith?
Yeah.
I know they're having a good year. I don't think he threw for that many, though.
But like he was having a really good year. You have Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre. Those make sense. Dak, like
I feel like Dak and Alex Smith are in the same spot. I do. I think Dak is better. He's more talented, but I don't think it would hurt. I really don't.
Smith was at a little over 4,000.
Okay.
Right.
26 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. So
2017.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
You know what? It's for sure. He had some very good years with both Kansas City and San Francisco once they got the right coach in charge.
I'm just curious about Deion because he's been so adamant about not being an NFL coach. I think he hasn't shied away from the idea of bigger and better opportunities in college. But when he's asked about the NFL, he always says like it's not for him. Because
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. Unless they had the number one pick and they could guarantee they were taking Shedeur Sanders.
I mean, maybe, but I think if you have more power as a figurehead and coach than you do as a head coach. And I think Deion likes having that ability to determine who plays for him. And yeah, if you have a general manager that you don't see eye to eye with, that doesn't necessarily happen. And I mean, guess what happened to Dallas? your general manager is technically Stephen Jones, but it's really, Jerry Jones at the same time. More from the Dallas Cowboys as we play with the Dallas Cowboys. Mike McCarthy is under fire. He has yet to be fired by Jerry Jones. Micah Parsons was asked about Mike McCarthy's future after the Cowboys lost to the Eagles on Sunday. Here's what he had to say.
Just as I'm coming back.
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's, of course, going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
That's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But guys, I kind of feel bad for guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out, because that's what I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
You guys were 2-2.
So take a look at those comments in totality. Context is important. And I don't think that Micah Parsons was intentionally taking a shot at Mike McCarthy here. But I do think he put his foot in his mouth. He said, if he's back next year. Okay, he's asked if he would be back next year. So that's fair. He then shifted to talking about his teammates and how he feels bad for the veterans that are there. And you know what? Totally makes sense. He's got more loyalty to his teammates than he has to a head coach. I would too if I were a player. Mike can leave, get another job elsewhere. I don't know if he would as a head coach, but he is right on that front. The last part is where he stuck his foot in his mouth, where he said that Zach Martin's put in more work than Mike McCarthy ever has. And you know what? I get what he's, I think, trying to say here. We're talking about as a player versus as a coach. But if you say stuff like this, even if you are redirecting to the veterans who are in a rough spot, if you bring up the coach in any way when you're asked a pointed question like that, people are going to take it and run with it. How does this benefit you when you are, even if you're not under contract, a leader in this Cowboys locker room? It doesn't. It just alienates people and makes things more awkward.
Yeah, because I feel like at best, it makes you sound indifferent to your coach. That like you just don't care as much that if he doesn't have success with you, you just care about the guys in the locker room. And that's probably rightfully so. I'm sure a lot of players feel that way. Like that they don't play for their coaches, they play for themselves and for their teammates. But to say it and then to have to walk it back so quickly, because he did.
He did on his own podcast.
Yes.
Here is more Micah Parsons, fantastic pass rusher and podcaster for your Dallas Cowboys.
We all have to see through the BS of what these TV analysts are trying to do and, provide us and basically take words. I never once threw or even intended to throw Mike McCarthy under the bus. Like I said, he's one of the most winningest coach. He is a Super Bowl champ. I never once brung up his past. And the question that was asked was about here in the Dallas Cowboys, did I see Mike McCarthy in our future? And I said, that's above my pay grade. So never once did I ever intended or wanted to reflect on Mike McCarthy's career because I always knew it was a good one. I've always had a great relationship with Mike McCarthy, and I never even put that in question. And for a guy like Rex Ryan, I just know he wanted to coach the Cowboys. Like, I'm perfectly happy that we have Zimmerman, because if we have a guy that's willing to go on TV and provide this type of nonsense, imagine what he could do to a locker room.
So he's pointing at Rex Ryan comments that we'll toss to in a moment with a interesting addition by Greeny for a change at the very end. Parsons just should have said, I did not intend to make this about Mike McCarthy. Because he does say it's about the analysts. No, man, I mean, you said Zach Martin's put in more effort than McCarthy ever has. And no matter what the intent was there, which, hey, if I'm going to believe you there, your intent was that you weren't trying to throw Mike McCarthy under the bus. Some people can take that and say, oh, well, that means Mike McCarthy doesn't work at all. That he put his foot in his mouth. There's a lot of people that are like caping for him. I got into it with actually Ryan Clark today about that. People are caping for him. And fine, go ahead. But like, why can't we just say he stuck his foot in his mouth? He shouldn't have said this, because anything you say, if you're a Dallas Cowboy player, you should know better. Like, they will take it and run with it on these shows.
I feel like when a player has to start attacking the analysts because of the way they're interpreting their comments, when a lot of times they don't hear the comments, it definitely sounds different than it reads. Like, because the first time I think we all saw it was just reading the quotes typed out, and it reads like a damning statement of Mike McCarthy. When you hear it, it does sound different. And yes, you could say a guy like Rex Ryan should listen to the audio. He should watch Micah Parsons say these things, not just read them. But if you're having to defend your own comments, like, it's your fault. Exactly. Like, you put your foot in your mouth, and then trying to be like, well, what would he do if he was here? And because he goes on TV and says this, dude, just why don't you focus on being a football player, not a podcaster? Like, how long have you been out?
I mean, always be podcasting. I'm not going to hate the guy. I got to get the game. All I'm saying is, like, he's saying, like, I didn't intend to do it, but he's also trying to say that I never said anything. No, you did say something. Just say you never intended to do it. I'd be willing to give you a little grace there. Anyway, by the way, here's what Rex Ryan had to say to Micah Parsons, the former head coach of the New York Jets, Buffalo Bills, and a guy who wanted to be defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, a job that was given to Mike Zimmer.
He doesn't deserve that. Mike McCarthy, no coach deserves that, because the hours, trust me, my friend, the hours this guy's putting in, no player is putting in the work that a head coach is, I can assure you. And look, you can have some private issue, all right? Go to the owner, go to whoever, go to Mike McCarthy. But why the hell do you think you need to say that why do you need to hurt this man? Who do you think gets blamed for everything? He gets it anyway. And so why are you piling on? All right, yeah, dead man walking. Yeah, he is. But you know what? He's professional as hell. He hadn't once blamed a damn player, ever. It's bullshit.
Yeah. And I'm glad you said that, and I'm not the least bit uncomfortable with you using that word, because that is exactly what it actually is.
So there you go.
He's not wrong at the same time. Because Micah Parsons does allude to the fact that Mike McCarthy didn't work as hard.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not what he meant. And if Parsons would have immediately said, it's not what I meant, my bad, I love Mike McCarthy, everything would be fine.
I like Greenberg defending the use of that language on the air.
I do too, because it's very ungreeny of him.
It's very
ungreeny of him.
One last controversy to deal with the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry World is in a lot of trouble right now because the sun, it's too much. There are many images online that will show you how the Cowboys Stadium, with the glass windows that they have in each end zone, can be very problematic in the midst of games. And people questioning Jerry Jones after a play where CeeDee Lamb could not see a ball thrown his way in the end zone. He did not take it very well. Unprompted, after finishing the initial post-game availability. This was edited out of the Dallas Cowboys video, by the way.
Oh.
By the way, we know where the sun is going to be when we decide to flip the coin or not. Someone asked, why not mitigate that? Well, let's just tear the damn stadium, build another one. You kidding me? It's funny because, they could just put curtains in. CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver for the Cowboys, was asked if he would like curtains. Yes, 100%. Will you tell Jerry that? Y'all are doing my job for me right now.
Can't they put the curtains down and then just raise them back up?
Nope. They can't, Joe, because it's an advantage. Here's Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fans, literally saying that it is an advantage for the Cowboys to have the sun in their stadium.
It is an advantage to us. Over the years, we played 52 games that have anything to do with the time of year when that sun could be there, obviously eliminating night games and games where the sun is not, wouldn't be involved. We've had 52 games. We've won the majority of it. But more important than anything, we know where, in basketball, we know where the dead spots are on the floor. That's our advantage. That should be our advantage. We get to play there more, and we get to have it as an advantage. It has been an advantage for us to know where the sun is. I don't want to change that.
The stubbornness is incredible because, you're essentially telling your head coach, don't have your wide receivers run over the middle of the field if you're on a certain side of the field at certain parts of the game. That's crazy.
By the way, he's talking about it being a home field advantage for the Cowboys. They have the 5th worst home point differential in NFL history right now.
Yikes.
For this year.
Oh, okay.
Minus 94.
I don't think they've won a game still there.
Right? I don't either. I think you're right, Sean.
Home field advantage, my ass.
Oh, God. I hope this stays the same for the Texans game on Monday. It is.
We're going to see all those stats on Monday night.
Nighttime.
What if it's the first Cowboys win? It's good. Oh, God. Yeah. All right. Anyway, that's playing with the boys.
So bad.
Let's shift into some NFL conversation. 10-minute drill, baby. All sorts of non-Texans football talk. So the Miami Dolphins beat the Rams 23-15 in Monday Night Football. They are in second place in the AFC East.
All right. Miami's on its way back.
Something we found out before the game, Lisa Salters reported that Tyreek Hill has a torn ligament in his wrist, which is why he was questionable on the injury report. He did have a touchdown reception. Apparently, this wrist was aggravated during the infamous traffic stop, an unnecessary one in terms of how quickly it escalated, in my opinion, even if two sides may have, I don't know, could have acted theoretically a little bit differently. I think the cop was clearly a tad crazy out there. So I guess he's been dealing with this all year. Just a bad year for the Dolphins.
Yeah, they're going through it, man. 3-6 this season, but hey, they're in second place.
They are in second
right now. They're not out of it.
No, they're definitely not out of it.
The 7th seed is wide open in the AFC right now. Currently it's the Broncos at 5-5,
and the Colts are what? Just a game out at 4-6.
Yep.
So yeah, they're not that far out.
And then the Bengals are 4-6, and then it's the Dolphins right now.
They will, I think, still be alive technically when they play the Houston Texans. The first of 3 games in 10 days. We'll see what happens. By the way, Tyreek might have hurt himself again because he celebrated his touchdown reception by jumping into Odell Beckham Jr. and he fell on his back. He said after the game, "Yeah, my back hurts. I'm probably going to skip practice." A lot of practices this week.
Maybe he was just pre-planning how to get to practice.
Maybe. I don't
Honestly,
know.
also watching the game last night, forgot Odell was still in the league.
Odell Beckham still in the league.
Totally forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. Staying alive, catching them checks. Good for him.
Yeah.
The Jaguars have not fired Doug Peterson yet.
Somehow.
He is still head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. He was asked about a Mac Jones interception on Sunday, and here's what he had to say.
What was the play? What was supposed to happen on the final Mac interception if he didn't get hit and throw the pick?
Yeah, I'm not going to go through the details of the play because you guys wouldn't figure it out, but we'll look at the tape tomorrow and we'll make those corrections.
When you are getting snippy over questions like that, it's a sign that you are looking forward to your very highly paid vacation that is coming. He doesn't care anymore.
He doesn't have to give an answer to that question, but I mean, dude.
I'd rather get that answer than Brock Osweiler telling me every single interception has a story.
No, but you can just tell he's done. Like it's almost like he doesn't want to be there anymore.
No, for sure. He's already in vacation mode. He's thinking about that very, very highly compensated vacation he's about to get. He's done here.
Yeah, the Mac Jones. Yeah, I think it's a different interception she's talking about. The one he had in the fourth quarter. My God, he's terrible. He's so bad. Remember when we thought he was good?
Belichick made the playoffs with Mac Jones.
Right, you are there.
The GOAT.
It's true.
Right, you are there. Yeah, there was a moment. They won a bunch of games in a row, and everyone was like, ugh, and I thought to myself, he's like Chad Pennington, except for fat. My bad, not fat.
Husky? Chunky?
Husky. Yeah, husky. Yeah, not chunky. He was a little thick, though.
Dad bod.
Actual dad bod. Not unlike those people claiming Zac Efron's had a dad bod. What are you talking about? These women.
Yeah, we've raised the bar too much on dad.
That was not a dad bod. The guy has a 6-pack. It's like, oh, but he's not like lean and cut. Yeah, because he's not anorexic. He's a man. Anyway, one last one. In the 10-minute drill. Good for Saints interim head coach Darren Rizzi. His Saints got a win on Sunday over the Falcons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it did not start off that Sunday very well for Darren Rizzi.
No, man, I'm a pretty open guy. So this is how my day started. I get down here to the stadium, I get down here to Superdome. I go in the head coach's locker room, which, I've never used before, right? So here I am early in the morning. I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet. And I'm like, this is going to be a crappy day, pun intended. And so listen, I'm like, okay, this is not really a great start to the day. Here we go. And so, I'm not really feeling like a head coach of an NFL team right now. So, so I'm like, really? This is really how we're going to start my day. So
when's the last time you guys clogged a toilet?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, not recently.
When I was living in Massachusetts, that's good. You guys don't have stories. It's good to not.
I know I've clogged a sink because I yacked in it from drinking too much.
Oh, you yacked in the sink.
Yeah, didn't make it to the toilet.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's tough.
That is a tough
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you clean it? Drano?
Drano, plunger.
Oh, plunger.
Dude.
Tough. Oh, that's I
It's
mean,
tough.
It's closer to you. At least the toilet, it's like a little further away.
Yeah.
So when I was a little kid, we used to go over to my mom and dad's friends. They were neighbors, and I generally had to go number 2 when I was there because we would be there for like all day. And I clogged their toilet at least 5 times.
5?
It's because I used too much toilet paper.
Okay. I was about to ask, do you think it's more on you or the toilet?
It was 100% the toilet paper. I mean, I was like 6, 7, 8 years old,
So, like,
But I did this. This happened a lot.
What was the strategy here? Was it
I would get a bunch and I would just bunch it up.
No, I meant like would you
oh, the toilet paper.
Like would you tell them or would you just like leave it for them?
I would tell them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
every
awkward.
time?
Not every time.
Hey guys.
Eventually I did because my mom yelled at me because she's like, I know that was you. And I was like, all right.
Yeah.
So I got a cell phone.
After like the third one, you have to be after the third one, you have to change. Either you use the restroom beforehand or after you hold it. Like that's tough. I would stop and invite. If I was the other family, I'd be like, we can't have that. We can't have that kid over here.
They love me. I love them.
Bring his sister.
They must love you.
The kid.
Yeah, hung out with them in Colorado this summer. Guess what didn't happen?
It did clog.
For the trip.
Do you think you're still worried, like when they see you walk in?
Oh yeah, they're like, here comes Paul. He's gonna clog her toilet.
Bring the plunger. Gallant's here.
Anyway, it is Gallant George. He's Joe. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Something was said after last night's Rockets game that has people losing their minds, and I do not think it is warranted. You will hear it for yourself. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie. and mybookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. As soon as you enter that promo code, you are going to get a deposit bonus that will double that initial deposit. Yeah, right away. And you can play with that money to bet on so many things, live dealers for poker or blackjack, an online casino from your own home, or you can bet on sports. We got some Tuesday night action, huh? Want to get crazy? Want to do a parlay with a couple of games? Because there's 3 of them tonight. Without knowing anything about these 3 teams, I am going to take the Buffalo Bulls to cover 3.5 against the Ball State Cardinals. I am going to take the Western Michigan Broncos to cover a 9.5 point spread against the Bowling Green Falcons. And then on top of that, I am taking the Toledo Rockets to cover a 14.5 point spread against Central Michigan. I have no idea what I'm doing. This is just blind firing, baby. It's mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You probably want to do that on a Thursday because guess what? You get risk-free bets on Thursday. You bet, you lose. Guess what? Your money comes back. So you can bet on Thursday Night Football if you so choose. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Rockets won convincingly last night, 107-92 over the Washington Wizards. Alperen Şengün led the way. He had 27 and 17 on a night where the Rockets did not shoot particularly well from outside. They were 5 of 23. Yikes, that's a low number. Reed Shepherd at least hit one of them, so that was cool to see him hit a pull-up three. The Rockets 7-4. They had another win over the weekend, a close one against Detroit. Rough loss against the Oklahoma City Thunder on Friday. They're 5th in the West, Joe. They had the 7th best record in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game that I feel like they would have lost maybe even last year. Definitely in the Steven Silas era, of course, because they were so young. But to miss that many threes and still win by 15 points, it is an important thing. I think distinction for this team about how they're growing as a basketball team. I really liked watching Amen Thompson with the starting group last night. I mean, Fred VanVleet, he's good, but I am excited for the kind of the next chapter of what this team turns into over time. So it was fun to see Amen Thompson out there with the starters, and Alpi was awesome in last night's game too.
Yeah, and look, against a team like Washington, this is what you are expected to do more often than not now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in years past, they not only would they have lost this game, they would have just been the Wizards playing against a team that's hoping to make the playoffs, probably going to be in the play-in. Like that, it was a classic game where the team that's better kind of leads the entire way. The worst team makes some runs to make it interesting, and then at the end of the game, the Rockets have Alperen Şengün and the Wizards have Alex Sarr, and Alex Sarr had zero answers for Şengün. I don't think I've ever seen anyone that in an NBA game just like that outmatched when that's what the defense is trying. That's the matchup the defense wants.
Mm-hmm.
Like normally there's some sort of, mismatch, you get a switch or something and oh God, we're cooked. No, every time down the court, they're like, Sarr gets Şengün, and every time Şengün would score. It was crazy. The one time that you have an NBA team with a locker room that in that moment for this situation would prefer Rudy Gobert, different French man.
Yes.
A bigger, more defensive French man.
When you bring up the Wizards and the locker room, I thought you were going with a different story from what, 15 years ago.
Oh, the guy with the gun.
I thought maybe you're leading down the road.
Crittenden and Gilbert Arenas.
Someone should have pulled a gun on Alex Sarr for the defense he was playing.
No.
Okay, that's not what you're saying.
No,
Was that only 15 years ago?
It was like, probably 2007-8 range.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For what it's worth, I mean, the Rockets did play with their food a little bit on Sunday against the Pistons, so they're not completely past this. But yeah, against a team like Washington, one of the worst in the league, 2-7, you're expecting games like that. It is interesting to notice that the Milwaukee Bucks are 2-8. We will do a Giannis watch segment.
They're terrible
at some point this week. They really stink, and apparently no team has been more active in trying to start trade conversations to add to Giannis Antetokounmpo and Damian Lillard than them.
They're the person in the fantasy league.
I cannot
please
believe.
take Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, I can't believe we're already got please make a trade with us. Guys, it's 10 games in the season.
I was gonna say we're 2 weeks from Thanksgiving. Like we're this is early.
Surely Doc Rivers will be able to figure this out.
Oh,
yeah,
Ubuntu.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of hope they just fire a coach midway through the season again for the second
keep
year
doing
in a
it.
row.
Keep doing it. Meanwhile, don't look at what the Phoenix Suns record is with Mike Budenholzer. Don't look at it.
Don't look.
Just if you're a Bucks fan, don't look at it. Don't worry about it.
It's opposite of yours.
Don't.
Rockets fans are throwing celebrations in the street for something that was said after last night's game. I think we gotta take a chill pill. I think we have to relax. Big Sarge Sports asked Ime Udoka this question.
Coach, is there anybody that you played with or played against that reminds you of Tariq with the amount of energy and the way that he plays the game?
I would say Kawhi was a guy I coached when young and does a lot of similar things as far as disruptive, just being disruptive, and just taking the ball from people. Kawhi would be the only guy that I saw do it at that level. But his instincts are great. Energy is great, and he gives you a spark every night. So whether you call a play for him or not, he's going to impact the game on defensive end, on the offensive glass, slashing, cutting, offensive rebounds, shooting threes, and all around. So I would say Kawhi is the one guy that he reminds me somewhat of.
Somewhat of. Just remember the last two words. Somewhat of. We're talking about the energy, and we're talking about old Kawhi Leonard. So that is a really high compliment, because current Kawhi Leonard, I don't know if he has energy to do anything anymore.
Yeah.
Is that edited at all?
Nope.
That audio clip?
Nope.
Probably not. I don't know.
Okay.
Deep fakes are crazy. I know.
No, actually, it's the amount of time, like how quickly he responded with Kawhi. Like this was pre-planned, right? Or like they've had this conversation like off the record of
I don't
he
know.
reminds me of Kawhi. He's like, Kawhi. Like you got to know, like it's gonna raise some people's eyebrows when you say it.
I mean, Kawhi was a guy who it took a while for him to be like Kawhi F and Leonard, like Finals MVP.
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard. I have like 8 points a game as a rookie, 12, 13, 16 and a half in year 4. Like it did take a while for him to be an all-star, all-NBA kind of guy. So I think that is what Ime Udoka's talking about, is like at this point in the journey, it's shades of Kawhi, and it's a little bit of the draft thing where you can't say like he reminds me of, and then some random player who he does play like, but isn't someone we would remember. It's easier just go, everyone in this room knows Kawhi Leonard, so
Yeah, it would be
close
funny.
enough.
It would be funny if you just gave a random answer.
Someone I played at Portland State with. Yeah.
Tony Allen. Although Tony Allen, some people know him, but
You know
again,
what's so funny, Paul?
named a superstar.
I was just thinking the same player in my head. Like I was like, what if he said Tony Allen?
I mean, really,
But then people would be mad because Tony Allen couldn't shoot to save anything.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. There's a lot of highly aggressive defensive players in the league, and Eason is very aggressive defensively. He had 10 points and 6 boards last night, but I mean, people like the energy. 3 steals, 2 blocks as well. When you make a comparison to a superstar, you are lending it to you are just throwing chum out there for the online Glazers, the Rockets, Mickey Mouse Club online, who is now throwing a parade because the Rockets have Kawhi Leonard on the bench.
Wait till they trade Tari Eason at some point for like Giannis, and they go, "You traded Kawhi Leonard for Giannis?"
Don't worry, they'll have Jayshawn Tate to step in, part of the core 12 for your Houston Rockets. We're having a little bit of fun at Rockets fans' expense. All I'm trying to say is it's a lot of praise that the head coach gave to Tari Eason there. Just remember the last 2 words.
Yeah.
Reminds me of somewhat.
Yeah, and
3
so
words.
some of it is like Tari Eason's the Rockets player with like the highest, like if you're doing their stock price now compared to the start of the season, like he's the one who's just exploded because this team looks awesome every time he's on the court when he replaces Jabari Smith. Probably does. I don't think Sarge was like, "Hey, who's Jabari Smith?" Remind you of?
Yeah.
That would not have probably been a future Hall of Famer that he came up with. But I think Tari Eason, like obviously he's played awesome. You have to be excited with how he's played. Probably not going to win Finals MVP this year or next, which is what Kawhi Leonard did in year like 4.
I think that's a fair bet.
Won Finals MVP. Probably not happening.
Man, how dare you put a ceiling on Tari Eason? Hashtag motivation. Hashtag chip. Hashtag champion. Chip.
Hashtag liftoff.
Yeah, you got to add that in at the end.
Lame.
Gallant George, he's Joe and Paul Shot behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The Texans have not made any changes on their coaching staff. I don't necessarily think they need to, at least now, but many are wanting something like that to happen, given what the Chicago Bears did today. They fired their offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron. This is a pretty good situation still for the Texans. Are we perhaps overreacting to what we saw on Sunday? We will discuss. Stay put. Gallant and George. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Is it possible that we're overreacting? I mean, they were up 23-7 and blew it against a team that did throw 5 interceptions, but that team is now 8-1, the Detroit Lions. Is it possible we're overreacting? I saw this tweet from our friend DJ Bien-Aimé of ESPN. The Texans started 6-4 last year. They went on to the divisional round. Tonight, talking about Sunday, is a bad loss. It's not a season-ending type loss. They're right where they were last year through 10 games. Still a lot to play for. Still have a decent AFC South lead.
Okay, he's right. He is 100% correct. But it doesn't factor in the hype around the team. The jump that we all thought there was going to be. I mean, remember, DJ, and I know you'll talk to him tomorrow because I won't be here, picked originally the Colts to win the division. And then he changed his mind.
Right before the start of the season.
Right before the start of the season. So it always kind of felt like he was a little more grounded with his expectations for the Texans this year than a lot of us. And so that's why, like, he is right. Like, they're in the same spot they were last year. But it's the pushback is really, it's the hype before the season, the assumption that we had of a jump in, offense with the new shiny toys and things like that.
That's fair. The interesting thing with the hype, though, is the hype really, we don't know whether or not it was too good to be true or if it was merited until the end of the year. It's definitely not trending towards it living up to the hype at this moment in time, especially now that Stephon Diggs is out for the year. We haven't seen Nico Collins in 5 games. That is certainly killing the vibes a little bit here. But he is right in that they're in a pretty good spot to still change things. I just think a lot of us are of the belief that there's no reason to believe they will change things. It took an injury for them to shake up the offensive line, and the running game seems to be negatively affected by that right away. And on top of that, they cannot score in the second half of games. That is a season-long problem.
Yeah, and even like thinking long-term, like where you're at this year versus where you're going. Last year you played Joe Flacco and the Browns in the first round of the playoffs. This year, it seems pretty clear you're going to play either the Pittsburgh Steelers, Baltimore Ravens, or Los Angeles Chargers in the first round of the playoffs. So if the Steelers hold on to the North, like Lamar Jackson's coming to town in the first round of the playoffs. That's not what you want if you're a Texans fan. Like the idea you're going to win a playoff game and then move on to the next round. Justin Herbert could be coming to town. Like it's going to be a more daunting task in the first round of the playoffs this year, no matter what. So I think people they're just disappointed with how the season's gone. But we probably are being too negative at the same time. Like you did go toe to toe with the Lions. You did beat the Buffalo Bills, who are the number 2 seed in the AFC. One of their 2 losses is to you. Nico Collins, Will Anderson, Mario Edwards, like we'll all be back soon. And you would think at some point the offensive line will marginally improve.
You hope.
You hope.
I saw someone put up a post on Texans Reddit. Optimism! Labeled Kool-Aid. As we all know, their loss was bad. Bad. And I'm tired of hearing the doomers in this sub being all doom and gloom about our season. So he pointed out some positive things. First 3 quarters, defense, awesome. Joe Mixon had an off game, still at 70 yards. John Mechie, breakout game. He'll only get better. Stroud was nails with Tank Dell, John Mechie, and Dalton Schultz in the first half, slinging the rock.
This is almost like too optimistic for me.
It is 100%. I agree.
Because like you're just taking everything until it goes bad.
Mario Edwards back from suspension. Texans swarm. Huh?
Yeah. The best part about blowing a 23-6 lead?
Yeah, scored 19-0 in the second half.
No, that's the worst part. The best part is that you had a lead.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
So if you only look at half the game, it's nothing to be mad at.
I mean, really, up until there was 8 minutes and 16 seconds left on the clock in the third quarter when Jared Goff threw his 5th pick of the game. I cannot believe there was that much time left in the game when he threw his 5th pick.
I can't believe
remarkable.
I can't believe there's that much time left. We didn't get one more. I
I
thought for sure. If you asked me
Yes.
at that second, I'd be like, we're getting 6, maybe even 7.
Yeah, if you could have set the under at 6.5 in that moment, I think most people said, yeah, he's getting to 7 for sure. I mean, this is the first time, and where it's, are we being too optimistic? Are we being too negative? Well, the Texans just did something that hasn't happened since 2012. They lost a football game in which the opposing quarterback threw 5 picks. Matt Ryan against the Arizona Cardinals was the last person to do this. Like you're on the wrong side of history, man. It's been 12 years.
It is funny though, too. I mean, just thinking about the interceptions they got in that game. Remember the caller we had yesterday? I think Jeff was asking, "Oh, hey, why didn't they have different coverage there?" Well, I mean, they had 5 picks. I think the coverage was working. Obviously, Goff was related to a lot of those misfires, but it was working pretty good to get 5 interceptions. That's a positive spin.
Yeah, it's just that one play where you have Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I agree.
Closest guy to him is Al-Shaair.
Yeah.
And I get it, they're probably playing a zone there, but still, you don't love that. But no, overall, great pass defense. Hey, their takeaway numbers are going to be off the charts. They're going to have their defensive numbers.
Yeah.
I don't know. What does DVOA have to say about 5 picks? I bet they like it.
What does Bill Barnwell have to say about regression to the mean on winning the takeaway battle? You nerd.
Take that, Bill Barnwell.
Yeah.
Is this not a pro Bill Barnwell show?
Yeah, I'm indifferent.
Not this year.
I don't understand why he's an authority on football because he has a grasp of numbers, but hey, whatever. That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, look, this is my also guess is this Redditor. What do you think the age is of this kid? This person?
37.
17.
Because I think it's way too optimistic to be over 25.
Why?
Because of Texans history.
Well, what if
you
still believe?
I think this person might not be able to buy me a beer.
A young person is the only person who can be optimistic about a future. Come on, man.
I think so.
Yeah,
especially a Texans fan.
Yeah.
Tomorrow they're going to be, well, maybe Thursday. At some point this week, the Texans are going to be 0-0 again.
Yeah.
And we'll be saying, look, they're in a great spot.
Their first 3 games of the season.
They're back in the preseason these next first 3 weeks.
Yeah, we're just trying. These are
of the
get
season.
right.
Yeah. Hey.
Does comparing them to other teams make you feel better? Does comparing the Texans to teams like the Bears, who fired their offensive coordinator today, the Giants, who are still stuck with Daniel Jones, the Jets, who, yes, beat the Texans, but are now battling people on social media. I don't know how many people saw Sauce Gardner. He's getting mad about the many missed tackles the Jets had yesterday being brought up. Oh, yeah, that's the reason that we lost is one of my missed tackles. A very me move. But that's all he's ever been about. Do these other situations make you feel better? They don't make me feel better. They don't. I feel like you're removed from that. Last year, being removed from that was cool. This year, being removed from that is not enough. I am thankful that they are removed from that, but I am starting to forget what it was like to be there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think there's almost like 2 categories of these teams. There's the bottom of the barrel of the NFL, the Titans, the Jags, the Browns, the Raiders, even the Patriots and the Giants, like those teams who had no expectations this year. And then I think you can put the overhyped crowd of teams that are below expectations. So you've got the Jets with guys like Greeny putting them in the Super Bowl, Nick Wright, moron. Sorry for those that like him.
Whoa!
Picked the Bears to go to the Super Bowl.
He's just
not
zagging.
Hey, he's not. He went to Syracuse. He's not a moron.
The season is not over.
The
sir.
Dallas Cowboys, people pick them to go to Super Bowl. So So my point is there's those 3 teams plus the Texans. They are all projected to go to the Super Bowl this year, and all are failing to meet expectations. But the Texans are 6-4, and those teams are all going to or have fired their coaches.
Of the teams that have fallen short of preseason expectations, the Texans probably are the best of that group.
Yes. So I feel better that at least you're not those guys. I don't put yourself in the conversation with the Giants and
the Giants.
Raiders.
They play in a different NFL than the Texans do.
They might as well be.
They're way down there.
Yeah, they're almost roughnecks at this point.
Okay. Almost roughnecks. Hey, Listen, I'm wearing my
Oh, you are
5-0
Disrespect the Roughnecks.
undefeated Houston Roughnecks shirt. I will not take slander for our beloved Houston Roughnecks. I hope Amy Adams doesn't see the logo on this shirt. I know she probably wants to remove it from my body because it's a great bod, but I do not consent. I do not consent. What? Everyone wants this. What? She doing
It's
better?
just a mental image to put in my head.
Everybody wants this.
Some of us listen.
Amy Adams trying to rip off your shirt.
We have a couple of texts, by the way. I was on Fox 26 this morning.
I can tell by our text line.
From the 206. Listen, let me just read these texts. Paul, saw you on the news this morning. The volume was down. I thought you were a firefighter with your mustache. Another person asking, is this the normal slot daily? Yeah, it's always been that. I have a confession to make about TV this morning. I slept through my alarm, and we had to do the TV from the gallantsays.com/Gallant Says Podcast Studios back at my home. I have no idea how I was able to make my hair, which was the worst bed hair I've had in a really long time, look possible, because I woke up with 5 minutes to go before the interview started, got up, set it up on my computer. I have no idea how I pulled that off.
Now, okay.
Shout out to the Fox 26 people who are wizards. But yeah, your boy slept in.
Now, did they call you and be like, hey, man, thought you were going to be here?
No, I woke up at 7:05 and I texted them like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I just woke up. Because I finally crashed after the Sunday Night Football to doing shows yesterday. Energy wore off.
Yeah, and then you watched Penguin last night, which is like
I watched the Penguin, then I cleaned dishes. I went to bed like at 2:30. I should not because the dishes in my sink, all of my dishes were in the sink. They were all in. They were all
not
in
have
the
a
sink.
dish available.
No dishwasher?
Well, yeah, but I was too lazy to empty the dishwasher, which led to me not running the dishwasher. No, we've been on the struggle bus recently. Do we want to share some more things here while I'm just talking about myself?
I think this would be the time to bring it.
All right.
Up.
You said everybody wants you. I feel like...
Well, not this person. So I was in a text exchange with my two friends from Seattle, and I thought I was sending them a text. Turns out I sent it to the Gallant George show group chat.
Yeah.
And sorry, guys. Wait, I'm trying to find it.
A pretty wild thing to get.
Oh, here we go. I blamed the hot lesbian tricking me for drinks in front of her girlfriend. Laughing my ass off. Wrong text. Joe responds saying, ha 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 ha. 1:45 tomorrow. We're talking about this.
Yeah, I was just very confused. Like
I was too, because it took me 10 minutes to realize I had sent this to you guys. And I was
you're waiting for a response from your other friends.
Right. Well,
yeah.
I was at the Texans game and I was responding on a totally different chat line. I thought I responded to that and I didn't, because they were making fun of me for a time. That, again, we're just talking about Paul not being an adult.
Now I need the story of the text message.
So there was a time where I had a lot to drink in Seattle, and I lost my phone, and I left it in the courtyard of my apartment complex. And what happened on this night was I went out to this bar that was across the street, and I bleep you not, this is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. Her name was Olivia. Comes up to me and starts talking to me. And I'm like, wait, what? What is going on here? I don't think it's tricky at all. She's being a little handsy, and I'm like, what is going on here? So I get her drinks, and we got like multiple round of shots. And I got a round of shot for her friend. Turns out, and I figured this out an hour later after 3 rounds of shots for all of us and over $100 gone, I realized that was her girlfriend. She was lesbian. And this girl had seen me as a mark. I can flirt with this guy and he'll get me drinks from me and my girlfriend. Now, I will say she was rather flirtatious in front of her girlfriend. And I feel like her girlfriend probably a little disgusted with it.
Or she's in on it.
I don't think she was in on it.
That's my guess. She's in on it. Like, this is a strategy.
I don't think she was in on it. But anyway, yeah, I left that bar and my phone fell out of my pocket, and some random person found it in the hallway the next day, and they returned it to me. A rare moment of Seattle kindness. So there you go, guys.
I gotcha, Paul.
Telling you all those stories.
That was the little glimpse of Paul that we got in, I don't know, the second half of
the
Texans.
That's how the Texans game was going. We got that text.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what's happening in the press box right
Literally, as I was reading it, I was like, is this from the press box? Like, what is it? And then I saw Joe, like, as I was reading it for the first time, go, wrong text. Ha, ha, ha. And I was like, that has to be what's happening right now.
Yeah, it was wrong text.
What's the most awkward thing you've ever done? Is it like with texting?
With texting?
Because I'll tell you one time, not here, but at a different, an outside radio job.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about needing to fire somebody.
You sent it to him?
Oh, I sent it to him.
Oh, no. You pulled a Bill Belichick.
It was so awkward.
With Brian Flores.
It was so awkward.
Thinking it was Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Really uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's
especially because I didn't have like the full authority to fire anyone.
Did you still fire him?
Well, they quit, but now my other manager agreed.
Figured it out.
But
honestly, you saved the company a lot of hassle.
Yeah,
that's how you became a middle management guy. Accidentally.
But my God, was it uncomfortable?
No way. Have you talked to this person since?
No, it was Lids.
Oh, damn.
I was when you said it was outside of radio, in my head, I was like, so probably Lids.
It's like Lids or Banana Republic. That's like all I've done my whole life.
Yeah,
in radio.
Firing a Banana Republic person, now that would be something.
No, that's just me getting fired from Banana Republic.
Oh, you got canned from Banana
I did. I got accused of stealing.
As one does.
That's what happened.
You know, there's somebody else who I knew a long time ago, who, back in the day in this game, and I know that this person he would have perhaps been accused of the same thing. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that. Anyway, hey, guys, it's Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch too at ESPN 975. Joe, you've seen some interesting numbers thrown around about CJ Stroud online. Is he in the midst of a sophomore slump?
Yeah, so kind of going off what DJ was saying.
The tweet we read earlier this
segment. About the Texans are in the same spot as they were this year.
They were 6-4 last year, 6-4 now.
So comparing and contrasting the numbers for CJ Stroud at this point. Last year, he had a 99.3 passer rating. This year, it's dipped to 89.1. His touchdown to interception ratio last year was 17-5. This year, it's 12-6. He has 6,000 less passing yards, but his completion percentage is exactly the same. So that's the only thing, like statistically wise, that hasn't dropped off in a big way. I definitely think he's going through a sophomore slump because of just the fact the numbers are what they say, but also just with what our eyes are telling us. Like, he's not as accurate. He looks more timid this year behind the offensive line. And think about last year, it started off poor, but by the time they were 6-4, the offensive line was humming a little bit.
They were better in protection.
Yeah,
right.
It wasn't until the Jets game that it really started to crater again.
Right.
But like through like Carolina, New Orleans, and Atlanta in those games, like they had really figured something out.
He was throwing a lot less dangerous throws too. Like, he's had a couple this year that have nearly been picked. Last year he had a couple as well, but I mean, the turnovers that he had last season, that was really what set him apart. And it's why I looked at him. I was like, oh, I mean, these are things that Tom Brady was doing. Brady would minimize turnovers, which I think is huge, even in today's NFL. I know a lot of people are like, well, if you're not, was it scared money, make no money or something like that?
Scared money, don't make money.
Right. Something like that. Yeah. I mean, sure. Tell Jordan Love that, you know, you can live by the sword and die by the sword, but you will die more likely than not in the playoffs. To have a guy like this that doesn't turn it over is huge. But he has, I mean, as you saw, first play of the second half, what the hell was that? And then the second interception he threw, he had Stroud wide open. He was just late.
Yeah, those are probably the two worst ones of his career, honestly. Because even, I mean, he go like 8 games last year without throwing, or like 6 games without throwing a pick. It wasn't until the Saints game.
It took a while, right? And it was like a ball that got deflected up in the air too that finally was picked off.
And then the Saints fumbled
they fumbled it, right? So it almost like it didn't count.
Got it back.
Yeah,
but yeah, I do think he's going through, like, he is going through a sophomore slump. I don't think though it's all his fault. Like, still because of the offensive line, because of what we have seen from Bobby Slowick and the injuries at wide receiver. So while he is going through a sophomore slump, it's not the same as we've seen other quarterbacks in the past go through, where it's not a long-term concern.
Yeah, I'm with you. He's clearly not playing as well as he did last year. And if that's a slump to you, that's a slump. He's getting hit a lot. The offensive line is not looking great. He is the third most sacked quarterback in the league, 35. He has 34th in terms of times hit. 34 times hit. That's 7th. Total times hit / sacked, 69. Not nice. It's 4th. Times blitzed, 94. 6th. That's a sign that the offensive line not respected, and perhaps CJ Stroud under pressure, not respected. Total sacks, hits, and hurries, 111. Damn. 2nd. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely facing more pressure this year, but I don't think you could deny that it is affecting him, and he's not overcoming it.
Yeah, it's to the point where really the question is just how do they get out of it? Like what's the they need the Cowboys to be a slump buster at this point. Like you need some get right games here coming up just to get I think that's the biggest thing the Texans need is no more player meetings. They just need they need results that lead to just being a more confident football team. Because last year they got out of it when they were struggling, but they started hanging big numbers on teams. They had big drives against teams like the Arizona Cardinals. They just need to score 30 plus against the Cowboys. Just get out of this. Get back on track a little bit.
Yep. Please. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to jump into text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, everything you might have missed in the world of sports over the weekend, including Auburn basketball and the horseplay that caused them to have to turn around before eventually coming back and beating our beloved Cougs. Should have kept them on a no-fly list and made them forfeit. Ugh. It's Gallant and George. Stay put.
Round 2. Veterans Day at Soldier Field. Fittingly playing the Patriots. Drake May to Jalen Polk. New England wins 19-3. Veterans Day weekend in Germany. Really?
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris Berman. USA. USA. What are we doing playing Veterans Day weekend games in Germany, of all places?
We're just reminding the Germans who we are.
No. Sean,
We
Joe
are the winners.
No.
Not you Germans.
No.
You will watch our sport on this day.
Well, that's
You will
actually
sing
true.
our songs.
That's true.
On this day.
Yeah, you'll for some reason sing Country Roads, which is a song apparently Germany loves.
You know what? You've kind of
So
flipped
much.
me. You've kind of flipped me.
Yeah.
American imperialism, although that time it was done for the sake of good. It all began right there.
Mhm.
But hey,
Bring
yeah.
back West Germany just for
We're just
funsies.
reminding them that in case they, make some mistakes again, we'll be back.
And we're sending Bryce Young and Daniel Jones.
Yes.
To remind you.
It's so stupid.
It is dumb.
Australia's coming though.
I got into a shouting match with an Australian on Friday night. That was fun.
Okay.
I thought he was British. He didn't like that.
Yeah, they don't. They really don't.
Look, we were at a bar.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I
friendly
think
with the guy, but he got mad, and I was like, "Oh, sorry, man. I truly didn't know." Then I just started asking him questions about Australia, and it sidetracked him.
See the kangaroos?
Did a dingo eat your baby?
No.
Why does this guy hate me?
Is Kangaroo Jack real?
By the way, I just saw that episode of Seinfeld for the very first time, where Elaine drops the "Did a dingo eat your baby?" It was very out of place and out of pocket. So, speaking of out of pocket, we're not going to be talking about Auburn taking down our beloved Cougs on Saturday night, 74-69, the game. We're going to be talking about what led up to the game. Sean, the audio that we were about to play, is this just a report about what went down?
No. Well, in a certain way, it's the pilot's air traffic control message that really puts you in the cockpit there with them while Auburn basketball was fighting.
Okay.
Let's hear from the pilot.
Yes, sir. We have got an altercation on board. We knocked to declare an emergency and land. We got a bunch of basketball players fighting. The flight deck is secure. The threat level is contained for the moment. We just had, police on the ground, and we had 2 players that got into physical altercation. Clothes were ripped, and 1 bloody player. And Center 2681, it's kind of crazy. Were we direct Montgomery?
So they had a flight from Montgomery to Houston, and they had to return home due to horseplay, reported by Jeff Goodman, between players that could have escalated into a fight, per source. They were 45 minutes en route. They would fly back, and then they would ultimately beat our beloved Cougs.
And they brought the whole team back with them, right? So like no one knows exactly which players.
No, they left 2 players.
Oh, did they lose 2 players? Okay.
Okay.
It was there's 1 senior and 1 freshman, which I think is fun.
Oh, some hazing maybe.
It must have been that.
Inside Bruce Pearl's program.
Yeah, I don't know. There's also video of the freshman from the game before.
Is he the guy?
Yes.
Okay,
that's the freshman.
Have you seen this video? Okay, so number 3 on Auburn, the game before they play the Cougs. Auburn is going bananas.
Yeah,
they are taking deep threes and they are just making them. And this kid is pouting in the corner. So like a 3 goes in and he just kind of like lifts his arms up and then like slowly jogs down the field and down the court and is annoyed he's never getting the basketball. As Auburn is just like relentlessly making threes. So it's not like they're missing and he's upset.
Yeah.
He's upset because he's not getting the ball. So then they get into the fight and okay. That makes more sense.
I have an idea in my head. There's an idea of what
honestly, that kid probably deserved to get his ass kicked. Like,
damn.
It was some very bad body language on the court. While their team was, again, making every 3 and up like 70-25 against Austin P.
Okay. Well, let's continue. Everything that we missed over the weekend in the world of sports. You might not have heard the Brazilian call of Jared Goff's 5th interception. The Lions are lucky they won this game because we would have been playing this all show long yesterday.
É baita atleta.
Play action. Lá vai de novo o Jared Goff. De novo. Solta o braço, Jared Goff.
Que é isso, cara? O que tá acontecendo? Nada.
Getting laughed at in a different language, that always makes you feel uncomfortable. Luckily, Jared Goff couldn't hear that. And as you heard him, the audio we played on the show yesterday, he didn't think he had a bad game.
My favorite part about, like, obviously, I don't speak Portuguese. That's what they speak.
Portuguese is very difficult for me to understand.
Yeah.
I can kind of understand French. I can almost kind of understand Spanish.
I always love, like, when you hear, like, these calls and they don't have words for some of our words.
Like play action.
Like play action.
Right. Yeah.
Like it starts play action. I was like, wait, I'm confused. And then the rest of it.
Or like the name Jared.
Yes. Yeah. It's so, because it's so play action, Jared Goff. All of that's clear. And then everything else, I don't understand.
Yeah, I get the
Until they're laughing.
context. Yeah, when they started laughing. Okay, so it's an interception.
Yeah.
The laughing helped. Italian, you just get the emotion in the language, so you can generally tell the gist of what's being said to you, especially if you antagonize someone from that place when they're speaking that to you. But yeah, Portuguese is one that is very tricky. So thank you to those broadcasters for laughing.
We never get like the Italian call for any of these things.
No,
Did they not send people?
I'm guessing no. There must have been a reason for them to have a Portuguese person on the call Sunday Night Football.
Got to play a game in Rome
Yeah.
to get them interested in football.
Maybe there's a Texans going to Brazil next year.
I mean, it could be. Roger Goodell said he's going to have 8 games overseas. One of these games is going to be in Ireland.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Ireland.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be game for Ireland.
They saw Florida State, Georgia Tech, and they're like, more football, please.
Yeah.
Ireland is the motherland for me and the fatherland. So I would like to go to Ireland, but all the other countries can kick rocks.
So show trip to Ireland next year if the Texans are playing.
That would be incredible. Who was the crazier wide receiver this weekend in the NFL? Was it Deebo Samuel, who shoved a long snapper in the neck after his kicker, Jake Moody, had missed 3 field goals? Or is it George Pickens doing all sorts of crazy things against the Washington Commanders on an interception? Instead of pursuing the guy who made the interception, George Pickens decided to tackle a random commander who was nearby him. There was another moment in this game where he faked jumping up in the air and like did a stiff arm from above. He tried to fight the entire Commanders team on the sideline. He also had a ridiculous one-handed catch. Who is crazier, Deebo Samuel assaulting his long snapper or George Pickens against the Commanders?
Well, see, like I almost expect it from George Pickens at this point.
I do too.
So I think I'm gonna go Deebo.
I think,
and also like Pickens is attacking the other team.
Yep, productive.
Like I don't care that it's a long snapper and they're not real football players. Sorry, John Weeks, except for you. But man, like you can't attack your own team like that. So I think Deebo's definitely the one who's going crazier.
That was something else. The Rockets played a couple of games over the weekend. They lost to the Thunder 126-107 on Friday. It was a rough game for Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun. They were 5 for 14, 3 for 12 from the field, respectively. They did beat the Pistons, though, on Sunday, 101-99. The Texans, the only team unable to beat a Detroit team on Sunday. The Astros, of course, unable to beat Detroit as well. The Rockets, the only team laying down the law
Avoided
on the
the
city of
sweep.
Detroit. Right.
Avoided the sweep.
Yeah, but they didn't cover, so.
Whatevs. I mean, Jalen Green posterized Cade Cunningham. This is how that sounded on the Space City Home Network.
And then Thompson this time with a defensive play. Now by Jalen Green. Oh, my goodness. We did it. Oh, we did it. Oh.
It was an incredible dunk. That is a valid response. Afterwards, did Jalen Green get teed up because it looked like he barked at Cade Cunningham?
Yeah.
Some are suggesting that this is vengeance for a moment that Cade Cunningham, in I believe either an AAU game or the pre-draft process, Cade Cunningham did a between the legs dunk and randomly touched Jalen Green on the side of the cheek right after that dunk. Green can be caught saying, I believe, let's read it one more time. It looks like he's dropping a B word on him.
Yeah.
Perhaps a P word.
Yeah. It seems like there's a little rivalry going on here.
It
Detroit
is
sucks.
spicy. I mean, it was always hilarious because these guys were both drafted 1-2, or they were drafted 1-2 in the same draft class to terrible teams.
Mhm.
So for a while, it was like a funny rivalry between two teams that were winning. Like, I don't know, the Rockets won 20 games, the Pistons won 10.
There is a lot of random online discourse of Rockets fans going after Pistons fans. It's also interesting because I don't know how many people know Cody Davis, who used to cover the Rockets here, I think Locked On Rockets, and now he is covering the Detroit Pistons up there. So he's been on both sides of the war, if you will. It is really funny to see this small subplot of Rockets fans hating on a random player who is Cade Cunningham good?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
good.
Is he better than Jalen Green?
No, not right now.
He's more consistent. He's like consistent, but the highs are lower.
Yeah.
kind of guy.
And the only thing that's awkward though is like, how can you really have beef with this team? Like, what's gonna happen? Like, Asar has been cleared from blood clots. Amen Thompson's twin.
Oh,
so eventually he'll be back on the court here.
That does not help the online community.
What happens if these two teams fight and you got the Thompson twins on the opposite ends? Like
the Thompson twins. Well, then they're
are
gonna
they gonna have
say,
to fight each other?
Hold me now. Oh my God. Stay with
right
me.
when you said, "What are the Thompson twins?"
Sean,
gonna
that's on me, Sean.
Start.
Audience, I'm sorry.
Start. Whoa. It's a great song. Hold Me Now by the Thompson twins.
My bad. That's on me.
Sean just the look of dismay on his face as he knew what was about to happen.
Just like because I saw Paul like move the mic to get into the singing position. I was like, oh, I've seen this movie.
I can't
before.
wait until that one texter who hates it when I sing to lose his mind.
But also, since they're twins and the fan base is now, it's going to be our twins better than your twin, even though they play so much alike. I mean, they're literally twins. Neither of them can shoot. Both of them are great defenders.
Yeah.
Is our twin better than their twin?
Right now, by default.
Because Devin McCourty was better than Jason McCourty.
But then eventually they played together.
Right, they did eventually play together.
Who's the better analyst?
Oh,
I think it's Jason.
I think so too.
Jason is definitely higher up, but they could be pulling a fast one.
I was going to say, can I be honest? They might be doing they could be doing a Parent Trap like scenario, and I would have no idea.
When I saw the graphic of Amen Thompson's brother, what's his name again? Asar Thompson. When I saw a graphic showing that he was like dealing with blood clots?
Yes.
I was like, oh my God, this is a big deal. And then I realized, oh wait, this isn't a big deal for me personally, but we do wish Asar Thompson well.
I had the thought of, and I assume this immediately happened, like the Rockets immediately do this. If not, like, what are they doing? Like, they're not doing their jobs.
Yeah.
You have to immediately check him for blood clots because they're twins. Like, just if
that's
one has blood clots, check the other one. I want to see what if Amin's all clear, and I assume he is because we haven't heard anything about it.
Well, Asar's been out since March.
Yeah, he's been out. His season ended early last year. Yeah,
from these blood clots.
So there you go, guys. That's everything you might have missed in the world of sports over the weekend.
And Paul singing.
You always.
Well, you didn't miss that. Yeah.
Oh, they did miss it. They did.
I mean, the Texans were so bad that like Paul couldn't sing yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think you actually did.
I don't.
Did you sing SpongeBob yesterday?
Oh, I did sing SpongeBob.
You did.
I did. Anyway, hey, we're alive. You're alive. We're singing. You're listening. Hopefully, still. Up next, speaking of garbage things like me singing, we got a little garbage time. My football coach at my alma mater is a crazy person. Plus, you'll also hear an ex-Houston Texan doing something that I did not know possible. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. Houston Texans are speaking with the media right now. Per D'Amico Ryans, I don't think Titus Howard was trying to take the ball away from C.J. Stroud. The line wasn't on the same page with the snap count, and it allowed the Lions to have a quick start on that play. Also, the Texans doing a little quick quitting on that play, left tackle, right tackle, also aided that.
I like it. He still has to say, I don't think. He doesn't know for sure.
Right. D'Amico Ryans also said that Nico Collins will practice this week. So at least there's that. He was supposedly 100% on Sunday, but he scratched nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume he's going to play.
You would think.
Unless they really think that little of the Cowboys. That they want to give him another week off. Which, like, I don't hate that strategy, to be honest.
That's not real strategy, though. Everyone was saying that with, like, oh, the division is what it is. You're not going to rest a guy because you're in a good standing in the division unless it's like week 16, 17, 18, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a situation where you're not going to push him to play if he's not ready, but if he's ready, get out there.
If he can play, he can play. It's such a tricky injury, and you got to be careful about him like really testing it first because hamstrings are very easy to re-aggravate.
Yeah.
Anyone who suffered one, it sucks. Like you never know when it's going to come back too, because it will at some point probably come back. Just a matter of when. Will Fuller would be able to tell you that more than anyone. God, how many games did he miss?
Feels like 50% of his career.
It was like he would miss the first part of the year, play for 4 games, miss the back half of the year.
The worst part was he was usually like electric.
Yeah.
In the games that he was out there for.
Yeah. In the games he'd play, he'd have 100 yards, 150 yards receiving.
Keys you could find.
Well, you know what? It's happened before. So when I was growing up, the late Terry Glenn, who played for the Patriots back in the day, his first couple of years in the NFL, he was incredible, but he always had hamstring injuries. And then he quit on the Patriots in the middle of their first Super Bowl year, and I bet he regrets that.
Like quit like Antonio Brown quit?
He at one point in a TV interview said, I did want to play for the Patriots. This was right before they would go on the winning streak to ultimately win the Super Bowl with Tom Brady under center.
Well, then he was just holding him back.
Tom Brady's first touchdown pass was to Terry Glenn.
Oh, I was going to say, was it with maybe he quit on the Bledsoe?
No. He had a really good his last game with the Patriots. He was actually really good in it against the Chargers. Anyway, let's do a little garbage time before we get out of here. Fran Brown is the head coach of Syracuse football, and he is nuts. Take it away, Fran.
Honestly, I got like a ritual. Like when we lose, I ain't even getting a shower till early this morning. I just be mad. I just brush my teeth. But it's like I don't deserve soap. I don't deserve to do all that. I'm just focused on like trying to get back and trying to make sure that our players mentally understand and know that I let them down, that they didn't do it. You know, I just wake up all night, especially when you lose. You like wake up like, damn, it really happened. You know, it really happened that way. So it's just different pieces. And then I just move on. There's a process that I follow every week. Win, lose, or draw. Only thing is like my wife, I can't sleep in the bed if we lose because I ain't going to get in the shower for that day. I'm just mad and I just sit there. I just brush my teeth. That's what I have to do so y'all won't say my breath stink. But I'm just kind of locked in on certain things, certain ways. I think you gotta earn the right to do certain things. So, you know, winners get washed. You know what I'm saying? I'm a loser. I just kind of waited a little bit.
What a strange man.
Winners get washed.
Why? It's so stupid.
I gotta say,
so weird.
I gotta say, I mean, it's not Fran's fault they lost to Bill O'Brien in Boston College on Saturday. I watched that game. The Syracuse couldn't stop the run. I think BC ran for 300 yards in that game. Not showering is not going to make your run defense better the next game.
And I love how like he tried to be like, it's a message to the players.
Yeah, because he let them down.
So I stink, so you're gonna smell my stink.
So it's like,
I stunk on Saturday. I'm stinking right now.
yeah,
let
like
you
he's
down
just gonna,
now.
like walk up and down the. I guess would they take a bus from Syracuse to Boston College, or would they fly?
That's a good question. Be a 5-hour bus ride probably.
So probably they'd fly for an hour.
Yeah.
So he's just like stinking up the whole airplane, and like that's their punishment.
Not their punishment. It's his punishment.
It's everyone's punishment.
He's being punished.
Yeah, but he smells and they have to smell it.
But it's to send a message that it's not their fault. It's his fault.
It's his fault.
Sending a message to his wife. He's not open for business as well.
Strange behavior.
One last one. Remember Ben Skowronek, who the
Mhm.
Houston Texans had this training camp? They traded for him.
Love him.
He's making plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Time. Oh, and what a great job by Ben Skowronek to say, you know what, I'm going to get in your grill again. I'm going to be right down here waiting to pounce. And you take a look at him. He's got the eyes of a cat in a rat factory, ready to pounce on that ball, baby.
I don't know what that means, but
I don't either.
Fran Brown and Ben Skowronek, men of a different cloth.
I hope I never meet anyone like Fran Brown. Then
No,
let's not do that, Paul. I don't need Paul to be like, "Hey man, had a bad show today. Not gonna shower."
Oh, well, we had a good show yesterday, and I didn't shower. Again, I just woke up. I did TV. I don't know how my hair looks good right now. I don't.
Wait, but after TV and before the show, you didn't
have time, bro.
Okay.
Always be prepping.
All right. Thank you, Fran Brown.
Always be prepping, never be showering.
That's true. It's just
The
a waste
motto of the
time.
show.
It's a waste of time.
Not the show. Of the Syracuse contingent of the show.
And on that note, we ain't stinky. The Texans ain't stinky because tomorrow they're going to be 0-0 again. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and callers, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It is a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We have a busy show. Cash 'em or trash 'em. We like to do that on Tuesdays. A lot of Texan stuff going on. A lot of stuff that I got. A lot of other stuff I got to get off my chest when it comes to things that are happening around the sports world. Of course, film don't lie. We'll get to that as well. I feel a lot of people are down on the Houston Texans, and rightfully so. 16-point lead at the half. Context matters. How you lost the game against one of the best teams in the NFL. That absolutely matters. So I understand where everybody's coming from. But there's reasons why I'm not quitting the Houston Texans, and they're mostly on the defensive side of the football. But look what they do against some of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. Look at what they've done against some of the teams that they faced so far this year. You go past this past weekend. Jared Goff was leading one of the best offenses in the NFL. He went 15 for 30 with 5 interceptions. That's a good day defensively. Anthony Richardson stinks, but Anthony Richardson, 10 for 32, an interception. You got him benched for a bum and basically ruined that franchise. Jordan Love, 220 yards, meh. 3 touchdowns, pretty good, but 220 yards, meh. It took him 33 passes to get there, and you intercepted him twice. Josh Allen, 9 for 30, 131 yards. He might win the MVP. 9 for 30, 131 yards. Trevor Lawrence, yes, he's a bum, but 18 for 33, 169 yards. You're 7th in the league in sacks. You're 3rd in pressure rate. On top of that, you're 2nd in defensive DVOA. You're 3rd in total defense. And because you have this defensive line, I think that you can play with anybody in the NFL, and you at least have a puncher's chance because of that defensive line specifically.
Well, and I think the other thing, Jeremy, is something that we were concerned with across the board with this team when we started the season, and that's depth. And when you look at the depth of the defense in particular, and you look at the fact that you had guys that at the start of the year and when training camp happened, like, well, Mario Edwards, he's over the hill and he's just going to be a camp body. He's probably not going to make the team. And the first 4 weeks, he was playing out of his mind, and now he's suspended, but he's going to come back. And the fact that they have a rotation now, because we were wondering how they were going to use Autry along with Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. Will Anderson Jr. goes down, Autry fills in, and you've got pass rush still, and you've got the ability to put, a pressure on the quarterback and wreak havoc in the backfield. And then when you talk about the guys they signed on the defensive line, and you look at the guys like Settle and Foley, and guys you're like, I personally thought Reeder and the guys that they had a year ago, Rankins, I thought those guys were better. And I wasn't sure what they were going to do, because we heard that D'Amico's out of his mouth was, we're going to improve our run defense and our interior defensive line. I'm like, did they really do that? But then when you see the way that they were able to play, they played better. Azeez El-Shair, better than what we had a year ago. Then you go out and even at Toto, is a guy we weren't expecting much from. He's better than he was a year ago, even with Christian Harris out. Now you add White, and we're like, well, in a couple weeks, maybe he's just depth, and we'll see if he can contribute at all. And he's contributing. And even at the other corner spot, when we were wondering about if Okudah was going to be the guy that was going to start, and now you look at Lassiter, and you look at the way that they moved Petrie, and the fact that the safeties aren't great, but they're okay, except for Bullock, who's a guy that you really can bank on. There is depth and there's talent across the board on this defense, which should excite you, because especially as it specifically relates to the Lions game, they were wreaking havoc all night long. And yeah, everybody's going to say, well, at the end, they couldn't stop. Not many teams can stop Gibbs. Not many teams can stop this Lions offense. You held them to about half the points they were averaging in the last several games.
For me, it's because you can wreak havoc on a quarterback, because that is a very important thing to do from the defensive side of the ball. Like whenever we look at the offense right now for the Houston Texans, are like, what is ailing them? What is going wrong? And there's a bunch of different things, but it's like your quarterback play for many different variables: play calling, protection, injuries to the wide receiver, a lot of quarterback play by itself. There are a lot of variables that go into the production of the position. But that's the most important position in all of football. That makes an offense go. So if you can have these kind of days in the NFL against some of the better quarterbacks, where Jared Goff, who's been unbelievable, goes 15 for 30 and 5 interceptions, or Josh Allen, who's one of the favorites to win the MVP, goes 9 for 30 for 131 yards, because you can get into the face of the quarterback that you're facing. And you can do it, quite frankly, because your defensive line's really good. You can do it with a 4-man rush. You can do it with Danielle Hunter. Like, Will Anderson didn't even play in the game against the Lions. He's going to help you. I promise you that the reigning defensive player of the month, it would help the Houston Texans. So, look, the Texans are nowhere near their potential. They haven't played anywhere near their potential. I'm not even telling you that they're going to get to their potential. Maybe this is just who they are offensively, a middle-of-the-pack offense that's incredibly disappointing considering the expectations we had for them. But I'm telling you right now, their defensive line might be the best in the NFL. It's one of the best in the NFL. And you can see it, the proof's in the pudding, based on how they make these quarterbacks struggle and these really good quarterbacks struggle. So I think that they have a puncher's chance against anybody that they play. Now, do they need to play an A-plus game if they ran into the Chiefs or the Ravens in the playoffs? Of course, everybody would. But because their defensive line can make a quarterback's life miserable, I think they have a puncher's chance against anybody they play.
Well, you think about it. If you're playing quarterbacks that are of that grade and that skill level, all it takes is one game. It's not a 3-game series. If you get in and you're able to do that against a good quarterback and a good team in a playoff situation, you're giving yourself more than a puncher's chance if you can slow them down and have the effectiveness you've had against several of the quarterbacks that you mentioned. So I think that that's encouraging all in itself. The depth, the talent, the ability to have standout guys at almost every level of the defense, and then to have the track record you've already shown playing good offenses and good quarterbacks. On the flip side, people call me crazy, but when you start talking about the fact that Joe Mixon, until he got hurt, and see if you notice the narrative here, but until he got hurt, Joe Mixon was having one of the better seasons as a running back in the NFL. And, oh, by the way, going into the game, he was third in terms of, yards per game. Then when you look at it, Nico Collins, until he got hurt, was the best receiver in football and was putting up massive numbers. So you've got talent there, running back and at wide receiver, and even with Diggs. And I think that it all starts with the offensive line, because of the fact that I still believe in C.J. Stroud, too. So if they can just somehow find a way to just put a Band-Aid on it and makeshift this offensive line, this offense can still score points. We saw it in the first half Sunday night.
Yeah, you're talking about like reaching their potential, which I'm with you. Like if those things hit, now you reach your potential, and we'll see how it goes. And you have, you're 6-4 right now, so you have 7 games left to figure it out, and then hopefully you're lucky enough to get into the to the postseason. You're lucky enough to get into the tournament, lucky enough to get into the dance and try to make a run. But if there's one thing that I would hang my hat on right now, like let's say the playoffs started tomorrow, what is the one area that you feel gives you your best chance to win a football game? And for me, it's by far the defensive line. And you're not getting the quarterback play that you want, that you think that you need to win in the NFL or win critical games in the postseason or win consecutive games in the postseason. But your defensive line is limiting what the opposing quarterback is doing, to where if they have a bad day, and the Texans have shown that they're more than capable of having a quarterback have a bad day, a good quarterback, Goff and Allen, then they can go out and win that specific game. So if the Texans were playing a playoff game tomorrow and you were to say, well, you have to risk your life on one specific area of this football team, what would it be? For me, it's easily the defensive line. I'm curious what other people think. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I do think that the corner play helps that, because if you can defend and you can cover, then it allows the defensive line more time, all of those things. You spoke to the depth of the team. That's one area where I don't love the depth. Like Kamari Lassiter went off and they had to go to Kadir Holloman, and it's like, that's a massive drop off. Hopefully Akuta's back and we can see Akuta actually play a little bit of defense this year. I still think that's a significant drop off. But one area of this football team that you think is the best, I don't know how the answer is not defensive line.
Well, and also remember when we talked about it, even from the start of the season, but ironically, it was starting with the coaching staff that was talking about, hey, the defense is ahead of the offense. Hey, in training camp, the defense has been outplaying the offense. Well, we were like, yeah, okay, but that's going to change. Well, it hasn't. We've said throughout the season that the calling card for this team has been the defense. And the offense at times has been good, but that's why I highlighted the guys on offense, because we talked yesterday. We've never seen the perfect storm hit where the running game and the passing game are clicking basically at the same time, and they're clicking on all cylinders. But on the times where you just have one, the running game or the passing game, that can be enough when your defense plays to the level that they're capable of playing.
Yeah, they have to step up offensively, though. Like, I don't think there's anybody who would say, like, if we ask the question, what is the strong suit of this team? What is the one area that you think could be one of the best in the entire NFL? 713-780-ESPN. Defensive line, they're right there. Defensive line, they're right there with anybody in the NFL. I think that I would stack up the Texans' defensive line with just about anybody in the NFL. Linebackers, nah, probably not. Maybe if you had Harris and Aziz, that's different, but you don't. You haven't had Christian Harris all year, so I can't do the ifs and buts. You haven't had them all season. The corners, I like the cornerback duo, but do I like it more than the defensive line? No. Safeties, you're not saying that. Stroud has played nowhere near what we thought he was going to play. Running back has been fine, but it's kind of a one-headed monster, and it's kind of been iffy, and he's been hurt. Receivers you thought would be, but Nico's been hurt. Diggs has been out for the year. Tank, a lot of people thought, underproduced in the first few games when both of those guys were healthy. Schultz hasn't been that good, and the offensive line's probably been the weakest point of the Houston Texans. I don't think there's another answer. I think it's an obvious, clear-cut, the strongest position group on this football team is defensive line, and it probably should be. You drafted Will Anderson, number 3, after you traded up for him, won Defensive Rookie of the Year. You signed Daniil Hunter to a big 2-year contract. You did change some pieces in the interior defensive line, like you said, that you had some questions, you had some wonders, but Foley's been good. Settle's been good. Mario Edwards has been good. This Tungan guy that they picked up from the practice squad looked pretty good to me whenever I was watching the film earlier today. So I don't think that there's any other answer. Is there any other position groups that even contend?
Does quarterback count?
I don't think quarterback's even close. CJ Stroud's playing nowhere near like a top 10 quarterback.
No, I mean,
you're going on potential.
Well, but yeah, and talent. I mean, I still think that the talent is there. There's no doubt that because of all the factors we've talked about, that the production is way down and the performance is down. But it doesn't stop me from believing that this guy is still one of the top 10 quarterbacks in this league, and that on a good day, or when he's got protection, that he can be higher than that.
Yeah, for sure. But that's going on expectation, that's going on potential, and that's going on what you think of him going forward. And I agree. I think CJ Stroud has top 5 quarterback potential. Is he playing like a top 5 quarterback right now? No. And there's a lot of variables again that go into quarterback production. If you put CJ Stroud on a high school football team, the Milby Buffaloes, he's going to have struggles. He's going to have a very difficult time. You put an average quarterback on the best offense in the NFL, then they're going to shine. That might be Jared Goff. Jared Goff's playing like a top 5 quarterback unless he's going up against the Houston Texans. Do we think Jared Goff is one of the top 5 quarterbacks from a talent perspective in the NFL? I don't.
Brian does. He thinks he's going to win the MVP.
That's different because that's talking about the production of the player. That's talking about the production because of the offense that he's built around. And sorry for the stray, Milby Buffaloes. But yeah, the defensive line to me is easily clear-cut the best position group that they've put on tape this year. Because I agree with you with Stroud. Stroud could be a top 5 quarterback, but they haven't put that on tape. 6927, I said at the beginning of the season that D'Amico set up the defensive line similar to how the Giants set up their D-line for all those Super Bowl runs. I don't think that's a bad call. And that's the name of the game in the NFL. If you get really good quarterback play, you have a really good chance to win. See Pat Mahomes. If you have a defense that can ruin the day for quarterbacks, you're going to have really good defensive performances. And that's right now the best chance for the Houston Texans to win.
Bears, Broncos, Ravens, those are the type teams when they got to a Super Bowl, those weren't led by offensive, juggernauts. Those were led by teams that had a defense that was able to absolutely win a game almost single-handedly by themselves without a ton of offensive production. When you think about it, the comparison to the Giants is good because you had Tuck on the inside, you had Strahan on the outside, you had, solid run stoppers in the middle, you had guys across the board. San Francisco used to have that kind of line, and then with cap casualties, they had to kind of get creative and move some guys. But when you look at it, Autry's a guy you can move around. When you've got Anderson and you've got Hunter on the outside, they can control the edge and they can get after the quarterback. The inside guys are just absolutely just blobs, stalking up the run and getting back in the backfield. They're capable of being as staunch as any D-line in this game, and they are capable of winning games.
Yeah. Is there another position group on this team that can rival the Texans' defensive line? 713-780-ESPN. 6043 said Stroud had protection this week, crap the bed. I think the protection was better, but I'm not going to sit here and say that Stroud's protection was fantastic. That said, Stroud did crap the bed in the second half. I think he choked in the second half. 713-780-3776. Busy show, cash them or trash. And we'll get into the Rockets. Rockets, another big win. Dare I say they're rolling to start the season. That might be too strong of a word that they're rolling, but they're playing well. Film don't lie. We'll hand out game balls today, too, after the conclusion of Week 10 after Monday Night Football yesterday. 713-780-3776 on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian's at Sacked by BMAC, I'm at Jeremy Branham. First half, second half. What is the problem? What is going on with the Texans between the first half and the second half? I wanted to see what it looked like last year. Is this something that is there correlation here? Is it a continuation from a year ago, or is this kind of just an anomaly? Well, you have to find out next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. 3772, why do the Texans continue to struggle scoring points in the second half? I shouldn't have gone to bed at halftime.
There's one of those guys.
How do you go to bed at halftime in Sunday Night Football if the Texans are your team? It just doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make any sense to me. How old are you? You're 70? 6602, Aaron Glenn made some absolute great adjustments for his Lions defense for the second half. That is true, but this has been a problem all year for the Houston Texans, not just Detroit. I am very happy for Aaron Glenn, though. Grew up in the Humboldt Aldine area, went to Nimitz, went to Texas A&M, was, of course, an original Texan. So I am happy for the success that Aaron Glenn is having. I'm sure he'll be a head coach next year.
I was just going to say, the next step for Aaron Glenn is going to be a head coach in this league next season. There's no doubt.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of candidates, though. Like, it depends on how many jobs come open, because I'm hedging what I say here, because Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson will both be candidates. Do you think Brian Flores gets the head coaching job? He'll be out there, at least as a candidate.
I think he'll get a candidate. He'll get interviews. I'm not sure with everything else that's going on. I'm not sure he's going to get a job.
Same. I would have Glenn more likely than Flores, but there's going to be.
Is that just because of the lawsuit?
Yeah.
Yeah, and because his tenure as a head coach was pretty mediocre.
And I would also add to the conversation as far as, like, will these guys get jobs, specifically Flores and Aaron Glenn? I think we have also seen a trend of, on the most part, over half the time, teams are hiring offensive guys, especially if they have a young quarterback. So that is also playing against them. I don't know how many. I mean, D'Amico, obviously it was a defensive guy that got hired, but for the most part, it feels like more offensive guys than defensive guys are getting hired right now as head coaches.
I would say the bigger thing too is think about where Aaron Glenn is right now. And these guys are getting a little pickier now to not just take the first job that comes available, taking a job that's the right fit for them. To your point, Brian, maybe he's looking for, if he's going to coach the defense as well, that he's going to want a team that's ready to play now or have defensive players. But look, Ben Johnson turned down jobs 2 years in a row. I think Aaron Glenn could possibly be picky because he knows he's in a great spot where he doesn't have to leave Detroit unless it's the right opportunity.
It's dangerous, though.
It is.
Look what happened to Bobby Slowick.
Yep.
Or Eric Bieniemy. 0002, Bobby Slowick will not be a head coach candidate. True or false? I would go true. I don't think anybody's hiring Bobby Slowick. His offense is in the middle of the pack in the NFL, and many people expected it to be potentially top 5. So, yeah, it's been a disappointing season. C.J. Stroud's numbers between his rookie year and his sophomore year have gone down. So the arrow's trending down for Bobby Slowick. I would be stunned if he were a head coach in the NFL next year. I'd be stunned if he were the offensive coordinator for the Texans next year.
Ooh.
What are the chances he's the offensive coordinator for the Texans next year?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I'm still like 70-30.
Yeah, I still expect him. If he doesn't get a head coaching job, I would expect, and D'Amico seems to be a really loyal guy to his guys anyway, but I think especially it's going to come down to CJ. If CJ's still comfortable with Bobby Slowick,
you're asking your third-year head coach to decide the fate of your offensive coordinator? D'Amico's doing that?
I don't think D'Amico's making a switch. I think that if there's synergy between Bobby and CJ, they can work. You look what he's done with everything else, including when the offensive line was even more in shambles than it is now. We'll work it out. We'll handle it internally. It's it's a question definitely worth thinking about discussing, but I think D'Amico will bring him back.
But do you think D'Amico would ask CJ Stroud his input? Like you make the decision, CJ. He might ask his input, but yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
definitely think he'd ask him for his input.
Probably, but there's no way. I'm not sure that he would. If D'Amico is determined 100% sure that he's going to bring Slowick back, I don't think he would ask Stroud. Because if you ask Stroud and Stroud says no, and then you bring back Slowick anyways, now you're between a rock and a hard spot.
You are, but
now you've kind of done to him what pissed off Deshaun Watson about hey, what do you think of the GM, and then not taking his advice.
It depends on where D'Amico's at in the thought process. If he's 60-40, he's willing to bring Bobby back, and then he asks CJ, and CJ's like, no way. Then I think he would make the switch. But if D'Amico is 100% sure he's bringing Bobby Slowick back next year, I don't think there's any chance he's asking CJ.
I think that there is. I think that he's discussing it. Maybe he would make it more about discussing it with key members of the offense.
But what's the point if you're 100% sure?
Because
now you can
because
tick
at least
people off.
now maybe you find out something that you didn't know. Maybe you find out that Mixon and Nico or other guys had their issues. I mean, you see what happened in Chicago, and basically it was that Eberflus first and foremost came out and said, I'm sticking with my guys, and the coaches are going to continue to do what they're doing. And then all of a sudden, I guess they said 6 to 8 of the guys, members of the offense or more, came to the GM's office and the head coach and said, we want to change. And that's when they fired him. So I think that when you're talking,
I don't think that's apples to apples, though, because I think Eberflus would have really liked to fire Waldron. So he wasn't 100% sold on him. If you're 100% sold on a guy, you're not going to go ask other people their input, I don't think.
But if CJ's not happy, and because you know he's your franchise quarterback and you know you want him here long term, I do believe that that's a conversation that would happen.
Yeah, it'd be
It feels like you're saying, Joel, that even if D'Amico's 100%, he'd be willing to be talked out of that position if CJ voiced a strong opposition.
Yeah,
I think that there's a chance that the way it could play down is he leaves the season, or he walks away from the final game of the season thinking, I still want Bobby to be my OC. But at the end of the year, when you have those end of the year meetings with each player and you talk to guys on the offense, if you find out there's an overwhelming consensus that there's issues with Bobby Slowick, then it's something you got to reevaluate.
That's probably not 100% sold on the guy, though. That's probably closer to like 75, 80, maybe a little bit closer to the fence than, just determined that he's back no matter what. 8341, I think he's walking a fine line on either being here or being gone. Depends on how the season ends. It's probably true. It's probably a season on the brink for Bobby Slowick.
Thank you, Mr. Feinstein.
Yeah, good book. 6043, is it a Bobby problem or CJ problem? Because I lean towards CJ being the problem.
I don't. I think you would have a whole lot less to say about CJ Stroud if he was given the ample time to throw the football. If he wasn't constantly looking over his shoulder and getting happy feet, knowing that he's been drilled way too much this season.
So is that a Bobby problem or an offensive line problem?
I think it's both. I think it's the offensive line and it's Bobby before I would start pointing a finger at CJ.
I think it's all intertwined. I think that they're all parts of the eventual result. I would put more weight on the offensive line than Slowick and then Stroud, but they all have some fault. They all have some blame. They're all part of the final result. 8240, Brandon T. Hopefully the Texans' next 3 games, they take them like they should. I do think they will surprise the fans and beat either the Chiefs or the Ravens. Those teams might be resting some starters at that point of the year. That's a little early.
Maybe the Chiefs because they're 9-0.
A little early. Probably the Chiefs more than the Ravens. You're right, because the Ravens aren't even in first place in their
division.
Right now,
if
the playoffs started this week, the Texans would be hosting the Ravens as in a 4-5 matchup.
And then which one is the? Let's see. They play Baltimore after Kansas City. So Kansas City's not resting starters in week 16.
So it's Miami, KC, Baltimore to finish the season.
No,
and then there's a division game in the last week of the season.
And then Tennessee.
Yeah, so the 4 games after the bye, home for Miami, at Kansas City, home for Baltimore, at Tennessee. Okay. So Kansas City's not resting starters
with
in
3
week
games
16.
left? No.
Oh, yeah. So I'll take that back. I recant. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Troy and Crosby, you're in the Hive. What's up, Troy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I haven't written the Texans off this year, but I was just wondering what you would think if thinking about the draft, if they used their first 2 draft picks on the offensive line, because I think everybody agrees the defensive line is pretty short up. Do you think with your second-round pick you could get a starting offensive lineman in the second round? I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate you, Troy. Always good to hear from you. Look, I think there's no doubt. I think when you start talking about where a lot of offensive linemen are drafted, you can find good offensive linemen that were drafted lower than that. I think you look at Juice Scruggs, whether you're, the jury's still out or how you feel about Juice Scruggs. You got Juice Scruggs in the second round, and he was penciled in to start immediately. I think you can find guys that can be starting defensive linemen in the draft. Don't let Nick pick one in the first round and expect big things. But, yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility.
The Texans drafting offensive linemen hasn't been that fruitful. You mentioned Juice Scruggs. Juice Scruggs is the weak link on this offensive line. Either he or Shaq Mason, and let's not forget they moved Juice Scruggs because they don't love the coverage calls he's putting them in. Prior to that, this last draft, you drafted Blake Fisher. How many games has Blake Fisher started for you? So, Troy's asking how many of those guys are going to start for you. Well, Blake Fisher was literally drafted in the second round and has not started a game. Now, should they have drafted a tackle? Or should they have tried to shore up their interior offensive line? But how about the first rounder that Nick Caserio drafted in Kenyon Green, who was the weak link before the weak link? He's your weak link's favorite weak link. So I don't know. You should. Now, is Nick Caserio going to draft starters with his first 2 picks on the offensive line? Track record's not good for Nick Caserio in that department.
That comes down to the talent evaluation more so than the question to Troy. Can you get a starting offensive lineman in the second round? yes, you absolutely can. Now, can Nick Caserio do that? That's a different question, because you're right. I mentioned Kenyon Green, and we talked about Juice Scruggs. Look, he found a guy like Patterson on the flip side in the 6th round, I think it was, and he has been really, really steady for you. And he's been a huge shot in the arm when you needed one for depth and for the ability now to start at 2 different positions. But when you look at it overall, you should be able to do it. If you're Nick Caserio trying to do it, it might be a different story, because Kenyon Green's been an absolute bust and Juice Scruggs has been less than. I think in the case of Fisher, they drafted him thinking this year was going to be basically a work in progress to get him ready and more experience to play. But at the same time, you're right. I don't feel confident putting him out there.
I think it's fair to ask the question, too, if that's the right call. Like, should you be treating second rounders with the mindset of you want them to groom and develop for a year whenever you only get them for 4? You only get them for 4.
You do, but at the same time, you're banking on the fact you just spent a whole boatload of money on your right tackle, and he's supposed to be playing above average, and then you find out he's playing below average.
I could make the argument, though, that's even worse, because if you're spending the financial resources to pay a right tackle, and now you're combining a draft resource to be the backup for that right tackle, it's a double whammy.
But I think you did it because at the time when you signed him to the contract, you thought that he was going to be what you thought he was going to be. Now, when you get to the draft a year later and you realize we might have swung and missed on this one, how do we bail as soon as possible? Well, we get a guy that in a year's time should be ready to replace him if we want to let him walk.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just don't know if that's the best strategy, because you look at some of the other offensive linemen that were drafted in the 2nd round, and it's like, okay, I could have used some of these guys. These guys might have been instant starters.
It might not be a strategy. It might be a quick bailout procedure.
Well, I think it's strategy.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
It's just reacting on the fly when you know
it's a decision.
That
It's a game plan. And I do think that ultimately that is the game plan. I do think that this is Titus Howard's final year at the Texans, and Blake Fisher will be your right tackle next year. But should you be doing that with a 2nd rounder? 713-780-ESPN. I sent out a tweet today. The approval rating of Bobby Slowick. I'm curious to see what you guys think it would be and what it actually is. And let's dive into the numbers here. Bobby Slowick last year, first half, second half, is it consistent with what we've seen this year? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a word for my good friends at Stella Rosa Wines. We know that you guys are constantly watching sports, and there's a lot of football on these days, and a lot of times you're going to have everybody come over to your place to watch some football. And when you do that, you want to make sure that everything is there for your guests. The food and the drink matter. They're very important. So regardless of what you serve to eat, it's also extremely important what you serve on the beverage menu. You can do the beer and the hard liquor, but consider some Stella Rosa wines. They're served chill. They have this is the exact right amount of alcohol. You don't have to pace yourself as much because you're not going to get hammered on 1 or 2 glasses. They are absolutely delicious, all natural fruit flavors with a little bit of spice, and they complement everything that you serve from a food perspective. Next time you're at your local retailer while you're getting everything else for the party, grab a couple bottles. Check them out. Give them a try. See how the people react, and you might be the hero of the party regardless, because people are going to love them. Next time you're visiting someone else's party, why don't you bring some along just to absolutely kind of take a different approach to all the options for beverages and look like a hero to your hosts. And out there as well is the fact that Stella Rosa Wines know how much you love sports and you love college football. They're giving you a chance to win tickets to the biggest college football game of the season. All you got to do is go to ESPNLADreamTicket.com and enter for your chance to win 2 tickets to the biggest game of the season. Stella Rosa, found at your local retailer. Remember to enjoy it chilled and always celebrate responsibly.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Thank you for turning down the air conditioning, Brian. Talent can't bother to go turn down the thermostat. So appreciate you doing that. Hot takes in here. I asked my followers on Twitter at Jeremy Brenham, do you approve of the way that Bobby Slowick is handling his job as the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans? Look, we just got done with the election season. So approval rating here for Bobby Slowick. What do you guess the approval rating is? There's been 332 votes so far. Not that that matters,
15%.
I guess. 15%, yes. The approval rating is doing a good job. All right, Brian, where are you at on this?
I think it's going to be more negative recency bias. I'm going to say it's around 40.
That would be more positive.
Yeah, it would.
By a long shot.
No, approval rating of 40 is more negative. Didn't Joel say 50?
No, he said
15.
11. He said
Oh,
15.
15. I misheard him.
I was like, what in the world?
No, I misheard Joel. No, but I stand by. Okay, it's obviously not more negative then, but I'll stick with my number at 40.
The approval rating for one Bobby Slowick is 11.4%.
Yikes.
11.4% of people think that Bobby Slowick is handling his job as the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans well, or they approve of the way that he is handling the job. So is the patience of the city getting thin on Bobby Slowick? Without a shadow of a doubt. There's no doubt. I see people on the timeline saying that they should fire Bobby Slowick. People were reacting to the Shane Waldron news whenever he got fired earlier this morning as the offensive coordinator of the Bears. People on the timeline were saying that Bobby Slowick should be next. So they're calling for his job. There's only 11.5% of people that approve of Slowick's handling of the OC job right now for the Texans. Bobby Slowick is public enemy number one.
There's no doubt about it. And it's always the recency bias, and it's always the what have you not done for me lately that stands out for people. But at the same time, when you look at it with Bobby Slowick, it's not surprising, but it's also ridiculous. I just think that bad teams that are going, probably going to get worse are the teams like the Bears that end up firing their OC at this point in the season. And I think that when you look at Bobby Slowick, I think it would be a huge mistake to fire him in the middle of the season for people calling for his job. I think it's ridiculous because as much as you could say even last Sunday night that, the second half was awful. Well, the first half wasn't bad, and they were able to at least get points, and they're still having some success. I don't believe in firing Bobby Slowick, and I don't believe there's a change needed at play calling. I just think that philosophically he needs to change some things in the way he calls games and look at a different way to do it. But I think that there's still enough talent, and he's had enough success with a lot of the guys that are on this roster that I don't think it's the kind of move the Texans should make right now.
No, I'm in 100% agreement. I think it'd be foolish, really, for the Texans to make a change at offensive coordinator at this moment. Now, the big frustration that I think fans have is basically the second half. I mean, it's all been a disappointment. The Texans are 15th in total offense. We expected them to be top 10, maybe even flirt being a top 5 team. Their scoring's outside of the top half in the NFL. I think it's 17th, whereas, their total offense is 15th, their total points per game, 17th or 18th, somewhere in that area. If you're a believer in the analytics, their offensive DVOA, I think, slipped to 22. So it's outside of the top 20 in the NFL. So it's been an overwhelming disappointment. But when you look at it specifically first half versus second half, I think that's where a lot of the ire lies whenever it comes to the fan base in the Houston Texans. So I wanted to go back because last year everybody liked Bobby Slowick for the most part. There was a decent minority that, hey, Slowick's overrated, Stroud's carrying him, all these things. I did see that last year, but I wanted to go back and look at last year's numbers and compare them to this year's numbers to see if it was correlation, if it was a trend, if it was an anomaly so far this year. So the Texans so far this season in the first half have scored 14.2 points per game. Okay. That number in the second half slips to 8.2. That's a full touchdown.
Yeah, that's not
touchdowns are still worth 6, right? That's a full touchdown. The slippage from first half to second half for the Texans is a touchdown. That's absurd. That's a crazy number. And, of course, we know the stat. They haven't scored an offensive touchdown in the second half. Haven't scored a touchdown, period, in the second half of the last 4 games, although Tank Dell should have had one if C.J. Stroud makes a halfway decent throw. So last year, the Texans in the first half, 11.7 points per game. In the second half, 10.9. So still worse in the second half, like they are this year, but the gap wasn't nearly as big.
No,
How do we make sense of this?
It's the same way when you were talking about the point differential and the fact that, you can get a significant plus rating in the first half and then a significant minus in the second half. You look at it and you start saying, was the batter's eye bad in the second half? Because, I joke about the Astros part of this, but sometimes you're scratching your head going, how does this happen? Is it all simply the fact that they're just not aware of the adjustments coming and then they don't adjust after they see what the adjustments are? Because we know that offensively, we know offensively, and defensively that Rodgers had mentioned during the Jets game that they adjusted quite a bit at the half, that they were going to do things differently. They wanted to take Joe Mixon away in the second half. They wanted to do some things offensively that they saw with the Texans with the looks they were getting. Is it just that the offense isn't adjusting to what the defense is doing? We knew Quentin Williams was going to have his way with the majority of the snaps when he was specifically being lined up over Kenyon Green and then his replacements. But overall, it was how they treated the entire defense of the Jets and how they didn't adjust. And
But it's first half, second. They were doing the same thing in the first half, second half against Quentin Williams.
But I'm saying, then you start thinking about that if they're going to clog the middle more, they're going to try and take away more of the lanes for Mixon. They're going to really force CJ to try and beat him because they knew they were getting pressure off the edges. Then Bobby's got to adjust. Does he have to move the pocket? Does he have to roll him out? Does he have to do some things to create some different opportunities than the looks he was getting in the first half, which weren't great, but they were okay. But he didn't have any time either. And I think that where it comes down to me is that we constantly look at these numbers, and what it correlates to is I just don't think there's enough adjustments, whether it be coming out of the locker room at halftime or then once you see what they're trying to do to you and how do you adjust to try and take advantage of other things.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference is that, adjustments happen really series to series. Like, I think Slowick's a good game planner. Watch the first half of the game against the Lions. Like, they're doing some good stuff. They score a touchdown, on a short field in their opening possession, doing some good stuff. The Joe Mixon big pass and run on the second possession. They got him down to the 3-yard line before the Juice Scruggs holding, took him really out of touchdown range and had to settle for a field goal. I think he's a good game planner. I think he has difficulty once the defense adjusts to what he has set. I think he has difficulty kind of going off the fly. I think he has trouble just like seeing the game. I saw it was the left tackle that filled in for the starting left tackle, Skinner. He went on a podcast. I saw Stressens retweet this, and he was talking about how Ben Johnson saw a play where Skinner got whooped. Like, he whiffed, got beat really, really badly. I don't know which defensive end was on him. And then Johnson was like, hey, do the same thing again. We're going to use that aggression against them. Like, I don't think that Slowick really has that feel where he's
That's
like,
what I
okay,
was gonna say.
here's the thing that they're changing, and this is our counter to the subtle thing that they're changing. Because they're not all of a sudden going to go from like a nickel formation to running 3-4. Like, you have a pretty good idea of what you're going to see, but there are these subtle differences that defenses make. And if you're game planning for the defense and you're doing a good job early, they make a subtle change to what you're doing, and then you're not good at reacting off of that. That's why you see these numbers like the second half scoring being down a full touchdown than the first half. I think he has bad in-game feel. I don't think he lets the game talk to him.
No, I think the feel is the biggest thing that I was going to say. The adjective I was going to use is because I don't disagree with the game planning aspect of it. From a feel standpoint, the one thing I've noticed, we've talked about it previously, I noticed again the other night in the last couple of games with Bobby Slowick. From a field perspective, it's even the times that he decides to pull out a gadget play. It's like when the offense is finally starting to get a little rhythm, they're starting to click a little bit. They're moving it faster. And then all of a sudden he tries like a double reverse flea flicker or something out of the ordinary that ends up being a loss of 6, 7, 8 yards instead of just kind of continuing to do what you're doing, which is put the defense on its heels and have them be more reactionary than they have been because of the fact you're having success. And it lets all the wind out of the sails. And you're like, okay, now we got to start deep in our own territory. I mean, like 7, 8 yards back from the sticks, looking at a 2nd and 15, 2nd and 17, as opposed to continuing to do, which was matriculating the ball down the field. I believe that that's the issue. It's not about the game planning. It's about the feel. And in game, he doesn't have the touch and the feel for when to do certain things or how to do certain things as it relates to making adjustments.
It's kind of like, not to be super like cheesy and cliche, but it is chess. Like, if you were sitting down and you're playing a match of chess, and I've been known to be called the Branham Gambit from time to time, you're going to adjust based on how your opponent's playing. You can't just go in and be like, this is what we're going to do and be this binary robot, and I'm going to do this move and that move and this move and that move, and then not adjust to your opponent. You have to take what you were seeing and adapt based on that. It's a dance a little bit. You see what the opponent is doing to you, and then you kind of dance off of that. You adjust. You have the counter moves off of that. I think he's kind of robotic. I think he's kind of binary. I think he's really good at seeing what a defense has been doing, game planning against that defense, which leads to these first half numbers being high. And then I think he has a very difficult time reading the game, taking the vibes off of that, and then having the little counter moves to their subtle moves to defend them. I think that's what it is. That's my takeaway of what's happening with Bobby Slowick. Here was Slowick asked, whenever he was asked last week about first, second half adjustments and all of that. Here was the answer from Bobby.
There's no, people like to think there's some secret sauce between the first half, the second half. There's all these adjustments that happen. Everybody makes adjustments. We've talked about it before. You have subtle things that happen within a game. There's not one thing a defense is doing in the second half that's different than what they do in the first half. We're not doing our job as well, and that's been an emphasis for us for 3 weeks, and we got to keep straining on it.
All right, I promise you that there are differences. They might not have these wholesale formational differences where you're facing a nickel and then they're running 3-4. Like, okay, I get that part. But to say that a defense from first play to last play is going to basically be doing the same thing without subtle changes based on what you're doing to expose that defense is stupid.
That's a lie.
Well, maybe it's not. Maybe he believes
a scary
this.
Sentence.
Yeah, maybe it's not a lie. That's what I'm scared of. Is that it's not a lie?
Statement that's not true. If you
Yes,
watch
for
NFL
sure.
football, that's the lie.
But
the lie is that doesn't.
yeah.
That doesn't
It's either
happen.
he either misspoke and
Right.
phrased what he was
I
trying to
hope
say
so.
wrong, or that's a very scary statement.
And that's where I'm at. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully it was just him, doing the media thing. And I don't really care what people say to media. Like, it's all kind of overrated and they're just going to tell you what, sounds good or, what gets them through the press conference quicker. I don't really put a whole lot of stock into press conference stuff. But if the dude's like, oh, yeah, there's no changes for what a defense, it would kind of speak to the numbers, though. It would kind of speak to what the numbers are telling us about this offense.
But then maybe it does speak to the bigger picture of, do you have the right guy for the job if that's literally how he thinks about something that we all know not to be true? And we're not in any NFL coaching staff, but we can see it. When you watch the games and you watch the film and you see the tape, you realize adjustments are being made, as you said, from series to series, play to play, but more so specifically when you have the time to go into the locker room and have that meeting time and kind of evaluate what you've seen in the first half film. You make changes, you make adjustments, and both teams do it. To say that they're not is ludicrous.
Playing that out a little bit hypothetically, let's say Bobby Slowick meant exactly word for word what he said. Where is he getting that from? Is he getting that from what he sees from D'Amico? Because we've seen obviously the Texans, and the offense gets all the scrutiny. But we've seen the second half against the Jets. They go from 0 points and pop off and score 3 touchdowns. The Lions were completely held down in the first half, pop off, and you can't stop them. Hypothetically, if what Bobby Slowick is true, maybe he's getting that from D'Amico's not adjusting or making changes in the second half.
D'Amico would be the first one to tell you that he's not a huge schemer. Like, the D'Amico would say, we do what we do, and we're going to be really good at what we do, which, that's fine. Like, I have no problem with that philosophy, but he'd be the first one to tell you that he's not this ultra Bill Belichick scheming type of defensive mind. But you still see these differences even with D'Amico. Like, okay, we're going to pressure a little bit more in this half whenever we're noticing that they are exposing us when we're not sending pressure, or they're exposing us whenever we're doing, formation A or play call A. I think D'Amico has more feel than Bobby
I think
does.
he's got the feel, and I think that he's shown that from series to series, or maybe just as a trend develops within a quarter, that he will do some things differently, that he will bring looks from different angles, or, do as it relates to the run pass percentages or how they choose to stop them. I think from a Bobby perspective, it's more like, this is the game plan. This is what we set out to do. So this is what we're going to do. And I don't think that whether it's paying more attention to it, not kind of grasping it, seeing it, feeling it, as we talked about, but I just think that's where the complete breakdown happens.
I hope you're right. But when you look at some of the second halves for the defense, the Lions, the Jets, the Packers, the Bills, there's a lot of Jaguars. There's a lot of second halves where the defense, whether it be because they are or aren't making adjustments in the second half, have had poorer second halves than they did first half.
Well, the Texans as a team are a bad second half team. And that's both sides of the ball. They're plus 57 in the first half. They're minus 59 in the second half. So the idea that the Texans are a bad second half team solely because of the offense is a myth. That's just fundamentally not true. But if I had to call it based on how I see it, I do think that Slowick is more binary, robotic, worse at feel than D'Amico is. But D'Amico's not immune to it either. D'Amico's not immune to the criticism either. We looked at the numbers last week. What were the differences between the halves offensively and defensively? And D'Amico's was greater than Bobby Slowick a week ago. I didn't adjust the numbers this week. But yeah, both play callers are absolutely subject to criticism here. But if I'm going to eye test, I do think D'Amico has more feel than Slowick. Now, that's not saying much. That's like talking about Branham's dance moves. I got more dance moves than Branham. Everybody does.
Yeah, I think that D'Amico's, from the looks he's seeing play to play, I think that he's a lot better at quickly adjusting and reading what he sees. Whereas I think Slowick is more sticking to, like I said, what the theme was and what the game plan was going into the game and saying, hey, I'm hell-bent on staying with what we decided we were going to do this week, and not saying, hey, well, they knew what you were going to do. They're trying to take some things away. Adjust so that it's not as easy for them to schematically stop you.
Yep. 8807, Bobby sounding like Bill O'Brien, crying emoji. A little bit. 8410. All right, thank you. And that's enough, Bill. That's enough. Was Slowick calling the second half in 2023 when this wasn't happening? See, that's the thing, is that it kind of was happening. It might have not it wasn't as great a discrepancy. This year they're -6 in the second half, but last year they were close to -1. Like, it's smaller, but they were still a worse scoring team in the second half than they were the first. So it still was happening. It's just it's more magnified
It's
this
still
year.
a
It's a greater
trend.
number.
When it happens in multiple years like that, it's still a trend. You're not on the positive side of that.
No, yeah. It's grown. It's gotten worse. But yeah, it isn't an anomaly. 0891 Texans are going to have to start scoring 30+ points in the first half just to win games because they disappear in the second. You might be right. I thought 23 was enough, but I guess so. 0891's right. It's going to have to be 30, not 23.
Well, that takes away from our theory that the defense is really capable of winning games for them too. I think that when you start playing some of the best offenses in football, it's a different story. But I think that more times than not, your defense is fully capable of doing things to help you win a football game and keep you in it. It's just that, when you have the weapons and the firepower of teams like Detroit, or you're going to see in Baltimore and Kansas City to a lesser degree, you have to, go into that realizing they're going to score 25 to 30 points.
8807, so much will be covered up, fixed when Nico gets back. Those high leverage throws are going to Schultz right now. Look, the offense will be better, but Nico Collins is still around whenever the offense sputters in the second half. I mean, you're not getting a +6 first half to second half discrepancy just because Nico Collins has been hurt the last 5 games.
I mean, look, the offensive line doesn't get solved because Nico Collins is back. And whether you say that relates to the passing game of the last several weeks or the running game last week, the fact is that regardless, the offensive line still has to be better no matter if Nico's in there or not. Yes, on the off-script plays, that there's a connection there, undeniably so, that they click a lot better than some of the guys that CJ's been trying to make throws to. But almost every play seems like an off-script play because the offensive line isn't holding their own.
I would argue, though, that Nico helps the offensive line more than Nico helps the gap between first half and second half scoring.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, because, I mean, you can have Nico and still be this great offense in the first half and then not be as good in the second half, and that's happened. That's happened. Like, this hasn't been a problem only in the games that Nico Collins has been out, whether it's the last 5 games or whether it's the games that Nico Collins was out last year. 0891, definitely not all on Bobby. Stroud played like trash in the second half. See, I agree with this. I agree that it's not all Bobby Slowick. It is a combination of everything. It's a combination of offensive play caller. It's a combination of not having great pass protection or a great offensive line. It's a combination of, yes, the injured receivers. It's a combination of CJ Stroud not playing well in the second half. It's all of it. Like, it's not one thing.
We looked at some of the throws that CJ made. And yes, it's easy to say the 2 interceptions were bad. It was bad reads, bad decisions, bad throws. But there were several others throughout the second half that you could highlight, and some to some degree even throughout the game, where he started to get a little bit too risky with some of the throws he was making. He started to put the ball behind guys instead of what he normally does when he puts it right on the side of the defender that he needs to put it, where the receiver only can make a play on it. He still has a lot of ability, but he's still also dealing with what he's dealt with over the last several weeks, which is every time I get the ball from center, I'm basically getting ready to run for my life in 2 seconds. And so I think that that's altered the way he's played the position in the last month.
4403, worst thing that could happen is if Gerard Johnson leaves to be an OC somewhere else and you are stuck with this issue again next year. That's a fair point. 8341, Nico is back and he starts scoring a touchdown in the second half every game, then we're even Steven. But what if it's the other way? What if Nico comes back and you're scoring that touchdown in the first half, and instead of being even Steven, now you're minus 12 in the second half versus the first half?
Yeah, that
could go either way.
That's bad. And again, that's something that, regardless of Nico back or not back, the offense, if Nico's back, the offense should be better across the board. But you have to rectify the bigger problem, which is the discrepancy in the fact that no one can really figure it out. That's why I said the batter's eye. No one can really figure out and put a finger on exactly why it's happening, unless it is as simple as saying Bobby's not making the right adjustments as the game goes on in the second half. Because otherwise, you got to be able to have some glaring reason, injury, lack of production, a guy not doing his job, what the defense is doing to you, to explain why in the second half they're so blatantly worse than they are in the first half.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Whenever we come back, you can weigh in on this, 713-780-3776. Rockets Wizards last night. Rockets are rolling, huh? Would you call what they're doing a roll? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, we got another big weekend of sports coming up. We've got lots of sports to get into. There's always NBA action now. College basketball is starting to heat up. Lots of great matchups on the college side tonight if you're looking for some hoops action. And there's a place that you can bet on it at mybookie.ag. If there's sports on TV, there's a really good chance you can bet on it at mybookie.ag. And they love to take care of you in the process. Like right now, if you're just hearing about mybookie.ag, you want a place that you can sign up so you can bet on games, I encourage you to do it at mybookie.ag, because they are the ones that take care of you the best. They are going to make sure when you sign up, whatever you put in, they'll put in the same amount, up to $1,000, as a sign-up bonus to get you started. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. All you need to do is remember our promo code, which is BET975. Anytime and every time they ask for it or there's a place for it, use it, because it's going to be to your benefit and you're going to literally cash in. It's fantastic. And they take care of you, because all the sports that you're watching on TV are pretty much available, from UFC and golf, soccer, and so much more. And even when there's not games going on or you feel like a little casino games, live dealers are standing by too. So you can play blackjack, you can play poker, and you don't have to go to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. And they also have a tiered rewards program now called MyBookie Plus. When you sign up for the first time, you're already going to be signed up for the program. The more you play at mybookie.ag, the higher you go on the tier scale, and the higher the tiers, the better the rewards for you for being a loyal customer. Check it all out today, and remember what I always say: bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, and always use our promo code BET975.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rockets won a basketball game yesterday. If you're one of those that doesn't believe the NBA season starts until Christmas, have you not heard of the NIT, the NBA In-Season Cup?
Boy, here we go.
It's coming up.
Your
It starts,
favorite.
Is it this week? It starts,
It
right?
starts tonight.
Not for the Rockets, though.
But they're not playing tonight. They start tomorrow night.
Exactly.
But the actual tournament starts tonight. The
Okay.
game's tonight.
Didn't know
Klay
that.
Thompson's return to Golden State is one of the kickoff
Don't
games.
care that Klay Thompson's returning to Golden
But
State. I
that's
care
their-
about the NIT.
That's their first
I care about
NIT
the
game.
NBA in-season tournament. So the Rockets play their first NBA in-season tournament, what, Wednesday? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Or is it Thursday?
Tomorrow for the first of
Oh,
two in a
I
row
can't wait.
versus the Beard.
I cannot. I love NBA in-season tournament. I love
Just throw
the
this
NIT.
crap out there
I'm
to
being
get
dead
clicks.
serious. I'm being dead serious. It's not for clicks. I'm being dead serious. When did anybody ever care about pre-Christmas NBA? People that started paying attention to the NBA in-season tournament. Ratings were up, too. Ratings were up in the NBA during the month of November last year than previous years. What changed? The NBA in-season tournament, the NIT. So there is intrigue to the NIT. There are stakes to the NIT. So I actually mean that sincerely.
No, I mean, Craig mentioned it again last night. He and I were talking about it. The fact that
Ooh, look at you.
I hired the guy.
Oh,
I mean,
look at you. Back-to-back flexes.
Friends for a long time. And, regardless of what anybody thought about it, whether it was going to be successful or not, the numbers don't lie. The analytics say that, yeah, you're right.
Say that again.
More
Say that
eyeballs
louder.
were on it.
Say that louder.
Yeah,
Say that louder. What was that you said?
What I say? The eyeballs are on it.
No,
The
no.
numbers don't
Before that,
lie.
I think it was before
You really
that.
messed up there, Joel.
I think it was before that.
What I say?
Can we run the tape back on that one?
I don't want to.
You said you were right.
Oh,
say it louder for the people in the back. I want the I want the suits upstairs to hear.
I really should have dumped it when you said that.
All right, I digress. Rockets won yesterday, 107-92. What were your main takeaways? The Rockets improving to 7-4.
I enjoy watching this team on a nightly basis, and a lot of it, which I thought was going to be because of the up and down style and the fast pace, has been dictated by the way they're able to play defense. I love watching, Tari and Amen Thompson play defense. I really think Amen Thompson could be a budding star with the way he plays both ends of the floor and all the things he's capable of doing to alter a game. And I think that as much as I still believe that they need more shooting, and Reed Shepherd's still getting his feet wet and kind of fitting in. I think it's only going to get better because I think guys are understanding their roles. You can rotate multiple bigs. Remember last year we were saying, aside from Alpi, where are we going to get the kind of help, the shot blockers, the physicality, the kind of big strong guy when you need one on the low post? And now you can rotate Jock and Steven Adams, and you can get guys in the mix that way. He's got enough guys he has confidence in that he can go 10 deep. And most every guy, when they're on the floor, is making a positive impact on the game. Sure, Jalen's going to get his, but even when he's off, Alpi's going to have a night like he had last night. And guys are picking up the slack. That's why it's entertaining basketball again.
They're saying that the game's on Friday. The NBA in-season tournament for the Rockets kicks off Friday.
I think it starts tomorrow night.
I think that the Cup games are Tuesday and Friday. They play the Clippers tomorrow, but it's not a Cup game until Friday.
So I guess, okay.
So the NBA Cup games are Tuesday, Friday. So we can remember that Tuesday and Fridays are big days in sports because those are NBA in-season tournament days, NITs. Yeah, I really like watching this Rockets team too. I'm kind of looking forward to the day that Fred VanVleet is no longer a Houston Rocket, and I still think they need him this year. I think his veteran, he's kind of their comforting guy on the floor, takes care of the ball, gets him into their offense. I do think that he's helpful this year, but they had the club option on him next season. Totally okay if Fred VanVleet, this is his final year as a Houston Rocket, because I like seeing Amen Thompson on the floor for extended minutes. I liked seeing Reed Shepherd on the floor yesterday for extended minutes. Are they probably a year away from being, stepping up into that role? Amen Thompson, a starter, Reed Shepherd, kind of the backup point guard. I still think that they're a year away. But I kind of like to take a look at that future last night with no Fred VanVleet on the floor.
When you look at it too, if VanVleet was having the kind of start to the season that he had a year ago, it might be a different conversation. But VanVleet last night looked obsolete with the fact that you don't need him, and yet you can run guys out there that are capable of filling the positions because you've got so many guys that are versatile enough to play multiple positions. To where when you look at the team right now and say, a year from now, what's my starting lineup? I think your starting lineup could easily be Reed Shepherd at the 1, Jalen Green at the 2, Amen Thompson at the 3, Jabari Smith at the 4, and Alpi at the 5. and Tari is your sixth man extraordinaire with everybody else coming off the bench, to where that's a very deep, talented team that can kill you in a bunch of ways. They can play low post basketball. They can play fast break basketball. They can play defensive basketball. That's the kind of team that we didn't think that we were ever going to see with Steven Silas coach teams.
Yep.
That's the impact that Udoka's having too, where he's utilizing from game to game. We're just talking about it, game planning and then adjusting in game. He's doing that, and he's been doing that to say, well, if we play a team that's big and physical, well, Steve's going to be active, and Adams is going to be a guy that I go to a lot. Jabari's probably going to play a lot of front court. When we get to a smaller team or a team we can take advantage of with athleticism, length, and run in the break, well, then we're going to adjust accordingly. Dylan Brooks, too, because as much as you paid Dylan Brooks, you had to at the time. Dylan Brooks is also another guy that in a year's time you might not need, because you've got enough guys that can do what he does, and some do it better.
Yeah, see, I think that they're one of the better coach teams in the NBA.
Absolutely.
I think incredibly highly of Ime Udoka. I think he's a top 3, top 5 coach in the league.
See, I was looking at today, I forget which website it had, their early season prognostication for coach of the year. And Kenny Atkinson's the easy choice because the Cavaliers haven't lost a game. It's first year there. But other than that, tell me anybody that's doing a better job than Ime Udoka, because he's had to work with trying to do what Silas wasn't able to do. He didn't have a whole lot of say in getting a whole lot of these players, but yet he's turned them into something. We see something in the two big guys that got the contracts, but we see more from the guys that we didn't know what we were going to see. Men's developed a lot quicker. Tari was hurt all last year, but all of a sudden, boom, he not only comes back in, he's contributing. And you're seeing the kind of development with the other players. That's why they're sitting where they are in the Western Conference.
I can't look past the 12-0 record, so I would lean Atkinson there. But I think Ime would be on that short list for sure. Alpi played terrific yesterday. I thought that was his best game. I know he's had some other big games like the opener, 25 and 18. I thought he kind of disappeared in the opener in the second half, though. Had 27 and 10 against Detroit. But yesterday, 27 for 17. But the thing that I liked about it the most, like put the stats aside, not a huge stat guy when it comes to basketball and football, he was big in the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Wizards, you had the double-digit lead. Wizards was as close to a 6-point game.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they made it a 6-point game, who did they go to? Who got the buckets? It was Alpi. And that's significant to me. Like, who's going to be the guy you go to get a bucket when the other team's making a run, that's making it competitive, when that's trying to steal a game that you've led for the majority of it? And last night, it was Alpi Şengün for what I felt like was the first time this season.
There's no doubt that he was the guy, and he was – I don't think he was humble throughout the answer, but he was humble in the fact that, look, he was just playing with what the coach called, and when the coach called his number, he was able to score, and he gave you versatility in the way you can finish a game, because we've seen Jalen do it. We know Jalen's going to be able to create open shots for himself. We know that there are guys that can kind of, they can move the ball if they're willing to pass it to get open looks. But the fact that you have the versatility of saying one night it's going to be Alpi, the next night it could be Green, the next night maybe it's Van Vliet, who early in the season, when he finally found his range a little bit, was able to dictate a game late. You have a lot more options you've had in the past because you've had a lot more development, again, than you've had in the past in terms of these guys maturing.
Rockets are 7-4. They're tied for 5th place in the Western Conference. I think it's 7th best record in the NBA. When do you start looking at the standings in the NBA?
To me, it's not till All-Star break. To me,
the All-Star break's like 80 games in now.
Yeah. It's not 80 games in, but by the midway point in the season is when I start looking at standings. You got to take care of your business now and stop and not even start worrying about the top 8 seeds. It's the last 30 games of the season where you really have to kind of analyze your position and see what you have to do and what's necessary to get either a spot or to win the division versus, just getting in, those kind of things. It's way too soon to start scoreboard watching, in my opinion. But it's the quality of basketball that's going to get you the kind of wins. So you can put in the back seat the loss to Charlotte because you lost to a team you were better than and say that can't happen. But then since then, the way they've been playing, you're not worried about games that slip through your fingers. You're beating the teams you're supposed to beat, and that's a big factor.
I think it's a big difference between scoreboard watching and looking at the standings, though. Like, you're not tracking to see how other teams are playing or their results. But I think you should always be looking at your record. Like, you want to be X amount of games above 500. You want to chase X amount of wins. You have a pretty good idea of how many wins it's going to take to make the Western Conference playoffs. So you're trying to track that number.
I think to me, it would be more of, instead of where we sit in the standings, I'd be watching teams to say, is there a team that I thought was going to be a playoff team at the start of the year that's fallen off?
Yeah.
Or are there a couple of teams that I wasn't paying attention to and given a shot to that are winning enough games early in the season that they're going to be a factor in the playoffs? Like that one year that Seattle early in the year, it was years ago, but Seattle was not supposed to be a factor in the West. They got off to such a hot start and kept it going for just long enough that they were going to be a top 4 seed and take home 4 away from somebody. And that was worth noticing.
Are you talking about the year when Lenny Wilkins was their coach?
No, nice try.
I think it's more about you. I think it's more, I don't care about looking at the other teams. I'm with you that that doesn't come until later in the year, maybe 50 games in.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that you need to be cognizant of where you're at in terms of like, I'm X amount of games above 500. I'm on pace for 50 wins, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I think that is important.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it from the standpoint when I say that. A Memphis team that was horrible a year ago that got John Morant back, but now John Morant's hurt and he's going to miss significant time. They were a team that I was factoring in when I was saying, are you going to be a play-in team? Are you going to be a playoff team? If they're sliding, if New Orleans without Zion, if they start sliding in the fact that they lost 2 key players, well, that's now something I'm keeping an eye on because now those are 2 less teams to worry about than I thought at the start of the year, where I might be jockeying for position with them otherwise to get a playoff spot.
Yeah, it's almost like how many openings are there? You're looking at how many openings are there and can I fill one of those openings? I'm with you though. Like I don't care about the standings right now. I care about the win-loss record. I care about the win-loss record.
And the way they're playing.
But the way they're playing is more important than the win-loss record. I would agree. So I'm not getting caught up in the fact that they're 5th. I'm with you about halfway, like maybe 40 games, maybe 50 games, somewhere in that window is when I'm going to start looking at the Western Conference table.
I think the good thing too, Jeremy, is the wins that they've gotten. Because, you're supposed to beat those bad teams.
They did get killed by the Thunder, though. Let's not forget that.
They did, but they beat Dallas on the road because, the Thunder playing at OKC is a tough place to play. So you lost to the Thunder, okay. But you went into Dallas, you beat Dallas. You beat a team in the Knicks here that is supposed to be one of the teams that's going to contend for the Eastern Conference. So you're beating good teams along the way as well as taking care of business. And a year ago, you might have slipped up on some of those teams you're supposed to beat. So for the early season to say, they're kind of going a little bit better than as planned and doing what they needed to do on taking care of business with bad teams and good teams. I'm happy with where they are at.
Did you hear what who Ime Udoka compared Tari Eason to?
Yeah, pad the brakes a little bit.
Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I don't either.
I think Tari's more of a stretch forward than he is a guard. Like I know Kawhi's not a guard, but he plays the 3. I think Tari's more of a 4.
I think that from the standpoint of maybe defensively to a certain degree, Tari can play defense. But when you talk about what Kawhi was able to do to take over a game scoring-wise, to be able to get his shot from the mid-range to the 3 to going to the basket, Tari doesn't have all that in his bag. Tari's a guy that finishes on the break. He's developing his three-point shot. I don't think he's a consistent jump shooter. But Kawhi Leonard was kind of like you saw in a short period of time. Yeah, he can play defense. Yeah, he's versatile and athletic, but he also became quite an offensive player.
Yeah. I don't think that he has the top offensive player on a team like Kawhi Leonard does.
No.
Kawhi Leonard, obviously, and we've seen it, his ceiling, his potential as an offensive player was the best offensive player on his team. I don't think that Tari Eason's ever going to be the best offensive player on his team. Maybe not even a top 2 offensive player on his team.
And as good as Tari is defensively, I don't see him with the frying pan-sized hands that's going to come in and athletically, physically, and also with the reach and the hands to be able to go against the best defender, the offensive player on the other team and basically stifle that offense.
Yeah, I thought that was a tremendous reach. Now, I would say he's a game changer defensively. Like, if you're making the reach and where are they similar, I do think that he's a game changer defensively. 6'9", 2'7". I said this on 1016. Tari should be a starter. The team got much worse when Tari got hurt. Tari makes the Rockets go. See, I don't think that Tari should start, actually. I think Tari's better than Jabari. I want Tari playing more minutes than Jabari. I would like that to flip, and I want Tari to be the finisher. But I have no problem with Jabari starting games.
Here's where you look at it, in the fact that part of the reason why when we were talking about the offense and what Tari's trying to do and what people think he can do, he's going to get up against the second team for a lot of teams when he comes off the bench, which gives him a different offensive look. He's going to get buried if he starts the game offensively anyway. He's not going to get touches. And a lot of guys kind of fade when they don't get touches. But I like the fact he brings energy off the bench. He can isolate on defensive players when they come in. He can get warm against the second unit of players of another team. And then, as you said, down the stretch, it's like Sam Cassell didn't start games, but he finished games. Tari is fully capable. I'm fine with Tari finishing a game, but I don't care if he starts or not because the energy he brings when he comes into a game is so important to this team.
That's where I'm at. Like, closer, down.
Absolutely.
Starter, I don't need him to start. If they made the change, I'm not going to be mad at it. But I think it's more significant if he plays more minutes, closes game than starts minutes. 8341, the Rockets are on a roll. My Rockets are on a roll. They're headed to a 51-win season that I couldn't get you guys to buy in
Slow
on.
down.
I think that I had them 47, 48. I thought they would flirt with 50 but fall just shy.
I had them at 43, and we'll see how it plays out because it's a long season. But look, you should be fired up about your team right now. But to say 50 wins out of this team in that conference with the teams that are there, I don't see that.
Well, I mean,
I
let's
don't see 50
Let's see how it
wins.
goes. 7662. My Confertaries, Ron Artest. Okay.
Different body type.
Different body type, but similar game. Like defensive-minded, defensive-oriented, not the best player on offense, but doesn't hurt you offensively. That's not bad.
Ron is more of physicality and strength. Tari's a little bit more athleticism and finesse.
But he's not scared of strength.
No,
and he's not scared
no,
of contact.
no,
Very physical player.
Yeah. You see him being able to take fours, and in short stints, he can put a body on you. He can still get in front, stay in front of you to where and he's long enough to make sure he alters shots or at least can get a hand in the face. But like when you saw Dylan Brooks last night go down and try and guard Valanciunas, that's one of those where there's certain guys that are just too big and too physical that you're not going to sit there and pound on them. Tari can't do that.
Yeah, I do want to see Jabari's shot start to fall. I think that that's going to be a big thing if the Rockets can suddenly surprise people and win 50. Jabari needs to be the shooter we thought Jabari was going to be.
He's got to make shots.
And Van Vliet.
And the other thing too, Jeremy, is when he gets an offensive rebound, it doesn't mean if the play wasn't called for him initially, when he gets the offensive rebound, he's got to shoot it right away. Reset the offense.
Take the best offensive
That's
shot.
right, and get a better shot.
Yeah, there are times where he's forcing up shots, forcing up threes, and he's not shooting it well right now. I saw one stat where, I can't remember exactly what it was, but paraphrasing kind of roughly, it was shooting percentages when they're wide open, and he is the worst in the league.
And you think about
he's a good shooter.
Like 3 games ago where he hit 2, we were talking about he wasn't getting any plays called for him, and they 2 dribble penetrations got him wide open looks in the corner, and he made the 3, and you're like, that's what he needs to do. But when he gets those shots, he has to knock them down or he's not going to get those looks.
Playoff hope meter in college football. What is your playoff hope meter for a variety of different teams in college football? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Did y'all hear that commercial that we're selling those tickets? Jelly Roll, Morgan Whalen, little country music. Is Zach Bryan going to be there?
No idea.
I'd like to see Zach Bryan. Have y'all been living under a rock?
I know who the other guys are. I'm not a country western guy like you.
You haven't been paying attention to this whole Zach Bryan, the chicken fry lady, Barstool.
Apparently, she got paid some hush money, right?
Brianna, her real name's like LaPliglia or whatever, but she goes by Chicken Fry or whatever. That's why I thought that it was Zach Brown at first. But yeah, so the Brianna Chicken Fry has some connections with Barstool. I really don't know the connections with Barstool. I really wasn't that familiar until I did a little light reading about it. Okay. But Zach Bryan and Brianna Chicken Fry were in a relationship. Zach Bryan broke up with her through like Instagram, and she found out through Instagram.
Yes.
And apparently he was very emotionally abusive and all these terrible things. This was also the guy that was like trying to get out of a police ticket by saying he was Zach Bryan a year ago or something like that.
Yep, that I do remember.
And then apparently Zach Bryan offered Brianna Chicken Fry, what a name, it is her stage name, but offered her a $13 million NDA. To not say anything, negative about the relationship, negative about him, and she turned it down. She turned it down. And Dave Portnoy, Stoolie Presidente, they've been doing like these diss tracks. Diss tracks. I mean, and one was like The Smallest Man, and they did another one recently.
There's multiple of them. Yeah, I don't know all the titles.
Quite
but
the
there's
story.
Yeah.
Quite the story.
I do recall the initial story, which was Zach Bryan's girlfriend finds out that they're breaking up through social media.
Yeah, that was the original deal. So that's a lot of money to turn down.
How do you turn that down?
I mean, she didn't care as much about the money. Maybe she's in a good place financially. Good for her, though. She's like, yeah, I'm not going to take your money and, not say these negative things about you. The world needs to know how awful you are.
And the top influencers can make 12, 13 million back in a year.
Yeah, I would know that. I'm not sure how you know that.
Of course you would know that.
I think I know both of you well enough to know that if you had the chance to get $12 or $13 million to just not say anything anymore, it wouldn't be very
but we're
difficult
operating
decision.
from a much different.
I don't know.
I don't have the capability of making that back in a year.
I know for me personally, you asked me not to talk and give me $12 million, bye.
But it depends on your net wealth.
Yeah.
Like if she's worth $12 million and she can make $12 million a year, you're worth $12 million and you can make $12 million a year. And I was emotionally abusive to you. I and all your takes. I made fun of your age. I did all these terrible things. And you wouldn't want to just be like, hey, I'm not going to say anything, about him. You would want to get out there how awful I am, how terrible of a person I am, to take me down, to ruin my career.
I don't know that I need to do all that. If I had $12 million, regardless of what I was making, and I knew I didn't have to work another day in my life, bye.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can deal with that.
But then again, you're hitting on the difference in income tax brackets. Like if you don't need the money, then of course you're going to turn it down so you can get this clout. But if you need the money, like if you're a radio producer and you don't make $12 to $13 million a year, then of course I would take it.
Kuglai says that girl will probably make $12 million off this story.
Yeah,
that's probably true. She's probably gonna get $12 million anyways. There are rumors too that Portnoy paid her $10 million. So
there you go.
Win-win. A little bit, a little light on the, Portnoy a little less, but yeah, she probably might have a career now.
It's a crazy story.
Can I give a shout out real quick? I have really dear friends in Portland, Oregon that are listening today, and Gail and Randy. Gail's been going through some health issues, but they're awesome people that took great care of me when I lived in Portland, and they just asked if Gail could get a shout out. So Gail, we love you guys.
Love you, Gail. Never met you. Hope all is well. And that was the craziest segue in the history of sports.
They were only going to be in the car for 10 more minutes, and it meant something to them, and I wanted to do it.
That's a Hall
of Fame hijack.
That is on the Mount Rushmore of segues in sports radio
Didn't need
history.
A weapon, hijacked it well, and got the end result.
Right.
Going from these social influencers, country stingers,
with the last name of Chicken
Fry, Dave Portnoy, to what was her name again? Gail. Love you, Gail.
Gail Chicken Fry, is that her last name?
Stir fry.
But hope she's doing well. Yeah. Thank you for listening, Gail, up there in the great Northwest.
Yep.
We stole this from College Game Day. I mean, we're all kind of ESPN, right? So we can steal things from College Game Day. They do this thing on College Game Day where they just, pick one of the teams that are in the race, and they say they're a championship contender playoff worthy or long shot. So I'm going to throw out championship contender, playoff worthy, long shot. You guys just rip it off. Texas.
Championship contender.
that was a no-brainer for you, but I believe you're right.
Yeah, I would go championship contender with Texas. I could see them at the end of the day lifting the national championship trophy and saying Texas is back.
When the rankings come out today, they're going to be 3.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think you could say anything but contender at this point.
Okay, well, what about Penn State?
Sorry?
Penn State.
They're not a contender.
See, they're gonna be 4
right now.
Yeah, so I don't know.
When all is
Okay,
said and
that's fair.
done, they're
That's
not.
fair.
So I don't think that them being 3
Just
matters.
the ranking by itself doesn't matter.
Because if
but
Penn State was 3 and Texas was 4, I know that's not going to happen. I would have Penn State, playoff worthy, not a championship contender, and I have Texas as the championship contender.
Yeah,
So it's more about team than ranking for me.
Texas has to beat A&M to guarantee they're in the playoff, but even though I think they'd get in with 2 losses, but I still say contender.
All right, so Penn State contender, playoff worthy, long shot. You say contender for Penn State?
No, I'm not talking about. I was talking about Texas.
I would say playoff worthy with Penn State. I think they'll make the playoffs. I don't think they're a championship contender though.
I don't either.
I don't think they have any
Agreed. Yeah,
chance.
they're too high up the rankings to call them a long shot, but I don't think they can win the title. So contender.
Indiana.
Oh God. Look, great. I said it yesterday. Great story for now. They're not a contender. They're not. I don't think they're a playoff team.
What? They're not a playoff team?
No.
How can they lose one game and make it?
If Ohio State crushes them, they're out.
Yeah, I just don't. I think that
that's the reality.
We talked about the fact they haven't really played. They don't have any big wins.
No, for sure they don't. But let's say that they lose to Ohio. It's at Ohio State too, by the way.
Yeah, if Ohio State crushes them.
Let's say that. Let's play the number though. What is the number that it has to be for them to be out? Because if they finish the season 11-1, they lose to Ohio State on the road by a touchdown. That's probably in the playoff.
Okay.
Right?
Then I'll be
wrong. What's the number? What's the number have to be? No, I'm not saying that you will be wrong, and I'm not pushing back. I'm just saying, what does the number have to be to eliminate them? Because let's say they beat Purdue in the final week. They probably will.
They will.
They don't make the Big Ten championship game because it would be Ohio State and Oregon. They finished the season 11-1. How close because they don't have to win that game. How close does the game at Ohio State have to be for them to be a playoff worthy team? 10 points is about where I had it.
I think I was going to say single digits, but maybe it's 10 points or less.
And it might have to be how the game is played out. Like if they're getting hammered by 28 and they have this backdoor make it a 10-point game on the final play of the game, the context of it might happen. But I think that they're a playoff worthy team even with a loss at Columbus.
I mean, Oregon, Penn State, and Ohio State are going to get into the Big Ten ahead of them. So the Indiana at that point would have to be the 4th Big Ten team. And Big Ten, I think, probably could get 10 teams, but I mean, if the SEC right now has 6 teams still alive,
I think they're the only realistic option for 4, though. Like
they
don't have
are,
a 4th
unless
option.
what we talked about yesterday with Colorado beating 12-0 BYU.
The Big Ten doesn't have a 4th option.
No, the Big Ten
it doesn't. But like a second Big 12 team could take Indiana out. Is what I'm saying.
No, for sure. But if there's going to be 4 Big Ten teams, it would have to be.
Yeah,
Indiana.
it would be.
And that's what I was going to say. But I think because of the logjam in the SEC too, and the fact that you've got a couple options that are kind of where both teams have a legit chance in other conferences, I just don't think. I think that that's going to hurt Indiana. And at the end of the year, I think Ohio State will blow their doors off. And I think if they do, that they're not going to make
conversation's over.
I would agree.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking. Like, I think the conversation is, what does that margin of defeat have to be for them to make it? I think it's around 10. And context matters here, but around 10.
I just have seen Ohio State do it personally too, where we went into the Big Ten championship game in Wisconsin, said, just keep it close, make it a game. There's going to be a really good ball. They got beat 59-0, and you went, yeah, Ohio State's capable of doing that, and they could do it easily to Indiana.
That's Indiana, the rally call. Just make it close. BYU.
I like
contender, playoff worthy.
I think they're a
shot.
contender.
Ooh, really?
Wait, contender or what?
Championship contender, playoff worthy, long
Oh,
shot.
I'm sorry. Playoff worthy.
I think they're playoff worthy. I don't see a scenario where BYU wins it all, but I think that they could do it. No, I really don't. I think they're playoff worthy. Notre Dame.
Playoff worthy.
I'm not even going to go. I'm still not sold playoff worthy. They're going to be a playoff team.
Who do they lose to down the stretch?
Yeah, that's the thing.
They don't really have anybody on the schedule.
Do they? I haven't seen what's left. I'll say.
I think they play
playoff.
USC.
Yeah, I thought USC might still be on their schedule, but USC's making
Remaining
a quarterback
games
change.
are Army and USC.
Army
and USC's on the road.
I would say play. Look, they're a playoff. They're playoff worthy.
That schedule is not a cupcake.
No,
Home
but I
versus
mean,
Army at USC.
I guess I shouldn't base this solely upon what they did to Navy, but Navy came into Notre Dame and was ranked and riding, obviously, at that point, an undefeated season, and Notre Dame crushed them.
Yeah,
so,
I think Army's better than Navy.
they are, but I still expect Notre Dame to win that game at home, and USC, as we've seen, is I know they've had the quality to win over LSU at the beginning of the year, but I don't think they're anywhere close to that team that
So
won.
playoff worthy?
Yeah, I say playoff worthy for Notre
I'll
Dame.
say playoff worthy for Notre Dame. Alabama, are they a contender or are they playoff worthy? Because they're greater than a long shot.
I think they're a playoff. I mean, I think they have a chance to win the title because of the fact that Milroe can run the football and they've got weapons. I think that they're a contender.
I would say playoff worthy. I don't know. I mean, the loss to Vandy, the loss to Tennessee, almost allowing Georgia to come all the way back. There's too many flaws in this team. I can't see them winning the title.
Could Alabama at the end of the year be lifting the trophy? Championship contender. The answer for me is yes. SMU.
Playoff worthy.
Long shot.
Championship contender. They're the best team in Texas.
Shocker.
Army.
Long shot.
No, yeah, long shot.
I think they're playoff worthy. I think they're playoff worthy.
I think they're
Would they get in over Boise State?
If they beat Notre Dame.
Okay, if they beat Notre Dame and go undefeated, they could get ahead of Boise State.
You would have to put them ahead of Boise State, in my opinion. Undefeated, beat Notre Dame. Boise State would have one loss.
But it was to Oregon. Their one loss was to Oregon.
But they lost.
Yeah, but it's the number one team in the nation.
Okay, so Army undefeated, beating Notre Dame, or Boise State with one loss
Boise State.
at Oregon. You're still going Boise State over Army?
Eye test for me is clearly Boise State.
What if they beat Notre Dame by 20?
Okay, well, now you're adding context to it. Sure, if they blow Notre Dame out, that changes the conversation.
That would be fascinating. That'd be fascinating if Boise State wins out. Their only loss is 3 points at Eugene, the number one team in the country. Army goes into Ann Arbor and goes into South Bend, beats them. They're undefeated. That would be tough for the committee in the year one of the playoff, where it's going to be so easy.
That
and
would
all
be
of a
a
sudden
really
you have
tough
And
call.
you've got a Heisman Trophy candidate with Boise State.
Yeah, Ashton Jesse.
Which brings a little something. But you've got the story of Army, which they're never in a million years did anybody think they were going to be in today's football was going to be in this conversation.
And there's no way you would put in both, right?
No,
I don't think you can.
No,
You're gonna pick one of those teams over.
And now you're in a Florida
Ole
State
Miss or
type
Georgia?
situation
Right.
where there's still going to
Yeah.
be a team that feels like they got screwed.
There's no way Army or Boise State gets in over like a fifth SEC team.
As somebody who dating back to the BCS, to the committee whenever they had two teams, into the playoff when they had four, that always rooted for chaos in college football. This is what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for an undefeated Army, for Boise State to win out. Maybe Georgia and Ole Miss find a way to lose another game down the stretch here. I don't think it's possible, but they find a way. Maybe Miami loses another game too. SMU. I'm rooting for chaos.
That's possible
for
Miami.
the final
Yeah,
couple
the
of spots.
chaos is Boise State, Army, and then what we talked about in the Big 12 earlier, where BYU goes 12-0 and loses to Colorado.
Throw them in the mix.
Yeah,
they would be in the
that's
mix
the
there,
other
too.
part of the chaos scenario.
Yeah, I want chaos for the final couple of at-large spots in college football. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Cash them or trash them? What are you cashing? What are you trashing? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Cash them or trash them? 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. What are you cashing or trashing? Blankers, what are you cashing or trashing?
Said it before, I'll say it again. I feel more adamant than ever about this one. Deion Sanders is not going to be at Colorado next year. I'm not sold he's going to be in the NFL, but I think that there are more openings by the day that he will be where his son is.
Okay. So
Raiders, Cowboys leading the list, but I wouldn't put it out of the realm.
There's no way he could get to the I mean, I guess he could coach the Cowboys, but
he's
not
the
with
betting
Shador.
favorite.
But not with Shador, though. I mean, they just paid Dak.
I mean, you can make a trade.
Yeah, there's ways to get and look at
I
Kirk
guess.
Cousins to see you can have quarterback making big money and quarterback in waiting.
It would be more difficult with Dallas. Completely agree. But there are ways to do it. I mean, you could just sell the farm to move up in the draft. And then maybe you could, I don't know I'm sure the cap hit for trading Dak would be severe. So that does seem a little illogical, but there is a way to make it happen. There's a way to make it
Regardless,
happen.
he's leaving Colorado. He's going to be somewhere else next year.
But you said maybe not NFL. Where would he go in the college game?
I think that you could go to a bigger job. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. Florida State would be a natural, but because they're already playing.
I think Colorado's a better job than Florida State. Hot take.
What about Auburn? I don't think Hugh Freeze is going to be back.
Auburn's better job than Colorado.
I think if he could get an upper level, like an SEC job, for sure, that's better than Colorado.
This is a tough one because, I mean, he's recruiting at a really high level. I think he flipped a 5-star yesterday, too, that was committed to USC. I'm going to trash it. I think he's back at Colorado. But I think it's very, very close.
And I'll tell you the one that's
very, very close.
He's the leading candidate right now, or at least the odds for Dallas. He and Davis have had conversations. The Raiders are enamored with Shador. That is a more legit possibility.
Well, Shador's been dropping hits all over social media. He wants to be
every
a
week,
Raider.
every time the Raiders lose.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to cash this. I'm with you, Joe. I think once Travis Hunter and his two sons are off the Colorado team, his ties to Colorado are over, and he's going to either look for the next bigger job in college football or make the leap to the NFL. I think he's gone after this year.
All right. I think that the Texans should take the battle red uniforms and helmets and burn them and never use them again. These were awful. These were terrible. Mike Tirico was calling them terrible on the broadcast. It looked like a giant red blob. The little dark blue horns on a dark red chrome helmet does not work. You can't see anything. Yeah, what do you know about fashion, Branham? I'm right up there with Coco Chanel. I'm Christian Dior. I'm Giorgiano Armani. I'm Ralph Lauren. Jeremy Branham. All those people have that in common.
No Louis?
No, he's way. I'm punching down whenever I mention him. So the Texans should take these battle red uniforms and helmets, burn them, and never use them again. They're ugly, they're hideous, and you blew a 16-point lead in them.
Could not cash this one enough. These uniforms we talked about before the game even happened. I hate the helmets. I hate the fact that you can't tell what the hell's on it and what's going on with it. But even if you could, it doesn't make sense. It's already been done in the league with other teams. There are elements of the uniforms that I like. Like, I hate the fact that they were like this big red highlighter. If you could have mixed up some of the elements of their other uniforms, maybe it would have been better. I like the way the helmet looked if it had the different logo on it. I can't stand them either. I'm trashing them.
Awful. No, you mean cashing it.
I'm cashing the take. I'm trashing the uniforms.
Okay, I'm going to trash the take. I actually like the uniforms. I would make one small tweak to not hear play-by-play announcers bitch and moan on broadcast. Go ahead and make the last names or white or something so it pops more on the red jersey. That way they can call the game. But other than that, I didn't like this uniform when I first saw it, when they first put out the graphics before the season. But seeing it on the field, I actually liked it more than I thought they would. I actually thought it was a pretty good look.
Gross.
So cash it.
So bad.
Yeah, I disagree. I mean, I'll concede you got to be able to read the names because like when it's zoomed in, like the closer view, I have no problem reading the names. But I can see if you're all the way at the top of Energy Stadium where these guys are calling the game, it'd be very hard.
But they're not. They're at midfield in the club, like right above the
it's still
club level.
far removed from the field.
But Jeremy and I have both had experience calling games when it's hard to read just the names. And you're right with the names; they should outline that in white, like the numbers. But the numbers were bunching up too. They would get caught with the pads and everything, and then all of a sudden 5s look like 6s, look like other numbers. Someone said they look more like the Cardinals. They're not wrong.
Somebody said they look like Syracuse too. Not wrong.
Other than the fact that
They're
wearing red.
orange, yeah.
Kind of looked a little orangey.
Did they?
It didn't look.
Little
It didn't,
orangey.
I might suggest you're colorblind if you thought that looked orange.
Little orangey. Brandon T, cash or trash? Would you sign Bregman for 5 years at $130 million? Somebody texted us earlier in the show that said that he heard from somebody that's in the know that they're trying to get Bregman at 5 years, 130. I mean, take that for what it's worth. Random texture to the show. But would you sign him for 5 years, 130?
If that's the happy medium between 4 and 6 years, and you could get him at that, I think I would.
I don't think Bregman's taking it. That's $26 million a year.
Would you do it? I would. Would he take it? Is a different story.
Yeah, this is a little longer than the 4 years I wanted, but I wanted 120 for 4. If you can give me 130 for 5, sure, I guess. I just have a really hard time seeing Bregman sign for 5 years, 130. I think the Matt Chapman deals, I think he's going to need at least $150 million.
Need and want.
I think he's going to get
things.
150. I think somebody will give him 150.
We'll see.
I think somebody will give him 150.
I think the stumbling block is between they want 4, he wants 6. Meet him in the middle at 5. If it's 130, I say only. But I would, if that's on the table, take it. I don't think he'll take it.
Yeah, I'll cash it because yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever. I don't think he'll do it though. 0002 Astros loss in 2019 stings worse than Texans lost Sunday. Cash or trash?
First part is Astros lost when?
In 19. I think he's talking about the World Series.
What an easy question.
Yeah, I'm not. No, it's not even close.
Cash, yes. The Astros lost things way worse than the Texans
correct.
lost. The Texans went 6-4. Oh no, the Astros lost the World Series with
Season
possibly
over.
the greatest team ever assembled.
Yeah. Season over, and all that too. But the fact that your season ended as opposed to you lost for a week and you still have everything in front of you, yeah, not even a conversation.
In fact, 0002, you're banned for the rest of the day. That's a bad cash 'em or trash 'em. You should be embarrassed with yourself. You
just made the list.
You should be ashamed with that question. 2419, as a Cowboys fan, the Texans will win Monday night 31-6. Cash 'em or trash 'em?
I'll cash that.
I'll trash it. I think the score is going to be wrong.
Trash.
Jeez.
What? He said
Okay.
the score, not me.
Right. But I think they're going to win big.
8341, how about Arch Manning going into the portal and transferring to Colorado to play for Coach Sanders next year?
No chance.
No.
No.
You know what?
Trash it.
Quinn is more likely to transfer than Arch is.
8341, you're banned for the rest of the show with that trash.
You just made the
trash,
list.
trash 'em. 4958, cash your trash. Nimitz great. Aaron Glenn will be the Saints head coach next year. Saints Patrick texting that in.
I'll cash that.
It's a great spot. Played there.
Played there.
I'm going to trash it though. I think he's going to turn
Trash.
it down. That's a terrible spot. Terrible.
Because
I'm not
of the
The
salary cap?
financial. No, the
Not the
financials.
city.
The financials are awful.
And the quarterback situation.
The ability to build a winner there because of their financial situation. That's a nightmare. I don't think he would leave for the Saints job, and I know he has the connections. I don't think that he would. I'm going to trash it.
I think that it's definitely in the realm of possibilities. I'll cash it.
For his sake, for his best interest, I don't want him to take the job. I don't want him to take the New Orleans job. I think he'd be fired in 3 to 4 years.
See, I think that's the biggest problem too. Is unfortunately when you're talking about minority coaches too, they don't get the second and third and fourth looks that a lot of these white coaches get. You got to pick the right opportunity. If it isn't at all leaning against failure, you got to stay away from it.
713-780
That's just a fact.
ESPN. No, I was laughing. I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the text. The people that we banned. They're mad. They're upset. But you banned for the rest of the day. I'm not going to read any more of your texts for the rest of the day for bad cashums or trashums. You should be embarrassed. Go look at yourself in the mirror and do better next time. Willa Bits next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Buzzkill Branham. Got a couple today. Have you seen the previews of this Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight?
Yep.
You know how old Mike Tyson is?
Got to be, isn't he late 40s?
Oh, no. Add about 8 years onto that.
Really?
At about
I think
10.
he's late, like 58.
He's 58.
Is he really?
58 years old. Iron deficient Mike Tyson going up against influencer Jake Paul.
3.6.
But he's not a manufactured killer. He's a natural born killer.
This I used to love boxing, and I still do. There's just no intrigue in boxing anymore. This is a disgrace. This is a slap in my face. This is a slap to anybody who loves the sweet science that Jake Paul and Mike Tyson's going to be the boxing match of the year. This is sad.
This is so
sad.
To me, every time I see anything on this, my immediate reaction is I want Tyson to go absolutely ballistic and end this entire.
He's not going to.
No, he's 58.
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't even care.
Well, I don't even think
care about the
I
age.
think they're going to take care of each other. That's what all these
they're going to
matches
make
are.
sure that neither guy gets hurt, and that they're going to get a whole bunch of hype, and that it's going to be a whole bunch of dancing around, and it's not going to be any kind of physicality because it's not a true match. But it's only going to keep pushing the Paul stardom and the Paul as an actual boxer. He's not. It's a farce. It's ridiculous. I would love to see Tyson put an end to it, but they're all just playing for the pay-per-view buys and all the eyeballs. But it sucks that this is where boxing is.
I mean, casuals don't really take Jake Paul seriously, and they shouldn't, because his biggest fight in his life is going to be against a 58-year-old man.
And now he's pandering for
58-year-old
Canelo?
Man. I would love to see that.
I would love to see that because
would pay
Canelo
for
wouldn't
that.
play the game.
No.
The Canelo would not play the let's take care of each other game. Canelo would end his life.
This is cringe. Here was Mike Tyson, Jake Paul doing a little face-to-face, trying to get you to buy the fight.
Obviously, it would be the biggest moment in all of boxing history when I put this man to sleep.
He dreams a lot. This is not going to come true, young man.
I respect your opinion, but it's just my time. The universe know it. The gods know it. I know it. And you're going to know it. Plain and simple.
Okay, for next week, we'll see. I think he thinks this is going to be a very easy night. It's not going to be an easy night.
Why does Mike Tyson win this fight?
Because I'm Mike Tyson.
You know, the gods have showed this to me. I'm going to be faster, stronger. He's not going to know where I'm coming from, and I'm
great imagination.
I'm
He has a great
truly
imagination.
going to show the world I outboxed Mike Tyson.
I'm ready.
He goes, I'm going to be faster and stronger. He's 58. I would hope so.
He sounds more like Marlon
I
Brando
would
in The
hope
Godfather than he does a guy that's going to rip a guy's head off.
I'm going to outbox Mike Tyson, 58-year-old man who was never really known for his boxing.
No, he was known for
slugging.
making you piss your pants when you got in the ring, and then the fight being over before the bell rang.
And they didn't do a great job of selling the fight either. I don't hear that. I'm like, I got to watch it. I must watch it. Now, I know it's on Netflix, too. Do we have to buy anything?
No.
You don't have to buy anything?
Really? Okay.
No,
Yeah,
it's just
on
it's just
Netflix.
part of Netflix.
This is sad. All of this makes me sad. And you're right, Brian. This is professional wrestling. They're going to take care of it. This is Booker T might as well be fighting.
Aren't they
This is
using the
professional
super big
wrestling.
gloves too?
Yeah, they're using, I think, 16-ounce gloves, which are pillows.
Right.
And then they're also doing 2-minute rounds.
Oh,
It's
man.
it's not real. It's not real.
It's an exhibition.
This is sports entertainment.
It is.
This is
It is.
professional wrestling. Is what this is.
Sucks.
And Brian's right. They're going to take care of each other. Who do you think is going to be the predetermined winner?
Mike's going to take the
probably
money and the
they're
love.
probably going to let Mike Tyson get the win, but it doesn't matter.
I think they're going to go to a draw.
I thought about that too. Yeah.
I think they're going to go to a draw.
What, to sell another fight?
No, just to
Just
not
so that
have one
Mike
guy.
Tyson doesn't have to live with the fact that
Yeah.
he lost to a clown like this. But
See,
he's
that's
going to.
why I think that's part of why Tyson agreed to this, because they say, hey,
Tyson gets the win.
Tyson gets the win. Yeah.
Remember the Mayweather-McGregor one?
Yeah,
Where
where Mayweather
Mayweather
wiped the floor with him, but he also didn't try for half the fight.
he took care of him. He made
I know.
McGregor look strong.
Right,
and
that's
then
what
the
I'm
way-
saying. Like, he didn't
yeah.
try for half the fight. He let McGregor come in and throw a bunch of punches that Floyd was blocking 100% of them, but it looked good for the show. Like McGregor was actually doing something.
Yeah, that's gonna. It makes me sick. Makes me really, really sick.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs that this is where boxing is, and that they're trying to hype this up like this is a true boxing match. That's a big deal. It's just a big promo stunt to make some money, and it's a farce.
And it's not even just this fight. It's just the Jake Paul industry. I mean, when you look at the biggest fights each year in boxing for the last 3-4 years, it's like half of them were Jake Paul or Logan Paul.
It's ridiculous.
As far as box office.
That's how the sport has fallen.
There's still
that's
great. There's still
embarrassing.
great
Makes me
fights
sad.
and great fighters in the sport. It's just becoming so much harder to find.
They're not good at marketing themselves.
Right.
They're not good
And
at
it's too
marketing
spread
themselves.
out. There's too many weight classes, too many champions, too many promotions.
I still like watching Canelo fight, but he never has like a worthy challenger.
Not since Triple G.
Yeah.
He loves golf.
There is a good fight on Saturday, though. John Jones back in the octagon.
saw that,
against Stipe. Now, there's a lot of people thinking that he shouldn't be fighting Stipe. He should be fighting others. But John Jones is my favorite mixed martial artist. So that's one that I might actually watch. Somebody can send me the link. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Film don't lie. Never does. I've been telling you about it all year. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Film, do not lie. It never lies. I grind through the All 22 for hours. That way I can relay to you the information that you need to know. And I've been on top of this all year long. I've been telling you things that you're going to see 2 to 3 weeks later. I love the film. I'm a football hardo. Love all of it, Blankers.
Trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham.
No,
trying to make
but
everybody
like-
think that you know ball.
Whoa.
What did he say?
You're trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham. You're
No,
trying to make
but,
everybody
like,
think that you know ball.
You're trying to
He thinks I know ball.
you're trying to make
What
everyone
kind of slap
think
in
you
the
know
face
ball.
is that?
I don't know. I don't know what I did to deserve
After
that.
Mapes yesterday?
I don't know what I did to deserve that. I like the Killer G's. I think that I am the favorite bee amongst the Killer G's. And I think that I like the Killer G's from the bees the most. Wouldn't you think so?
I think it's a possibility.
I think the Killer G's like me more than you.
Great.
Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, Joe hates me, so yeah, but Paul and I get along great.
Maybe by aggregate, by the average.
Yeah, that's probably right. That's probably right.
And would it be fair that I like the Killer G's more than you like the Killer G's?
I mean, I like them, but I don't like
Maybe
them.
it's a tie. Maybe it's a tie. But we love them
Or
equally.
maybe it's just me.
We love them equally. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
maybe
I
it
can't,
is Brian.
I don't know what I did to deserve that stray. Just because I like to watch the film.
Would you like some more
And
context?
I like to post the videos.
Sure.
I'm catching strays from the Killer G's.
Well, here's a longer clip so we can get more than just that 3 seconds.
All right, let's hear it.
You're trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham. You're
No,
trying to make
but,
everybody
like,
think that you know ball
No, I was just trying to like
by
just
posturing online.
trying to, like,
Which
see
is,
how
by the way,
bad it
that's
looks.
what that is. Just wanted to say that.
Posturing. I'm just
What it is.
posturing.
I know. I'm not saying.
No,
that.
I'm saying I'm annoyed by everyone thinking they're a film expert now. You're not a film expert. You watched all 22. Oh, you know what's going on out there now? Oh, that's cool.
Yes, I do. I told you that CJ Stroud was being hesitant way before anybody knew that CJ Stroud was being hesitant. We were talking about the offensive line having trouble picking up the stunts from week one. Week one, we were talking about this. I was telling you that Tank Dell is getting open, that Tank Dell is the same player. Oh, Tank Dell. People are saying Tank Dell was not the same player anymore. No, we were telling you it's happening. How about the defensive side of the ball? We're telling you this defensive line's really stinking good. We're telling you that Derek Stingley's fantastic. That Kalen Bullock is really, really good and coming on as a rookie. What do you detect one lie? Detect one lie. Yes, I do know ball.
You're trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham.
Yes.
You're trying
No,
to make
but,
everybody
like,
think that you know ball.
I do know ball. I do. I've been detect one lie. Give me one lie. Show me one thing where I've been wrong. You will not find it. I have
Just throw the
receipts.
crap out there
No.
to get clicks.
And it's not, what did he say, to posture? I
Yeah,
don't
you're
do this to
posturing.
posture. I
You're
do this to
posturing.
farm engagement. And your boy went viral today. Do you know who picked up one of my videos? NFL. NFL
Because they
tweeted
banned it?
today. What's that?
Because they banned
No,
it.
the NFL posted a video of a video that I posted of Daniil Hunter making Penei Sewell look like a fool. Which, by the way, it's doing numbers, 150,000 views for your boy. So it's not to pander or whatever, posture. It's not to posture. It's to farm engagement. Let's get it right. Also like to do it, but it's mostly a farm engagement, not to posture. The NFL sent out a tweet today, the double move by @Daniil Hunter with the video of the play. And then you know who they hat tipped? @Jeremy Branham on Twitter. The NFL tweeted @Jeremy Branham. How many people of you has that happened to? Has it happened to the Killer G's? Does it happen to people that are posturing on the internet?
I mean,
I do it to farm engagement, Polly, and it
I got a
worked.
question for Jeremy.
It worked. 150,000 views. Doing numbers. I might be able to
Now-
take my wife out to dinner with all the money I'll be making on Twitter this month.
the Hooked on Bears podcast might, at a certain point, get that kind of love from NFL.
Your boy's doing numbers, Blake.
I think that's great.
157,000 views, 1,100 likes, 152 retweets, 62 bookmarks. This is why I do it, Paul. I don't do it to posture. I do it to get a few bucks on Twitter at the end of the month.
You're trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham. You're
No,
trying to make
but,
everybody
like,
think that
All
you
right,
know
but
ball.
here are the things that I really did see, and I do know ball. Danico Autry, oh, he's good. Danico, he's a good quarterback. He's all over Jared Goff. Petrie's flying over the field. Swarm! Do you see John Gruden doing his film studies to this song? He's making me feel nicey. It's really funny. I love the pass rush. I told you this early, Blankers.
Yep.
This defensive line, really good. This is why D'Amico's on tilt about the Houston Texans offense, I think. I think D'Amico Ryans knows deep down that he has a defense that can do some serious damage. I think he knows deep down that he has an offense that's going to prevent them from doing serious damage.
Yeah, I think that's his biggest concern. We talked about the body language showed in the last game from time to time where he just couldn't hold it back anymore, didn't even realize he was doing it. I think he loves what he's got to work with defensively, but I think he is starting to check into the fact that there are some deep concerns offensively.
Yeah, it's not great there. I did feel like the defense got beat up on the screen game a little bit in the second half. I think at times teams take advantage of the swarm of the Houston Texans, actually.
I think you're right. I think it goes back to when you were saying about let them do that again on a certain play. I think that sometimes that they overextend in terms of trying to get into the backfield, and it leaves you vulnerable on the edges and down on the sidelines. You saw that in the fourth quarter because you saw the fact that Gibbs was just constantly killing them, getting around the edge.
They did it with Montgomery too. They were having a lot of success in the screen game, which kind of concerned me. Like, I'm bullish about the defense. Lot of success in the screen game, but it's also David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs and the Lions and Ben Johnson. Like, I don't think every team is capable of doing this.
That was the biggest
part.
He
was going nuts.
They highlighted the broadcast 1,000 times. So in the second half, when they started to run those sweeps or whatever we would label them as, with Jahmyr Gibbs out wide, Penei Sewell was always out on an island against somebody and just wrecking shop.
Even the one where Lassiter got hurt was because of the fact that Penei Sewell was out there ready to just absolutely flatten him. He tried to roll away from that, and then Jimmy Ward took him out.
Yeah. Penei Sewell.
How many tackles, though, are you going to find in football that can do what Penei Sewell did?
That said, this play that I posted of Danielle Hunter had the greatest edge rush move that I've ever seen in my life that did not end in a sack.
Is that right?
He looked like he was Euro stepping, spin moving. He looked like a basketball player getting to the rim. It was unbelievable.
Did you see the one where he tried to literally hurdle?
Yeah, I did.
Hurdle a blocker.
He's insane.
And he ended up they got him at the last minute on his ankles where he kind of went head first down.
Yeah, he's nuts.
He was close. You talk about Saquon's play. He was close to hurdling a guy.
He really was. And he's a defensive end.
Yeah.
Danico Autry ruined him too on that one where it was intercepted, where he got to Goff and kind of popped the ball in the air until it's like that was against Penei Sewell. Like, these Texans defensive ends are no joke. Like, and they didn't even have Will Anderson, who might be the best of the bunch. Their defensive line is elite, and I'm being sincere when I say that. I'm not being hyperbolic. Like, they are elite on their defensive line. The rest of the team, their defensive line's ridiculous, though. I didn't think the run blocking was bad, actually. I thought Detroit, I thought it wasn't bad in terms of schematically. I thought schematically it was good. I think Detroit was just winning one-on-ones.
Because I was going to say, from the standpoint of there weren't the holes that we saw in just about every other game that Mixon's played this year, to where you do give credit to the Detroit defensive line and to their linebackers coming up.
Yes.
But at the same time, you would expect – it's easy. Let's put it this way. It's easy to correlate that and say, you know what, the switches you made on the offensive line kind of lessened your ability to run block.
Yeah, I think it was more of them just getting beat. Like, Detroit just won in that department, and the Texans lost it, if that makes sense. Yeah, it wasn't a schematic thing. It was just Detroit beat you hat on hat in the run game.
And again, when you go back and look at it, because I swore that the streak was over when Josh Jacobs was running against them against Green Bay 2 weeks ago. He had 95 yards. Yeah. They haven't given up a 100-yard rusher in a long, long time.
So long term, I don't feel bad about the run game because I think schematically it was fine. I just think they were getting beat one-on-one. I didn't think Mixon played great either. I thought Mixon had some bad decisions. He tried to bounce everything outside, and I don't think it would have been a ton of extra yardage, maybe 10 in the entire game. But I don't think he was on his P's and Q's like we've seen of cutting it inside. He was trying to bounce everything outside.
He really did.
Yeah. I don't think that it was there was 100 yards to be gained. I think it was very minimal, but I don't think he had his best game.
The other thing is too, from a defensive perspective, talent wise, and I mentioned this the other day, from Anzalone to the guys in the linebacker core, but specifically the safeties and the corners, they rush to the edges when they know it's going to be a running play that's trying to be stretched out better than any team I've seen defensively in football, and stop the running back from getting to the edge.
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought they were better in spots and pass protection. I thought the coverage was better. I just feel like they're not very talented, especially in the middle. Patterson's solid. He's fine. Juice Scruggs is still getting beat on stunts. Shaq Mason got flat out exposed. They were better in their coverage calls, but I feel like their guards specifically just lack talent, and I feel like that's going to be an issue all year.
Rest of the year, yeah.
And I don't think there's replacements, really. You've already replaced a left guard. The guys you have behind you, you were already hesitant to go to Kendrick Green. He wasn't very good. They brought in some depth guys and insurance guys. How good are they? I don't know that they're very good. The guard play, they lack talent there. I would like more quick hitters in the passing game, especially early down situations, whether it's slants, hooks, whatever you got to do, especially early down. Get yourself in a 2nd and 4. Get yourself in a 3rd and 2. Get yourself in a spot where the defense can't just tee off on you and trying to rush the quarterback. So that's something that I want. And then
when Nico comes back, you think that changes?
I don't know.
I hope
so. I hope so too. Steven Sims was really good. Like we bash Steven Sims a lot. Whenever he plays well, we gotta say he plays well. One really good return. He had one good return, and then he didn't lose some hidden yardage. Like he was catching the football. Like a lot of times you don't catch a punt. What happens? Bounces forward. All of a sudden it's been inside the 5. He was catching the football when he needed to catch the football. Had a really good return. Had a good return. I thought Steven Sims had a really good day.
There was one I held my breath on that he made the fair catch it slightly inside the 10. I was like,
I'm okay with it.
I might let that one go, but.
See, to me, I'm more at the 5 nowadays. These punters are so good. Like, it depends at 2 at the punt. Like, if it's a high hang time punt, that's one that I'm more willing to catch at the 5. Where if it's a line drive punt that he's bombed, okay, probably don't need to catch that one at the 10. But I'm a little more okay with it these days than in the past because these punters are so good. They played a tad more 4-3 than we've normally seen from them, which is kind of weird. And also it annoys me that David Montgomery wears 5 and Jahmyr Gibbs wears 26. You have a speed guy, you have a power guy. The speed guy wears the bigger number and the power guy wears the little number. It makes no sense to me. It's bad feng shui. It's bad feng shui.
That's a little deeper than I thought you were deep diving.
You know, and in fact, the Lions will not win a Super Bowl because of bad feng shui. The speed guy should have the single-digit number, and the power guy should have the number in the 20s. It just makes
Trying to do
sense.
film study like you're Jeremy
Just makes
Graham,
sense.
trying to
No,
make
but,
everybody think that you know ball.
Just makes sense. You can pot down the music. Got a few people here. Thank you, Brian. Few people on the Killer G's. 6856. They called y'all the bad word bees. It starts with a B. Y at the end.
Better?
I feel like Paul does that more than we do.
Oh my God, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Who gripes more?
About the other show?
Paul or the
Who
Killer
gripes more,
Bees?
period?
Yeah. Paul or the Bees? Who gripes more?
Well,
I don't think Joe
griping in
gripes
this
so
show,
much.
but about the other show, I think it's probably 10-1 them.
You think we
gripe more than they do?
No, I didn't say that. I said it's
Right.
just plain
I know what you
griping.
said.
Plain griping.
It was an alternate
it's
question.
close. It's close. But about the other show, it's 10-1 them.
I don't think Joe gripes that much. I will say that. I don't think he's of the 4 of us, he probably gripes the least, but I think Paul gripes the most. Okay. I'm not reading those. About the Killer G's. 9506. I say we're not contenders back in August. What do I win? Let's see about that. 8835 says Will Levis. I'm not wrong about Levis. I'm just early. I was early about Levis. 6856. The G said that y'all cry about the food that gets sent in. Okay, let's talk about that.
Oh boy.
That's because the one time that it happened, the one that they're talking about, we were told that it was coming in at like 2:45.
We did.
And then it came in at like 12:30 and no one ever told us.
And no one saved us.
No one, I don't care about the saving, but no one
I
ever
do.
told us.
If we were told it was coming in for us, we were anticipating and kind of scheduling our meal plan to know that we're going to get food.
Yeah.
We don't get food. And ironically, before Joe got involved in actually on-air talenting, the food really came consistently for the morning show and the afternoon drive show. And now it finds that pocket really conveniently before us.
Yeah, we were lied about what time it was coming. And then whenever we said something, we had the audacity to bring it up.
Loses bets and holds it ransom against us because of the way he's being talked about?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
That's bad.
It's Bush League. Is that Bush League? That's Bush League, right?
You lost the bet. Pay it up.
One, it's Bush League to not pay up a bet.
They
That's
should have
over a
already
year
paid
old.
up well before that point.
That was the 2000. No, it was last year. It was
last year's NFL season, which has been over for quite a while.
It was over. I mean, his side of the bet was over in December.
Yeah, the Bears
It was the Bears division, right?
Yeah, Bears
So
winning the division.
It's been 11 months. It's been 11 months since not paying up the bet.
Sounds like someone else holding the ransom on the.
5837. Branham alone gripes more annoyingly than Paul, but it's at least entertaining. Yeah. Whatever. All right, 713-780-ESPN. But let me hit the refresh real quick. What was the word that he used?
Posturing.
He said I was posturing. No, I'm not posturing. I'm engagement farming. That view count, 161,000 views now. It went up over 10,000 views in that segment.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Kinda. You're not clicking anything.
Granado was
You're
closer
looking at
in
it.
his
But
criticism.
close. Granado was close whenever he said that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I'll throw out coaches to you in the NFL, and y'all tell me if they're going to get fired or not. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. If you are losing your hair, you've lost your hair, you're thinning, and you don't want to go bald, and you would love to have your hair back, I encourage you to go to 975hair.com right now. Because you listen to us and you're interested in salvaging, saving, or getting your hair back, this is the way you got to go. Because if you go to 975hair.com right now, you get a free consultation with Doc Linville and his staff, and he'll explain to you how he can get your hair back from the PRP treatments like you've heard athletes use with their knees and their shoulders and their elbows. It can be used with your hair too, because you have hairs on your head, but they're not as thick and strong as they used to be. The PRP treatments actually get them stronger and longer and thicker for a better overall appearance, and you're going to love the results. And if your hair is already gone, you think, well, I can't get any more hair to grow there, so I'm screwed. You're really not, because it's like resodding your lawn. Doc Linville and his staff explained to me that you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So he takes some of it, repurposes it to where you need it most, and in no time at all, you see results. Get your hair back. It's the same color. It grows the same direction, and it's going to be there for you for a lifetime, because he's taken it from a spot where it never leaves. Phenomenal stuff from the greatest in the business, in my opinion, right here in the Med Center. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and sign up for a consultation. It's free to you. It costs $150 to people off the street, but they just want to explain it to you because they're so sold on the fact that when you hear about it and see the results and know how good it is, you'll want to do it too. Doc said he doesn't want to make just oodles of money on this. He wants to help people by getting their hair back in the Houston area. Check him out today. Tell him I sent you by, because he's the best in the business. Go see my friends. Go to 975hair.com. Doc Linville, best, and tell him I sent you by.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let me see if I can hypnotize you with any of these names. Head coaches that will be fired or not in the NFL, 713-780-3776. Before that, though, we had a texter say, will Coach Prime get a job before Aaron Glenn and or Brian Flores?
Yes.
So you're thinking that Dion will get a job this go around and Aaron Glenn and Flores will not?
No, before. He'll get it before the other two could potentially get jobs too.
Okay. I meant the same coaching cycle, because, I mean, he could get it, I guess, like February 3rd
he's
and the next
already
guy
got
February
a job,
8th.
so he doesn't have to leave.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, the other guys have jobs too.
I think, but it has to be super enticing to him. So because he's got a pretty sweet gig at Colorado. So
So you think he'll get, I mean, NFL job,
if
head coaching job?
Then no.
Oh, okay.
Because it's got to be
What
the
changed?
perfect, the money and the situation and the control that he has at Colorado, and the fact that if he could coach his son, it's going to make a huge difference. But I think Aaron Glenn's going to have the respect, the resume, the player, and the coach aspect to where he'll have multiple opportunities with multiple teams. Some teams just aren't going to want to deal with the whole the Dion package of, the total control for a guy that's never done it in the NFL from a coaching perspective.
Yeah, see, I'm like 60-40, he stays at Colorado. I think if he were to leave, it would be for an NFL job. So 40% chance he gets a job.
See, that's where
I'm probably 50-50 on Aaron Glenn, and I'm probably like 40-60 on Brian Flores. So I will say no, but I think it's really, really close.
See, I'm higher on Aaron Glenn getting a job, and maybe even Flores. Flores, I just don't. I think there's too many owners that are just going to be too leery of everything that's happened to give him a head coaching job. I think Aaron Glenn is going to be like we were dealing with their offensive coordinator the last couple of years. I think that Aaron Glenn's going to be the hot name going into this cycle, and I think he'll have multiple opportunities. So I think he'll be the best chance.
Do you think Glenn will be the hot name?
I think he'll be one of the hottest names.
I think
out
Ben
there.
Johnson will be the hot name.
See, I don't know, because Ben Johnson has said walked away twice. Whether that was his choice or not, he made it look like it was. So again, there's a little bit of skepticism by teams, I think. Whereas Aaron Glenn, everything speaks to.
I mean, you have to at least make the call. I don't think that you're going to be.
Well, you'll make the call, but I
might
think
be-
Aaron Glenn will be a guy that they'll feel more confident. If we offer you the job, you're going to take it, and you're going to be a guy that we know, because of your background, we feel is a leader, can coach defense, that knows how it goes in the NFL.
Yeah, but if you're hiring, a head coach in the NFL, and you think more of Ben Johnson than Aaron Glenn for whatever reasons, maybe you want an offensive-minded coach, you're at least making the call. Like
you're gonna make the call.
even if you think that there's a higher chance that he turns down the job, you're still going to make him turn down the job.
Right. I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is I think Aaron Glenn will be a hotter commodity. I think that teams are going to be more kind of focused on getting that guy.
Than Ben Johnson?
Yes.
I don't.
Because I think teams are going to be leery. He's going to go back.
But why does that matter?
Because I want to get a guy that I know that I'm courting, that wants to be with me and isn't going to pull out late in the game.
Pause.
Right, which is what he's done multiple times. Whereas you get a guy like Aaron Glenn that, has the experience of not only just as a coordinator, but having played in the league and knowing, how to be a leader. It's kind of like the D'Amico situation, to where you feel like you got a guy that's going to get that leadership role down too. You don't know what you don't know about Ben Johnson.
You're talking about okay, so you're talking about Ben Johnson.
Yeah. You don't know what you don't know about the leadership
but
aspect
why?
and the intangibles of a head coach with Ben Johnson that you do know more about with Aaron Glenn, I think.
Why?
Because he's been a leader
But neither
in
one's
the
been a
locker
head
room.
coach.
Yeah.
Right, but he's been an NFL player for years. So he knows what it takes, like in the NFL situation.
But why does that make him a better leader?
The same way it made it for D'Amico. He hadn't been a head coach, but you could tell because he was a captain.
How about
because he
Deshaun
was a
Watson
leader.
though? Like, he played in the NFL. Like, was he a great leader?
But you're missing what else I'm saying. I'm saying because of the fact that they were a captain, they were looked upon by their peers as being a guy that, is going to give direction to everybody else.
Okay. Like, I could hear you on the fact that he could be, a better leader. I wouldn't say because he played in the NFL, he's a better leader.
It's the whole resume and body of work, and he's been with multiple teams, and he's been on different staffs to do the things that comes with also as a player, and the things that he's accomplished. That I just feel like teams are going to look at him going, he's that kind of next D'Amico Ryans type.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I hear, and I think that'll be the calling card. Now, don't sleep on the fact that Ben Johnson was a walk-on quarterback for the North Carolina Tar Heels. Now, you can get some leadership up there in Chapel Hill. Now, I think Ben Johnson will be more coveted than Aaron Glenn because of the offensive mind. People
Maybe
like
so.
to go more offense. And I don't think it's going to be, well, I'm hesitant that he's going to turn me down, because if you're that's how you're acting as a hiring manager for an NFL head coaching job, then you're not doing your job. You're not seeking the very, very best. You're seeking the guy that's going to tell you yes.
I think that personnel is going to matter. The hierarchy in the organization is going to matter. And I think that, what they're looking for is going to matter. A lot of times, like we were talking about, even with the Bears situation, if you get the wrong OC and the wrong guy that's not the right offensive mind, it doesn't matter how good a talent you might have at quarterback. But if you've got a defensive-laden team with some veterans and some talent, some draft picks, you might be more inclined to go with, hey, let's get a defensive-minded coach to utilize some of the high picks and the talent we already have and we'll develop our offense.
713-780-ESPN 7922. This is the Coward D. And Jeremy, you're doing it again in all capital letters. Just having a conversation, a healthy disagreement. I think Ben Johnson will be more coveted than Aaron Glenn. Blankers thinks it'll be Aaron Glenn. We'll see. Just a healthy dialogue. No big deal.
Well, even if you're doing it again, at least you're not posturing right now.
I like how he called himself Coward D, though.
He's embracing it. He's embracing it.
I do love the fact that you're embracing it. I tip my cap. And Coward D did change my life.
Is Coward D the caller guy?
It's Coward D. Coward D's Coward D.
He was the one that called Jeremy out for not respecting your opinions
Remember,
enough.
he called me sassy.
Yeah.
This is him. This was Coward D.
Sassy.
That was Coward D whenever he called me sassy.
Or Phil Hartman.
Yeah, one of the two.
I was going to say that wasn't a caller's voice.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Love this show as always. I have to completely disagree here with Joel. I think Jeremy has this completely spot on. I haven't heard a peep about Aaron Glenn at all. Ben Johnson has this Lions team headed in the right direction each of the last 3 years. He is by far the most coveted piece out there. You see what Eberflus and Caleb Williams has done. You have to pair quarterback with OC. Ben Johnson, even though he's pulled out late in head coaching decisions, he's waiting for the right team, the right year. Next year could be, or maybe 2 years, but Ben Johnson's by far and away top candidate for a coaching job next season.
Choice isn't being made tomorrow, Keith. We'll see. There's plenty of time left in the rest of the season. I feel confident that Aaron Glenn is going to be highly sought after and coveted at the end of the year.
I think he will be too. Like to be very clear, I think Aaron Glenn is going to be a really good head coach. Now, I don't want him to go to New Orleans. I want him to be successful because I have ties to Aaron Glenn. I went to Nimitz. My mama went to Nimitz, so I root for Aaron Glenn. I want him to take the right job. I just don't think he's going to be more coveted than Ben Johnson. And to disagree with Keith, not the fact that we call me right.
Yeah, you did the little puppet that they used to sell. Those little puppets that do the Notre Dame Fighting Irish punches.
He did call me right.
He did it with two hands.
I'm not disagreeing with that part. Like that was the most brilliant thing that Keith ever said. And you said that earlier too, how right I was earlier in the show.
Moment that will live in infamy.
Yeah, I guess.
Earlier in the show, you said that I was really, really right. Now, where I would disagree with Keith though is that he said that Aaron Glenn hasn't really been coming up. That's not true. Like Aaron Glenn's going to be a hot name on the coaching carousel, and I've already seen it out there. I've seen Aaron Glenn as one of the top candidates to get a job in this coaching carousel with what he's done with Detroit's defense. And then to your point, the leadership that many people like, that's the calling card. And I think that's one spot that always gets overlooked whenever you're hiring a head coach. People want to go with the next McVay, the next Shanahan. They want to go with these like wonderkins that are these offensive minds or like the top defensive play caller in the NFL. I think what always gets lost in the shuffle is great leadership.
Dan Campbell started the standard, and D'Amico has carried the torch to where that's going to be a calling card for an Aaron Glenn type, because Aaron Glenn is cut out of the same kind of cloth. Upstanding guy, leader in the locker room, successful as a player, paid his dues as a coach. I think that's going to be a calling card that's going to be an easy sell for some teams.
Also, to Blanker's point, I can see someone like Jerry Jones hiring Aaron Glenn before Ben Johnson.
I think that's the wrong situation because
why does he say that, though? Why does Oso think that? Like,
I don't know, because Jerry Jones is like a Davis in Vegas where they want the splashy name.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn's not going to be a sexy enough hire for
that's
him.
not always true. That's not always true. He either wants a splashy name or he wants a guy who can control.
A puppet like Jason Garrett.
Like Jason Garrett, right. But
or Dave Campos. Even, I mean, Switzer, I guess, was more splashy than controllable. But he was more controllable than Jimmy Johnson. So, like, that was kind of both. Well, Switzer was splashy, but he was more controllable than Jimmy Johnson was. He went to Dave Campos. Like, he had a bad line of coaches there for a while. And then he went splashy with Parcells. And then he went back to controllable coaches with Jason Garrett. I think Mike McCarthy was more controllable than splashy.
I don't.
The Mike McCarthy's luster was not that high when he was hired by the Cowboys.
I thought it was a bad hire. You know that. But I still thought he was a big enough name that it made an immediate impact because Jerry was hiring a Mike McCarthy type as opposed to a hot coordinator.
And you could
Didn't he force him to keep his OC, though? Wasn't Kellen Moore already there?
Already?
I believe he was.
I don't
recall.
I didn't think
pretty
he
sure
was.
that Kellen Moore was already there.
Was.
And I'm pretty sure that Kellen Moore was already
as the
there.
OC, or is he lower
as
on
the
the
quarterback coach, maybe?
I'm pretty sure Kellen Moore was there as the offensive coordinator. And then whenever he hired Mike McCarthy, Jerry Jones forced him to keep him on his staff.
Actually, that sounds right. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Mike McCarthy was hired as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys beginning in the 2020 season. Kellen Moore was the offensive coordinator for the Cowboys starting in 19 through 22. And he was the quarterback's coach in 18.
Yeah, because it's surprising to me that
to
McCarthy, who's always been a play caller and the offensive coordinator for his teams, That surprises me that he would even do that.
Which
but
is why he
I
was
think
more controllable.
But he
That's
also
why he was a
needed
puppet.
He also needed a job.
Because he lost his luster.
Right. But I think that it still made the splash Jerry wanted from a national media type perspective when they hired him.
There's definitely two things that Jerry Jones wants. He kind of goes, he's bipolar. It's either the splash or it's either the control. So, but I don't think that Aaron Glenn is splashy, really. I don't think he's the splashiest coach on this carousel.
If they win the Super Bowl, he is.
He's not as splashy as Ben Johnson in my mind.
Well, they both are if they get to.
I think Ben's greater because he's been in the cycle longer and he's the offensive mind versus the defensive mind. Deion Sanders is splashier. Bill Belichick is splashier. And then for the controllable aspect, I don't think Aaron Glenn's controllable at all.
I don't think if Aaron Glenn gets that job, Aaron Glenn's not going to talk to you about a general manager. He's not going to push back at Jerry for the moves he's going to make.
You don't need a general manager to not be to be controllable. Aaron Glenn's going to want to have say on his staff. And that has not happened with Mike McCarthy. Probably wasn't happening with Jason Garrett. Probably wasn't happening with Dave Campos. Probably wouldn't happen with Barry Switzer. I don't know this for sure, but I'm sure there was a lot of people on the Cowboy staff under Jimmy Johnson that he was forced to stay under Barry
Pretty
Switzer.
sure he's not got to worry about it this year.
What do you mean?
Jerry's not going to force you to take either of their coordinators.
Right, but I don't think Aaron Glenn's this pushover is like, yes, Mr. Jerry Jones,
No,
whatever
but
you
when
want.
it's your first time taking a head coaching job, you're more amicable than if you've had some skins on the walls and experience coaching other places where you come in here and say, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And even in that case, McHale agreed to it here when he had coached before, not for long periods of time, but that was unheard of at the time. Now it's more becoming not the norm, but it's more common.
Yeah, it'll be it's gonna be a fun. I love the coaching carousel. I love it more when the Texans are not involved in it. I'm a huge fan of the coaching carousel. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Let's hand out some game balls from Week 10 of the NFL season. We do it next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Did you make this coffee?
I did.
Oh. Let's hand out some game balls.
No. What's wrong with it?
He said it's terrible.
Not very good.
Why?
Because it tastes bad, mostly.
Well, define how it tastes. But too strong, too weak?
It tastes just bland.
I just loaded it up for the caffeine.
Are we talking just a pod, or you just
I made a pot of coffee.
No, but are you actually like mixing things up, or is it just like a pod? Because a pod you would have no.
It's a pot of coffee.
I know, but I don't know if it's one of those.
No, it's not pre-measured coffee. You put in the amount of coffee grounds into
Okay,
a
so it's
filter
more of an
into the
old school machine. It's not one like the Keurigs with the little pods.
How long have you worked here?
I've never used a coffee machine. I don't drink coffee. That's why
I can tell.
I know, but that's why I'm asking. Like, did Joel actually make it, or did he just stick it in a pod? Because that's whether to not, do we blame Joel or the pod?
Whenever we said pot, why are you talking pod?
Because in a Keurig, you put in that little pod.
But we said pot.
Right. A pot is a big container. A pod is a 1 cup serving.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
I just don't know why you continue to ask about a pod.
I didn't hear you say pot.
Pot.
Yeah, but pot of coffee is more of at least to me, is more of a generic term anyway. So what I would call it no matter what.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here.
We have both.
Let's get the game
I
balls.
made a
Let's
pot
get the
of
game balls.
All right. Who's your first game ball going to, Blankers?
Russ Wilson. Russell Wilson, who I thought was washed. 195 yards, 3 touchdowns, threw some absolute dimes. The one to Mike Williams was a perfectly thrown football. And as much as I questioned Russell Wilson's ability to still play in the NFL, and on top of that, Mike Tomlin's decision to make the switch, Mike Tomlin was right, and Russ Wilson can still play a little bit.
Wasn't he right? He was right. I was looking at like receiver targets and stuff. You know, Mike Williams had 1 target in that game.
God.
I think he only played like 3 snaps too. Like he played like 3 snaps, had 1 target, and caught a touchdown. That was the
tough
one
catch
target
on a beautifully thrown football for a touchdown.
Yeah, he was throwing some shots at Deontay Johnson today too, which we might play later in the week.
I heard that. Yeah,
it's a good game ball. I'm going to give my game ball to Shane Waldron, Bears' former offensive coordinator. He has scored 3 points against the Patriots. Caleb Williams, the rookie quarterback, was sacked 9 times. Nobody deserves that Patriots game ball more than Shane Waldron did. So because of that, Shane Waldron gets the Patriots game ball for their victory over the Chicago Bears.
And a pink slip.
And a pink slip.
Yeah.
He got the pink slip.
He got the bonus.
Before he got the game ball. Poor guy. All right, who's your next game ball, too?
Chuba Hubbard, because of the fact that the Panthers got a very unexpected win, and not that Bryce Young was overly impressive, but he did throw for over 150 yards. Chuba Hubbard, 153 yards rushing and a touchdown.
You know who traded for Chuba in fantasy
You
this
did.
week? I sure did. Your boy's hot this week.
Boy, you are. You got a trumpet in your back pocket.
Yeah.
You are blowing your own horn.
Although I did sweat a little bit when he walked off the field with a knee injury there for a moment. I was sweating bullets there for a little bit. But yeah, he was big. I'm curious what they're going to do with Jonathan Brooks. Like at some point, is he going to play? What are how many snaps is he going to get?
I think he takes a few snaps, but he's more of a complimentary back this season. I mean, they're not playing for anything. I
Yeah.
think they're going to ease him in. He's already, like, the initial report, like, in the offseason was, he's going to miss like 4 games. And now we're into what it'll be week 12 before he actually plays because they have a bye this week. So I think that at this point, they're probably going to call it a lost season and just kind of ease his way in and look towards next year.
We're in Houston. We've never seen injury situations that last way longer than
exactly.
they're supposed to.
He was a weird guy in best ball because he was being drafted like
the starter
mid rounds in best ball. And then he's like, he might not play. And then Chuba's been fantastic. He's still in fantasy. Next game ball, I'm going to give to whoever blocked the kick for the Kansas City
You beat
Chiefs.
me to it. It's Wisconsin Badger Leo Chenal.
Oh, you actually looked it up?
It's on my list. Leo Chenal was the game-winning field goal block that kept the Chiefs undefeated.
Thank you for stealing my thunder there with all that information that I did not look up.
I had it for
You're
you.
such a professional. You're a pro. I did not look it up. Whoever blocked the kick for the Chiefs. If you want to know, go look up the random special team player. I didn't realize it was a Badger.
Yes.
But yeah, whoever blocked the kick for the Chiefs, the former Badger. I give that guy my game ball.
J.J. Watt even made sure to single him out for that same reason.
Did he know
He's
him?
a Badger. Oh, yeah.
Did they play together?
They did not.
Okay.
But he knew him.
I'll give a game ball to the Patriots defense for 9 sacks against Joe's Bears and Caleb Williams. 9 sacks for the Patriots defense. I'm not going to name them all.
I know that you were talking to Michael. Oh, Glenn.
Yeah.
You're talking to Glenn whenever I gave my game ball. I gave mine to Shane Waldron for that game.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
more than 9
Shane-
sacks
yeah.
specifically.
He deserved it for that game. But yeah, no, it was good defensive performance. The Patriots have been lousy defensively all year, and then all of a sudden
9
that happened.
sacks.
That was insane. There's some drama there in Chicago. All right, who else you got, Blinkers?
I got Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Who says you can't go?
Former Packer homer.
Well, but he comes basically off the shows up in New Orleans, 109 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Saints get an improbable victory over the Falcons. It's pretty good.
I think he had 3 targets in that game.
He did.
Yeah.
He was 2 for 3, 2 out of 3, and then
Like what efficiency for those guys.
That's always been his career, though. He's never been a high volume
true.
guy. He's just been the big play down the field guy.
Jalen Hurts gets the game ball from me. 4 total touchdowns, 258 total yards. That Eagle offense kind of rolling, led by Kellen Moore. Maybe Jerry Jones should have just hired him to be the head coach. All right, who do you got, Brian?
There's really no one in the Bills' offense I think really deserves a game ball. I guess James Cook would be the most notable, but so I'm going to give it to a defensive back, Taron Johnson, who got the early pick 6 and put the Bills up ahead in a lead they would never relinquish.
I had him on mine. Great minds.
See how that works?
Great minds.
Not a Badger, though.
Not a Badger.
No,
I
not in
assume.
this
I don't know.
case.
He could be a Badger.
Brock Purdy, 353 and 2 touchdowns. The Niners are starting to get healthy, starting to look a little better. But Brock Purdy,
I don't know. They had to squeak that one through
Yeah,
because
but-
their kicker got drunk and started missing field goals all over
he
the
was
place.
awful. Yeah, he luckily made the last one to maybe save his job. But yeah, he
He
was
held
awful.
Debo one to fight him.
It's going to be that was Bush League right there.
It's leadership.
And your coach covers for your.
It's leadership. Attitude reflects leadership.
Stop it.
You don't want to get slapped in the face. Don't miss kicks.
Don't miss 3.
Don't miss kicks.
So go get stranglehold the kicker then.
He tried. That's what he walked to Jake Moody and he said he was trying to say lock in, and then the deep snapper tried to like be his personal bodyguard, and then that's when he slapped. Don't talk to me. I'm talking to my
I
kicker.
didn't see him go after the kicker. I saw him go right to the stranglehold on the center.
Well, the kicker was right there. I mean, Moody
Yeah,
was
the
the one who
kicker was
held the
right
deep
next to
snapper
the
back.
snapper.
Yeah,
I didn't see
that's
I mean,
leadership.
results, though.
I
It
didn't see that
works.
part,
Moody
yeah.
made the last kick.
There you go.
And then Shanahan just tries to sweep it under the rug. You can't be doing that to
Yeah,
your
but what else
teammates.
is he going to do?
I mean, it worked. Like Brian said, it worked. I think it's great leadership. Attitude reflects leadership. Kyler Murray, 3 total touchdowns for the greatest athlete on planet Earth.
I saw Mina Kimes did something on him today or yesterday where they started pointing out the fact that it took a long time or longer than it should have, but that he's actually quarterbacking now. He's not just relying on his athleticism and throwing it as far as he can, running as fast as he can. He's actually really making reads, and it's not the guy that you had to force to watch film anymore, but he's playing good football.
Do you see his attempt to completion ratio? 22 of 24. I mean, one of the best quarterback games we've seen this season. I mean, you talk 90% completion and that amount of yards plus the touchdowns against that defense, a defense that we thought was a top 5 passing defense. That was a great performance from Kyler.
You know what makes that even crazier, though, is the fact that they played Green Bay earlier in the year. They quit before halftime.
Home. It's when you look at the Cardinals season breakdown, they play like a completely different team at home. It's
They
really
looked like
a
a
home
team that had
road thing.
already folded up their tents in a lot of games, and they were just going to play for the offseason. And now all of a sudden, they're a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, the only game that got dominated at home was when Commanders came there and beat them like 41-10. But they gave Detroit a game. They beat the Chargers. They beat a number of good teams at home. They're a completely different team.
Are they not in first place right now?
They are in first place by half a game.
First place. You know who's got the over on them?
You.
I do.
Boy, oh boy.
The pats in the back continue.
Jeez, the trumpet blowing is at
I
an
got the
all-time
over.
high.
I need to go back and look. I think I might have taken a flyer on them to win the division because I think they were getting like plus 600, something like that. I have to go look at that. No, I don't actually. You know what? I don't think it was division. I think it was to make the playoffs.
I think they do make the playoffs.
I think I had the over win total, which was like 6.5, 7. And then I had to make the playoffs on them for like plus 200-ish, probably. I think. I need to go look. I'm going to give a game ball to David Carr's brother. 269 yards, 2 touchdowns. As
2 MVS.
Yeah, they were both the MVS. I'll take the quarterback side of that one.
I know.
Brian.
I'll give one to a guy who was in a terrible offensive game, but it was the second game back from an ACL injury last year, and it was really the only bright spot in otherwise bad offensive performance. But Hawkinson for the Vikings, 8 catches for 72 yards against the Jaguars, and probably what shouldn't have been a Vikings win, but they scratched and clawed and 12-7 victory, and TJ Hawkinson looked like the old TJ Hawkinson.
I gave my game ball to John Parker Romo for that one. 4 for 4, first NFL game. You know he's Romo's second cousin, Tony Romo's?
Seriously?
No joke?
Not at all. It's not his second cousin. Made that up. All right, one more. One more for everybody.
I don't know if I got it.
I got one. Quentin Johnston. I'm just going to nominate him for a game ball every single time he catches a touchdown because everybody wrote him off for dead. Everybody thought he was a bust. that he was a terrible pick in the second round. And he probably was after one season. And then all of a sudden, Quentin Johnston's catching touchdown passes every single week. I'm proud of Quentin Johnston. He makes me feel good. I have zero connection with him, but everybody wrote him off.
TCU guy?
And here, I'm not a huge TCU guy, but everybody wrote him off. Everybody, and all he's doing is being a very productive player for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, he was so
I love
underperforming
this
and had
story.
Barbie doll hands, and everybody was talking about the fact he can't catch it. He's not, and he had more talent around him a year ago. Yeah, I saw that when he
Maybe
caught
it's
a
the
touchdown.
difference in coaching staff.
Yeah, he's caught 5 touchdowns this year.
Yeah, and he's missed a few games.
Yeah, like he's had a productive year.
His coach doesn't like drops, man.
There's no-
I mean,
there's
you
no-
saw what
there's
happened
no
when he dropped
volume
that
there,
one ball from
but
Herbert
he
on the
catches
field.
touchdowns.
He catches touchdowns.
Did you see Harbaugh lose his mind? He was playing catch with Herbert, and he actually dropped the ball. and
Harbaugh
went
did?
nuts on himself.
Oh, really? Doesn't
like drops.
That guy's a geek.
He's weird.
You got one more?
I was actually going to give it to Quentin Johnston's quarterback. It wasn't a big volume
Yeah.
day for Justin Herbert, but he was efficient. He was 14 of 18 passing. Plus, he turned in it was like 32 yards rushing, 2 scores, no turnovers. Justin Herbert, who I think has been criticized a lot as a top-end guy that never really took the step forward. I think we're starting to see him take the step forward. It's not showing up as far as massive passing volume because I mean, Harbaugh doesn't want to have massive passing volume, but he's playing really well.
That has a lot to do with coaching, I think, for sure.
Yeah,
from the
for
nut
sure.
job he had
Hard
previously.
Dog doesn't want to pass it a ton.
He's had better years, like in terms of statistical production. The
Sure.
thing that gets him into trouble is he's never won a playoff game.
Yeah, and the fact that he blew the game against the
Blew the game.
Jaguars. Yeah,
You know who deserved a game ball, but we don't give him to losers?
Bo Nix.
Baker Mayfield, for sure.
Oh, I was
that
gonna say-
stiff arm
I was
play
gonna
on
say Bo
fourth
Nix,
down
but
was
yeah, Baker Mayfield
ridiculous.
was.
And he played well without his 2 receivers.
There's
Yeah,
a
that
few
was
plays where he,
nasty.
like you were talking about there, Joe. There was a few plays. I don't know how he got out of the sack.
He
and broke
stiff arms
free to-
Bosa
oh my
and
God.
rolls with him for about 5 yards
Yeah.
and throws a dart for a first down on 4th and 7. That was impressive.
That was one of the better, like, physical strength
Out of a
traits
guy
a
that you
quarterback
don't
I've
look
ever
at
seen.
and go, whoa, he's a physical specimen.
Yeah.
He's strong.
He's thick though. He's short, but he's thick.
Is he?
Pause.
Yeah.
9392, no Jamar Chase. Well, that happened Thursday.
Yeah, we
usually
don't do that.
we usually talk about the Friday game. Plus, he was a loser. He lost the game. We don't give game balls to losers because they're losers. All right. Car wreck of the day. Who are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, guys, before we go to the break, though, got to take a quick minute here for Underdog Sports because Underdog Fantasy is the best way to maximize your fun watching games and take advantage of your own sports knowledge. Sure, you could tell your buddies that you saw something coming, that you knew a player was going to go off and forget the humble brags. What is that worth? You really want another pat on the back? No, instead of that, why don't you use that knowledge to make some money with Underdog Fantasy? And making money with Underdog Fantasy picking games is so simple. All you have to do is choose higher or lower on player stats like points, rebounds, or assists in the NBA. And Underdog has made it even more simple tonight with a free pick for tonight's NBA games, which I use to pick higher than 0 points for Jason Tatum. Yep, you heard me right. If Tatum scores 1 point, that part of my pick'em entry is correct. Adding to that higher on 19.5 points for Curry, LaMelo, and Cat, plus lower on 39.5 points for Giannis, and adding on Cade Cunningham getting a double-double, and that makes up my NBA pick'em entry tonight. And don't forget, while playing Pick'em on Underdog Fantasy, that with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still have your entry be a win. And that's what I'm doing in my NBA entry I just mentioned tonight. Even if I'm wrong, even if I have 2 picks in my entry be wrong, I still win money. And with that type of flexibility, why would you play anywhere else other than with Underdog Fantasy? So download the app, sign up with promo code BMAC, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BMAC, B-M-A-C. Must be 18 plus and present and stay where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Glenn Davis coming up in minutes. Soccer Matters. Reaction to Messi and Inter Milan getting upset by Atlanta United in the MLS playoffs. Choke job that Lionel Messi. Plus Dynamo GM Pat Onstead on the show. It's going to be an interesting transfer window with the Hector Herrera decision.
Tui.
What?
He hocked Tui.
He did. He did
Had
do
a
that.
referee.
I didn't get it. That was well played. All right. Car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blinkers.
I had a couple, but I'm going to go with Tua first. His dumbass, after all the concussions and the fact that he won't wear the cap to protect his dome piece, decided to not only try and stick his head in to make a tackle, he literally stuck his head in and led with his helmet and took a knee to the head. Dumbass.
Yeah, it's his head that's the issue, not the backside.
Well, it's both. Because doesn't have a smart backside or
Yeah,
head.
that was really dumb. What are you thinking? I'm
Yeah,
watching
he
that.
completely lowered his, like,
Unreal.
went to the ground. Like, I mean, someone could have easily kneed him in the head.
And what every Dolphin
They
wants,
did.
every single one of the players on that team, Mike McDaniel, GM, ownership, you know what they want Tua to do in that spot? Run to the sideline and get off
Get
the
the
field.
hell off the field.
Get off the field. I hated seeing that. Thank goodness that it wasn't serious. NFL official Twitter for giving a hat tip to some jabroni that goes back at Jeremy Branham on Twitter. How are you giving that guy any run? How are you giving that guy any run, you idiots?
Trying to do
NFL
film
Twitter,
study like you're Jeremy
official
Branham,
Twitter,
trying to make everybody think that you know ball.
175,000 impressions. 170, not posturing.
Is this a car wreck or a
Not
It
posturing.
feels like it's more less of a car,
Car
wreck,
wreck
more
for
of a pat on the back.
NFL.com
or
for
another
hat
trumpet
tipping me.
solo?
No,
Yeah, it
for
feels like it.
NFL.com for hat tipping a jabroni. Not posturing. It's it's engagement farming. What are you nominating, Brian?
Being forgotten about during Cash It or Trash It.
Oh, my bad.
I didn't even
Yeah, you had nothing interesting to say, anyways.
I give it to the NFL for giving a jabroni
Thank you.
too much publicity.
Thank you. I do
don't
too.
give it. Yeah, the NFL, that's dumb.
All right,
It's a bad
NFL.
look for the NFL.
NFL, you win. Good job. Win by doing that. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work, not for Cash It or Trash It. He's Blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody, on the heels of the Killer Bees. And behind the glass, as always, the one and only Brian McDonald, as we continue on here tonight on ESPN 97.5 in Houston. Show is always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Welcome in. We have a very good show in store tonight. First off, I just want to say, since I did not have a show yesterday, a big thank you to all the veterans out there and any of you listening to this show and for everything you've done for us. Sacrifice, boot camp, going into an area that many men like myself question in life what it would like to be in the military and actually have to go to war and go to battle. I've often considered that, based on the knowledge that when I grew up, my father and a lot of the people in my neighborhood my buddies all had fathers that were in different branches of the service. So yesterday was a good day to kind of put yourself in the shoes of others who in the past have gone to war, because they've allowed people like Glenn Davis to sit and talk about soccer and play soccer and make soccer a lifetime sort of love. So anyway, veterans out there, big shout out to you. Messi's out. Local success in NCAA soccer. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in the state of Texas. Today is the anniversary of the Dynamo Championship in 2006. How about that? That was a long time ago. Some of those players are now in their mid to maybe even late 40s. It's crazy how time flies, right?
Now they're bar owners. Brian Ching.
Well, one's a bar owner, and there's a lot of them doing a lot of good things, that's for sure. A lot of them stayed in soccer, too. Eddie Robinson had an 11-year career in broadcasting. Richard Mulrooney, who I spoke to today, is the coach of Memphis in the college game. Dominic Kinnear was with Cincinnati as an assistant. They got knocked out also. So we'll talk a little bit more about Major League Soccer, but those were good times. Also, I want to just start off tonight with, I love this. Messi, Inter Miami, we're flying high. Favorites to win the MLS Cup. What happened? All right. Here's a synopsis of what happened. Just listen to this, and this will tell you what happened.
An animated Tata Martino motions to the officials. In the meantime, here comes Messi again into the 18. Messi saved by Guzan, and he covers.
What a save.
Plays it in. Suarez, save made by Guzan. Here's Messi. Messi, trapped by Muyumba, able to shake him off. Messi service, header, stayed by Guzan. Another big stop by Brad Guzan. How did it stay out? Wow. They play the corner short and then work it back. Lionel Messi, able to swing this ball far post. There's Guzan again to deny at the far post.
Need I say anything else? Had one of the greatest goalkeeping performances in the history of Major League Soccer by Brad Guzan at 40 years of age. So you can do all the breaking down you want. We already knew that in transition defensively, this was not a very good team. Two center backs were all over the place. A lot of times have to defend with more numbers coming at them. Honestly, Atlanta United could have had 4 or 5 goals, and so could have Inter Miami. Brad Guzan himself, I think, robbed Messi probably a solid 4 or 5 times over the course of 3 games. So that's potentially another 4 or 5 goals. He robbed Suarez. He robbed others. He was in the zone. The ball must have looked like a beach ball to Brad Guzan. What many of you don't know, if you're new to Major League Soccer, I'm going to enlighten you right now, so listen carefully. There was a team called Chivas USA way back that came into MLS. Chivas USA was coming into MLS as a project and a second team for Chivas in Mexico, the legendary club. What they tried to do was, for the most part, bring their reserve team here to play in MLS. Thomas Rongen was the coach. Thomas actually called me up and said, "Do you think I should take the job?" I said, "Yeah." I mean, this was without the knowledge that they were going to try to bring a second team. I just said, this seems incredibly exciting. You're working with Chivas. What an opportunity. Anyway, young Brad Guzan was the goalkeeper on that team. He was like a human piñata in those days. They were getting hammered. He was getting pummeled. And you just had to say to yourself, is this kid going to survive this mentally? And he did. To go on to play for the U.S. national team, to go on and have a Premier League career, and now to pull off his playing goal as one of the greatest goalkeeping efforts ever in the history of the playoffs. So you can break it down all you want, but good goalkeeping can be the difference. Either end of the field can win you games. And you can go to a whole bunch of different things, but Brad Guzan was just remarkable. And that's not downplaying what everybody did in front of him, the work ethic. I mean, Dax McCarty, here's another great story. I love the fact that McCarty and Brad Guzan were a part of knocking Team Messi and Inter Miami out of the playoffs. So there you have it. That's pretty incredible. There's a lot of people not happy about Messi and company being out of. Listen, no matter what anybody says, there's going to be less eyeballs on it. You just lost your main draw. I think there's still going to be great games. They now go into single elimination after playing, this best of 3. So there you go. That's that. All right. Let's go to maybe just quickly go through the goals in this one. Let's start it off with, it's a shocking opening goal, and it's Atlanta, and it's Tria who will get the goal here right away.
Brings different things. Here comes Tiane looking to level, and he does! A razor off the foot of Jamal Tiane! How about that for a response? The 5 stripes right back in business. We're level at 1.
How about a second from Triaye?
Sleesh for McCarty. Quick release. Has Miranchuk. Alexei Miranchuk able to play it across, and the shot. They did it again. It's Tiane with a brace in the first half.
So that's in response to this, because Inter Miami came out with the 1-0 lead with the goal from Reyes, and this happened pretty early.
Messi ahead. Diego Gomez to get on this at the edge of the 18. Gomez for Miami picks up the trailer. That's Messi. Save made by Guzan. Follow-up try. Go! Inter Miami with a 1-0 lead.
So at this point now, we're 2-1. Inter Miami scored first. You got the 2 from Tria. And then Lionel Messi will tie it up. Now, this is a header off a cross. And Messi does, and I hope you can go back and see the highlight. He just does a subtle thing. He just backpedals like 3 yards to pull off a defender, put himself between 2. These are the little subtle things with movement and the telepathy this guy has when it comes to spatial awareness. And then he, by the way, heads home. It's 2-2 now.
Inter Miami looks for the equalizer. Suarez picks up Weigand, able to work it across. Tie game! Lionel Messi!
And then the game winner comes in a kind of bizarre fashion, because what happens is a player is down, and Inter Miami seems to kind of lose a little bit of focus here, thinking somebody should kick the ball out. And, of course, in this day and age with people diving, don't kick a ball out. Unless you know it's somebody in really severe health situation, you don't kick the ball out these days, because there's too many people acting and taking dives. So Inter Miami, just drops its guard here, and this is what happens, and this is how they lose the game.
Over the head where it's taken here by Atlanta again. Amador works this ball in, and the shot is in. Bartosz Slisz and Atlanta have stunned Chase Stadium again. They regain the lead in the 76th minute.
So that's how it would end. 3-2. Team Messi's out. Full house. All the celebrities were out. And I'm sure a few people had to be walked off the ledge today. We talked about that earlier. So Jason Longshore, who was on the show earlier in the week when we were talking about this, I think we both really felt that this, with Guzan playing the way he was playing, that this was not going to be an easy third game. And, so many people, Miami's going to turn it on now. They turn it on and off when they want. Nah. not so much. World Cup moment brought to you now by Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Nico Nico's also wants to remind you that we are hosting the World Cup in 2026 right here in Houston, Texas. Yeah, I said it. The World Cup is coming to our city. It's hard to believe. I still pinch myself. Brazil hosted the 2014 World Cup. They entered the tournament as 3-1 favorites. This is a look back. 2014 in Brazil. Many of you will remember this. Along with Germany, both Brazil and Germany came into the semifinal with undefeated records. So no one could have predicted the incredible thrashing the Germans were going to put on Brazil. Now, by the way, this is after the Germans thrashed Diego Maradona and Argentina. Maradona was coaching Argentina, if you remember. In the early stages, he was cheerleading. He was everywhere. And then Germany just, when tactics had to come into play and Maradona had to put out a tactical plan, he really didn't have one. He was more of a motivator. And Germany thrashed them. Germany would thrash, and get this, Brian, you will even understand, and you will be, not that you wouldn't understand, but you will understand that a World Cup in Brazil, as Brazil hosting, as the country it is, having won more World Cups than any country in the history of it, they're there thinking in the semis, this is it. Let's start the samba. The country is going to win another World Cup. The Germans come out and beat Brazil 7-1 in Brazil.
I think we did a segment on like the biggest, like most surprising lopsided wins in history. I'm pretty sure that was on the list.
It would have to be.
I'm 90% sure I saw a Germany World Cup score of like 7-1 or 7-0. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and it was in Brazil.
That's
okay.
crazy.
In the semifinals, it came from the Germans. I mean, this was a game there should have been a mercy rule, like Little League. You know,
really
it's like somebody pretended, everything that's hits going in, they're totally outplaying them. The Brazilians are stunned. Fans are crying. I remember the images on the camera with people crying. I mean, the tears that were flowing were unbelievable from Brazilian fans. So anyway, that's our remarkable World Cup moment here, brought to you by Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. By the way, Thanksgiving feast, get your turkey with the sides and desserts from Nico Nico's. Greek salad, cheese, spinach pies, hummus, chestnut stuffing, turkey gyro by the pound. Can take the pressure off when it comes to the sides. So there's a bit of Ozzy to take you to break. I also wanted to quickly remind you that shout out to Stephen F. Austin. They won the Southland Conference. They'll play TCU next in the NCAA tournament. That's the women's team. Congratulations to them up there in Nacogdoches. Houston Christian University tomorrow will play at 3 o'clock. They take on Lindenwood in the semifinals of the Ohio Valley Conference. So there's Houston Christian. That's the men's side. And Texas, who I covered for 11 years on Longhorn Network. I love doing those games. They won the SEC title, and they're going to take on Boston University in the NCAA playoffs. So there's a quick one for you. LamontBrands.com for the Soccer Matters T-shirts and hats. A lot going on. Coming up next is Houston Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad, and we will bring him on live here, and we'll talk everything Dynamo with Pat Onstad.
Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. We roll on here tonight. This is Black Keys. My producer, Brian McDonald, absolutely loves the Black Keys. If he could use every break music with the Black Keys, he'd be happy. I wouldn't be adverse to that. Neither would Cactus Music. Go see our great friends at Cactus Music. I think we have Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad. He's ready to go. We appreciate him calling in live here, so let's get right to Pat. Pat, thanks for coming on the show. Welcome in.
Hey, Glenn. How are you doing?
Doing great. Hope you are too. Just talked to one of your former teammates today, Richard Mulrooney, who's with Memphis in a conference semifinal today, or tomorrow. He'll be playing in the semifinals. So against Florida International University. So great guy. Great player,
great
too.
guy. Doing a great job there at Memphis too.
Yeah, heck of a player.
Fantastic.
All right. We're going to get right to it, Pat. And I know you've been busy. I think you may have even been traveling already, looking for players and busy all the time. Let's just start with Hector Herrera. How difficult was this whole situation?
It wasn't easy. I think we brought Hector in here to change the culture of our club, to bring in a player of, top European pedigree and someone we thought could help our team move forward and become competitive again. And he did exactly that. We've made the playoffs the last 2 years, just 2 full seasons with us, and he won a U.S. Open Cup for us in 2023. So I think what we'd hoped for, he exceeded. Having said that, I think for us this year, the biggest thing was trying to make sure we could keep him on the field. And unfortunately, that became pretty difficult and pretty evident as we move along the season that it was going to be difficult for him to maintain his ability to be on the field on a regular basis.
Now, I may not be right on this, but my understanding was his injury was not a serious knee injury. So why did it take him so long to get surgery? Because that seemed to kind of set everything back.
Yeah, I did. I think, it was difficult at the end of the year. We had a great year in 23, and I think there was maybe a moment in time where we could have taken care of it a little bit sooner than we did. But for various reasons, we didn't take care of it until he came back and beginning of the season. Part of that, I think, was he thought he could get through it and grind through without taking care of it, and that he'd be fine in 24. And unfortunately, pretty quickly into preseason, we realized that it was going to be a problem. And at that stage, we had to take care of it right away.
Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad joining us here tonight. We really appreciate it. The Dynamo 2 consecutive years have made the playoffs. I still am disappointed because I think the Dynamo had a better team than Seattle, honestly.
Yeah, I'm disappointed too, and I think even more so is how it played out in the East. Currently, right now, had we, been able to get past Seattle, we'd have an opportunity if we could get past the West, but we'd host the MLS Cup final, which we've never done here in the city. And I think it's disappointing. You don't get a lot of opportunities in this game, in this sport, when you have a good team, and you got to take advantage of them. And unfortunately for us, I think we self-destructed in the series against Seattle.
Do you worry, and I'm not talking about you guys, the players and the competitive side, do you worry that maybe our bar, we're conditioned, maybe the fan base and everybody, that the bar is a little bit too low here? I mean, it was almost like everybody was celebrating right after the game. Hey, we made the playoffs 2 times in 2 years. And where I'm going, hey, let's suffer for a day before we start. I don't know.
Yeah,
Am I off base on this?
Yeah, no, I think we were, I think it is an accomplishment for this group and for this club to get in there. But I also think now we're past that. I think this team now, the expectation is that we are a playoff team, and that we should fight for trophies. And I think that's where the disappointment came from our group is this was a very good group that fought through a lot of adversity this year and had 3 more points than the year before, which was, deemed by everybody to be a very successful season. So, I think we went in with a swagger and felt that we could get past the team that probably is our worst matchup in the entire Western Conference, but we still felt we could get past them. But when you take 2 red cards in 2 games and Both red cards are completely avoidable, and they're self-inflicted. It's frustrating because I agree. From our perspective and certainly from the players and the coaching staff and the management, it was a disappointing ending to what we'd hoped was going to be a great season, and probably in the end was probably just a good season. So that part was pretty frustrating.
So when you go back to last year, which was, 2023 was remarkable. Herrera was remarkable. I can't tell you how much enjoyment, and I'm just saying this from a personal standpoint, it was to call those games. There was, I've told you this before, there was excitement. There was a star player. To watch this guy orchestrate his team was like, watching, we could make all kinds of examples that would be comparisons. You get to the final against LAFC. The final, I think everybody walks away going, okay, if we can become a little bit better goal scoring team, why can't we go to the MLS Cup next year? And that's where, to me, the bar was. So I know we can say, okay, we got more points this year, but so did everybody else. Was that disappointing? And is that where the bar was this year going in? Was it to win the Western Conference and get to the MLS Cup final?
Yeah, I think we set ourselves, our first goal, and to be honest, this even goes back to Dominic Kinnear days. Was the first goal is to make sure you qualify for the playoffs. Period. And you've seen, a team like Atlanta, who's now made a nice little run and stuff, and they're ninth, and they would probably in the end, now that they've upset Miami, be happier with their season than we were. Who finished, I don't know what it was, 14, 15 points ahead of them. So. From our standpoint, it was still about the playoffs and trying to advance as far as we could. And that's where I think the disappointment comes from. I do think the regular season is something to be proud of. You still have to qualify and you have to play well. And the part I think, certainly Ben Olsen and the players to be proud of is that we have a distinct style now. We possess the ball. We advance it up the field slowly, but because we're doing it under control. And it's a brand of soccer that we think is enjoyable to play, and we think it's enjoyable to watch. So that part of the season, we don't want to throw it away and throw out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak. But we're pretty happy with that. But ultimately, in the end, it's still about lifting trophies. And I thought Ben summed it up perfectly, saying, a great season is when you lift a trophy, and we didn't do that this year. So can you look back and say it was a good season? Yeah, I think you can. But it's bitter the way we went out. I think all of us are terribly disappointed in the way we went out, because I think had we kept 11 players on the field, I think we had a pretty good opportunity to get past a really good Seattle side.
He's Dynamo General Manager Pat Onside. By the way, kudos to you for taking the responsibility for, really saying that, look, you hurt yourselves in these two games without any question by some individual choices. So I think a lot of people connected with that, and you really driving that home as, hey, we handicapped ourselves as well. You mentioned the style now, and you won't have Hector Herrera, and he was such a fulcrum of this. He was the leader of this. How does this style change now? Will it remain the same? You want a sort of methodical build up to control games? Is that going to stay the same even without Hector?
I think, it'll look slightly different, I think, next year. I mean, it depends on what players we can get over the line and what, and the positions that we're targeting. But I think for us, we are still built to be a possession team. We still have, whether it's Amin Bassi, Sebastian Kowalczyk, Artur, Coco, I think we're always going to be a possession-based team. And I think we're good at it. I think we're comfortable at it. I think it suits our environment and our climate here. So we'll continue that. What that looks like remains to be seen. If Coco ends up playing as the 8 and replacing Hector, he's a different profile than Hector is. He's a guy that will drive with the ball in that position and get out of tight areas by dribbling often or combining quickly. But he's not a guy that'll set a tempo that Hector did, where Hector would slow it down, sometimes speed it up. Had a good range of long range passing as well. So that will change. Depending who plays in that role. And then also, having said that, if that's where Coco plays, then we might be a little bit different in the way we attack. But then who replaces him in his position? Then Sebastian Kowalczyk, who likes to get in the box himself a little bit more than Coco does. Maybe can play the final pass, or do we go after another big player that can provide a final pass, or is he a type of guy that goes in the box? So think there's still a lot of question marks on what will look like next year. But generally speaking, we still want to keep the same structure and the same identity that we've developed over these last 2 years.
Yeah, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? I mean, you guys have established some beautiful things, a possession game, a great defending team. Where do you see the goals coming from? I know it has to be Ponce, but how do you get him more looks facing goal?
Yeah, I think we need to get a little bit more. We can't just rely on a forward. And Ponce, again, is not going to be the type of forward that you play the ball to his feet and you get out of his way and he goes and beats two players and smashes one in the top corner. He's a guy that still needs service. He's still going to be able to provide him opportunities to score goals. We do think with a full year underneath him that he's going to have a very successful season next year, and a good off season for him as well. So we're excited about that piece. But in the end, we're going to have to get more from our attacking midfielders, whether that's Amin, Kowalczyk, Coco, and also Aliu, and hopefully Keones and Ollie when they come back. So we still need some more now. Whether that's bringing another player in that can provide that or not remains to be seen. But it's certainly what we're trying to do. I think if we upgrade our attack, then I think we can continue to be one of the stronger teams in the Western Conference and hopefully peak at the right time and not shoot ourselves in the foot in the playoffs and make a nice run at this thing.
Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad, we appreciate, by the way, Pat, thanks for all year coming on the show on short notice and really being so candid to the fan base. I appreciate it, and I know they do as well. Could there be a slight change in tactics where maybe you don't tuck in that guy on the right side quite as much and you play with an out-and-out winger? Are those things that are being considered and bannered around?
Yeah, I think there's talk about it. I think it'll depend on the personnel. I think there's different ways to look at it. And, Ben Olsen, the head coach, and Asher Mendelson, our technical director, and I have spoken about it. I mean, again, this is Ben's decision, and the personnel that we bring in will help with that decision, I think, for him. But, if we're going to play with that, then the way we like to build would be in a 3-2. In other words, three players in the back and two in the central midfield. And if we're going to use a out-and-out winger, that means we're going to have to find a defender that can slide into the bottom of the midfield and build up, somebody essentially replacing Hector Herrera and build up, which that's a pretty tall ask for a defender to do. So I don't know if we have that guy in our roster, but is it someone we could, find in our recruitment strategy in this window? Possibly. So we'll see. But I still think the core of our group, we're bringing 9 of 11 guys back, who started last year. I think obviously we'll see with Steve Clark in the goalkeeping position, but that's Andrew or Steve. But Hector, obviously losing Hector is going to be a big piece for us.
The future of Sebas, this is kind of an albatross because he really doesn't fit in Ben's system. Yet He's here. He's a DP. He's big money. That has to be a bit of an anchor, right?
Yeah, it's certainly something we've got to solve and work on this this winter. Right now, he's currently a Houston Dynamo player, and we would expect if we can't find a solution that he's back in January, and then we have two deep up top. And then the question is, are we going to find a solution to try to get them both on the field at times? Ponce and himself. That's Ben's decision and how he wants to do that. But the big one for us really is, how do we move forward here that we're both parties, I think, are satisfied with the end result, whether that's keeping him here or moving him on, that remains to be seen.
Yeah, and by the way, for anybody listening, I didn't want that to come off as disrespectful to Sebas because we know he's a good goal scorer. But
his goals per minute played has been excellent. So he's been a good pro and with our group and kept his head down and tried to work hard and hopefully we find a solution one way or the other.
Especially against DC United, right?
Yeah, exactly.
DC United doesn't want to see him. Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad. Pat, there's reports of Albert Release being in town, and he's going to play in some game at Maya Park here with Roger Espinosa and a bunch of guys. Has he inquired about coming back to the Dynamo? I had heard he was being looked at. Can you give us any insight into him?
A little bit. I mean, I don't want to go into too much detail, but we've been in constant contact with Albert. He's someone that's made it clear that he would like to come back here. We would like to make it happen, but I think any player that we have or that's in our organization, the number one concern is his health and make sure that he's able to come back and play professional soccer at this level without risking anything to himself. So that's probably the first hurdle that we have to get clear, is to make sure that he gets a clean bill of health before we could kind of take any more steps forward. But obviously he was is a great player and was obviously a huge star here, and a guy that we admired, and a wonderful human being as well. So we'll wait to see what kind of transpires over the next few months.
So, Pat, is it remain with the two DPs and look for under 20 youth players, youth DPs? Is that what I heard in the press conference?
Yeah. So from our perspective, there's for those of you that this is kind of new for a lot of people. There's a different mechanism they're using this year. You have a choice as a club to go with the 3 DP model and 3 U22 initiative. There's 3 of those players, but or you can go with 2 designated players, 4 of the U22s, and then you also get an extra $2 million in GAM. We think in our roster, and to be able to keep our core group together, we need the $2 million in GAM, and we think we've done relatively well with our U22 initiative guys, and all Quiones and Aliu, although 2 of them unfortunately have been injured this year, but we like all 3 of those guys. So we feel pretty confident we can go find another one that would help us. So that's the model we're looking at, is the 2 DP, 4 youth player slots, and $2 million in GAM. So that, I think, gives us the best opportunity to maintain this core and keep moving forward, and hopefully add 1 or 2 pieces that'll make a difference for us next season.
Pat, there was big excitement, obviously, with Hector Herrera when he first came here, and of course the 2023 season. There was a good energy around a star that big being on the team, and I don't think it's an argument. He's the biggest star the club's ever signed, right? Based on his play in Europe and the amount of World Cups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Are you going to miss that a little bit? I mean, is the club going to miss that? Do you think citywide we're going to miss that?
I think first and foremost, what we'll miss is Hector the player. Forget his national team, and played for Mexico, and he's played at Atletico Madrid, FC Porto, Pachuca. I think the biggest thing we'll miss is Hector Herrera the player. I mean, he helped, as you mentioned earlier in the call, he helped drive the way we play and gave us confidence to play that way in our league, which is a tough physical league, and be able to say, you know what, no matter what happens, we're playing our game today, and we're going to play through high press. We're going to play through whatever's out there, and we're going to be confident in the way we play the game. So that's the piece we're going to miss, and that's my biggest concern, to make sure that we find somebody, whether it's in that position. Like I said, we could put Coco Carrasquilla in there, but we bring someone else that has that swagger, that ability to lift the guy's confidence on the field, and let them perform at a different level than we've been able to perform at so far. And that's our goal. Now, whether that's a high-profile DP, whether that's just a DP, whether it's a TAM player, that remains to be seen. I think for us, that's our job right now in the off season, is to go try to find players that can fit into those 2 positions, and guys that we know will help make our club better.
So high-profile DP is not off the table.
No, I wouldn't say it's ever off the table, and I think we're very fortunate. Ted Siegel, our owner, has been clear, if the right guy comes around that we think is a good fit, then we have the discussion about it. We have a budget that we're in, and we compete with. We're a good spending team in our league. We're not a low spending team. So for us is to make sure if we find the right fit that makes sense, we would go do it. But I think for us, the one thing I think we learned from the Hector experiment is, as much as we thought it would probably have a bigger impact in terms of our fan base. And unfortunately it didn't. But what I would say is winning games certainly helps, and we plan on continuing to do that as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, that'll be one of the most amazing seasons that guy played in 2023. I mean, Hector.
Yeah, he was outstanding. He was amazing.
This was one of the most, how do I even put this? Was one of the best values in sports in Houston for many, many years. That was just kind of underground. And I wish it would have blossomed more. If you ever were to get another player like Hector Herrera, would you demand that they learn English and do a little bit more English language media? Maybe you're not the right person.
I don't know.
No, I'm just saying, because as much as he was doing on the field, I never felt like mainstream media really understood him, appreciated him, because he's not a big time goal scorer and he's not Messi.
Yeah.
But all these subtle, amazing things that he would do as a player. It's like watching Caitlin Clark maybe in the WNBA, the vast array of skills that he brings to a game. And I just wondered why he didn't make an effort to ever learn English and even blow his brand out.
In fairness, he made an effort. He made an effort, and his English was getting better. But it's also knowing full well the struggles of learning another language. I'm a great example of that. I've tried so hard at Spanish, and I'm still just making tiny baby steps. It's for some people, I think learning a language is very difficult. And to be fair to Hector, he was getting better and better in the locker room. He could carry on at least a hello, how are you doing, and how's your family conversation. By the time he left, but it's hard to get in front of a camera and then speak in a different tongue. It's difficult. So,
Pat, I'm going to contest you on this. I learned Canadian. I learned Spanglish. And Hector could have said, hello, how are you? Come to a Dynamo game. Come on. He could have done that.
Yeah. He could probably say that. He could probably say that.
If he could do it in the locker room, he could do it on Channel 11 or Channel Fox 26 or whatever.
Yeah. It's difficult. I mean, the one thing, the good and the bad about Houston is the good is that if you bring up a player who doesn't speak English and who speaks Spanish and comes to Houston, he's very comfortable. He can go get a haircut. He can go to the spa. His wife can go to the spa. He can go to a restaurant. He can go to the supermarket, and he can ask questions in Spanish, and there's no problems.
Yeah.
The bad side of that is that when he's out in public, he's not practicing English, and it becomes difficult at times to get these guys to switch over, and it's not easy. I have a little bit of sympathy just because I know my struggles with the second language, so maybe the wrong guy to ask.
Pat, you're a gem. Adios. Hasta luego. Thank you, Pat Onstad.
No problem. Thanks.
See you, buddy. Great thing from Pat. What a gem. Comes on all the time. Talks about everything. That's a conversation that I think for Dynamo fans, listening to their GM, answering these questions is great. So, we learned tonight that the DP is not off the table. A high-end DP. I mean, I would assume that's going to include a move from Sebas Ferreira and get him off the books, whether you have to eat some of his salary or what, but you would have to because he's not in the shop window. That's the problem with that. That's difficult. By the way, here's what Tata Martino said. Now, remember when I mentioned that he said it's our obligation to win the MLS Cup with the team we have? He said, quote, when you are eliminated in the quarterfinals, the season cannot be considered a success. That's number one. Number two, Jordi Alba came out and said, well, this is really unfair. The winner of the East and the West should play for the championship. Jordi, that is not going to happen in your lifetime. That'll not happen in my lifetime. This is not Europe. This is playoff system. This is America. And you should have mentioned that before you got eliminated. Anyway, Messi, Inter Miami's out. And we're going to talk to a guy that called the game on the radio. Jason Longshore will be up next with Atlanta United. I do want to remind you, DanishInspirations.com for the best in modern contemporary furniture. Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. Great whiskey and beer offerings out there. They got all the great English pub food, Premier League games, NFL, you name it, they'll do it. Hugh O'Connor's Pub. Let's take a break, and then the break is brought to you by the one and only Cactus Music.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters. For those of you who are Dynamo fans, I hope you enjoyed that interview with Thad Onstad. We appreciate him coming on, the general manager of the Dynamo. It's going to be an interesting offseason. The other question is, can the Dynamo, not go out of sight, out of mind now for 2 months? Are there things that they can do to sort of kind of stay in the news and keep momentum going? So that'll be another thing to keep an eye on. Usually gets pretty quiet until we get into February. But they will have a lot of choices and decisions to make, no question about it, and they're working on that, that's for sure. DanishInspirations.com, but I also want a big shout-out here to our sponsor, and that is our presenting sponsor, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL now. You get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident, maybe you work in a refinery, maybe you drive an 18-wheeler. You get in an accident, you need the best representing you. That's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Again, it's DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL now. I always talk about supporting the sponsors that support your talk radio. So just keep that in mind. All right, we got a few minutes here. He is the color analyst for Atlanta United. He's Jason Longshore. Jason, thank you for coming on tonight.
Thanks for having me on, as always.
All right, before you give me the tactical breakdown and the coaching mumbo jumbo, I'm going to give you the reason why Atlanta United won against Inter Miami. You ready?
I'm ready.
Here it comes.
An animated Tata Martino motions to the officials. In the meantime, here comes Messi again into the 18. Messi saved by Guzan, and he covers.
What a save.
Plays it in. Suarez save made by Guzan. Here's Messi. Messi trapped by Mulliambar. Able to shake him off. Messi service. Header saved by Guzan. Another big stop by Brad Guzan. How did it stay out? Wow. They play the corner short and then work it back. Lionel Messi able to swing this ball far post. There's Guzan again to deny at the far post.
All right, so how did Atlanta United get it done, Jason?
Well, Brad Guzan was a big part of it, huh?
You think?
He's been ridiculous as of late. I mean, just since decision day, honestly, like he has been in such good form, and it's so good to see. It wasn't that long ago, 2022, that he had an Achilles injury, and there were questions on if he would come back. 23 was a decent year for him, not up to his usual standard, but 24 was really good in long stretches. But what he's done lately, 32 saves in the last 5 Atlanta United matches, including decision day. That's the most saves he's made in any 5-match stretch of his career in MLS. It's crazy. And these aren't like catching shots from 30 yards out that are right at him. The save, I think it was the first clip you played, is the best save I've ever seen live, where he got down with his hand low, able to push it wide of the far post. Just incredible. And that's not even scratching the surface of everything that he does for this group.
So how many times do you think he robbed Leo Messi over these 3 games? I was going to say around 4 or 5. That I mean,
Suarez,
look,
a few too.
Yeah, and Suarez. But just let's go to Messi. Was it 4 or 5 for you that he picked a couple of them out of the corner? And geez.
Yeah, there's a couple that are just ridiculous that he got to. And, it's been so cool to see this for me, seeing this guy from day one with Atlanta United. And there are people who have questioned, should he still be here? Should he still be the number one? It was a big topic coming into the season with Josh Cohen signing. I think Brad's answered every single one of those questions with this performance right now.
No question. Jason Longshore joining us, color analyst for Atlanta United, who were, by the way, a 9th seed. They knocked off Leo Messi. But you and I were talking last week. We felt this was going to be a tight game, and this was not going to be easy for Inter Miami.
The defending that is such an issue for Miami. got so much worse with losing Yannick Bright and not having Sergio Busquets anywhere near 100%. Busquets is a liability. When he came into the match on the ball, he was still good, but not at his usual level. But they don't have anybody else who can defend in that midfield. And I think Atlanta exploited that. They scored 6 goals against Miami in these 3 games. And Miami is such a weird top team. I think when we talk about the best teams in any league, any sport, you have to be above average defensively typically. And, you know, you might not be the best. You've got to be very, very good. This Miami defensive group is not good. And they give you so much time and they give you so much space. And Atlanta exploited it. They were able to absorb the pressure and just carve Miami open on the counter way too often.
They were a mess. Honestly, Atlanta could have, in my opinion, had 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just was a pretty remarkable evening. And that said, you know, you got to look at some of the players. The other 10 guys that were in front of Brad Guzan, they were all bought in. So does Rob Valentino get the job, you think? Or does he have to win the MLS Cup? What do you think? I mean, this is a guy that's been the interim coach before. You know, do you really judge it on this small little window, or do you judge it on the context of a big season? That's always interesting to me with MLS, right? Like even Jordi Alba is confused. He wants the champions of each conference to play, you know, because there's this whole thing about body of work during the season and playoffs. So do you make a judgment on the coach simply because of what he did in the playoffs?
It's tough, and you don't want to be a prisoner of the moment. But when you look, I think, across the board with this time for Rob Valentino, when he took over in 21, I don't think he was angling for the job at that point. They were looking at Gonzalo Pineda. I believe there were others in the mix at that time as well, including Paulo Fonseca, who's at Milan now. He knew the situation then. I think this was different, and I think he wanted the job from the beginning. I think it was a struggle at times. You know, you lose under his watch or right before he got the job. You lose Yorgos Giacomakis, you lose Thiago Almada a few games in, and you're missing 2 designated players trying to get results, and it was very difficult. Then you get Alexei Miranchuk into the mix after the Leagues Cup, and he's such a different player than Almada. There's such a period of time where you have to adjust. He has to adjust. Everybody's got to figure that out.